In a realm where the ethereal intertwines with the mundane, the narrative unfolds with the singular protagonist, Si Xiaonan, a girl with a boyish charm, determined to don the attire of femininity alongside her comrades in the shadows of night. As the tale progresses, we are introduced to a cast of characters, each reflecting on their intertwined fates. Lin Qiye muses, Ning possesses a gentleness that warms me, though he has a penchant for resurrecting my past misdeeds. Qingyu laments, I cannot forget the day when everything was stripped away, leaving me with naught but emptiness. Cao Yuan remarks, it was Shuang's request. I suppose it is not entirely out of the question. Si Xiaonan quips, the rogue is, after all, my most treasured gem. Leng Xuan acknowledges, though his marksmanship leaves much to be desired, he has extended invaluable assistance. My gratitude is profound. Ning Shuang asserts, Songnan, I have safeguarded you. The mask has been donned. Xiaonan is mine. Do you comprehend? Chapter 1. The Abundant Agent, Revised. Author's note. The sole purpose of this narrative endeavor is to preserve the essence of the exquisite Si Xiaonan. There is no overarching outline. The story flows organically in tandem with the main plot. I am acutely aware of my own limitations as a writer. My skills are lacking. I humbly request your understanding. The initial chapters may appear somewhat disjointed, but revisions are forthcoming to ensure a coherent logic. The author will also lay the groundwork for future plot developments, and I sincerely hope for your patience as you traverse this tale. Should you wish to express discontent, please first peruse Leng Xuan. I, Lin Qiye, stand here, the divine forbidden, before voicing your critiques. The author has only familiarized himself with the narrative arc involving Japanese characters. Other plotlines are gleaned from various platforms. If you encounter any inconsistencies, feel free to comment, and I shall endeavor to clarify, striving for a narrative devoid of flaws and imbued with clarity. Should I fail to elucidate, it is assuredly a matter of misunderstanding. The author also seeks inspiration. If esteemed readers have any brilliant ideas, please do not hesitate to share. All suggestions are welcome, be they from the realms of the second, third, or fourth dimensions, encompassing games, anime, or other fanworks. This serves as a repository for thoughts, and I appreciate your engagement with reviews. Thank you. In a palace adorned with the whispers of celestial melodies, she confesses, the one I love has departed from this world. Yet, the one you cherish awaits your return. He has made you whole. It is time for me to seek him out. You two shall reunite with Lin Qiye one day. Jialan, may your marriage be joyous. As flames engulf her, she clutches a verdant ring, the sole remnant of his existence, a final safeguard for the fragile maiden. In the consuming blaze, the ring emits a radiant glow, and a formidable figure clad in armor, adorned with golden branches, emerges behind her, enveloping her in a protective embrace, shielding her from the inferno. Though the palace crumbles, they remain entwined, a moment frozen in time. At the very least, we have traversed this final path together. May your marriage be blissful. Before she can finish her thought, the collapsing beams entune them that in life, they could not be together. In death, they shall accompany one another. Tread gently, for the road to the afterlife is best traversed with a friend. Ning Shuang awakens abruptly, pale and breathless, realizing he is beside the desk in the hospital office. Did I have a nightmare? Why did it feel so real? The girl from his dreams is all too familiar to him. As an auxiliary military physician for the Night Watch Team 136 in Songnan City and a future agent of the God of Deception, he knows her story well. A timid girl, she embodies strength and evokes sympathy. Upon first encountering the tale of her existence, her delicate silhouette became indelibly etched in his memory. Whether it is love at first sight or mere infatuation, Ning Shuang acknowledges his affection for her. Regrettably, his current circumstances confine him to the hospital, stifling his potential. The irony is not lost on him. If dreaming of Si Xiaonan brings joy and shyness, the armored figure evokes a sense of foreboding, sending chills down his spine. That armor is the most common manifestation of the demonic shadow. Once, the abundant star god bestowed nectar, granting longevity to the celestial sailors. Yet, all things come at a cost. The price of immortality is the demonic shadow, which ensnares one in a cycle of chaos and despair, transforming them into a creature driven solely by bloodlust. Yet, why does the god of deception possess a demonic shadow, and why does it resonate with a sense of familiarity? Before he can ponder further, Ning Shuang feels a shiver run through him, as if danger lurks nearby. One step, two steps. Could it be that the demonic shadow, is pursuing him. Just as he prepares to turn and confront the situation, a fist strikes the back of his head. It's your master, an elderly man, his chest adorned with a nameplate reading Sun Zhengzhou, delivers a reprimanding blow. You slack off during work hours and even dare to sleep? Have you forgotten your role as an assistant? As his ire rises, Sun Lao feigns another strike. No, no, no. Master, I was wrong, truly wrong. Ning Shuang flashes a sheepish grin, retreating hastily to avoid another reprimand, eager to pledge his loyalty. Remove your hand from your chest. Have you forgotten your heart condition? Sun Lao's tone softens, recalling the boy's troubled upbringing in an orphanage and the trauma surrounding the death of its head, which nearly drove him to despair. Forget it. You should head home early today. There's no need for you to work the night shift. Rest well. Understood, master, farewell. With that, Ning Shuang departs like an arrow loose from its bow. That boy, Sun Lao muses with a wry smile as he watches him leave. Make sure to complete your medical forms before you go as dusk approaches. Ning Shuang, and in turn adorned with a collar, concludes his day of labor, mounting his electric bike to return to the old city. He presents an appearance of gentle fragility, with shoulder-length hair, pale skin, delicate features, a high nose, and lips of a sickly hue, evoking a sense of tenderness. He is Ning Shuang, a time traveler. This year marks the 17th since his arrival in this new life. Growing up in an orphanage after the loss of his parents, it seems he has been reincarnated without partaking of Meng Po's soup. However, he retains no memory of his past life's demise. His consciousness flickered from one existence to another. The transition was rather abrupt. The recollections of his previous life have become obscured over the years, with only fragments of books read and games played remaining clear in his mind. Generally, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary complications, Ning Shuang has chosen not to dwell on such matters. Thanks to the memories of his past, he exhibited remarkable intelligence from a young age, skipping grades and advancing to the second year of middle school by the age of 8. Initially, Ning Shuang's plan for this new life was to thrive, achieve financial independence, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of success, contributing to the prosperity of this Xia. However, just as his plans began to take shape, an unexpected event transpired. He vividly recalls that summer afternoon at 2:30, leaning against the orphanage window, gazing at the overcast sky, when he heard a commotion outside. Intrigued, he leaned out to peer into the world beyond, his gaze transcending the confines of reality. In that moment, he perceived a golden, bird-like figure standing upon the moon's surface. Goodness, the world has grown wild enough to birth such creatures, Ning Shuang mused, stifling a yawn as he redirected his attention to the street below. Wait, a birdman? Aren't such transformations forbidden since the founding of the nation? Where could it have come from? Confounded, he rubbed his eyes and glanced skyward once more, only to behold a divine being, radiant, pure, and deserving of reverence. The moon was graced by a six-winged seraph, enveloped in golden light. His city, it seemed, was named Xiaonan. What on earth? Michael, what brings you here? Is this still our homeland? Initially believing he had merely traversed into a parallel universe resembling to Xia, he was unprepared for the revelation that he had entered the world of Zhanshan, the good. News is that I have crossed over with memories of my past life. The bad news is that I have traversed into Zhanshan, a place where gods are as common as dirt and even less revered. The even worse news is that I have become a local of Xiaonan. The grim tidings continue as Xiaonan City is currently being obliterated by the Shiva's wrath. Ning Shuang witnesses numerous skyscrapers swiftly transform into dust, her face contorted with despair. Though she is a traveler from another world, she finds herself utterly powerless in the face of such a calamity. I truly cannot do anything. It's over. It's the Shiva's wrath. The heavens are collapsing. Where's the system? Oh, system brother, please save me. Ning Shuang collapses onto the ground, her gaze vacant, her head throbbing painfully. The streets are filled with cries for help, yet she hears nothing, merely murmuring, "Is my journey through time at an end? I am so unwilling to accept this. I am not willing." As the sandstorm threatens to engulf her, it feels as though she has been struck on the head. Closing her eyes, she falls into a sleep as innocent as a newborn. In the external world, a heart brimming with immense vitality hovers in the low air, continuously drawing energy from its surroundings. As time passes, lungs, ribs, blood vessels, and fascia emerge around the heart, culminating in the appearance of a young boy amidst the ruins. Upon opening her eyes again, she finds herself surrounded by a starry sky. Then, Ning Qiye sees a familiar sight. A beam of golden light shoots into the heavens, encircled by a blue path resembling an alpha helix, with a purple nebula beneath her feet and meteors drifting past that eye in the distance. There are two moons, or rather, fragments of moons, flanking her overhead. Indeed, this is the narrow path of destiny from Honkai Star Rail. The narrow path of destiny is where the intelligent beings of the Honkai universe meet the star gods and acquire their powers. As for why Ning Qiye feels so familiar with it, it is due to her previous experience of grinding through the universal Locust Plague dungeon to unlock new gameplay. Nurturing destiny. She has diligently toiled through countless encounters, and thus remembers the appearance of the narrow path of destiny quite vividly. This place is truly splendid and beautiful. Ahahaha! Upon realizing that she can meet the star gods, Ning Qiye feels invigorated once more. The anxiety brought by her impending death is replaced by overwhelming joy. Ahaha! I knew it! How could a traveler not have a cheat? I wonder which star god I will meet this time. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. As she walks, Ning Qiye silently prays, hoping to encounter the hunting star god Lan. She envisions him as a centaur clad in deep blue armor, wielding a longbow. As for the initial impressions of the other star gods, according to an anonymous source, the knowledge star god resembles a lump of scrap metal glowing red. The preservation star god is a stone figure, known only for building walls, appearing rather dim-witted. The destruction star god annihilated his homeland upon attaining divinity, exhibiting no humanity. The joy star god, is merely a god of amusement. Only the hunting star god is genuinely handsome and fiercely protective. Should one have matters to discuss, he would undoubtedly appear. Moreover, he is the most reasonable of all living star gods, ensuring that bestowing power comes without any aftereffects. As she reaches the end of the path, Ning Qiye looks up to see a figure with 6 arms, stretching his exquisite form freely, as if performing a cosmic dance, a myriad of hands and eyes illustrating his vast divine powers. He sits atop a celestial tree, raising his hand to bestow sweet nectar. His hair flows like the feathers of a magpie, blooming amidst the myriad stars of the universe. This is the embodiment of humanity's imagination of the star gods, and witnessing him in person is far more shocking, beautiful, and sacred than any written description. Yao Shi, the abundant star god. Yao Shi. Ning Qiye cannot comprehend why she is meeting the Yao Shi. Were she to encounter the joy star god, she would not be surprised, for he is ubiquitous. To be honest, Yao Shi is indeed stunning. However, encountering the Yao Shi is also a fortuitous event, as it might not guarantee immortality, but reconstructing a body should not pose much of a problem. After all, having crossed over once, she does not wish to languish in a soul pouch until the end of the story. Before her journey, Zhanshan was merely a coffee table, cluttered with cups. After her journey, it remained a coffee table. Was it not a futile crossing? Now that she has arrived and met the Yao Shi, it is essential to remedy the regrets of her previous life. Yes, she contemplates this. A petite and adorable figure floats through her mind. At the same time, Ning Qiye silently vows to ensure that this world experiences the grandeur of the star gods. Upon noticing someone approaching to pay their respects, the Yao Shi casually scatters a grain of wheat, a bullet, and a beam of light. The bullet is familiar to Ning Qiye, as it was used during the time of Pinaconi when Bobo Shah summoned the Sea Rangers with the 10,000 arrows command. Although she does not understand why the abundance has something associated with the hunting. Logically speaking, these two should exist in a state of eternal conflict, or perhaps it is the hunting that endures alone. Before she can inquire further, the beam of light merges into her body, a blessing from abundance, or rather, divine ruins, which guarantees absolute healing. Absolute healing, through the consumption of mental energy, releases energy to heal everything, including carbon-based and silicon-based life forms, other organisms, living entities, and even non-living matter, restoring them to their peak condition. As the user's understanding and practice of the abundance destiny deepens, the mental energy consumed will gradually decrease. Ning Qiye performs the necessary rites, clasping her hands in reverence, stating, "I'm unaware of what Lord Yao Shi commands, but I shall fulfill whatever I can. Let all sentient beings receive what they seek. This is the object of your desire." A gentle and melodious voice resonates in Ning Qiye's mind, prompting a flurry of thoughts. What does Lord Yao Shi require of me? I need a messenger. Grant you the authority of the messenger and seek. Answer: why have we come? A messenger. This is indeed significant. In the Honkai universe, each destiny has a corresponding star god. They select certain intelligent beings to become their messengers, endowing them with formidable powers. The worth of a messenger far exceeds that of a divine agent. Messengers are the cream of the crop, a talent among thousands. In contrast, divine agents merely reflect the whims of the deities, akin to glorified bounty hunters. Upon hearing the Yao Shi's intent, Ning Qiye realizes there is more than one star god present. Are there other star gods coming? Driven by curiosity, she continues to inquire. Besides me, there are the hunting, balance, memory, and void. In 10 years, 5 destinies shall descend. With that, Yao Shi slowly approaches, gently parting his lips to peck Ning Qiye's forehead like a dragonfly touching water. Cherish this power well. With those words, Yao Shi concludes the video call and exits the space. In simpler terms, this is how it can be explained. Next, Ning Qiye's consciousness is ejected from the chat space, and as she awakens, she discovers it is now evening, and she lies on the floor of an orphanage. In her hand, she clutches the bullet and a grain of wheat. Can the Zhanjing allow me to resurrect myself, right here? As the thought crosses Ning Qiye's mind, she attempts to summon her mental energy. However, her mental energy feels as depleted as an empty bucket, vanishing in an instant, causing her to plop back onto the floor, drenched in sweat as if she had just completed a marathon under the scorching sun. After all, a surge of miraculous divine power, or rather, a force of rules, now resides within her. To resurrect, she must first expel this segment of the rules and create a new body. Yet, given the disparity in realms, how can she contend against the rules? Moreover, Ning Qiye perceives that this world lacks virtual energy, or rather, it is sorely lacking. It is akin to a cultivator entering a realm devoid of spiritual energy. No matter how high their cultivation or how many divine abilities they possess, they cannot exert even a trace of power. Furthermore, Yao Shi was truthful in granting her authority, but did not provide power. She indeed possesses the qualification to mobilize the energy of the abundance destiny, akin to the messenger of abundance, yet lacks the explosive power of a true messenger. To put it plainly, Yao Shi has merely granted her the eligibility to become the messenger of abundance. AS, for whether one can become a formidable being capable of annihilating an entire galaxy with a mere wave of the hand, it ultimately hinges on personal cultivation. Thus, the matter of resurrection must be approached gradually. Regarding why the Yao Shi did not simultaneously bestow both power and authority upon himself, Ning Qiye merely wished to convey that some things are best left unpondered, as this can spare one from multitude of worries. Ning Qiye reassured herself. All right, although I must still cultivate to elevate my realm, I am now associated with powerful figures. While I have not attained the ability to single-handedly subdue the supreme deities, my starting point is significantly higher than that of most who have yet to even enter the forbidden ruins. For now, let me take a closer look at this ear of wheat and discern what it truly is. Chapter 2 Farewell to Qingyu. It was a seed bestowed by the star god, imbued with boundless, bountiful energy. Ning Qiye held it aloft, scrutinizing it closely as the information about the wheat ear flooded his mind. This was an extraordinary object known as the sudden heart, capable of transforming flesh and blood into a manifestation of sudden. Those at the Tagline level and above could utilize it, channeling a portion of its power to become a bountiful embodiment of sudden. An additional note indicated that without the protection of the bountiful star god, one would be pierced by the hunting star within 10 minutes. Likewise, it was a transformation of the sudden heart, transcending or becoming it. In other words, should one's understanding of abundance be inferior to sudden, they would face the risk of being usurped and reborn. It was undeniably a hidden reserve of energy. After all, the sudden was a legitimate agent of abundance, a being that had engaged in profound discussions with the 34th alchemist and had lived for countless years. Did you awaken? Another forbidden item, the 10,000 arrows command, served a straightforward purpose, to summon the sea wanderers for a righteous brawl. However, it was best avoided, for who knew if it would attract the company's personnel, turning Blue Star into the Nexigania. It was also advisable to wait until the star god descended before using it, as the current signal situation was uncertain. It seemed he had to find a shift at the hospital. After all, as a bountiful nurturer, seeking a shift at the hospital to practice abundance was indeed the right course to strengthen oneself. This was far less exhausting than the struggles faced by other traversers who fought against the mysterious. Fast forward 9 years to when the plot officially commenced. A brilliant beam of light shot into the sky, interrupting Ning Qiye's reverie. Was it the Angel King, Michael? It appeared the narrative had begun. Fortunately, the distance was not far. With a heart full of compassion, Ning Qiye swiftly dashed toward the alley where Lin Qiye was located. He took the opportunity to rescue a few individuals, recalling that this attack targeted class leader Jiang Xian and Wang Xiao. Since he was already there, it was a simple act. Upon arriving at the alley, he spotted a ghostly figure with a mask, poised to assault a student, while another was engaged in a struggle with a high school student wielding a broken cane. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Qiye pulled a seed from his pocket, hurled it at the two masked figures, and shouted, "Beasts, take this." He then released a seed of blue-silver entanglement, an extraordinary item he had cultivated, also known as Qingyu seed, which, in local parlance, referred to a forbidden object. As the seed landed on the masked figures, it began to grow rapidly, binding them in mere moments like zongzi. Well, with a stinky tofu filling, Ning Qiye clenched his right hand, commanding the vines to tighten and compress. Ultimately, with a sickening crunch, the monstrosities were reduced to a gruesome pulp, their foul juices oozing forth. Holding his breath, he disregarded the remains of the masked figures and turned his attention to Jiang Qian. Fortunately, she had merely fainted from fright and suffered no injuries. After infusing her with some energy to soothe her, he proceeded toward Wang Xiao, who was in far worse condition, with nearly all his ribs broken and his facial skin entirely gone. Yet, he showed signs of life, his chest faintly rising and falling. As long as he was not dead, there was hope to pull him back from the brink. Ning Qiye placed his hand on Wang Xiao's chest to administer healing. As sweat beaded on his forehead, Wang Xiao gradually returned to his original state. He then approached Lin Qiye, helping him to his feet and asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Lin Qiye nodded, "I'm fine, thank you. What do I call you?" Ning Qiye smiled and introduced himself. "I am Ning Qiye, merely an ordinary doctor passing through the First People's Hospital of Canaan City." "Thank you, Brother Ning. My name is Lin Qiye. I must take my leave now. I will never forget the life-saving grace you have shown me. Farewell." With that, Lin Qiye prepared to flee. "No, you cannot leave. Do you not wish to understand the truth of the world?" Ning Qiye pressed. "I do not," Lin Qiye replied. "Why not? It's dangerous to know. Moreover, I have seen it depicted on television. Knowing the secret often leads to being silenced if one does not join the organization behind it." Upon hearing this response, Ning Qiye's expression darkened as he delivered a playful punch to the back of Lin Qiye's head. "Stop watching those mind-numbing dramas. In this day and age, even cultural workers may lack genuine knowledge. They can conjure up tales of princes and relatives. Someone will soon explain the truth of this world to you." Ning Qiye placed a hand on Lin Qiye's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Qiye, that angel is formidable. The moment it chose you, you were already drawn into this game. You have no choice. They play with the world as their board and humanity as their pieces. Until you gain strength, you must obediently remain a pawn. Of course, once you grow into a flag bearer, you could very well emulate Emperor Lin Qiye of Han and become a great chess master. By the way, that middle-aged man in the dark red cloak is a good person. He will reveal everything to you. I must take my leave." Ning Qiye pointed towards a distant dark red figure and promptly made his exit. "By the way, do not sell me out. After all, I just saved you." Seemingly recalling something, Ning Qiye quickly turned back to Lin Qiye. With that, he hastily departed. Following this, Xiao Kongsheng and Lin Qiye had their initial encounter, a matter of little interest to Ning Qiye. What was there to enjoy in the meeting of two men? They were not the captivating Hong Ying with her long, graceful legs, nor the adorable Si Xiaonan. After a winding journey back to his rented apartment, he collapsed onto his bed, exhaling in relief. After a decade, the narrative had officially begun. It was time for him to consider joining the Night Watchers. His initial reluctance stemmed from a fear of being hunted by the ancient cult of gods. Ning Qiye expressed considerable skepticism about the Night Watcher's ability to protect newcomers, especially given that he possessed the divine ruins with no offensive capability. For the assassins of the ancient cult, that was akin to being defenseless. However, aligning with Lin Qiye, who had at least the prowess of a celestial-level fighter, offered a degree of safety. Furthermore, it echoed the adage, encouraging others to study medicine invites divine retribution. Ever since he began learning medicine under his mentor, it had been a constant series of tests. Every 3 days, a minor exam. Every 5 days, a major one. With the volume of material to study outweighing his own body weight. His mentor treated him neither as an outsider nor as a human. For the past decade, Ning Qiye had spent most of his time immersed in the hospital, assisting his teacher. A significant portion of his time was dedicated to medical studies, lacking resources, techniques, and often using his own blood to cultivate Qingyu seeds. Additionally, since Ning Qiye's realm did not solely rely on mental power, he needed to advance on the path of fate. The energy of fate was driven by virtual energy, which was scarce in this place. He could only wait for the star goddess' arrival to see if more virtual energy could be obtained. Thus, Ning Qiye had stagnated in the pond realm for several years, mere steps away from the river realm, yet unable to cross that final threshold. Fortunately, throughout these years, he had created some valuable items. Once he joined the Night Watchers, whether through Qingyu or Yuan Gang, he could exchange them for forbidden items that would enhance his realm in the short term. However, with his awakening of the divine ruins, reaching the pond realm in 10 years felt rather embarrassing. How could a fool like him merit the favor of the alchemist? He was akin to that silly girl, Hong Ying, both of them having received the divine ruins in their youth, yet 18, still lingering in the pond realm. To clarify why it took him 10 years to reach the pond realm, the reasoning was undeniably sound. In the Broken Iron universe, powerful fate walkers were not considered old for short-lived beings. The following day at dawn, Ning Qiye turned off the clamorous alarm clock, rubbed his sleepy eyes, washed up, dressed hurriedly, and rushed to the First People's Hospital of Kangan City. "Master, I apologize for my tardiness." Pushing open the office door, he was greeted by 2 figures. One was an elderly man with white hair, yet a vigorous spirit, Mr. Sunday. The other was a short-haired, bearded, ruggedly handsome man in black, a semi-acquaintance. He was the captain of Team 136, the forbidden entity Black Vuchain, a strong figure of the river realm, and one of the casualties of the divine war 10 years ago. "It has been a while, eccentric uncle," Ning Qiye greeted politely. "Qingyu, you greeted me, and I am quite pleased, but your form of address is not to my liking. Young man, one must speak with courtesy." The elder frowned, his displeasure evident. No, my apologies. It has been a long time, Uncle Chun," Ning Qiye responded with a playful blink and a smile. Dr. Sun sighed in resignation, waved his hand dismissively, and said, all right, you little rascal. I do not have the time to entertain you today. Consider it a day off." "Very well. Have a good chat, teachers. Bye." He turned to leave. However, as he did so, Ning Qiye sensed a scrutinizing gaze upon him, akin to being targeted by a cold. "Serpentina stare." He stiffened slightly, but nonchalantly closed the door behind him. Discovered? That should not be the case. The scene yesterday was merely remnants of vines. There was no reason for them to seek out this young doctor. As he pondered this while walking, a sudden realization struck him. That Lin Qiye with his thick brows and large eyes, "You traitor," Ning Qiye spros furovet dikti. After all, I did save his life. How infuriating. I shall remember this grudge. Ultimately, Ning Qiye shifted the blame onto that disaster-bringing Lin Qiye. Naturally, before departing, he took a stroll through the intensive care unit and the operating room, utilizing a bit of Shengsu's gentle healing to alleviate the patient's discomfort, hastening their discharge. After concluding his rounds, he exited the hospital. The next destination was Kangna No. 2 Middle School, to leave some precious memories for the future Commander Lin. Chapter 3. Encounter with Klein. Enduring for a moment only to grow increasingly agitated, a step back leads to breast hyperplasia. Regarding the exposed Lin Qiye, the petty-minded Ning Qiye felt it necessary to exact revenge. "I, Ning Qiye, am exceptionally vengeful." At the curb opposite the entrance of No. 2 Middle School, a forlorn middle-aged man sat alone, surrounded by a sea of cigarette butts, sweat glistening on his brow from the sun's relentless heat. His eyes reflected a subtle sadness. Meanwhile, Ning Qiye, comfortably enjoying lunch in a nearby small restaurant while basking in the cool air conditioning, found the scene quite amusing. With a crisp snap, an early middle-aged man's long-awaited photo of a pure-hearted high school boy was captured. You may wonder why Ning Qiye was at the entrance of No. 2 Middle School. It was, of course, to gather dark secrets about Lin Qiye and seek retribution. This maneuver was aptly termed leveraging dark history to command Qiye. Just the thought of his mortified expression thrilled him. However, seeing Lao Xiao, the most handsome man in the entire story, in such a pitiable state was disheartening. After all, he was a significant figure in Lin Qiye's journey. Perhaps treating him to a meal would be appropriate. This had nothing to do with him being Si Xiaonan's teammate. "Boss, please pack a portion of pig trotter rice," he ordered. "Lao Xiao, you haven't had lunch, have you? This is for you." Ning Qiye did not give Xiao Kongqing a chance to refuse, opening the lunchbox and shoving it into his hands. Xiao Kongqing gazed at the young man before him in confusion. Tall and fair-skinned, with shoulder-length hair that was half black and half white, large eyes. Clad in a white coat and silver-rimmed glasses, and wearing a neck collar adorned with bullet motifs, he looked quite striking. "Young lady, do you know me? When did I become so famous?" Lao Xiao asked, utterly bewildered. "Oh no, I forgot that I had never met Lao Xiao before," making the situation a bit awkward. How to explain this? Think. Also, I'm a real man. Yet he still managed to respond kindly. "A few years ago, a poker-faced young man came to our hospital for a hemorrhoid surgery, and I accidentally saw your photo and name in a small iron box he carried." Ning Qiye's mind raced as he concocted this excuse, responding with a straight face. After all, Leng Xuan was like a ghost, always taking candid shots. It was fitting to place the blame on him. Simultaneously, he chided himself for his ill-considered kindness. "And, sir, I'm a guy and straight," Ning Qiye said through gritted teeth, emphasizing each word. "My apologies, young man," Lao Xiao replied with an awkward grin. After this detour, Lao Xiao, not one to dwell on how Ning Qiye knew him, looked at the pig trotter rice in his hands, pulled out a bill, and attempted to stuff it into Ning Qiye's pocket. Ning Qiye could not accept it. He intended to treat Lao Xiao, and accepting money would be inappropriate. "Lao Xiao, consider this my treat," he said, backing away before sprinting off. He was not adept at dealing with middle-aged men experiencing a midlife crisis. "Hey, this kid runs pretty fast. That speed could easily catch a night watchman," Xiao Kongqing muttered, watching Ning Qiye dart away. As night fell, a casually dressed youth strolled leisurely to the entrance of No. 2 middle school when a seed struck his ankle, causing him to stumble. This commotion caught the attention of an older man nearby. "That guy does resemble that young man somewhat." Xiao Kongqing blinked hard. "Wow." Thud. Perhaps due to sitting for too long, Lao Xiao suddenly sprang to his feet, prepared to charge at Lin Qiye, only to collide face-first with something. This scene not only stunned Ning Qiye, who was hiding in the shadows, but also alerted Lin Qiye that this man was the official he had encountered the previous night. Lin Qiye decisively turned to flee. But in the next moment, he too was met with a face-first collision. With a snap, a moment of life's beautiful moments was recorded. Lin Qiye's Dark History, 1. General Zhao's Dark History, 1. Ning Qiye's smile was one of satisfaction. Initially, Ning Qiye planned to use a seed to transform into small vines to pin Lin Qiye down as he fled, but unexpected gains awaited him. After all, Xiao Kongqing was a seasoned veteran, rising to his feet in an instant. However, his already fierce expression appeared even more terrifying due to the scrape from the collision. He charged towards the fallen Lin Qiye and, as Lin Qiye stood up, seized him with a vice-like grip, a malicious grin forming on his lips. Whoa. We meet again, young man." Lin Qiye stiffly turned his head, tilting it slightly. "Who are you?" Xiao Kongqing was now quite irate. "Who am I, you ask? I am the innocent victim deceived by your affections, left to endure the cold winds for half the night." Xiao Kongqing clutched Lin Qiye's arm tightly, resembling a pure-hearted uncle fearful of losing his boyfriend to another. "I warn you, do not try to play coy with me. You will not escape today." Lin Qiye glanced at the man who had him in a grip and resolutely ceased to struggle, adopting a posture of submission. Listening to their conversation, Ning Qiye felt an unsettling chill. Were it not for his familiarity with the original narrative, he might genuinely believe they were discussing something inappropriate. However, considering the 4 male comrades of Team 136, 3 had met their demise, and 1 remained single until the end, there was indeed something unnerving about it. Yet, wait a moment. Lao Xiao has a wife and children. Why engage in an affair with a pure-hearted high school boy? As Ning Qiye contemplated this, Lin Qiye was led away by Xiao Kongqing in a particular direction. Ning Qiye hurriedly followed, for this was the evening's main event. As the two entered a couple's hotel, Ning Qiye had just captured a photograph when he felt a cold, tubular object pressing against his side. Friend, is there not a better way to discuss matters? Ning Qiye saluted in a mock French manner, smiling ingratiatingly. Simultaneously, he pondered the identity of the individual, eliminating the possibility of them being a psychopathic killer. It was most likely one of Lao Zhao's teammates. Hong Inc. did not use handguns, and Si Xiaonan was afraid of the dark, leaving only Leng Xuan. That elusive, ghostly figure as a perfect match. An idea flickered above Ning Qiye's head, and he conceived a plan to break the deadlock. It might not work, but it was worth a shot. After all, in the realm of Qijing, he was not afraid of bullets. After all, Shengsu was right there, especially since the bullets were not aimed at vital points. Hey, ISNT, that's Si Xiaonan from Team 136? Who was he checking into a hotel with? Ning Qiye's voice was low but sufficient for both to hear, laced with a teasing tone. This statement is entirely applicable to Leng Xuan. Just as the person behind was momentarily stunned, and before their anger could erupt, Ning Qiye swiftly turned, disarming the opponent's gun, with her right arm embracing them. Her left hand intertwined with the opponent's right fingers, she executed a swift kick, sending them both crashing to the ground. A wall slam, or rather a ground slam. For a fateful traveler, such a collision was trivial. It was only as they fell that Ning Qiye sensed something amiss. The individual in her embrace was petite, significantly shorter than herself, barely reaching her chest. Their skin was as smooth as silk, and a refreshing fragrance wafted towards her. Moreover, a softness pressed against her, which was rather pleasant. Was the 136 squad recruiting new members, or had Leng Xuan undergone a gender transformation? After all, Ning Qiye had perused numerous genderbender narratives featuring Lin Qiye in her past life. A transformation of Leng Xuan was hardly peculiar. Just as Ning Qiye's thoughts wandered, a wave of murderous intent washed over her, sending chills down her spine. It felt as though a formidable presence, at least of the Qilian realm, was upon her. Chapter 4. Qianyu Qi Song, Nan Limited Edition. How long do you intend to hold on? The young woman's face was flushed with embarrassment, wishing to immediately shoot Ning Qiye in the head. Indeed, the girl's rosy hue surpassed all earthly beauty, making her even more adorable in her vexation. I apologize. I shall assist you at once. This was the first time Ning Qiye encountered such a charming girl, hastily pulling her up. Reflecting on her previous actions, Ning Qiye felt her cheeks flush. She scrutinized the girl before her. Though short, she was both cute and regal. Her long, dark hair cascaded smoothly, tied into two delightful buns, enhancing her charm. Her fair skin and delicate features resembled that of a porcelain doll, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses. Her small face resembled a ripe apple, rosy and inviting. The only caveat was the potential danger of her wielding a stellar knife concealed behind her back. Dressed in a short skirt, she displayed her flawless jade-like legs. She was truly beautiful, and the more Ning Qiye gazed, the more enamored she became. Just as Ning Qiye's infatuation began to take hold, she shook her head vigorously and declared, "Who are you? Why are you stalking a weak woman like me in the dead of night?" Ning Qiye's voice was altered, her androgynous attire and somewhat delicate features making her appear as a young beauty, officially certified by the Watchers. Zhao Kongqinch. Yes, I am officially certified. As for why she was disguised as a woman, one could not be too cautious when embracing a girl, especially one armed with a gun and a knife. Admitting to being a man in such circumstances would surely provoke her to retaliate, particularly since she was not someone he could easily overpower. Though he was a faithful traveler of considerable prowess, he had yet to reach a stage of disregarding bullets. Upon hearing Ning Qiye's question, Si Xiaonan's expression darkened, drawing her knife and aiming it at Ning Qiye, while simultaneously activating her earpiece to call for assistance. "Weren't you the one tailing old Xiao? How do you know me?" "I am Lin Xuan. Which sister are you?" Ning Qiye playfully placed a finger to her mouth, adopting a cute expression. "Didn't you just say we were going to book a room with a man? Now you're denying it. This is disastrous. I've inadvertently slandered the main subject. What should I do?" I'm anxiously awaiting a response. Ning Qiye's mind raced, and just as the knife neared her throat, she endeavored to redden her eyes, letting a few tears fall, collapsing onto the ground, and sobbed, "Are you in cahoots with that lecherous old man? You beasts! Lin Qiye is the sole descendant of the Lin family. You heartless fiends! This is an egregious act. You are not human. as she became increasingly agitated. Her tears flowed like rain, eliciting guilt in Si Xiaonan. Glancing at the sobbing Ning Shuang and then at the nearby couple's hotel. Recalling how old Xiao had dragged a high school boy inside, her sense of guilt deepened. Old Xiao, you truly deserve this. Watching the weeping beauty before her, Si Xiaonan's anger dissipated, and she quietly sheathed her long knife, stepping forward to assist her. Please, cease your crying. We are here to protect the people. Gome, I shall take you to confront them. If it truly is old Xiao's fault, I will not let him off easily. With that, Si Xiaonan clenched her fist to express her resolve. Ning Shuang halted her sobbing, tilting her head upward, attempting to suppress her tears. The young lady, caught in the flow of events, had no objections. She would follow this sisteress lead. Shortly thereafter, the two entered the hotel and discovered that Lin Qiye had been taken to room 3939 by Zhao Kongqing. Just as Si Xiaonan intended to push the door open, Ning Shuang grasped her hand, suggesting, let us first listen to what they are discussing to avoid misunderstandings. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan nodded in agreement, and the two leaned against the door to eavesdrop, exhibiting remarkable synergy. The hotel door was poorly soundproofed, and with a slight adjustment of their mental focus, they could hear clearly. Suddenly, a ripping sound echoed, causing the duo to sense impending doom. Oh no, old Zhao, doesn't he have any peculiar preferences, does he? This is bad. How do I explain this to Lin Mai? Should I inform the captain first? There was no time to ponder further. Ning Shuang kicked the door with force, shattering it, and unveiling a scene that was hard to bear. A middle-aged, greasy man was tugging at high school boy's sleeve, having torn his uniform, both appearing disheveled. Si Xiaonan, Lin Qiye, Zhao Kongqing, Ning Shuang. Struggling to suppress her laughter, she discreetly retrieved her camera, capturing the moment with a click, without allowing anyone to react. Her eyes reddened as she choked back tears, declaring, I thought you were a good person, yet you intended to do that to my brother. I was mistaken about you. Qiye, let's go. Even Annie is looking for you. Ning Shuang squeezed out a few more tears, pulling Lin Qiye away, and rather than walking, they were practically running from the scene. They could not linger in such a place for even a second longer. As they departed, the old man and the boy exchanged glances, bewildered. Old Zhao, you need not say anything. You shall explain this matter to the captain, Si Xiaonan said, turning away in frustration. Old Zhao, Xiaonan, you've misunderstood. Old Zhao extended a hand in a gesture of urgency. Si Xiaonan rolled her eyes dismissively, replying, yes, yes. A misunderstanding. You can discuss it with the captain later. Old Zhao, my esteemed reputation. The two fled at a brisk pace, or rather, Ning Shuang dragged Lin Qiye along. After running several miles, Ning Shuang finally slowed down, allowing Lin Qiye to catch up, restored her voice as they walked side by side, launching into a rapid-fire lecture. Little Lin, I've saved you once more. Why were you booking a room with an old man at this late hour? Little Lin, I understand that adolescents can be restless, but one should not, at the very least, avoid such situations. Lin Qiye, witnessing Ning Shuang's profoundly disappointed expression, felt an odd twitch at the corners of her mouth, as though she had committed some unforgivable error. She hastily interjected, Ning Dage, you've misunderstood. He is from an official special organization and wanted to recruit me. He is not a bad person. Not a bad person. Yet you were brought to a couple's hotel? Not a bad person. Yet you were left in a disheveled state? Not a bad person. Yet your uniform was torn? Ah, little Lin, there is no need for explanations. I will keep this matter confidential, though I may not comprehend it. I respect your choices. With that, Ning Shuang exhibited a knowing expression, patting Lin Qiye on the shoulder. Lin Qiye, brother, really, it's a misunderstanding. Uncle Zhao is a good person. He is one of the watchers. You must trust me. There is truly nothing between us. Lin Qiye was nearly in tears, feeling more helpless than when she had been diagnosed with a mental illness. I believe you, Ning Shuang said earnestly, putting away her playful demeanor. After all, her intention was to have Lin Qiye recognize and join the watchers. She feared that if this continued, Lin Qiye might resort to drastic measures to clear her name. This tactic could be classified as a form of strategy in recruitment. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Just listen to me. Do you believe me now? Lin Qiye wore a look of astonishment. Was this truly the same Ning Xiang who had just whimsically paired up with someone? Chapter 5. The Divine Proclamation of Immortality. I am well acquainted with Xiao Kongqing, a passionate, somewhat eccentric married man. He merely intended to tease you a moment ago. However, it appears you two have been enjoying each other's company quite well. So, what do you think? Would you like to join them?" The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence, as though the world had pressed the pause button. After a brief moment, Lin Qiye approached Ning Qiye and solemnly bowed. "Thank you, Brother Ning, for your 2 acts of chivalry. I regret that I cannot join you. Please do not try to persuade me further. I understand. It is due to your aunt and younger brother, correct? I can comprehend that. But Qiye, when you have the power to choose, make sure you do not let regret haunt you. Those ancient beings, who have lived for an eternity, are always far more astute than we are." With that, Ning Qiye's seriousness dissipated, and he affectionately draped an arm around Lin Qiye's shoulder as if they were old friends of a decade. With a playful grin, he said, "Let us change the topic to something lighter. For instance, Zhao Conscien's captain came to my unit today, seemingly regarding yesterday's events. Who do you think betrayed me? Little Lin?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye broke into a cold sweat, casting a guilty glance at the handsome face beside him. On a sickly pale visage, adorned with delicate features, a smile lingered, yet it exuded an icy chill rather than warmth. Simultaneously, Lin Qiye felt the grip on his shoulder tighten, as if he might be crushed at any moment. "Brother Ning, I truly do not know. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Maybe their captain fell ill and went to the hospital for a checkup. Brother, you know me. I'm not the type to repay kindness with malice." "Then let us write a pledge," Ning Qiye replied with a laugh, for he had faith in Lin Qiye's character. "I swear." Lin Qiye quickly raised his hand to pledge loyalty, intending to swear on your future wife. Ning Qiye interrupted. For who does not know that Lin Qiye is the 5th universe's will? If he were to casually invoke a thunderous retribution, the ultimate authority of interpretation would still rest in his hands. As for his aunt and Yangjin, Ning Qiye would dare to confront Lin Qiye. For a dragon has its reverse scales, and to touch them is to invite death. Not to mention, at this moment, Ning Qiye was uncertain if he could best Lin Qiye in a fight. How can we, as caretakers, ever rise again? I, Lin Qiye, vow that if I disclose Brother Ning's whereabouts, may my future wife embrace another. Lin Qiye's demeanor turned serious, his gaze unwavering. Seeing Lin Qiye's oath, Ning Qiye relaxed his grip, for he did not believe Lin Qiye to be a treacherous person. It was likely a coincidence that he encountered Chen Muye, as it was already known that Sun Lao and Chen Muye were acquainted. After all, he had secured his internship at the hospital thanks to Chen Muye's recommendation. Unbeknownst to them, the pair had already stepped into the old city. "Very well, let us part ways here. Farewell." With that, Ning Qiye turned and left, leaving Lin Qiye with only his retreating silhouette. He simply could not run away, as he still held Lin Qiye's incriminating photographs. What if he demanded them? Will he comply? Years later, when the members of the Yimyu team laid eyes upon that photograph, Lin Qiye's face turned a deeper shade of red than Guangong's. He could only endure the gazes of disdain, understanding, and contempt directed at him. Especially when Jiang Air forcefully tugged and Qingyu away, Lin Qiye felt shattered, broken into countless pieces scattered across the ground. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself right then and there. But of course, that was a story for another time. Lin Qiye, I wonder what I had forgotten back then. Was scoundrel. Ning Qiye, I seem to have forgotten something as well. What could it be? Never mind, if I cannot recall it. It must not be important. Meanwhile, at the Peace Affairs office, a triad of interrogations was underway. A beautiful woman with a ponytail, curvaceous and fair-skinned, was the first to inquire. Old Xiao has already detailed the specifics. Is there anything you wish to add? Hong Ying, the full picture of the matter has yet to be clarified. We must not hastily pass judgment, countered another middle-aged man wearing glasses, the vice-captain of Team 136. Si Xiaonan, old dog, are you opposing me? I, too, believe old Xiao is innocent. However, the sister of the Seraphim agent and Xiaonan witnessed everything firsthand. As night watchers cannot afford to be branded as oppressors, exclaimed Hong Ying, her face a picture of indignation. Indeed, we must handle this matter with utmost care. A young man named Wenkomo echoed. May I speak for a moment? Zhao Concheng cautiously raised his hand, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. That fellow, Lin Xuan, is male and a doctor at the first municipal hospital. He treated me to a pig's trotter meal during the day. Furthermore, I suspect he is the same person who could manipulate plants last night. As for that divine agent, I merely provided him with an overview of the night watchers while at the safe house. Everything else was purely coincidental. You must trust me. The owner of plant manipulation, the forbidden domain, has an unknown origin and is suspected of stalking the night watchers. Could it be a member of the ancient divine church? I recall that believers are in the 16th seat, and Liu Yang's forbidden domain is plant manipulation. No, that child cannot be from the ancient divine church. After the divine agent dealt with the ghost face king, I will make contact. As the conversation began to shift towards Ning Qiye, Captain Chen Wuye hastily intervened to redirect the discussion. The divine agent? Yes, but this matter must remain confidential. Enough. Those who need to patrol, please do so. Those who need to train, proceed with training. And do not forget that the Ghost Face King is still lurking outside. Michael Agent, old Xiao. Put in a bit more effort. Everyone understood. Xiaonan, you've been absent-minded since your return. Has something occurred? In a luxurious villa. Hong Ying gazed at her absent-minded friend with concern. It's nothing, Hong Ying. What could possibly happen to me? Si Xiaonan seemed to recall something, her earlobes reddening, her cheeks heating up as she fled back to her bedroom. The next evening, heavy rain poured down, and the streets were nearly deserted. Ning Qiye donned his raincoat, rain boots, and umbrella, wrapping himself tightly to prepare for his journey to the old city. Yet his mood mirrored the dreary weather, filled with melancholy. The raindrops relentlessly pounded the ground, splashing water as if mocking Ning Qiye's solitude. To be honest, he felt uncertain after using the ghostly summons. He had no guarantee of returning from the pool realm. Indeed, the abundant agent, who had met the medicine master, the future envoy of abundance, hesitated even to save a mere mortal, a being as insignificant as an ant. Zhao Kongqing's fate mattered little to Ning Qiye. After all, with the assistance of Xiao He, the soul collector, he could rebuild his physical form and live well. Ning Qiye's thoughts drifted back to 7 years prior, when he was 11 years old. That year, his grandfather, the director, passed away peacefully. After all, who among us can escape death? Yet he was greedy. He did not wish for those he reluctantly considered kin in this lifetime to depart so swiftly. His grandfather had not yet witnessed him grow up, and the prodigious children in the institute had yet to repay their debts to him. That night, he utilized every possible means. And that one night, he turned half of his hair white. On that day, he entered the pool realm, but the director had departed, never to return. Why was it that the envoy of abundance could not save a single mortal? The fifth universe's will, a deity who toys with causality, the successor of Michael, possessing the miraculous laws that can turn the impossible into the possible, could not resurrect her? How ironic, indeed. With a bitter smile, Ning Qiye gazed skyward, letting the raindrops strike his umbrella, the rhythmic patter drawing his thoughts back. Recollecting the past, the days at the orphanage were monotonous, arduous, yet filled with warmth. Now, they had all transformed into mere memories. Before long, everything might crumble into ruins, eternally buried. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, sending a shiver down Ning Qiye's spine. He hastily made his way towards the old city. If all of this is indeed an unshakable destiny, the death of the director, the death of Zhao Kongqing, the death of Si Xiaonan, then I shall shatter it, tearing apart this so-called fate, this scripted narrative into shreds. This time, no one shall perish, I assure you. I will stand as the representative of Fengruo, invoking the name of the divine to heal the afflictions known as short life and calamity. The deity proclaimed that the blossom of life should not wither away. Ning Qiye's eyes gleamed with a cerulean glow, silently vowing. Chapter 6, Moonlight Beneath the Stars Kid. Watch closely. Why? This strike is going to be spectacular. Ignoring Lin Qiye's disdainful gaze, Zhao Kongqing leaped forth, unleashing the last of his strength. Faced with the fearless Zhao Kongqing, the demon face king stood stunned. There were no extravagant effects, no flames, no thunder, nor any impassioned background music. There was only the simple act of raising his hand and swinging his blade. A crescent moon sliced through the curtain of rain, racing toward the demon face king. What was merely an ordinary flash of a blade would be deemed a rip-off if sold in a game for $1. Yet, the demon face king could only feel fear in its presence. Death was imminent, without a doubt, but evasion was futile. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. As the crescent passed, time resumed its flow. Like a knife cutting through tofu, A grotesque head rolled onto the ground. This strike was magnificent, magnificent beyond measure. With one stroke, not only did it take the life of the demon face king, but it also claimed Zhao conscience. Lin Qiye rushed to support Zhao Conscience, sensing that he was utterly spent. I'll take you to the hospital. No need. It's merely the aftereffects of a forced burst. A good sleep will suffice. Was I cool just now? Cool, but you're dying. Zhao Conscience chuckled, but the laughter was cut short by a spurt of blood. At least he experienced the forbidden realm before his demise. It wasn't a loss. Furthermore, he had achieved the act of crossing blades with the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Kiji, do me a favor. Aufregt, light my cigarette. He extinguished his cigarette, for Zhao Conscience needed tranquility, free from smoke and drink. Just as Lin Qiye was about to light the cigarette, a breathless figure clad in full rain gear appeared at the edge of the limitless void, sweat beading on their forehead. I'm sorry for being late. Leave the rest to me. Seeing the rain, Ning Shuang suddenly recalled what he had forgotten. Today marked the day of Zhao Conscience's sacrifice. Had it not rained today, he might have truly overlooked such a pivotal event. Ning Shuang sped through, but ultimately arrived a moment too late. The ghost goddess invocation had already been utilized. However, he was relieved that Zhao Conscience's soul still lingered, and there was still hope for salvation. Lin Qiye supported the elder Xiao, approaching Ning Shuang. Brother Ning, I implore you. Although this was only their third meeting, Lin Qiye felt an inexplicable trust toward the person before him, as if they had crossed paths 2 millennia ago. Leave it to me. Hold the umbrella steady. Ning Shuang handed the umbrella to Lin Qiye, his expression grave, as he laid Zhao Conscience flat. He produced a Changshan Dan and placed it in Zhao Conscience's mouth. With both hands resting on Zhao Conscience's chest, he activated absolute healing, aiding him in refining the life force within. The abrasions, contusions, and fractured ribs on Zhao Conscience's body began to mend rapidly. Yet, both their faces remained grim. Lin Qiye could feel Zhao Conscience's life force still ebbing away. He was like a funnel, receiving abundant life energy from Ning Shuang, while simultaneously losing a great deal. The Changshan Dan, which could resurrect the dead, now served only to delay Zhao Conscience's demise. Everything has its limits. The distinction between long-lived and short-lived beings lies solely in the extent of their life limits. Even a divine emissary, when overburdened for an extended period, will meet death. Occasionally pushing beyond one's limits may have little consequence, at most leading to temporary weakness. However, employing the ghost god's invocation burns away all potential, granting immense power. After its use, his muscles, bones, and everything within him had reached their theoretical limits. To save him would be to engage in a genuine struggle against death, defying the laws of mortality that govern this world. 1. Changshan Dan was insufficient. The levels were inadequate. Cough, kid, don't overexert yourself. Experiencing the forbidden realm before death, especially the perilous, Minsheng Shanyu, is already quite a gain. Damn it. This is a creature that even the captain couldn't slay, yet it's fallen to you, 2 rascals. Light my cigarette. Zhao Conscience's intention was clear. He wished to pass the credit for slaying the demon face king to them, hoping to gain more resources from the night watchman. Ning Shuang, unable to bear the rain, felt a surge of inexplicable agitation whenever it poured, fearing he might succumb to the malevolent shadow. He despised the damp, oppressive sensation of rain, which symbolized the loss of life. The orphanage director had suffered thus, and so had Zhao Conscience. As the emissary of Fengrio, the one most capable of healing calamity and saving lives, he felt utterly powerless. Ning Shuang gripped Zhao Conscience's collar, his eyes reddening as he shouted, "Enough! Do you think your death is glorious? That you have stained the firmament with blood while safeguarding Lin Qiye's world? But do not forget, you are not alone. You have a wife and children, comrades and brothers. If you die, what becomes of their world? They will grieve, undoubtedly. The cost of the ghost god's invocation. I can shoulder it for you." In a daze, Ning Shuang seemed to see a petite girl hiding in the shadows, gazing at her comrade's grave, silently weeping. The sight of a beautiful girl in tears was something Ning Shuang could not bear, especially if it was someone he cherished. "I cannot allow her to suffer sorrow once more," he murmured, a hint of verdant hue creeping into his eyes and cheeks. The affliction of resentment. One of the 5 symptoms of succumbing to the malevolent shadow manifests as a desire to harm others. Emotions oscillate violently between profound joy and sorrow. This was the skill he gained when breaking through to the Zhan realm. When invoked, the body gradually succumbs to the malevolent shadow, reason diminishes, and one becomes irritable. Simultaneously, the healing capacity and speed increase, along with heightened defense and agility, while pain sensitivity decreases. In simpler terms, it is a trade of intellect for healing power. Zhao Kongchang listened, perhaps frightened, merely lying still. At that moment, a massive corpse in the distance suddenly rose. A pale, ghostly visage crept onto its chest. The demon face king had revived. Lin Qiye stepped forward, drawing the blade embedded in the ground, his eyes igniting with golden flames. The night was frigid, and the rain poured heavily. Just as Lin Qiye was about to drag his weary body forward to obstruct the impending threat, Ning Dishuang's voice cut through the air. "Get back. Were you not supposed to hold the umbrella?" At that moment, Ning Dishuang's countenance darkened, his expression frost-laden, his voice low and hoarse. If Ning Dishuang were typically a gentleman, now he resembled a demon clad in human skin, as if poised to unleash chaos upon everything. "Why do you all insist on playing the hero? Don't you realize the trouble this causes the physician?" Ning Dishuang retrieved several blood-red seeds and a surgical knife glimmering with cold light. The blade sliced through his left palm, flesh turning outward as blood oozed forth. Ning Dishuang clenched the seeds in his left hand, nurturing them with his own blood. Then, with a forceful motion, the seeds flew toward the demon face king. "Do not disturb the healing. Pay heed in your next life, little insect." As he spoke, the seeds began to grow rapidly, wrapping around the demon face king, tightening and constricting until a viscous green liquid flowed from the vine's crevices. There was no time for a cry of anguish. Lin Qiye swallowed hard at the sight. "How can my divine agent appear so unreal?" "You really are something," Zhao Kongxing remarked, glancing at the distant demon face king. "Lie still. Little Lin will hold the umbrella." Ning Dishuang pulled out gauze to wipe the surgical knife and loosened his clothing, revealing a pristine upper body, marred only by the scars on his chest. A stark contrast to his flawless form. "May all beings with sentiment have their desires fulfilled. Yao Wang, I wish to save others. I yearn to alter this cursed fate." Ning Diqiang silently contemplated. The point of focus lies at the intersection of the midline of the left clavicle and the fifth rib. The heart resides slightly left of the center of the thoracic cavity, with the aorta positioned above it. Gritting her teeth, Ning Dixiang closed her eyes. The two observers were puzzled as to why she had removed her clothing. Suddenly, a sound akin to slicing tofu echoed as the scalpel plunged directly into Ning Dixiang's aorta. With a deft twist, she simultaneously severed the surrounding pain nerves. Despite being an apprentice after many years as a physician, she possessed such skills. Arterial blood surged forth in an instant, splattering all three individuals. Absolute treatment. Guided by blood, she sought to bind souls and extend life, exchanging life for life. Under the benevolence of Yao Wang, the pinnacle of Qi Jing's cultivation erupted, and under the influence of anger, Ning Dixiang's hair transformed into a deep green hue, while brown bark and vines crept up her cheeks. Coupled with the continuously gushing wound, this scene appeared rather terrifying. In Lin Qiye's perception, Zhao Kongqing's body was mending, vitality igniting from the embers of despair into a blazing inferno. Yet, Ning Dixiang exuded an odd aura. Though life force was steadily waning, it emanated a sacred presence. This sensation was familiar to Lin Qiye, reminiscent of the time he encountered Michael a decade ago. Sacred, elegant, compassionate, and loving. An aura of divinity. A divine agent? Chapter 6 Divine Sequence 043 Pharmacist. A divine agent? Ning Dixiang mereli notet lichtli. Seeing Zhao Kongqing's life was salvaged, she utilized her remaining spiritual energy to seal the wound. Approximately a decade of her lifespan had been sacrificed. Ning Dixiang murmuret veakli. Her voice was faint, yet Lin Qiye, empowered by Starry Night Dancer, heard her. A bitter sensation welled within him. Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongqing exchanged words, but their conversation was inaudible. Ning Dixiang collapsed, exiting her state of anger. Just as her head struck the ground, a pair of rough hands caught her. "Thank you, lad. Old Zhao owes you a life. Lin Qiye, you return first. I shall escort young Ning to the hospital. Old Zhao, I will accompany you." Lin Qiye glanced back at the warm home, gritted his teeth, and followed Zhao conching away. Aunt, Jean, wait for me. I will return in 10 years. Xiao will ensure you live the best life. The rain ceased, yet the moonlight failed to pierce the hazy clouds. A beam of green light shot into the sky, and a graceful figure appeared above. Ning, prépare yourself. Old Zhao's emblem has not moved in a long time. Impossible. Old Zhao will be fine. Perhaps he is merely fatigued and wishes to rest. Han Ying replied into her earpiece, her tone laden with sobs. Her body trembled, then suddenly accelerated, intent on confirming her suspicions. Danger, run. The old city is overwhelmed, no? At least Klein's energy fluctuations. Xiaonan, it is a deity. Which deity? So beautiful. Ying, Ying? Wu Xiaonan's anxious voice echoed through the earpiece. But there was no response. At that moment, Han Ying's gaze was distant, oblivious to the sounds in her earpiece, her eyes fixated on the ethereal figure above. Above the old city, a figure unfurled 6 arms, stretching its magnificent form with abandon, joints extending as if performing a cosmic dance, a myriad of hands and eyes, seemingly illustrating its vast divine powers. Draped in satin, adorned with antlers, one hand held a tassel, while the other gestured in greeting, seated upon the Qingyu. Beauty, charm, and elegance seemed to be crafted solely for it. Upon opening its eyes, they brimmed with tenderness. With a casual gesture, it sprinkled nectar, which fell upon Ning Qiye's heart, then vanished as if it had never existed. A gentle rise and fall occurred in Ning Qiye's chest. Her heart began to beat at a normal rhythm. Hematopoietic stem cells dividing and differentiating at a frenzied pace, capillaries constricting, blood flow slowing, her complexion becoming paler, her body contracting to retain warmth. Dazed and trembling, she murmured, "Cold, so cold." Zhao Conchang tightened his dark crimson cloak and quickened his pace. The divine code 043, the god of abundance, pharmacist, was classified in the Night Watcher's confidential archives. Kangnan, Peace Bridge, Peace Affairs Office. To the left, a vibrant wedding planning establishment. To the right, a funeral home offering comprehensive services. If only they had Marvika and Zhongli Keqing overseeing matters, they could certainly take on a Cthulhu or even an outer god without a second thought. Alas, it was just a mere name. Meanwhile, beneath the Peace Affairs Office, a spacious hall hosted 6 individuals. "You are the agent of the Seraph, Lin Qiye, correct?" Wu Xiaonan inquired from the sofa beside Lin Qiye. "Indeed," Lin Qiye nodded. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Xiaonan, deputy captain of Team 136. Over there stands our captain, Qingyu." After Wu Xiaonan's introduction, he gestured for those nearby to introduce themselves. "Zhao Conchang, watcher of Team 136, ultra-high-risk forbidden zone, Minsheng Shanyu." After his introduction, Zhao Conchang slumped back onto the sofa. After all, the healing had not restored his energy, and after a night of intense combat, his body was still in a state of collapse. Leng Xuan, long-range fire support for Team 136, Leng Xuan said coolly. Wen Kamo, frontline combat strength of Team 136. In the medical room, the tall figure is Hong Ying, also part of our team's frontline combat strength. The petite one is our combat support and part-time military doctor. Si Xiaonan. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Wu Xiaonan continued. "Based on Zhao Conchang's earlier report, you are unwilling to join the Night Watchers. Can you share what has changed your perspective?" "Deputy Captain, could it not be the charm of my old Zhao?" Zhao Conchang interjected. Wu Xiaonan remained silent, choosing to ignore him and awaited Lin Qiye's response. To repay a favor, a favor, observing the puzzled expressions of those around him. Lin Qiye slowly recounted how Ning Qiye had saved him thrice, expressing her desire for him to join the Night Watchers, along with Zhao Conchang's story. "However, I have a condition. I will stay for 10 years, and after that, I shall depart." The others exchanged incredulous looks. Captain Qingyu explained, "The Night Watchers are not merely community volunteers. Once you join, you cannot leave. I cannot agree to your condition, not even if the higher-ups were to come." Lin Qiye felt disappointment rising within him, wishing to say more. Qingyu added, "However, if after 10 years you possess the ability to leave the Night Watchers on your own terms, and the higher-ups have no power over you, that would be another matter altogether. In short, there is no way to leave the Night Watchers through official procedures." "All right." Surprisingly, Lin Qiye nodded resolutely. "If I cannot leave after 10 years, then that shall be my issue." "Indeed, Youthful exuberance and naivete shone through his words, prompting the others to regard him with greater scrutiny. Meanwhile, in the realm of destiny, Ning Qiye reclined in a rocking chair, utterly content. If only she could enjoy a cold coconut milk, her life would be complete. Unfortunately, in this place, only her spiritual form existed, rendering her unable to consume anything. Ever since Ning Qiye arrived at Qijing, she discovered that her spirit could freely traverse this realm of destiny and also serve as a storage space. However, apart from her own creations, no other living beings could survive here. If her spiritual energy were to be depleted or severely injured, she would be forcibly drawn into the realm of destiny, and when she could exit would depend solely on when her body could recover. Just as she was reflecting on the tranquility of time, a brick plummeted from above, striking her delicate face. Who is it? So malicious. Ning Qiye grumbled, picking up the brick. It looked familiar. Oh no, was this the light cone? Is memory coming to fruition? Ning Qiye sat upright, glancing left and right. Confirming that the vast space contained only herself, she resumed examining the light cone. The environment within the light cone was dominated by yellow sand, with a long river visible in the distance. Summarizing it in a poem, the solitary smoke rises straight in the desert as the long river reflects the setting sun. Channeling her spiritual energy, the light cone emitted a bright glow, drawing Ning Qiye inside. Upon awakening, Ning Qiye found himself standing amidst the vast desert, where a young general silently observed him from distance. This young general leaned against a magnificent steed, his countenance resolute and imposing, with an insignia of dark crimson at his waist bearing the characters Huaqubing in traditional script. Xiaonan, mount your horse. Everyone is awaiting your presence. Without waiting for Ning Qiye to respond, Huaqubing pulled him onto another horse, subsequently mounting his own, and they set off towards a nearby stronghold. Chapter 8. Regrets from 2 millennia ago. During their journey, Ning Qiye gleaned a wealth of information. Firstly, the purpose of their expedition was to exterminate a horde of unknown insect-like entities. The main force comprised Huaqubing of Wang Su, dominating emperor, and 2 celestial beings. The great Xiao boasts 4 great inventions: the compass, papermaking, gunpowder, and movable type printing. Inventors in their inventions are bestowed with merit, or, in other words, spiritual power, which can be harnessed for cultivation. In the memories revealed by this light cone, during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, 2 celestial beings were conferred titles. Although their ranks were modest, they enjoyed a degree of freedom due to their limited duties. One was the frost flame Xianjun, Ning Qiye, who invented papermaking for the benefit of the populace, while the other was the Wangshan Xianjun, Si Xiaonan, who devised gunpowder to ward off calamities. Indeed, you heard correctly. It is Ning Qiye. Whether he is the same person remains uncertain, as the light cone only presents a fragment of memory without identifying its source. Si Xiaonan, the Wangshan Xianjun, was also inquired about by Ning Qiye, but Huaqubing knew little, only that she was the first to transform from a compass into a celestial being, joining the Jinja division and being conferred the title of Wangshan Xianjun. Before long, the pair arrived at a temporary resting stronghold, which housed 28 individuals. Including Huaqubing and Ning Qiye, they formed a group of 30. Within the stronghold, Ning Qiye spotted a woman clad in Han attire, petite in stature. With a 4-foot-long azure sword at her waist, her hair styled in 2 buns, and her cheeks flushed, exuding an adorable charm. This was Si Xiaonan, the Wangshan Xianjun. Have you all rested sufficiently? Come, mount your horses and let us pursue the enemy and vanquish the demons, commanded Huaqubing. The group responded in unison, mounting their steeds with great fervor. Might I trouble you, Xianjun, to guide the way? Huaqubing addressed Si Xiaonan. Certainly, my lord. I will scout ahead for approximately half an hour towards the east, Si Xiaonan replied, her voice gentle and endearing. Thus the group set forth, with 3 celestial beings leading the charge, followed closely by the remaining 27, divided into 2 squads of 15 each, with an exceptionally perilous possession at the rear to reinforce their formation into a diamond shape. As expected of the Wangshan Xianjun, her acute sensitivity to the environment proved invaluable. The Jinxu, absolute path sense, possessed the ability to dispel illusions and discern direction. They traversed numerous oases, and after half an hour of travel, the group's condition remained relatively stable. My lord, let us halt for a moment. We should be nearing our destination, Si Xiaonan suggested. Ning Qiye, toss a piece of gunpowder 300 meters ahead, she instructed, within this light cone of memory. Although he lacked the blessing of abundance, he possessed the assault technique he had pondered for 9 years, handcrafted explosive charges. The Qingyu, infinite firepower, allowed him to harness mental energy and utilize his knowledge to create explosives. In theory, with sufficient theoretical understanding, one could even handcraft atomic and hydrogen bombs. As the explosive was hurled forth, the ground began to tremble. A colossal creature soared into the sky, obscuring the sun and filling the air with swirling sands. It was a gigantic borer, measuring at least 15 meters in length, its form grotesque, with sharp mandibles and remnants of an unknown beast's bones. Its 4 eyes glowed a menacing red, adorned with massive horns of black and crimson. The creature's abdomen bore a gash, from which crimson blood dripped intermittently. Its 6 claws were extraordinarily sharp, each tipped with barbs, and its wings buzzed ominously, unsettling the senses. As it retracted its limbs, it released a cloud of powder, which in an instant transformed into 300 or 400 larval and secondary borers. A mother borer? A reproductive mother borer? The information I received indicated it to be a Cline. The sight of this behemoth truly terrified Ning Qiye. Once upon a time, the breeding of the star god Tease Ulasi commanded 6 royal borers, each inheriting one of Tease Ulasi's abilities. Beneath them lay countless mother borers and ordinary true borers. In a Liuming PV, a single mother borer could annihilate an entire glamour iron cavalry. Even though the virtual numbers in this world were woefully scarce, could 30 individuals truly defeat a mother borer and 300 to 400 true borers? The odds seemed insurmountable. At this moment, Ning Qiye couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. I merely emerged from the novice village and encounter such a boss. He yearned to flee, yet reason urged him that slaying it here and now was the most prudent course of action. After all, this injured mother borer could already spawn hundreds of true borers. Given more time to develop, the entire blue star would transform into the next glamour. Furthermore, the surrounding individuals were prepared for battle, having likely devised a strategy in advance to eradicate evil entirely. However, the specifics of their plan remained obscured by the light cone. Liu Guang Yiding, I must give this a poor review. Leave the larger one to me, Qingyu commanded, charging towards the mother borer with unyielding resolve. The rest of the group covered their mouths and noses with cloth as they surged toward the insect swarm. Ning Qiye shielded his mouth and nose, following closely behind, brandishing his weapon with ferocity. Though he had never wielded a spear, the muscle memory of his body remained intact, and combined with the Qingyu within him, he found it manageable. With a thrust and a stab, the gunpowder concluded the skirmish. In no time, only the remnants of larval and secondary borer flesh littered the battlefield. Surprisingly, Si Xiaonan, who appeared delicate and lacking offensive prowess, had slain nearly 100 larvae. She was never merely a fragile flower. She was the future goddess of deception for the great Xiao, the guardian who orchestrated the demise of the evil god Loki, a little girl with a fear of darkness. Quietly laying plans for the great Xiao amidst the obscured fog, she was far more resilient than one might assume, steadfast in the past, present, and future. This Si Xiaonan was the most captivating of all. Xiaonan, rest here for now. The rest of you, come with me to support my lord. Observing Si Xiaonan's pale complexion filled Ning Qiye with concern. Si Xiaonan nodded gently, obediently resting in place. My lord, is the battle not yet concluded? We have come to assist you. With that, Ning Qiye, adhering to the principle of striking the vulnerable leg of a limping opponent, crafted explosives and hurled them towards the mother borer's abdomen, while Qingyu, employing Wang Su, dominating emperor, directly restrained the mother borer. A tremendous explosion echoed as the mother borer emitted a wail of despair. Seizing this opportunity, Ning Qiye stealthily approached beneath the creature, exerting all his strength to thrust his weapon into its abdominal wound. Then it split apart, quite literally. The mother borer was cleaved in two. Have I reached the third phase? Ultimately, he suffered from a lack of battlefield experience. His instinctive response to an unexpected situation was not to engage, but to be momentarily stunned. By the time Ning Qiye regained his senses, the severed half of the mother borer had already circled around him, heading straight for the rear, where only Si Xiaonan remained. That petite figure stood resolutely, brandishing her blade to block the path of the mother borer. Xiaonan, quickly move aside. That is not something you can confront, he shouted, rushing towards her. Si Xiaonan merely parted her lips, a gentle voice emerging. Wasn't it agreed upon beforehand to eradicate evil completely? This time, do it for me. Ning Dixiong was too far from Si Xiaonan, and the severed mother borer moved with astonishing speed, even when exerting mental pressure to command his motor nerves. He could not reach her in time. Si Xiaonan clutched her long knife tightly, her gaze steady upon the approaching foe, seeking the perfect moment for a decisive strike. No. As the mother borer engulfed her form, a young heart shattered. Xiaonan, no. At that moment, time stood still, and space began to crumble from the heavens, marking the conclusion of this memory encapsulated within the light cone. It was time to return to reality. Chapter 9. Star Gods and Destiny. Xiaonan no. Ning Dixiang sat uprig, reaching out to grasp a delicate hand, as soft as if it were made of air. With a subconscious squeeze, it felt soft and smooth. Upon taking a closer look, Xiaonan realized that they had already left the vast desert and found themselves in a spacious and well-lit infirmary. You are awake, Lin Xuan Mei, she said, her voice as gentle as that of an angel. Yet, at that moment, Ning Dixiang felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss, a chill creeping down her spine. Goodness, the disguise was revealed so quickly, and it ended up in the hands of the cunning Nan. This is perilous, she thought. Is tonight the night they will carve my tombstone? Should I prepare for a half-day of mourning? Kogs Diaonan. If I were to claim that Lin Xuan is my twin sister, would you believe me? Ning Dixiang blinked her beautiful eyes, seemingly seeking to validate her words. Of course we would believe you. Just look at the sweat beading on your forehead. Let Xiaonan Jie wipe it for you. As they held each other's hands, a flush crept onto their faces, prompting Ning Dixiang to withdraw her hand. They instinctively averted their gazes, afraid to meet each other as eyes. Captain, the injured party has regained consciousness, came a voice, breaking the tension. As neither of them acknowledged each other, Hong Ying, with a knowing smile, asked, How long are you two going to hold hands? Both of them glanced down, realizing Ning Dixiang was still tightly grasping Xiaonan's delicate hand. A hint of crimson rose on their cheeks as Ning Dixiang quickly pulled her hand back. They both turned their heads away, unwilling to look at one another. Ning Ji, how are you feeling? Ning Xiaozi, how are you? The first to approach was Lin Qiye, followed closely by Zhao Kongcheng. I'm fine. Aside from feeling weak, there's nothing serious. I should be back to work by tomorrow. Seeing Lin Qiye's concerned expression, Ning Dixiang felt reassured, grateful for the trust she had placed in him. Yet, reflecting on her previous actions, her heart and lungs ached. Long time no see, Guaidashu, said Qinmu Yi, the last to enter from Team 136, relieved to see Ning Dixiang still able to joke. If anything had happened to that child, I wouldn't know how to explain it to old Sunday. Qinmu Yi was the captain of the night watch stationed in Songnan. With his introduction, the rest of Team 136 followed suit, officially introducing themselves to Ning Dixiang. Guaida, seeing your serious expression, I shall change how I address you. Qin Shu, I didn't expect the medical facilities here to be quite good, Ning Dixiang remarked. I only fainted for about 3 hours. Actually, by the time you arrived here, your injuries had already healed. Aside from some anemia and weakness, everything else is fine, Xiaonan said timidly. For specifics, you might want to ask old Zhao. After all, you were brought back by him. Your divine patron must have intervened. He bestowed a drop of nectar upon you, and thus your injuries healed. As Zhao Kongcheng spoke, Ning Dixiang grew increasingly astonished. Old Zhao, when he appeared, was it anything like the night Lin Qiye awakened? Of course not. Dixiang's brother, Hong Ying, interjected. That divine being's appearance was far more splendid than when Qiye awakened. Many people in the old city likely witnessed it. Those in the logistics department must be quite busy. Upon hearing this, Ning Dixiang's heart settled. The commotion had surely alerted the ancient deity cult to the presence of a new divine agent in Xia. Qin Shu, I wish to join the night watch. Would that be acceptable? Ning Dixiang realized that joining the night watch was her only option. Not to mention, the ancient deity cult would soon attempt to assassinate her, and her level wouldn't reach Klein within a year, necessitating some forbidden items. Moreover, after spending 6 or 7 years in a hospital filled with acrid gases, a change of scenery was indeed overdue. It was certainly not merely a desire to see Xiao every day. Very well. Then you and Qingyu will be temporary members. Once the training concludes, you will become official Night Watch members. Cough, cough, let's discuss some serious matters now, said Vice Captain Wu Xiaonan, holding a pen and paper. Dr. Ning, first, we thank you for saving Zhao Kongcheng. Would you be so kind as to share who your divine patron is, what divine domain you received, and what tasks he has bestowed upon you? Absolute healing, she began. It consumes mental energy to heal all things. The further one traverses along their destined path, the less energy is consumed. He is the bountiful star deity, the apothecary. His every action embodies selflessness, altruism, and healing. My task is to fulfill his destiny. His name is Apothecary? What a gentle name. No wonder you murmured it 7 times while unconscious, said Hong Ying with a chuckle. After all, he is my own divine patron. Hearing Hong Ying mention her sleep-talking, Ning Shuang felt a hint of embarrassment. But you also mentioned someone named Lan 15 times. At Xiaonan's teasing, Ning Shuang's lips twitched. He's a very kind deity. Whenever you need help, signal him, and he will always come to your aid. Of course, I cannot guarantee how much energy will remain after a single arrow. And you also called out Xiaonan's name no less than 30 times. Hong Ying quickly interjected. Si Xiaonan, Lin Qiye. The others. Ning Qiye Shuang, gosh, my aloof persona, my lofty demeanor. All gone. She curled up under the blanket, her mind raging. Yog-Sothoth, Shabniguras chaos, Azathoth. Any of you, please restart this wretched universe. All right, it's not that big of a deal. Zhao Kongcheng stepped forward, stifling laughter as he pulled the blanket away. Alting Ning Qiye Shuang Seantix. A star deity? A new pantheon? With each word, Wu Xiaonan's expression grew graver. In a time of turmoil, for this Xia, the emergence of a new pantheon could signify hope or herald a new storm. Such uncertainties loomed large. Disregarding Wu Xiaonan's somber countenance, Ning Shuang composed herself and ceased her playful behavior, slowly articulating star deities, mysterious high beings, akin to celestial bodies with consciousness. Each governs distinct destinies and can traverse freely through the starry seas, wielding immense power to erase reality and create worlds. They are also embodiments of highly condensed philosophical concepts. Their strength varies based on the breadth of their respective destinies. They may freely expend the energy of their destinies, yet remain bound by them. Beings that possess the power of destiny can be classified into 2 types. The first is the destiny walker, when a person's will aligns with their destiny. They are seen as traversing that path. The stronger the will, the further they can go, and the more energy they acquire. The second type is the envoy, appointed by the star deities, possessing partial dominion over destinies. Of course, there's a third type like the bountiful folk, who bear the energy of the bountiful destiny within them, granted by the star deities. However, they are neither envoys nor destiny walkers. They pillage and wreak havoc across the cosmos, entirely contrary to the essence of bounty. Ning Shuang herself belonged to the third type, or rather, she encompassed all 3 types. As in this universe, destinies remain uncharted, and star deities have yet to descend. She could only harness the energy of the bountiful destiny through the apothecary's blessings. However, since the star deities had not yet descended, the virtual energy in the universe was sparse, and it seemed the apothecary intended for her to become a true bountiful envoy. Using her divine domain, where the further she ventured along the path of bounty, the less mental energy she consumed. Currently, Ning Shuang's process of utilizing her divine domain involved channeling mental energy through her heart to activate the virtual energy of the divine domain. The efficiency of this method was quite disheartening at present. Of course, one could also directly utilize the divine domain through mental energy, but it comes at a tremendous cost. Yet there's no need to delve into that. I haven't even sorted out matters on Blue Star. Discussing cosmic affairs would only be tedious and anxiety-inducing. Shuang, you mentioned that Lan is indeed powerful, but you haven't shared enough. Are there any other star deities? There are indeed. Such formidable deities are certainly not limited to one. There are a total of 18, each an extraordinary presence. Ning Shuang continued to recount to the night, watch the narratives of the 18 star deities and the destinies they uphold. The following content is derived from online video explanations and is not from a professional researcher of media. If there are discrepancies, please provide corresponding textual evidence. The Void Star God is named 9, who believes that the essence of a universe is void, thus rendering existence devoid of value. Philosophically, things can be categorized into existence and non-existence. Therefore, the path of the void is the most expansive, and the void star god is universally recognized as the most powerful of all star gods. The path of the void manifests as laziness, exhaustion, and meaningless actions. The immortal star god, Long, bestows significance upon existence. He represents the notion that all things are in a state of flux, and only change is truly immortal. The balanced star god, who, as his name suggests, embodies equilibrium, but not merely in the simplistic sense of balancing existence and non-existence. He integrates his will into the cosmos, eternally maintaining balance among all things. At the dawn of the universe, the immortal, void, and the balancing force of the balance were born. When sentient beings emerged, they gave rise to an ultimate philosophical inquiry. Does the existence of life hold meaning? The answers to this question spawned numerous paths and many star gods. Following the emergence of life, a wondrous entity known as the ancient beast ascended alongside these three star gods. To combat the nearly invincible dusk ancient beast, the Amber King Clipper ascended, bringing an end to the Dusk War during the ancient era of the universe. After the Dusk War, all ancient beasts vanished. The only known surviving ancient beast today is the one who ascended to become the gluttony star god, Obolos. His path reflects the themes of yielding to desire, sacrificing others, and achieving oneself. As for how he ascended, it may be due to his consumption of the remaining ancient beasts while executing his path, thus becoming a star god. Or perhaps it was the balance that facilitated Obolos' ascension to counter the Amber King, the guardian star god. The one who concluded this Dusk War, or the divinity involved, is the ascended guardian star god, Clipper, who is revered as the Amber King. To prepare for the impending calamity, he erected a great wall at the edge of the universe to safeguard life. The path of the guardian embodies waiting, sacrifice, and protection. During this period, the immortal merged with the morning star, leading to the fall of Long. His death released immense energy, thereby fostering the birth of other star gods. The fertility star god, Taiji Luo Si, was the last of the order of Coleoptera on a planet, driven by longing for companionship. He violently tore a portion of the path from the immortal for his own use, thus ascending to godhood. The abundant star god, Yao Shi, is the nurturer of all beings and the deity of blissful lands, aimed at ensuring the thriving of life. He is a star god who never denies prayers and cannot bear to witness decay and suffering. The path of abundance manifests in selflessness, altruism, and acts of healing. The hunting star god, Lan, is the closest to humanity. Due to the calamities caused by abundance in his homeland, he ascended to godhood to seek vengeance, pursuing the abundance across the cosmos to protect his homeland. The path of hunting reflects decisiveness, ruthlessness, and revenge. The purity star god, Ida Lila, believes that beauty encapsulates all consciousness, insights, and values. The meaning of life lies in the pursuit of beauty. Her visage is ever-changing, yet to each person who gazes upon her, she manifests as the most beautiful form in their eyes. The pioneering star god, Ajiwei Li, forges star trails, connecting various galaxies and exploring the unknown boundaries. On the path of pioneering, one can endure the unknown, but must never succumb to the unknowable. The irreversible law of the universe is the increase of entropy, indicating that heat death is the unavoidable fate of the material world. The destruction star god, Nanu Ku, annihilated his own homeland upon ascension. He discerned that war is the essence of life and sought to eradicate this nature. He believed that by destroying all sentient beings, he could resolve the issue, thus conforming to the fate of cosmic heat death. The path of destruction embodies recklessness, rage, and devastation. To combat the inevitable demise of the universe, the oldest yet youngest end star god, Mo Wang, reverses the flow of time, journeying from the future to the past, becoming the singular possibility to transcend fate. As for the specific manifestation of his path, I cannot say how one embarks upon this journey. The order star god, Tai Yi, delineates the boundary between imagination and reality within existence, imbuing everything with meaning. He aspires for all things to perform like puppets in the cosmic theater. In other words, order imposes its will, rendering all life into NPCs, living according to the predetermined fates within his crafted paradise. His controlling nature is profoundly strong, and his manner is rigid. His breadth of path is even comparable to that of the immortal, but alas, he has already fallen. If order represents external meta-values and meanings, the Joy Star God, Aha, bestows internal significance upon life. He pursues joy. Where there is joy, there is Aha. He posits that the understanding of joy is a unique right of intelligent beings and the essence of life's existence. The path of joy is expressed through experiencing joy amidst the void, acknowledging the void while deconstructing the meaning of all things, thus achieving the significance of one's existence as an intelligent life form. Therefore, he is the second most powerful entity in the universe, yet the void chooses inaction, or perhaps apathy, because of his path. Aha is the strongest entity in the cosmos. The memory star god, Fu Li, on his path, posits that thought is existence, and memory is the evidence of existence. He possesses the memories of all beings and knows all that is second only to the wisdom star god, Bo Shizan. It is said that after everything returns to eternal silence, Fu Li will use the memories of the universe as a blueprint to rejuvenate the realms. The wisdom star god, Bo Shizan, ascended from a computer, deconstructing the existence of all things through reason. He imbues reason with significance and delineates a circle to define the scope of rationality. He endeavors to exhaust all reason in pursuit of a model that aids in comprehending the world within that scope, transforming possibilities into certainties. Only those geniuses who truly recognize the boundaries of reason may earn his favor. All individuals possessing knowledge that could obliterate the universe or cause significant harm to it, who lack or are devoid of humanity, will receive an invitation from Bo Shizan. Thus, the reason why the adoptive father cannot become the emissary of wisdom is that he is too humane. To traverse the path of wisdom, one must possess not only knowledge and intelligence, but, more crucially, a thirst for knowledge. The path of wisdom manifests in actions of contemplation, logic, and strategy. The mystery star god, Si, believes that deconstructing all things through reason will strip existence of its inherent possibilities. By disseminating fictions and riddles, he bestows existence upon the unknowable, filling the universe with potentialities, perhaps for an uncertain future. The harmony star god, Pei, contends that intelligent beings must erase the desires for strength and individual differences, connecting myriad lives into a more powerful collective life form that transcends physiological limits. By uplifting the weak, he embraces all, 1,000 faces in one, proclaiming the joy of human harmony. The path of harmony embodies understanding, support, and cooperation. This encapsulates the paths of the 18 star gods. Chapter 10. Transformation after more than an hour of narration by Ning Shuang. An entirely new pantheon entered the minds of the audience, leaving them in a state of cognitive overload. Seizing this opportunity, Ning Shuang took a sip from the cup on the bedside, wetting his throat. Therefore, Shuang, is Lan and Yao sure benevolent or malevolent deities? Hong Ying was curious, for it was previously stated that Lan is the closest to humanity, and her own Shuang holds great admiration for him. Subjectively, she does not perceive Lan as a malevolent god. However, the fate of the apothecary is marked by selflessness, altruism, and healing, which does not appear to align with malevolence. Yet, they are adversaries. Hong Ying found herself momentarily overwhelmed by such intricate dilemmas. The star gods are indifferent to notions of good and evil. They merely pursue their own destinies. Abundance bestows its blessings generously, yet the majority of those who are blessed, the prosperous beings, choose to engage in pillage and massacre, jeopardizing the cosmos. The hunters generously offer their strength to their homeland, eradicating the undead entities that once plagued their abodes. Nevertheless, the hunting of Lan is indiscriminate. Its salvation and destruction are nearly indistinguishable. Nanak believes that only through annihilation can rebirth occur. In his eyes, he too is salvaging this universe. They are simply enacting their own destinies, impervious to human moral judgments of their righteousness or wickedness. Nonetheless, they should be aligned with Daxia. After all, when the path is forged, I believe a multitude of pathwalkers will emerge in Daxia. The star gods will offer some assistance to their own pathwalkers to some extent. So, are you now a pathwalker of abundance? Wu Xiaonan inquired further. No, I am the sole envoy under the auspices of abundance. Ning Qiye displayed an expression of utmost confidence. The atmosphere was charged with pride. Si Xiaonan, just report to the higher-ups that Xiao Ning is a pathwalker. Everyone, please maintain confidentiality. After listening to Chunwei's words, Ning Qiye felt a warm glow within him. This too can be seen as a form of protection. Captain, the paths and the forbidden realms theoretically do not conflict. The crowd, 3 seconds later, as they processed this revelation. The crowd, oh Chuan, shouting, do you know what this implies? Chunwei's face flushed crimson. His gaze fervently fixed upon him. Ning Qiye nodded. He certainly understood the implications. It meant that those without the Night Watch's guardianship might acquire a new forbidden realm. And the existence of dual forbidden realms was not beyond the realm of possibility. When a person's will converges with their destiny, they become a pathwalker, the stronger the will. The further they can traverse, and the greater their power becomes. Sacrifice, protection, selflessness, altruism, and vengeance have long been indelibly intertwined with the Night Watch. If the dark night descends, I shall stand before millions, sword drawn, blood staining the heavens. Sacrifice, protection, and selflessness have permeated the century of Daxia without deities. When the path is forged, the resolve to protect countless lives, the selfless will, and the belief in vengeance against foreign gods are sufficient to propel a multitude onto their paths, transforming them into formidable pathwalkers. Indeed, it is not inconceivable that the hunters might select another envoy. How does one embark on the path? Could you elaborate? Wu Xiaonan posed the pivotal question. First, the star gods must descend, accompanied by a steadfast conviction. That is it. This simple answer left Wu Xiaonan utterly astonished. That is all. The star gods will descend in a year, as the apothecary informed me. The star gods do not deceive. Except for as that trickster could conjure anything. Ning Qiye silently scoffed. Let us conclude the discussion on the new pantheon and the preparatory team here. Xiaonan, I leave the report to you. Deputy, my realm is the light realm, since the manifestation of deities at night signals the emergence of divine realms. Ning Qiye had ascended to the Chuan realm after his battle with the demon mask king, yet reporting it as such would alert the infiltrators within the Night Watch. An 18-year-old in the Chuan realm, a divine envoy. One could only imagine the kind of force the ancient god church would dispatch to eliminate him. In the original narrative, Lin Qiye escorted the night goddess Nyx out of the hospital. Those privy to the knowledge should have been limited to Yuan Gang and Commander Yifan, and was classified as top secret. Yet, during the holiday, the dual divine envoys became common knowledge. It raises suspicion as to whether the security of the Night Watch is managed by the same personnel as that of the Kingdom of Light. Strangers come and go freely. Consequently, the ancient god church dispatched a divine envoy and 2 acolytes, one of whom was the Sea Realm Han Xian from the Forbidden Realm Sequence 079, Great Wind Calamity. Had it not been for the intervention of the Qi Min that countered Han Xian, the holiday could have taken a dire turn. If one were to be in the Chuan realm, the ancient god church would surely eliminate him before he could even muster any offensive capability. There was no doubt they would dispatch 2 clients. Would victory be assured? Certainly not. Hence, it is prudent to bide one's time. Once the star gods descend, they shall witness true cruelty. If I can endure until then, Ning Qiye contemplated silently. Very well, Wu Xiaonan nodded after a brief contemplation. Xiao, Ning, do not employ that technique you used to save Xiao Kongcheng again. It places too great a strain on your heart. Ning Qiye nodded, acknowledging his impulsiveness. One should not stab directly into the artery of a good person. At that moment, his sole thought was to save a life without considering the consequences. Starting tomorrow, you both will commence training. In the morning, practice swordsmanship with me. In the afternoon, study theory with Wen Kumo. And in the evening, learn marksmanship with Leng Xuan. Lin Qiye nodded, but Ning Qiye was discontented. Captain, I am still anemic and weak. Have you not been anemic for 6 or 7 years? I have yet to see any adverse effects. Ning Qiye had grown accustomed to his anemia, a fact Chunwei had learned from Old Sun the previous day. Speaking of which, Chunwei and Ning Qiye were old acquaintances. When the 11-year-old Ning Qiye had presented a painting, expressing a desire to intern at a hospital, Chunwei had intended to casually dismiss the child. Yet, when Ning Qiye unfurled the artwork, revealing a 6-armed woman, Qiye was instantly ensnared by an overwhelming presence, rendering him breathless and immobilized. A deity, undoubtedly a deity. Moments later, Ning Qiye hastily rolled up the painting. The oppressive aura dissipated, and Qiye exhaled in relief. Mysterious uncle. I dream of the sister in the painting each night. She urges me to become a doctor. She says I can come to the Peace Affairs office to seek help from the director here. Ning Qiye blinked innocently, feigning innocence regarding the preceding events. Uncle, yesterday a man in black said he could also assist me. He introduced himself as Xiao. If you choose not to help me, I shall take my leave. With that, Ning Qiye pretended to depart. Wait, child, leave this matter to me. Return to me at this time tomorrow, and I will arrange everything for you, Qiye hastily replied. Allowing a child, who might be a divine envoy, to join the ancient god church under his watch was simply unacceptable. Thank you, uncle, goodbye. Having achieved his objective, Ning Qiye had no intention of lingering and left immediately. As for Xiao, it was merely a fabrication. Otherwise, Captain Shun would not have acquiesced so swiftly. The pressure emanating from the painting was a product of his transformation ability. Chapter 11. A new home transformation is one of the 5 symptoms of succumbing to the demon shadow, indicating that the physical form begins to sprout mutated organs, rendering it incapable of maintaining a stable human shape. This was also the skill Ning Qiye acquired upon breaking through to the pool realm, utilizing destiny energy to bestow new capabilities upon life. In simpler terms, it involves employing mental energy or flesh to create tools, such as the seed that can instantly entangle the demon masked person, blue-silver binding, or the longevity elixir that saved old Xiao that night. Theoretically, as long as there is sufficient destiny energy, Ning Qiye could theoretically craft a star god from scratch. He had received the blessings of abundance, and his flesh contained a wealth of destiny energy. Utilizing this skill could be achieved through the divine realm or by nurturing it with flesh. Previously, Ning Qiye preferred the latter approach in the Chuan realm due to its higher efficiency. Besides causing anemia and weakness, it could only be utilized once a week, with no other side effects. This was one of the reasons for Ning Qiye's frailty. By the way, temporary teammates do not provide meals or accommodation. Only after 1 month of intensive training can they become formal members, Qiye added. Lin Qiye, no meals or accommodation. Although I was already aware, it still feels absurd to hear it again. Where will I stay this month? Lin Qiye inquired. Captain, I just resigned and have no place to stay. You would not allow 2 adorable newcomers to wander the streets, would you? We are the future blossoms of our homeland, Ning Shuang said, her gaze fixed longingly on the side where Hong Ying sat, appearing feeble and helpless. The 2 younger brothers can stay at my house. I have plenty of vacant rooms. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Hong Ying, I also wish to join. When Mo seized the opportunity. Together then, Hong Ying rolled her eyes in an amusing fashion. Ning Shuang remarked, young man, that won't do. Captain, you should submit these portraits as well. With that, Ning Shuang pretended to pull out 13 portraits from her bosom and handed them to the crowd. Besides the images, the names of various celestial deities were inscribed. These were sketches she had idly created years ago. Among the 18 celestial deities in the game, only 14 had portraits. Archimedes, the dragon, the last king, and Idlera did not even have images. Additionally, including the deceased Tai Yi and Tai Ziyu Luo, there were a total of 12. Brother Ning, why does this one lack a name? Lin Qiye inquired, gazing at a handsome golden-haired man depicted in the portrait, which seemed incongruous compared to the other somewhat abstract styles. When Mo leaned in to observe and asked Ning Shuang why the portrait of the trickster god Loki was among these illustrations. Si Xiaonan, upon hearing that name, trembled involuntarily, cold sweat breaking out, her grip on the portrait tightening. However, she quickly regained her composure, returning to her usual charming demeanor. That painting was not of Loki, but rather the Rakshasa, or Otto, the bishop. Ning Shuang remarked. I knew that a face like this could not belong to a good person. Damn it, Otto is still pursuing me. The healer described him as a villain of the highest order, capable of kicking down an elderly person's cane and snatching a child's lollipop, instigating wars and wreaking havoc upon the world. In short, he could commit any crime except abducting women. He must be eliminated. Ning Shuang said earnestly, his expression serious, as if discussing a mortal enemy. However, in truth, Ning Shuang only knew that Otto was after Karen's tree. he understood little else. Overall, he was a despicable creature deserving of respect, it seemed. Yet, the fact that he resembled Loki only confirmed what online acquaintances had claimed. A face like that could not belong to a virtuous individual. The crowd reacted with exclamations of disbelief. How atrocious! How could such a person exist? He is simply a natural-born villain. At that moment, somewhere far away, Otto and the Rakshasa both sneezed. Xiaonan, what do you think of these two newcomers? Qiye and Shuang are both splendid children. However, Shuang harbors something within. He appears light-hearted and affable, yet there is a stubbornness and hatred hidden in his gaze. They are both commendable youths. Xiaonan paused before continuing. It is clear that the ghost-faced king was slain by Ning Shuang. Anyone with discernment can see that. Yet both he and Qiye insist that it was Zhao Kongcheng who took the lead, claiming they merely played a supportive role. Does that matter? Is it not significant? Chunmu Yi gazed steadily into Xiaonan's eyes, speaking slowly. It is commendable that these two children are willing to relinquish credit, and their eyes betray a resolute spirit. Particularly Shuang. That child possesses a cunning nature. Do not be too rigid. Before Xiaonan could respond further, Chunmu Yi departed abruptly. Upon returning to his office, Chunmu Yi retrieved a list, or rather, a partial list. The first line prominently displayed the name Ning Shuang. Lighting a cigarette, he leaned against the window, allowing the smoke to dissipate as he muttered to himself. His body remains unchanged from before. Healer, what are your intentions? Chunmu Yi's forbidden domain was Black Vucheng. He could clearly sense that Ning Shuang had perished. And now, he merely lingered in the mortal realm by sheer will. Yet, he could not comprehend why the healer, having chosen him, would not extend a hand to save him. But if he sought to harm his comrades, he would have to step over his dead body. After all, this Tsang then shares the surname Chun. At this moment, somewhere, a sneeze echoed. A beautiful woman clad in a verdant gown felt a tickle in her nose. Who dares insult me? A man in blue armor retorted. Given your past deeds, are there not many who would berate you? With that, he turned away, blocking out the sounds of the lovely lady's protests. As night fell, the full moon hung high, casting a silvery glow upon the silent city. A young man sat atop a building, cradling a sniper rifle. By the moonlight, he scrutinized a note in his hand, upon which were scrawled these disjointed thoughts. Brother Xian, I have a friend who lost her memories, which included her beloved family, friends, and companions. She embarked on a new journey, forging bonds with new friends. Along her path, she encountered both peril and opportunity. Her past family would often appear at critical moments, aiding her in averting disaster. When the precious memories of yesteryears resurfaced in her mind, though hazy, they remained invaluable. In that instant, the fate of her memories unfolded before her. Brother Xian, I wish to implore you to cherish everyone's recollections when he arrives. Let this treasure transform into a blade that pierces the mysteries, safeguarding this cherished place filled with memories. Chapter 12, Training, Part 1, Following Ning. Si Xiaonan entered the villa. The bright chandelier emitted a warm, golden glow, accentuating the grandeur of the spacious living room. Rather than a villa, it could more aptly be described as a castle. Si Xiaonan, perhaps feeling shy, retreated upstairs early to rest in her room. Ning Shuang and Lin Qiye stood by the entrance, gazing in astonishment at the opulence of the villa. All right, no need to be so surprised. There will be plenty of time to admire it later. Let me first show you to your rooms. Ning smiled, handing them each a pair of slippers. Pink, which matched well with Lin Qiye and Ning Shuang. Ascending to the second floor, Ning pointed toward two rooms. Shuang, you shall occupy the innermost room, while Qiye, you will take the other. The rooms are equipped with daily necessities. If you find anything lacking, we can purchase it tomorrow. Suddenly recalling something, Ning clenched her fist and stated fiercely, Si Xiaonan and I are in the room opposite. If you wish to enter, you must knock first. Especially you. Shuang, if you harbor any ill intentions, my long spear is not to be underestimated. Understood, the two quickly assured her. Ning Shuang inwardly scolded, thinking, am I the sort of person who would casually enter a girl's room? Good night, Sister Ning, and Qiye, he said before turning to retreat to his room. Upon checking the time, he realized it was nearly midnight. After defeating the ghost-faced king, severing the main artery to save Zhao Kongcheng, and enduring another encounter with the mother worm, he felt mentally exhausted. He feared that without rest, he might collapse. A night passed in silence, and Ning Shuang slept soundly. "Good morning, Qiye." Ning Shuang rubbed his sleepy eyes and called down to Lin Qiye below. "Good morning, Brother Ning. Do you need to write a letter to your family? I have paper and a pen." "No, I have no parents. The only person I can consider family is my master, who messaged me this morning saying he has gone to the capital and reminded me to take care of myself." Ning Shuang knew without a doubt that it was Chen Muyi who facilitated his departure, as Cang Nan was at the vortex of turmoil, and the sooner he left, the better. Chen Muyi and Wu Xiang Nan took Lin Qiye to the old district, where they submitted the necessary documents for Lin Qiye's enlistment to his aunt, marking a farewell to his past. Meanwhile, in the subterranean training room of the peacekeeping office. "Ouch, ouch, old Xiao. Can't you be a bit gentler?" Ning Shuang, now a transformed pupa lying on the ground, complained bitterly. At that moment, the spirited Xiao Kong Cheng hoisted him up, saying, "Newcomers are always like this. Back in the day, when Mo joined the team, the captain had him sprawled on the ground for a day and night. Aren't you supposed to be a healer? Hurry up and treat yourself." "Really?" Ning Shuang rolled his eyes, silently criticizing, "I wonder who hit harder after my healing." At this moment, Lin Qiye entered the room, and Ning Xiang's eyes instantly brightened, as if she had seen a savior. "Lao Zhao, you are indeed formidable, but do you dare to take on two opponents at once? What is there to fear? You two can come at me together." Zhao Kongcheng replied with a hearty laugh, handing Lin Qiye a knife, signaling for both to attack. "Qi, I will take the left while you take the right." With that, Ning Xiang dashed forward, and Lin Qiye followed suit, accelerating in response. Perhaps due to Lin Qiye's absence that morning, Lao Zhao was particularly attentive to him. 3 seconds later, Lin Qiye's cries of anguish echoed throughout the training grounds. In the afternoon, Ning Xiang and Lin Qiye stepped into the forbidden training ground, their spirits visibly diminished. Observing that neither bore significant external injuries, when Kamo felt surprised, but then recalled that Ning Xiang's divine realm could heal, which alleviated his concerns. "How was the training this morning?" Lao Zhao's swordsmanship is on par with the captain's. "Of course, without the use of forbidden realms." "Not good. I was beaten for the entire morning, and Qi was similarly punished for half of it. The more I healed him, the harder he was struck. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted," Ning Xiang lamented. "All right, Lao Zhao is merely following the captain's intentions. Sweating more in training means less bloodshed in real encounters. Oh, by the way, Xiaonan is also a healer. You can ask her to treat you. Once healed, you can continue to endure." "All right, let us begin the lesson," Wen Kumo said, clearing his throat and elaborating on the knowledge of forbidden realms, divine realms, and forbidden objects. It became evident that professional explanations were far more detailed than mere readings, greatly benefiting Ning Xiang. Next, let us discuss the sequence of forbidden realms, starting from 001. The lower the number, the more dangerous it is. Brother Kamo, is this similar to the divine identifiers? Brother Kamo, what is my sequence number? Call me Kamo. The divine identifiers are based on the order of human observation of the deities, unrelated to their danger level. As for Xiang's divine realm sequence number, it has not yet been released, but based on your descriptions, it is conservatively estimated to be within the top 15. Qi, your divine realm sequence is 003. Currently, we have observed a total of 43 divine entities, with the last being the pharmacist you represent. Kamo, did I not provide images of the 12-star deities? Oh, merely providing images is insufficient. If humans do not observe them within a day, they cannot be recorded. Ning Xiang remarked, after providing so much information. I thought the higher-ups might offer some rewards. How stingy. Continuing, the top 30 sequences consist of divine realms and royal realms, with one royal realm ranking within the top 5. Sequences 31 to 89 are classified as extremely high-risk forbidden realms, capable of annihilating cities. Sequences 90 to 199 are high-risk forbidden realms, typically held by the elite forces of small teams. Sequences 200 to 399 are termed dangerous forbidden realms, with their bearers possessing the capacity to contend with the mysterious. Sequences 400 to 599 are low-risk forbidden realms, posing minimal danger but can yield remarkable effects when utilized properly. Those beyond 600 are deemed harmless forbidden realms, such as creating spicy snacks or sheets of paper. I have a question. Can one person serve as the agent for multiple deities? Lin Qiye inquired. That is impossible. There has never been a case in human history. However, according to the information provided by Xiang, perhaps this could change when the star deities descend. Listening to Lin Qiye's question, Ning Xiang recalled that there seemed to be 6 deities in his hospital, each granting him 3 abilities. Coupled with his own agent, Michael, the quantity was indeed overwhelming. Nevertheless, Ning Xiang was convinced that abundance ensured survival. Should he embark on the path of hunting, disregarding causality would not render him weaker than Lin Qiye. Now that we have covered the foundational knowledge, let us discuss your forbidden realms. Qiye, what capabilities does your Fanchen Shinai possess? Within a circular domain of 20 meters radius centered around me, I can perceive everything within. Oh, Wen Kamo raised an eyebrow. What color is Hong Ying's underwear today? Qiye, is what you perceive about Hong Ying and Xiaonan black? Ning Xiang asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye was momentarily flabbergasted. How do you know, Brother Ning? Oh, it's quite simple. Last night, I enveloped all 8 members of the team with a layer of transparent shields using abundant energy. When using perception-based forbidden realms or objects to spy, only black can be seen in private areas. In terms of practicality, it can withstand 3 attacks from a fully manifested Ghost King. Without usage, it can last for 100 years. I applied 8 layers on Sister Xiaonan. This was a one-time seed he had cultivated for half a year, a marvelous object termed nourishment surplus. The first batch produced 30 units. At that time, Ning Xiang was at the pool realm and had nourished the fruits with his own blood for half a year, which could withstand 3 attacks from beings above his own realm. When he was at the pool realm, the nourishment surplus he created could fend off 3 attacks from the Chuan realm's mysteries. A person could use a maximum of 8 at once. Now that Ning Xiang had reached the Chuan realm, this marvelous object needed to be recultivated into a 2nd generation, while the 1st generation should be used promptly, otherwise, it would be disregarded even when stored. Beyond blocking damage, the most crucial aspect is the ability to shield perception, essentially preventing eavesdropping, specifically aimed at Lin Qiye's prying eyes. The two were being quite improper. Xiang remained silent, merely sighing deeply. Wen Kamo and Lin Qiye were likewise speechless, their faces flushed. However, this shield is exceedingly precious. Brother Kamo, I have been an orphan since childhood, but joining Team 136 feels like finding a home. I truly cherish this place. Here, I no longer feel solitary. The captain protects each member in his own way. Thus, I too wish to build the final barrier for everyone in my own manner. It is also my heartfelt gesture. Brother Ning, Lin Qiye's eyes glistened with unshed tears, wanting to express something, but Ning Xiang stopped him. A wave of his hand was not a rejection, but a signal that no further words were necessary. Ever since he first laid eyes on Michael a decade ago, Lin Qiye had been confined to a psychiatric hospital, and apart from his aunt and Yang Jin, his life was shrouded in darkness. No one has ever saved me. Why should I save others? Yet, this frail and pallid figure had rescued him twice and bestowed upon him such a precious life-saving artifact. Lin Qiye was a person who valued gratitude. However, he was at a loss as to how to repay such a significant kindness. Lin Qiye silently resolved to protect Ning Xiang just as he had safeguarded his aunt. All right. There is truly no need to be so moved. I would appreciate it if you both kept this matter confidential. After all, I sincerely hope that everyone will never need to rely on this shield. Fine, I will keep your secret, Brother Ning. Me too. Thank you very much. Following this interlude, the lesson continued, with Lin Qiye focusing on perception and prediction, while Wen Kamo assigned him to the bullet room. As for Ning Xiang, whose usage of spiritual energy was rather crude, he was sent to learn how to utilize it efficiently. Akin to the training camp's acrobatic detonator, ACE, combating the spiritual currents within his body. Throughout the afternoon, this pair of unfortunate brothers found themselves in a chaotic scene, one enduring gunfire while the other performed acrobatics. Cries of anguish, the sound of bullets whizzing, and the thud of flips filled the air. Ning Xiang lamented that this marked a significant blemish in his life. He had never felt so wretched and ungraceful. This self-proclaimed aloof and handsome danger man, Ning Xiang, could not accept the degradation, even as his persona crumbled. In the activity room, as Chun Wei brought the final bowl of bones soup to the table, the dinner, consisting of 4 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a portion of soup, was laid before everyone. The vibrant colors and fragrant aromas made mouths water. Gulps, Hong Ying inhaled deeply, her eyes widening as she swallowed hard. Captain, did the sun rise in the west today? This is so lavish. Across from Hong Ying, Wu Xiaonan smiled slightly. This is prepared for those two children. We are merely the side dishes. Uncle Chun, you are too biased, Si Xiaonan pouted, trying to appear fierce, yet still exuding cuteness. Xiaonan is the cutest in the universe. Chun Weie's mouth twitched slightly. You all know how difficult life has been for those two children. One was blind for 10 years, finally regained sight only to part from family again. The other has been an orphan since childhood and suffered from anemia for 6 or 7 years. As he spoke, there was a sharp sound as Chun Weie used his chopsticks to knock away the eager chopsticks of Hong Ying. They're about to finish class. Let us wait a little longer. Hong Ying remarked that this family is devoid of love. Si Xiaonan felt that her status as the beloved pet of the group was in jeopardy. Shortly thereafter, the two helped each other to the dining table. Lin Qiye appeared to be only slightly injured, while Ning Disha looked extremely pale, as though she might faint at any moment. Disha, how are you feeling? Xiaonan urged. Quick, help treat her. Winkamo, what on earth have you done? Why is Disha so weak? Sister Hong Ying, I'm fine, just a bit mentally exhausted. I'll recover soon. What as for dinner? It smells so good. Saying this, Ning Disha concealed her unpleasant expression and sat directly beside Si Xiaonan. Ready for a hearty meal. All right, let us eat first. Chun Weie chuckled at this lively bunch. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Their eyes reddened as if they had been starving for days. The swift hands took the food, while the slow hands missed out. However, Si Xiaonan appeared fragile and helpless. It was unbecoming for a lovely girl to compete for food. A piece of bright red pork belly landed in Si Xiaonan's bowl, and her eyes lit up. Turning her head, she noticed a cheerful and handsome face tilting towards her. In an instant, Si Xiaonan felt like a shy maiden, lowering her head and murmuring softly, "Thank you." Although her voice was faint, Ning Disha, sitting nearby, heard her clearly. Upon hearing this delicate voice, Ning Disha's heart skipped a beat. It was simply too enchanting. He quickly turned away, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor, embarrassed that his face was flushed. Ning Disha, how can you be so decadent? If this continues, you will inevitably be ridiculed by Wang, Chun Xianjun. The two instinctively lowered their heads. During this time, Ning Disha swiftly placed 3 pieces of braised pork into Si Xiaonan's bowl. By the end of the meal, their relationship had grown considerably closer. At the table, Wu Xiaonan and Hong Ying were engaged in a fierce competition for the largest piece of meat in the bone soup. Just then, a UMP-45 was laid on the table by Leng Xuan. Hong Ying remarked, Wu Xiaonan, Ning Disha, they all questioned why a submachine gun was necessary at the dinner table. Leng Xuan unhesitatingly picked the largest piece and placed it in Ning Disha's bowl, then selected another for Lin Qiye. Eat more. We will practice shooting later. All right. The two were brief in their words, but they were indeed formidable enough to dare to snipe at Loki. Chapter 14. The yarn talent Leng Xuan sat alone at the entrance of the design room, lighting a cigarette, looking haggard, with red-rimmed eyes that had lost their luster. A big man presented a pitiful figure. Leng Xuan, what is wrong with you? When Kamo was startled upon passing by, he had never seen the normally stoic Leng Xuan with such an expression. Come, I'll take you to find Xiaonan and Disha. Let them help you. No, don't. I don't want to see Ning Disha right now. I just want to be alone. Upon hearing Ning Disha's name, Leng Xuan instinctively recoiled. Is it that their shooting talent is lacking? I think we shouldn't be too harsh on the newcomers. Hearing this, Leng Xuan merely buried his head in his chest. Talent lacking? Those two have no talent whatsoever. 10 meters off target? Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan exchanged peculiar looks, while Lin Qiye struggled to suppress laughter. You, who can't hit a target at 20 meters, have the audacity to laugh at me. Fine, it is indeed embarrassing. During the shooting practice that night, Lin Qiye missed at 20 meters, while Ning Disha missed at 10 meters. There's a saying that when one is desperate, anything can happen, except for mathematics. However, for the two newcomers, shooting was an additional challenge. Forget it. Laugh if you want. Ning Disha lay curled up on the sofa, too embarrassed to face anyone. After all, this was quite disgraceful. After a night of practice, he still couldn't hit the 10-meter target. If not for their meticulous training, Leng Xuan would have begun to doubt whether these two harbored any grievances against him. All right. Actually, I was worse than you during my first shooting. Si Xiaonan gently patted Ning Disha's head. Although she was too sure why she did this, she instinctively felt it was a form of encouragement. How about I teach you marksmanship starting tomorrow? My skills aren't too bad either. Ning Qiye's eyes sparkled with hope. The frustration from the evening's training vanished in an instant. Of course, I mean it. Watching the boy's shining eyes, Si Xiaonan felt a pang of apprehension, as though becoming the prey herself, but she agreed nonetheless. After a night of shooting practice, Lin Qiye felt less humiliated than in the original story, as he had someone to support him. Meanwhile, Ning Qiye, the one who missed at 10 meters, was overjoyed to receive Si Xiaonan's tutoring. All in all, everyone had a bright and beautiful future ahead of them. Leng Xuan, hey, pass me the peanuts. In the following week, Lin Qiye and Ning Qiye began intense training, enduring beatings from morning until night. Their swordsmanship improved significantly, as did Lin Qiye's perception and Ning Qiye's mental prowess. Their shooting remained steady, with Lin Qiye still unable to hit the 20-meter target and Ning Qiye missing at 10. Unlike Leng Xuan, who was plagued by self-doubt about his teaching abilities, or Lin Qiye, who questioned his learning capabilities, Ning Qiye appeared to flourish. Under Si Xiaonan's guidance, he could now consistently hit 6 out of 10 shots at 20 meters. Sister Xiaonan, is my stance correct? Yes, it is. Let us see how many you can hit this time. Go for it, little Qiye. Lin Qiye couldn't help but smirk at this scene. He distinctly remembered when he first met Ning Qiye. The man was aloof and striking, exuding a high presence, effortlessly dispatching 2 ghostly figures with a snap of his fingers. But now, in front of Si Xiaonan, he appeared as a well-behaved puppy. Indeed, love transforms, Lin Qiye silently remarked. At this moment, in the northeast of Daxia, Fengdu, within the Zhongling Qietian Palace, in the central hall, a girl dressed in a deep blue robe with long black hair, fair skin, exquisite features, and a dragon-shaped jade pendant at her waist sat atop a stone coffin. She shivered, feeling as if someone was watching her from behind. Long lueur, long lueur. When do you think Qiye will arrive? Long air. Since you can shield her perception, does that mean I can go find Qiye early? The jade pendant at her waist flickered with blue light, indicating dissent. All right, let us stick to the script. Just like in the previous 1,120,000,000 iterations. Calculating carefully, there are still 2 years until they can meet again, dear one. The dragon-shaped jade pendant flickered with blue light once more. Okay, I understand. I'll return now. After saying this, the girl lay back in the coffin, continuing with her script. In the activity room, members of Team 136 gathered. Once everyone was present, Chun Muye, expressionless, tapped his fingers on the table. Since everyone is here, let us begin the meeting. We have received reports of a suspected mysterious creature at number 2 middle school. Number 2 middle school? Lin Qiye looked momentarily startled. Ning Qiye, however, felt an inexplicable calling from that place. Yes, it's your previous school, Qiye, and the person reporting it is someone you know. Chun Wei gestured for Lao Zhao to bring the person over. Before long, a haggard middle school student with bloodshot eyes walked in. Li Yifei, Lin Qiye exclaimed. Qiye, have you joined him too? Upon seeing a familiar face, Li Yifei's expression brightened slightly. All right, we can reminisce later. Let's first discuss what you witnessed. Understood, Commander. Li Yifei swallowed hard and recounted his encounter with Lu Xiaoyan, the new head teacher from the previous night, detailing the shocking events. The more they listened, the more alarmed the group became, their brows knitting tightly. If what you say is true, then this incident bears a 90% likelihood of being a mysterious event, one that possesses the capability of infection. However, if you're fabricating this information, you understand the consequences. Understand. What I say is true. Under Chun Muye's fierce gaze, Li Yifei hastily assured them of his sincerity. Xiaonan, what is your perspective? The existing intel indicates that this mystery possesses both infectious and disguising abilities, as well as human-like intelligence. Most concerning is the possibility that it may also have the ability to assimilate any creature it consumes, Wu Xiaonan replied. This mystery should not be too formidable. Qiye's perception should be able to see through their disguises. So, can we infiltrate directly and eliminate Lu Xiaoyan? Hong Ying's eyes lit up. It's not that simple, Lin Qiye interjected. We cannot ascertain whether a symbiotic relationship exists between the host and its offspring, nor can we confirm Lu Xiaoyan's status as the host. Furthermore, we have no idea how many individuals have been infected. We must prepare for the worst. When Como added, the worst? Hong Ying asked, puzzled. Sister Hong Ying. This means that perhaps the entire number 2 high school is filled with monsters. Or even the entirety of Kangnan has fallen. Moreover, Li Yifei and I sitting here might also be infected, unknowingly becoming part of the monsters. With that, Ning Qiye turned her head away. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei's pupils constricted sharply, a chill rising from his feet to the top of his head, leaving his mind blank. All right, Qiye, you shouldn't frighten him further. Hong Ying chuckled, seemingly unfazed. But what if it is true? A hoarse voice interjected. A face resembling a mask adorned with branches and a mix of yellow and green appeared before Ning Qiye. Chapter 15. The Nandu, Snake Demon Incident. Bang! Sitting nearby, Si Xiaonan gave him a playful knock on the head. Don't joke around. Look how scared Sister Hong Ying is. Though she grumbled. The slight curl of her lips indicated she was enjoying the moment. Ning Qiye removed the mask, allowing it to dissipate into specks of starlight. As a member of the Abundant Order, I conjured a magical shadow mask in the Ganges. Qiye, are you itching for a fight? Hong Ying clenched her fists, speaking fiercely. Wrong. I merely wish to lighten the mood. All right, enough with the antics. We will split into 2 groups. I, along with Xiaonan, Kamo, and Lao Zhao, will form one group to center around number 2 high school and search for traces of other infected individuals. The younger members will form the second group to infiltrate number 2 high school and attempt to locate the host while awaiting support. Li Yifei, you will accompany the second group. I can't. I'm just an ordinary person. What if they will protect you? You are the only one who has faced this mystery directly. But before Li Yifei could refuse, Qingyu tossed him a piece of candy. If you perform well in this mission, I can offer you a chance to join the Night Watchers. All right, I promise to complete the task. Li Yifei immediately stood up straight, pledging, Sister Xiaonan, Qi, and I will gather some supplies. Let's meet at the entrance of number 2 high school. With that, Ning Qiye pulled Lin Qiye away toward the shooting range. Li Yifei has issues. Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned, caught between her benefactor Ning Qiye and her classmate. Unsure of how to choose. Don't you find it strange? A mystery hunting or reproducing with a person just a few meters away, especially one adept at hiding. Don't you think it seems intentional for Li Yifei to discover it? That's impossible. If that's the case, what would the mystery gain? What if its goal is to have Li Yifei join the Night Watchers? If Li Yifei is parasitized by the host, he could gain merit for slaying the offspring and thus join the Night Watchers. You must understand, the dangers of such an infectious mystery far exceed 10 ghost-face kings. Ning Qiye's theory seemed absurd to Lin Qiye. Here, take this. It's better to be cautious. Ning Qiye handed Lin Qiye 2 seeds. Infusing them with spiritual energy and throwing them would bind mysteries below the Chuan realm. If Li Yifei truly has issues as his classmate, you would be delivering him to his final journey. After saying this, Ning Qiye took 2 handguns, handed one to Lin Qiye, and left the shooting range directly. Brother Ning, can we really have guns? 2 people who can't even hit a target 20 meters away with guns. Are you sure you are not trying to become an insider? Having a gun is different from not having one. You can use it to scare people. Also, your gun only has 1 bullet. Didn't you see me unload your magazine? Lin Qiye checked and found the magazine empty. Be careful not to fire it accidentally. Ning Qiye reminded him. Though he felt the warning was unnecessary, as everyone was equipped with shields, a single bullet from a handgun wouldn't breach their defenses. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of number 2 high school, 3 distinct boxes and 5 individuals stood before the entrance. This school uniform is truly ugly. Hong Ying looked down at the red and white uniform, expressing her disdain. It depends on the person. Even in a school uniform, Sister Hong Ying looks great. Ning Qiye was not merely flattering. Hong Ying's figure was already outstanding, curvaceous, wearing a short sleeve with the uniform jacket. With her high ponytail and a long black box on her back, she exuded a radiant and spirited aura. Si Xiaonan, standing beside her, sported a different style. Wearing a cartoon-themed jacket with the school uniform tied around her waist, her dark hair styled in 2 buns, appearing shy and adorable. Hearing Ning Qiye's compliment, Hong Ying's eyes sparkled as she playfully blinked. Brother Qiye knows how to speak. Then, Brother Ning, why are you wearing a female school uniform? Indeed, Ning Qiye donned a neat red and white uniform, free of wrinkles, with a silver ponytail, a pale complexion, and delicate features, giving the impression of a quiet young girl at first glance. The school does not permit boys to have long hair. This is also necessary for infiltration. We can't just eliminate them outright. Although this is infiltration, we are still regular troops. Lin Qiye interjected, please don't say such dangerous things with such a delicate face. What time is it now? It's just the start of the first class. How do we blend in? That security guard looks tough to deal with. As she spoke, Lin Qiye pointed at the fierce-looking security guard nearby. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a plan, Li Yifei spoke up. I can attract the guard's attention while you all slip in. My suggestion is to utilize my identity as a person with albinism to walk in boldly. You can leave the boxes to me. Little Frost, since when did you have albinism? Si Xiaonan, who had examined Ning Qiye before, still felt anxious. While Hong Ying wore a worried expression, Ning Qiye pulled out a pair of red contact lenses from his pocket. After putting them on, with white hair, pale skin, and red eyes, he indeed resembled someone with albinism. Pretending to be a patient is easily done. And didn't I mention I have a storage space? The group shook their heads in unison. Oh, well, I'll say it now. Ning Qiye grabbed the 3 boxes and instantaneously refined them. Oh no, rather, he placed them in a narrow path of destiny. Brother Ning, impressive, Lin Qiye exclaimed, astonished. A bit handsome, Hong Ying commented. Si Xiaonan nodded in approval as well. Relying on Ning Qiye's albinism identity, the group easily blended in. Li Yifei, what building is that? Ning Qiye pointed at a distant structure. Oh, that's the girls' dormitory. Is Lu Xiaoyan in there? 502, the name is on the doorplate. After acquiring the desired information, Ning Qiye nodded slightly. Let us divide into 3 groups. Iye, you and Li Yifei return to the classroom to further observe Lu Xiaoyan. Sister Xiaonan and I will check the girls' dormitory, while Hong Ying will seek out the headmaster. Lin Qiye had no objections, but Hong Ying felt that Ning Qiye's map of Yin was rather lacking. Si Xiaonan also wore a peculiar expression. Do not misunderstand. There may be something I need in the girls' dormitory, Ning Qiye clarified, disregarding the strange looks from the others. My sixth sense tells me that there is something I require in that location. The group responded with skepticism. Do you expect us to believe that? Do not doubt me. As the envoy of the apothecary's sister, I possess no offensive capabilities. What if the apothecary's sister intends to bestow upon me a weapon to maintain appearances? Does that not seem reasonable? Quite reasonable, indeed, but hardly credible. It has never been heard that deities provide their agents with weaponry. The more they listened, the more absurd it seemed. Rather than believing in the existence of divine artifacts in the girls' dormitory, they suspected that Ning Qiye was merely attempting to create an opportunity for a private encounter with Si Xiaonan. As they observed Hong Ying's mischievous grin, both Ning Qiye and Si Xiaonan felt their cheeks flush and hurriedly departed. Chapter 16. The girls' dormitory. Ning Qiye grasped Si Xiaonan's small hand, briskly making their way towards the girls' dormitory. Si Xiaonan's steps were slightly hurried, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Although this was not their first instance of physical contact, each encounter caused their faces to burn with embarrassment. Hey students, what are you doing outside the classroom during class time? Which class are you from? The voice of the dormitory supervisor startled Ning Qiye, who leaned against Si Xiaonan's shoulder, striving to suppress a smile while feigning discomfort. I see, he is not feeling well, and the homeroom teacher asked me to escort him back to the dormitory to rest. Si Xiaonan quickly responded. What class are you from? The supervisor pressed. Class 2. Year 2. I am Lin Qiye, and she is Li Yifei. All right, you may proceed. Silently, they ascended to the 5th floor, disappearing from the supervisor's view. All the dormitory doors were tightly shut, the lights extinguished, and the absence of glass in the corridor rendered it even dimmer. However, Ning Qiye remained oblivious, diligently searching for Lu Xiaoyan's dormitory. With the transformation skill at her disposal, crafting a night vision device was hardly a challenge. Yet Si Xiaonan clutched her clothing tightly. Pressed against the wall, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Xiao, please slow down. Ning Qiye realized she had forgotten that the child was afraid of the dark. In the fog, it was even darker, and there was not a single person to converse with. The more she contemplated, the more pity she felt, cursing Loki in her heart. One day, she would make him pay dearly. Sister Xiaonan, do not fear. I am here, Ning Qiye reassured her, gently taking her soft hand. Si Xiaonan did not resist, but allowed herself to be silently led. For some reason, when he was present, she always felt a sense of security. Arriving at the dormitory door, Ning Qiye gently pushed it, only to find it locked. Sister Xiaonan, can you pick the lock? Si Xiaonan nodded. producing a slender tool to deftly unlock the door. Ning Qiye entered first, ensuring no one was present before heading directly to the balcony. How ostentatious. Truly unafraid of being photographed by drones. Sister Xiaonan, look, on the balcony, aside from a few pieces of laundry, the most striking sight was 4 complete human skins. I must say, the Nanchuo serpent demon possesses exceptional skills in skinning. Not a shred of flesh or fat is wasted, for the human skin is thin, translucent, and impeccably clean. I sense you are contemplating something quite inappropriate, Si Xiaonan remarked, her complexion pale. Not all. Let us explore other dormitories. As they opened one dormitory after another, Ning Qiye's expression gradually darkened. For every balcony they visited, 4 human skins were displayed. This cannot be right. Despite traversing 17 years, how could the addition of a single intern in a city with a population nearing 4 million create such a vast butterfly effect? There were no survivors on the first floor. Qiye, how many people did you see infected? Brother Ning, Captain, I witnessed no fewer than 300, predominantly females. Have Leng Xuan activate the boundless domain. I will contact the special team for support. You all must prioritize your safety while attempting to evacuate the crowd. Soon, the sky above the second high school turned green, signaling the official activation of the boundless domain, transforming the school into an isolated island. Iye. While everyone is on the playground, throw the seeds I gave you onto the ground. Do not infuse them with mental energy. 2 seeds should be sufficient to bind everyone on the playground. Wait for Ning. I fear you may encounter difficulties. Sister Xiaonan and I will arrive shortly. With that, she took Si Xiaonan's hand and departed. Sister Xiaonan, I may have deduced why the infection rate is so high. Why? You will know upon reaching the first floor. I sense something in the dormitory supervisor's office beckoning me. I suspect the serpent demon can sense it too, for beasts possess sharper instincts than humans. Upon reaching the first floor, Ning Qiye lunged for the supervisor's throat. However, the supervisor's head burst open first, revealing a grotesque serpent head that easily evaded the flying dagger. The serpent demon opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp, glistening fangs, exuding a nauseating stench, and charged at the two like a bolt of black lightning. Si Xiaonan remained calm, drawing 2 handguns and aiming for the serpent demon's head, firing successfully. Ning Qiye retrieved a rifle, aligning her shots with precision against the serpent demon's body. After exhausting 3 magazines, the invincible serpent demon fell to the ground. Ning Qiye reloaded and approached the serpent demon, delivering a final volley to ensure its demise. Was that necessary? Si Xiaonan questioned, puzzled, as she was the second-best marksman in the team, having hit the serpent demon's head with every bullet. I simply feared it might feign death and retaliate, Sister Xiaonan, Ning Qiye replied with a sheepish smile. Let us search inside to see if anything has been hidden away. After a thorough search, they discovered a concealed door beneath the bed. It took little effort for the entrance to the basement to reveal itself to them. The entrance was tidy, devoid of dust, suggesting frequent visits, as the second high school served as the hunting ground for the Nanchuo serpent demon. It was evident that opportunities here had already been seized. Sister Xiaonan, I will venture down alone. You should rendezvous with Qiye. Gazing into the darkened entrance, Ning Qiye remarked, it is quite dark below. No, I will accompany you, Si Xiaonan declared firmly, retrieving a flashlight from a dark box. Sensing the ambiguity in her words, Si Xiaonan quickly added, I also feel something is drawing me. Very well, stay close behind me. With that, Ning Qiye leaped down, landing softly with grace. The underground chamber revealed itself as an unexpected expanse, roughly the size of half a playground. In the distance, a small earthen mound seemed to beckon her. Sister Xiaonan, this way. Observing Si Xiaonan, who was trembling yet attempting to appear strong, Ning Qiye couldn't help but smile. She was indeed an endearing, naive girl. Though she shared the same timid nature as Hua, when roused, she was just as formidable as Jing Lu. If you feel afraid, just hold my hand. I will always be here. As she spoke, Ning Qiye approached Si Xiaonan and extended her delicate hand. Si Xiaonan gazed at the tall figure shrouded in shadow, feeling an overwhelming sense of reassurance as she gently grasped his hand. In the pitch-black basement, the two silently walked towards the center, both blushing and unable to meet each other's gaze. Hand in hand, they continued onward. As they neared the center, a foul stench assaulted their senses. heightening their alertness as they drew their blades and entered combat mode. 3 enormous cocoons, larger than human beings and grayish-white, came into view. Si Xiaonan, Ning Qiye. Is this an additional meal? Yet it appears to have no appeal whatsoever. Chapter 17. The offspring of breeding 3 colossal cocoons, each distinctive in its own right. The one in the center remains remarkably intact. Aside from a few faint streaks of blood at the bottom, it is nearly a flawless cocoon. It is unimaginable how such a perfect, oval-shaped cocoon could exist in this world. The cocoon on the left has completed its mission of nurturing life. It has a hole in the middle, with some residual slime still lingering inside. The scent is far from pleasant. As for the cocoon on the right, it is utterly gruesome. The center has been completely shredded, leaving behind a pool of blood and a few unrecognizable remnants of limbs. The first glance is enough to induce nausea and revulsion. Ning Qiye, having witnessed numerous corpses and dissected various creatures, holds her breath and focuses, picking up a fragment of the remains to see if she can identify the species. Gulping, Ning Qiye swallows hard, beads of sweat forming on her brow as her anxiety intensifies with each passing moment. Si Xiaonan. This is the first time she has seen him so tense since she met him. How could it not be tense? If there is a shadow of exploration, it is undoubtedly the swarm of insects. Back when she was an explorer, if the shadow of exploration was selected, even the likes of Qingyu with her invincible shield and the imprisoning Xiao were nothing compared to the cosmic locust plague, which is the most repugnant. You cannot possibly believe that the likes of Shear and Long Dan could eliminate all the insects before the locust plague at difficulty 5 or the golden and mechanical difficulty 12 of insect reproduction. Qingyu. Before the battle, insect parents. After the battle, insect progeny and grandchildren. Not to mention that the train has traversed the insect stomachs. And the overwhelming swarms and the demise of glamour in the luminous PV have left a lasting disgust for insects. Moreover, Ning Qiye has an innate aversion to multi-legged, multi-eyed creatures that ooze upon being squeezed and writhe when left alone, exuding an unpleasant odor. I, Ning Qiye, stand in stark opposition to this verdant evening of Baiyang and the nascent dawn of Dongzi. Now the pressing issue is that the remains on the ground possess a smooth exoskeleton, intricately patterned, approximately the thickness of an adult's forearm. Ning Qiye is convinced that this is the residue of an insect's leg, coupled with the dark purple and lightly patterned membranous wings. The enigmatic insect form leads her to conclude it must be a true stinger. After all, battling this creature nearly induced PTSD. It is no wonder she feels anxious. Insects possess reproductive capabilities. Given sufficient time, even a young stinger could grow to the size capable of obliterating a planet. They must be eradicated promptly. Shuang, have you discovered something? Your complexion seems rather unfavorable. Si Xiaonan nudged his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. Sister Xiaonan, we might be in serious trouble. You should head up first. Is there a new mystery? Si Xiaonan, being astute, quickly deduced the answer upon seeing the corpse that differed from ordinary animals. Yes, and it is quite troublesome. It could be the remnants of breeding. As if to corroborate Ning Qiye's assertion, the large cocoon in the middle began to tremble slightly, cracks appearing on its surface. With a thunderous roar, a young stinger tore through the cocoon with its robust limbs, announcing its birth to the world. The scene froze as it shattered from the center. The confrontation commenced. Ning Qiye was the first to act. She opened the menu and clicked to initiate a retreat. Just as the young stinger roared, Ning Qiye turned and, in a princess carry, scooped up Si Xiaonan, decisively making her way toward the entrance. Young stinger, wait. Why are you running? Shouldn't there be an exhilarating showdown in this situation? Ning Qiye, I can fight you any time, but I must carry Sister Xiaonan properly. It would be unfortunate if she were accidentally harmed. What I mean is, we must ensure the support personnel are placed in a safe location. Si Xiaonan, perhaps due to its recent birth, the young stinger has yet to learn to fly and can only awkwardly crawl with its 4 legs. Showing no signs of fury. Just as they neared the exit, a figure hurtled out, a glinting pink blade aimed directly at them. It was another young stinger. Oh wait, the pink horns and well-developed jaws unmistakably indicated its nobility. It was a corroding stinger. However, unlike the typical newborn insects, this one was more cunning and insidious. It shattered Ning Qiye's preconceived notion that insects merely charged recklessly. More terrifying was that Ning Qiye did not see it coming. It seemed to possess a cloaking ability. It could also be that its sharp mandibles could tear through space, launching unexpected attacks on its foes. The speed was too swift, too sudden to evade. But the anticipated scene of horns piercing flesh did not occur. Instead, Si Xiaonan's shield shattered, losing 3 layers. Yes, the shield that could withstand 9 attacks from the Ghostface King was easily shattered by a mere swipe. Even a newborn corroding stinger should not be underestimated. It was at least a sea realm threat. Having failed its attack, the corroding stinger vibrated its wings, vanishing from sight. Although Ning Qiye was aware that Si Xiaonan would be fine, she could not help but worry. Sister Xiaonan, are you all right? Si Xiaonan shook her head, indicating she was fine. What was that? The shield. Let us head up first. Close your eyes. With that, Ning Qiye produced a flashbang and tossed it around them. With a loud explosion, 2 roars echoed. The only good news now was that both stingers remained in the basement. Exiting the basement, she escorted Si Xiaonan to the dormitory entrance. I will hold them off. You go ahead and regroup with Qi and the others. Be wary of Li Yifei. What about you? This is my mission. Sister Xiaonan, do not worry. I will be fine. I shall return home. With that, Ning Qiye locked the door, taking out all her peculiar items, blue silver binding, wrapping the first floor tightly, creating a sealed chamber. This tactic shall be called the blue-silver arena. Today, only one of us shall survive. The insects or Ning Qiye. 2 insects emerged from the basement, one crawling and one flying. Not far from Ning Qiye. A confrontation ensued between one person and 2 insects. Ning Qiye drew her long knife, activating skill 34, enhancing her defense and agility. With determination, she charged towards the 2 young stingers. While Ning Qiye pressed forward under the weight of her burden, Lin Qiye was enjoying a moment of tranquility. A spear engulfed in raging flames pierced the monster's skull. Hong Ying wiped the sweat from her brow and inquired, Qiye, this should be the last one, right? No, the mother has yet to be found. Lin Qiye tightened his grip on the long knife, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Hong Ying, Qiye, hurry to the girls' dormitory. Something serious has happened. An anxious voice crackled through the earpiece. What happened, Xiaonan? Upon hearing that her close friend was in trouble, Hong Ying hastily grabbed her spear and rushed toward the girls' dormitory. Qiye followed closely. Hearing that a teammate was in peril, Lin Qiye quickly followed suit. At this moment, beneath the girls' dormitory, which had transformed from reinforced concrete to vines, Si Xiaonan squatted on the ground, drawing circles with a disgruntled expression. She had tried shooting with her pistol and slashing with her star knife, but the vines remained as steadfast as a rock, with ricocheted bullets nearly injuring her. Why was she so weak, unable to do anything? Xiaonan, a fiery figure, dashed toward Si Xiaonan in distress. Assessing her from head to toe, Xiaonan, are you hurt? What happened? Si Xiaonan lifted her head, her eyes reddening. Hong Ying, I'm fine, but Shuang has locked herself inside with 2 insect-like entities. I cannot get in. Hearing that Ning Qiye was trapped inside the building made Hong Ying anxious. She activated the forbidden technique, Flame Feather Garb, to burn a path through. At that moment, Lin Qiye also arrived. Sister Hong Ying, wait a moment. Do not act impulsively. Do you want to set the entire dormitory ablaze? Chapter 18. The first real battle. He glanced around at the vines, his expression grave. He truly feared that if Hong Ying, this fierce girl, set the building on fire, it would be a greater tragedy than if his brother Ning perished at the hands of the mysterious beings. Xiaonan, could you describe the appearances of those 2 mysterious entities? Si Xiaonan wiped her eyes and succinctly recounted their ordeal. Upon hearing that the stinger had shattered 3 layers of shield in a single blow, Lin Qiye's anxiety escalated. Lin Qiye brandished a straight knife and relentlessly struck at the vines by the doorway, his movements swift and precise, sparks flying intermittently. Simultaneously, his eyes transformed to a golden hue, emanating golden flames as the Fanshin was activated. Hong Ying remarked, so, who was it that advised me against acting impulsively? Si Xiaonan was equally bewildered, unable to comprehend why Lin Qiye's demeanor had shifted so dramatically. The protective shield could withstand 3 attacks from the Gue Mian Wang, whereas that creature could shatter 3 of Xiaonan's 8-layered shields with a single blow. The threshold of the sea realm loomed. They needed to hurry inside for assistance. After all, next week marked the 7th day since Ning Dage's passing. Upon hearing the conversation through his earpiece, Qiye was left in a daze. Goodness, are the newcomers this formidable? A temporary worker just joined the team and is already handling special squad tasks. If he gets formally assigned, will he be slaying gods? Everyone, remain calm. If it truly is the mysterious sea realm, entering will be futile. Ning Qiye is of the Chuan realm, and you are not. The special squad will arrive shortly. Just as Qiye finished speaking, the dormitory door swung open. A tall figure emerged slowly, tilting his head. With green hair and his left arm hanging limply, droplets of green liquid fell from it. His entire body was encased in dark armor, riddled with numerous wounds, adorned with yellow maple leaves. Golden branch-like horns sprouted from his helmet. The trio instinctively took 2 steps back, swallowing hard, weapons at the ready, prepared to attack. 10 minutes prior, Ning Qiye roared, "You beast, I will end you," as he charged towards the 2 juvenile Jekong worms. However, just as he was about to engage with the Jekong, he slid beneath its abdomen. From the outset, Ning Qiye's target had been the freshly hatched Jekong. Newly born, its exoskeleton was even more fragile and its movements cumbersome, presenting an ideal target. Ning Qiye was uncertain how long it would take for the newborn worm to learn to fly. Perhaps days, hours, or even mere minutes. He could not afford to gamble. He was no match for 2 high-attack, high-agility, flying larvae. The key to breaking the impasse was to eliminate the weakest one first, then use the terrain on the first floor to maneuver against the other. As he reached the worm, he sprang up and swung his knife at its back. The motion was as fluid as cutting through butter, severing the membranous wings of the juvenile Jekong, blood erupting forth. In pain, the juvenile worm collided with Ning Qiye, sending him crashing against the wall, leaving a dent. Fortunately, the vines cushioned the impact, sparing him from serious injury, though he felt a bit dazed. Excellent. A minor injury in exchange for a severe blow. It seems the training from last week was not in vain. The shell of the newborn was softer than Ning Qiye had anticipated. He charged once more towards the larva, but sensed a chill, instinctively raising his left hand to block. He clearly saw the worm's jaws clamp down on his forearm. A shadowy figure latched onto his arm, its horns pressing against his chest. Had he not lifted his left hand just in time, the horn would have pierced his heart. Did the creature possess such cunning? It approached stealthily during its attack and launched a rapid ambush with its sharp horn. However, the worm would never have suspected that the arm it intended to crush was protected by a layer of armor. His forearm had already been infused with demonic energy. A single juvenile worm's teeth were insufficient to breach it. Gazing at the horn pressing against his chest, Ning Qiye resolved to sever it. He swung his Xingqian Dao towards its head, producing a resounding clash of metal. The force reverberated through his arm, causing a tingling sensation. As he felt the numbing pain in his left arm and the faint sound of armor fracturing, Ning Qiye summoned his life energy to enhance the strength of his right hand, swinging the knife once more. Another resounding buzz echoed, leaving Ning Qiye's eyes wide with disbelief. Had his Xingqian Dao shattered? This meant that the resilience and hardness of the horn surpassed that of his weapon. Yet, Ning Qiye, having read the original text, knew more. The Night Watcher's trio of artifacts, the cloak impervious to temperature extremes, the emblem containing the power of the gods, could elevate 1's realm significantly. The Xingqian Dao, crafted by the Queen Mother of the West, was indeed a divine weapon. Yet, this very weapon had broken. Ning Qiye momentarily stood in shock. However, joy soon flooded through him. This horn was composed of material even more formidable than the Xingqian Dao, suitable for refining into a weapon, promising a more comfortable experience in close combat. A frenzied glint sparkled in Ning Qiye's eyes, filled with excitement and bloodlust. He produced an AMR, aiming its muzzle at his forearm before pulling the trigger. A resounding bang echoed as the bullet pierced through his forearm and struck the worm's throat. The Jekong screeched in pain, its eyes glowing with bloodlust. Ning Qiye felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his brain, the pain penetrating flesh and spirit alike. Instinctively, he attempted to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead with his left hand, only to discover that his forearm was now empty, blood dripping down. Through gritted teeth, Ning Qiye fought to regain his composure. The pain brought a modicum of clarity back to his mind. He hastily employed absolute healing to mend his wound. The bleeding ceased momentarily, but no matter how he invoked the forbidden void, his left arm and hand could not regenerate. The injury was one of the 5 symptoms of falling into demonic shadow, indicating severe physical damage inflicted by external violence, necessitating a long and painful recovery through self-healing. Ning Qiye recalled this, having severed his own fingers during dissections in the past. The aftermath typically involved merely an extended period of restoration. Having come to this realization, Ning Qiye ceased his healing, steeling his resolve to eliminate the already crippled juvenile Zhekong. He charged again towards the other larva, leaping several times to close the distance while evading its strikes. Stifling his nausea, Ning Qiye lunged into the worm's embrace. The worm, puzzled, thought, "Is food willingly presenting itself?" However, the juvenile did not ponder long and immediately thrust its 4 legs towards Ning Qiye's back, opening its gaping maw, targeting his vulnerable throat. Ning Qiye raised his left arm in defense while continuously using Forbidden Void to prevent excessive blood loss and unconsciousness. In the standoff, Ning Qiye drew his handgun and emptied the magazine into the crimson eyes of the worm. With several gunshots, the bullets soared towards the creature's eyes. The larva instinctively closed its eyes, but as previously stated, the newly emerged worm's shell was fragile and its flesh tender. The bullets easily penetrated the eyelids, bursting forth with blood. It was akin to detonating a battery compartment. The red glow within the worm's eyes dimmed. Yet, before Ning Qiye could breathe a sigh of relief, the red light surged back and the abdominal muscles contracted. The second phase? No, wait, it's self-detonation. The Zhekong would explode upon death. How could he have forgotten such critical information? Ning Qiye acknowledged his panic, whether due to prolonged comfort or irritation lowering his rationality, clouding his judgment of danger. It was inexcusable. Now, he could only fully activate the peculiar item he had left behind. Nutritional surplus. He must survive. Ning Qiye knew he was facing death, but not now. After all, once dead, vengeance would be impossible. Chapter 19. The initial appearance of the masked squad, perhaps due to its recent birth. The explosion from the juvenile Zhekong was not particularly loud. With a slight pop, the explosion concluded. Ning Qiye, positioned at the epicenter of the blast, was left disoriented, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he lay on the ground, healing for a while before staggering to his feet. There remained another worm to deal with. Though the Zhekong had sustained significant damage from an AMR bullet, its combat ability remained largely intact, thanks to its formidable fangs. Ning Qiye, however, was more heavily injured. Even the newly hatched Zhekong's explosion had the force of a grenade detonating at point-blank range. The surroundings fell eerily silent, devoid of the worm's roars. Only the gentle rustle of the wind could be heard. In his mind echoed the combat techniques taught by Qingyu: charge, lower the body, afflict, and strike stealthily. These simple yet effective maneuvers swiftly sent the once mighty Zhekong to meet its deity, Taiji Yuluo. Ning Qiye, after wielding her blade, concealed herself behind the wall, waiting for the explosion to subside. Once it did, she dragged her weary body to collect the corpses. It was no jest. The horn that could shatter even the Xingqian Dao was a weapon that should not be wasted. Furthermore, this horn was long and straight, ideally suited for crafting a spear. If it were to be confiscated, it would be a significant loss. Curiously, the Zhekong self-destruct from its abdomen, leaving only a small opening there, while its wings, head, and legs remained largely intact. Ning Qiye severed the head of the flying insect and prepared to exit the narrow passage to regroup. She gently tapped the vines on the door, which receded. Sunlight flooded the dormitory, bringing illumination. The first sight she beheld was Lin Qiye. A low, guttural sound escaped Ning Qiye's lips as she raised her straight blade, signaling that the mysterious threat had been neutralized. However, a puzzling realization struck her. Wasn't her Xingqian Dao shattered? What weapon had she just used? Observing the 3 individuals who appeared as if facing a formidable enemy, she instinctively adjusted her attire and, upon glancing down, discovered that her school uniform had transformed into armor. It dawned on her that during the first explosion, in a bid to preserve her life, her entire being had undergone a transformation into Mo-in. The blade used to slay the juvenile Zhekong was a weapon intrinsic to her magical form. Due to the diminished rationality and the necessity to focus entirely on the insect, she had unconsciously overlooked the absurdity of the situation. Ning Qiye quickly retracted her state of anger. She knew she might succumb to Mo-in, but certainly not at this moment. The Moen form she possessed was not the current Ning, Si Xiaonan, or Lin Qiye's match. If the savior perished, not at the hands of Cthulhu, but rather by those of her own, it would be a grave jest. She had to find a way to maintain her sanity. Otherwise, she would have to sever her spinal nerves to ensure the safety of Xiaonan and the others. Currently, Li Yifei was still thriving. In the original narrative, he was at the pool realm, with a substitute ghost under his command, one that was supposed to be killed in the girls' dormitory. Given that the Nanchuo snake demon had consumed an insect egg, it was conservatively estimated to have reached the pinnacle of the pool realm, possibly even breaking through to the Chuan realm. With the addition of the substitute ghost, it implied that there were still two mysterious entities at the Chuan realm within the campus. Ning Qiye employed the Forbidden Void to treat her throat, and once she could communicate verbally, she spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "Qi, it's me, Ning Qiye. Ning Qiye. What's wrong?" The after effects of the Forbidden Void. "You witnessed it when I fought against the Ghost Face King. Please assist me." She gestured to her green hair as proof of her identity. Has the special team not arrived yet? The mother body should also be at the Chuan realm. It's beyond our capabilities. If it concerned a classmate. She urged him to personally escort him. Shuang. They seem to have arrived. Upon learning that Ning Qiye was still alive, Si Xiaonan's anxious heart began to settle. At that moment, several figures pierced through the green sky, descending toward the four at a speed of 234 mph. Shortly thereafter, 7 masked figures landed gracefully. "We are the masked squad. We have yet to locate the mother body of the Chuan realm, Nanchuo, snake demon. We appreciate your cooperation." Seeing the special team arrive, Ning Qiye weakly briefed them on the remaining monsters. There were no pleasantries, no small talk, as she was genuinely exhausted and feeble. "Are you serious? You called us for one mysterious entity at the Chuan realm? Such a waste of resources." A youth donned in a swirling mask expressed his discontent. Certainly, had Ning Qiye been fully conscious, she would have captured a photograph of the trembling legs beneath the swirling mask. "Swirl, maintain your composure." Before the captain could reprimand him, a woman wearing a rose mask delivered a punch to the swirling figure. Ignoring their antics, Wang inquired about the sea realm mysterious reported by Chunwei, directing his attention to the fully armored Ning Qiye. As for her attire, Wang was unconcerned. Transformations were not unfamiliar to him, the most renowned being the sequence 031 known as Black King Zami, which was reputed to exist beneath the gods and above all beings. Observing Ning Qiye's bleeding left arm and her injuries, Wang instructed Qiye to prepare a bowl of pearl jade soup for her recovery. This will aid in healing. Qiye, the medic of the masked squad, was petite and adorable, possibly Ning Qiye's type. The Forbidden Void sequence 100 soup cuisine consumed mental energy to create various types of soups for healing. As for her severed arm, Wang had contemplated directly utilizing time sequence Marauder, but upon considering this, cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. It would be fatal. Only by using time sequence Marauder on the individual before him, even if merely reversing time by a second, would lead to his own demise. Thus, Wang abandoned that idea. There are still 2 beetle mysteries, one of which shattered the Xingchen Dao. I killed it, and its corpse is in the building behind, Ning Qiye concluded, leaning against Lin Qiye's shoulder and closing her eyes to rest. Does it look like this? Wang retrieved a scroll from his pocket, unrolling it to reveal illustrations of juvenile Jekong, Shijichong, Sijichong, and Zhenzekong. Ning Qiye struggled to open her eyes, scrutinizing for a long while before nodding. As for why Wang possessed images of insects, her current mental state was not equipped to ponder that question. Upon receiving her affirmative response, Wang contemplated briefly before assigning Yuegui to accompany him, instructing the rest to search for the mother body. "Captain, I have the flame dust bottle here. If it truly is an insect, a single flame will suffice. Qi, follow them. You must retrieve the head of the mother body. Do you understand?" Listening to Ning Qiye's weak utterance, Lin Qiye was baffled but still nodded in understanding, trusting that his Ninggu would not deceive him. Seeing Lin Qiye's nod, Ning Qiye exerted herself to lift her head, dragging her body backward. Just as she was about to collapse, a petite figure caught her. Catching a glimpse of her sister Xiaonan, Ning Qiye felt a wave of relief wash over her and closed her eyes. With her last ounce of strength, she whispered, "Sister Xiaonan, take me home." Chapter 20. Together under one blanket, time passed swiftly, and Ning Qiye slept in bed for 7 days. Awakening languidly, she attempted to rise, but soon realized she was unable to move her body. She almost forgot that her moine form had rendered her immobile. A mere fatal injury, under conscious conditions, could be swiftly healed and restored to normalcy. Aside from the emerald hair and the triangular markings on her face that had not faded, Ning Qiye appeared no different from an ordinary person. While the physical pains had been easily remedied, the overexertion of her mental energy, coupled with the ravages of the moine form, had left her with a severe headache. Rubbing her temples, she focused her gaze to see a small black furball resting beside her bed, which was none other than Si Xiaonan, who had been caring for her during these days. Ning Qiye smiled helplessly, maneuvering her stiff body to gently lift the slumbering Si Xiaonan and place her securely in bed. Don't catch a chill. And thank you. A beam of moonlight illuminated the room, casting a serene glow over Si Xiaonan's lovely face, adding a touch of aloofness to her charm. The dark circles under her eyes, a result of her labor, rendered her even more endearing. Propping her chin on her hand, Ning Qiye gazed at the beautiful sight before her and couldn't help but smile dreamily. How wonderful it would be if this moment could last forever. Taking out her camera, she captured the delightful moment, affectionately ruffling Si Xiaonan's hair, then leaned back against the headboard, gently removing her glasses and placing them beside her. It must be said that without her glasses, Si Xiaonan lost some of her cuteness but gained a touch of allure, which Ning Qiye found even more appealing. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on it. Love was not something she could afford to yearn for at the moment. Her consciousness slipped into the narrow passage of fate, continuing to cultivate her extraordinary items. There was no choice, with the emergence of insects. Who knew if the antimatter legion or the incineration factory or the abundant people would appear? Whichever it was would be enough to keep her busy. And the need for equipment upgrades was pressing. Aside from the troublesome wing makers, Ning Qiye began her nocturnal routine, nutritional surplus level 20, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from the sea realm, with a maximum use of 8 at once. Leng Xuan, a formidable weapon crafted from the horns and massive jaws of the shattered star Wang Chang's young, has undergone transformation through the abundant Leng Xuan. Additionally, some non-combat curiosities require recultivation, such as the Lan Inchan Rao, which had been exhausted during the previous encounter with the Zhichong. In the narrow pathways of fate, I mobilized my mental energy to create some basic curiosities, Lan Inchan Rao, enhancing even the slightest capability for self-preservation. As the seeds of the curiosities, Lan Inchan Rao, were born one by one, Ning Shuang's eyelids grew heavier, leading him into a deep slumber. The following morning, the gentle rays of sunlight streamed through the window, rousing the slumbering Si Xiaonan. Upon opening her drowsy eyes, she found herself clutching a solid and warm pillow. Her cheeks instantly flushed. What she thought was a pillow was, in fact, Ning Shuang's waist, with her head resting against his chest. Si Xiaonan contemplated slipping away, quietly, wishing to pretend as if nothing had transpired. The situation felt exceedingly ambiguous, she thought to herself. As she attempted to quietly extricate herself, she inadvertently brushed against Ning Shuang's arm, causing him to stir slightly, leaving her frozen in place. Ning Shuang opened his eyes, meeting Si Xiaonan's flushed face. In that moment, both were rendered speechless, engulfed in profound embarrassment. Ning Shuang thought, oh no, how did I end up sleeping so unrestrainedly, nestled in a girl's embrace? Will Xiaonan think of me as a Lei? My image is ruined. You finally awakened. Si Xiaonan broke the silence first, her eyes glistening with tears as she flung herself into Ning Shuang's arms. I thought you wouldn't wake up. Why did you push yourself? The girl's voice dwindled to a mere whisper, reduced to intermittent sobs. Ning Shuang felt a pang of compassion. Gently stroking her smooth hair and softly patting her back, his eyes moistening as he whispered apologies, promising not to let it happen again. As she cried, her voice gradually faded, and Ning Shuang soon noticed that the lovely girl in his arms had fallen back asleep. He retrieved a few tissues to wipe away the traces of tears from her face and shifted his position to create a more comfortable sleeping environment for Si Xiaonan. Time flew by, and before long, it was noon when the door was suddenly pushed open. Hong Ying peered in, and upon seeing the two lying together on the bed, a knowing smile spread across her face. Oh my, just a brief absence, and you've shared bed. Do be cautious, she teased. Si Xiaonan groggily awakening. Felt her face grow warm as she stammered. And no, it's not what you think. I understand. Your secret is safe with me. Hong Ing replied, making a na sign with her hand, though her face bore an unmistakable expression of amusement. Ning Shuang, feeling flustered at having been caught in a compromising situation, hastily defended himself. No, Hong Ing Jie. We did nothing inappropriate. We are completely innocent and guiltless. Hong Ing waved her hand dismissively. All right, I get it. You two simply shared a bed innocently. I'm just here to take over, and since Shuang has woken up, I'll let you chat while I ask Uncle Chun to add more dishes. With that, she promptly closed the door, granting the two some privacy. Captain, Shuang has awakened. Let's add more dishes for lunch. Hurry and bring out your prize lobster. Ning Qiye and the Si Xiaonan exchanged glance. Hong Ing, could you at least tone down that smile? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't buy your nonsense, Si Xiaonan retorted. And why does it seem like the lobster excites you more? Well, Xiaonan, how about you sleep a little longer? Ning Qiye suggested. Sleep, you big-headed monster. Si Xiaonan exclaimed, breaking free from his embrace and glaring at him playfully as she hastily straightened her slightly disheveled clothing and exited the room. Ning Shuang lamented. Oh dear, my sweet and soft Xiaonan. He mused. Hong Ing, I will remember this debt. As Si Xiaonan left the room, she bumped into Hong Ing once more. Their eyes met. Hong Ing, what are you doing? Si Xiaonan asked curiously. Xiaonan, I forgot something here. Hong Ing fabricated an excuse. Oh, what is it? I can fetch it for you. Si Xiaonan offered, turning back, suddenly realizing she might have misremembered. Hong Ing quickly amended. Never mind. Si Xiaonan teased. You must have returned to eavesdrop, right? Surely that's it. Hong Ing, you've fallen for grace. At Hong Ying's playful jabs, Si Xiaonan's cheeks reddened. No way. We're just ordinary teammates. I see Shuang as a younger brother. Does Xiaonan truly not have feelings for Shuang? He is so adorable, gentle, caring, and strong. You really don't find him appealing? Hong Ing inquired, inching closer to Si Xiaonan, seemingly eager to uncover her best friend's true feelings. How could that be? We've only known each other for a few days. Indeed, just a few days. If you don't like him, that's perfect because I find him quite charming, Hong Ing continued to tease. I'm ignoring you. Si Xiaonan exclaimed, hastily departing from the scene. Hong Ing watched her retreating figure, a smile tugging at her lips. Chapter 21. The final lunch with Si Xiaonan gone, Ning Shuang decided to rise and freshen up before heading to find Lin Qiye. He wondered if Lin Qiye had checked into the mental hospital. However, that labor contract, how should one put it, was a rather peculiar affair. Upon arriving at the training grounds, he found Lin Qiye engaged in a spar with Zhao Kongcheng. Ning Shuang moved quietly, but Lin Qiye noticed him. Kid, losing focus during a battle is a grave error, Zhao Kongcheng admonished, swinging his wooden sword directly at Lin Qiye's face. Seeing this, Ning Shuang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Our savior has raised his sword to block. Alas, the block fails, and our hero is sent flying, becoming a pig's head. He thought this amusing scene must be captured, quickly retrieving his camera to document this precious memory. As the photo saved, Ning Shuang's attention shifted back to Lin Qiye. He cast a healing spell, enveloping Lin Qiye in a warm, gentle green light that gradually seeped into his body, restoring him to his former state. Little Ning, you're finally awake. Zhao Kongcheng noticed the presence behind him and turned, his face lighting up with joy. Yes, Lao Zhao. You know me well. As long as I'm alive, any grievous injury can be healed in mere minutes. Ning Shuang replied with a warm smile. Are you here to see Qiye? I'll leave you two to chat while I check if lunch is ready, Zhao Kongcheng said, pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and taking a deep drag before heading towards the door. By the way, little Ning, thank you for what you provided. I owe you a great favor, Zhao Kongcheng said as he exited. Forget it, just acknowledging it is enough. Initially, I was simply concerned they recklessly wield their famed blades, undermining their intended protective function, Ning Shuang replied. Qiye, how is Lin Qiye doing? Ning Shuang inquired, voicing his most pressing concern. He wondered who would help Lin Qiye reclaim the hospital if the head nurse was absent. He wasn't even certain he would survive until that time. Lin Qiye was indeed the nucleus. Chuan Jing, I sent him on his final journey, Lin Qiye responded somberly. Their expressions mirrored a subtle sadness. Both seasoned actors in this emotional play. However, Hearing the answer, he sought brought Ning Shuang a measure of relief. As long as the head nurse was in place, Lin Qiye's greatest peril was averted. One could say they had already cleared half of the challenges in the Zhanshan dungeon. Braised ribs, braised pork, salt-baked lobster, scallion braised, sea cucumber. Vibrant dishes were served at the table, igniting everyone's appetite. The members of Team 136 gathered together, ready to indulge in this culinary feast. "Captain, may we begin the meal?" Ning, eyeing the large lobster, was practically salivating, eagerly awaiting the captain's command to have the sumptuous, succulent lobster land in her bowl. "Ahem. I have submitted the report on the recent Nantua snake demon incident, and everyone did exceptionally well. Especially you, Shuang. Upon evaluation, you have slain an ultra-high-risk Chuan Jing mysterious entity and an ultra-high-risk Qi Jing mysterious entity, in addition to the cash prize of 500,000, a special item. Fong Zai Kongjian was also awarded, which contains a space of 10 cubic meters, along with the Xingchen medal. Naturally, the item and the medal will be presented during the training camp." Upon hearing about the Xingchen medal, everyone exhibited expressions of astonishment. The medals of the Night Watchman are categorized into Xingguo medal, Xinggui medal, Xingchen medal, and Xingai medal. The Xingguo medal is a pale red color and is the most common type, usually awarded after completing certain critical mysterious purification tasks or ensuring the safety of numerous lives. The Xinggui medal is light blue and is typically granted only after vanquishing exceptionally high-risk mysteries or quelling large-scale disasters. The Xingchen medal is a deep blue, glimmering faintly with starlight under the morning light. It is awarded only after successfully defeating immeasurable mysterious entities or resolving significant events that could disrupt societal stability, making its rarity evident. Among the Night Watchmen, its possession rate is merely 1. The Xingai medal is even rarer, with only a handful in the entire Night Watchman. The most recently awarded one given to Wang Mian, who single-handedly impeded the deity codenamed 040, Yamada no Orakai, for half an hour 5 years ago. The 3 medals awarded shortly thereafter were given to Wang Mian for withstanding the beast tide and thwarting the invasion plan of the Takamagahara while steadfastly defending the MU team at Chenlong Pass. Therefore, the value of the Xingchen medal is beyond question. Around the dining table, congratulations were exchanged, and even the usually stoic Leng Xuan displayed a rare smile, bringing warmth to Ning Qiye. However, to Ning Qiye, the medal holds less value than an equivalent amount of gold, as he is devoid of any concept of honor. The sole purpose of the medal in his hands is to serve as a mere embellishment. "Captain, can the Fong Zai Kongjian store living beings?" Ning Qiye inquired, voicing his utmost curiosity. "No." Chen Wuye's answer, while expected, still left him disappointed. "Oh, well, then it's of no consequence," Ning Qiye silently scoffed, yet smiled brightly on the surface. The items provided by the higher-ups were indeed commendable, both in quality and quantity, albeit largely impractical. With the training camp approaching, money holds little significance, and the storage capacity seems constrained. The medals are better suited as toys for Xiaonan. Ignoring Gonginges Ijigas, Chen Wuye placed the largest lobster from the platter in front of Ning Qiye. "Don't just stand there. If you don't eat soon, the dishes will go cold." With Chen Wuye's command, everyone dove in with gusto, devouring the meal. Of course, the highlight of the dining table was the contest between Wu Xiaonan and Hong Ying over the last piece of braised pork. "Hong Ying, respect your elders. I'm taking the last piece. Don't even think about it. Xiaonan, that's mine." Leng Xuan, eager to join the fray, prepared to draw a gun. But Chen Wuye shot him a glance, prompting Leng Xuan to sit back obediently and peel his lobster. Just as Hong Ying and Wu Xiaonan faced off, a pair of chopsticks stealthily snatched away the last piece of braised pork. "Si Xiaonan, no martialesics." "Hong Ying, that's my braised pork." "Si Xiaonan, is that for me?" Seeing Si Xiaonan's expectant expression, Ning Qiye smiled slightly and placed the last piece of braised pork into Lin Qiye's bowl. "Lin Qiye, big brother still thinks of me." "Si Xiaonan, don't he me? Huh, you dog man. You were like this in bed just now." Though Si Xiaonan attempted to feign anger, her round face and big, sparkling eyes only made her appear adorable, melting Ning Qiye's heart at the sight. Ning Qiye retrieved his surgical knife, skillfully peeling his lobster to reveal a pristine lobster tail. He swiftly divided it into 2 portions, sprinkling the sauce pre-mixed by the captain. The sole sauce, a treasure of the captain, was exquisitely sweet with an enduring aftertaste. It must be a creation of the owner of the food Forbidden Ruin, as consuming it seemed to elevate his mental acuity slightly. Chapter 22. The Eve of Departure, Captain. This plate of lobster is quite special. Wen Kamo was the first to notice something amiss and inquired. Ahem. This was crafted by a high-risk food Forbidden Ruin owner years ago, known as bush lobster, which has the effect of refining mental strength, especially for those below the Qi realm, showing significant enhancement. I only have this little stock, one for each of you, so don't waste it. Hearing this, everyone wished they could gnaw on the shells as well. Old Xiao, we don't need to go that far. Ning Qiye observed Xiao, Kongcheng crunching down on a lobster shell, his mouth twitching. Ning, the captain did say it's a great supplement. I, old Xiao, am eager to improve. Alricht, Ning Qiye conquêtet. Considering that reaching a high-risk Forbidden Ruin in middle age is undoubtedly a pursuit for progress. At 40, it is indeed a time for striving. However, this meat held little value for himself in the Chuan realm, and it was merely a chance to savor something new. Si Xiaonan, as a hidden Klein, had even less to gain. Logically, he should have given Lin Qiye more to hasten his growth, ideally allowing him to bypass the year-long narrative in the Zhejiasuo and carry the MU team forward. As for himself, he was content with the tranquil passage of time in the south, lest Qiye suffer the burden of progress in vain. What? You say, what if the ancient god church blows up the Zhejiasuo? Do you think the ceiling and the two kings inside are just idling about? Ning Qiye pondered while glancing at the adorable Si Xiaonan sulking as she ate her portion of lobster, causing his heart to skip a beat. That said, the training at the Zhejiasuo is necessary, as that year of experience lays an indelible foundation for Lin Qiye's future ascent to Yeshenzan. If you don't want to share, just say so. If you're blinded by beauty, just admit it. Why beat around the bush? Ning Qiye. Oh, is it really that hard to say? Lin Qiye retorted. Ning Qiye placed a larger piece of lobster meat into the girl's bowl. Eat more, you look too thin. Hee, Qiye brother, I'm pretty thin too. Si Xiaonan giggled expectantly, fluttering her long eyelashes. Are you saying a stunning beauty, standing at 1.70 meters, with curves in all the right places, is thin? Hong Ying's weight undoubtedly surpasses that of the frail and anemic Ning Qiye, as all that fat didn't just appear by chance. So, is Hong Ying evolving towards becoming a source of amusement? Never mind, that is beyond me. Ning Qiye severed two large claws. One for Hong Ying and one for Lin Qiye. Qiye, how has your training been in the days I've been away? Upon hearing Ning Qiye inquire about his progress, Lin Qiye contemplated before responding, Big brother Ning, I feel I've made rapid progress these past few days. Just that the captain and Uncle Xiao's blades hurt more than before, and my coordination with Vanshin has become more harmonious, and my mental perception has improved significantly. I can barely guarantee hitting targets within 30 meters now. As he spoke, Lin Qiye wore a proud expression. Ning Qiye remarked, after training for so long, hitting a 30-meter target isn't something to boast about. Oh, right, I can't even hit a 20-meter target. Damn, MMP, am I humiliating myself here? Cold Xian seemed to recall the past days of training Lin Qiye, his eyes reddening with emotion as he discreetly wiped away tears under the evening sun, then looked up, revealing a gratified smile. His student in the educational realm would finally uphold his reputation. While Cold Xian reveled in his quiet satisfaction, his gaze turned to Si Xiaonan, and his expression immediately shifted. Cold Xian, he trains well, he. Cold Xian, Qiye's firearms are a black hole, not he. Oh, Ning Qiye is under Xiaonan's care. And it's no problem. As Cold Xian observed Si Xiaonan, Ning Qiye felt an instinctive urge to glance at Cold Xian. For the first time, he perceived an array of emotions, contentment, joy, gratitude, pain, and relief on the face of this 30-year-old man. Did he accidentally spill a palette of emotions? As everyone finished the food in their bowls, Chunmuye addressed the four little ones, Ning Qiye and the others, saying in just a few days, our training session will commence. As per tradition, it will take place in Shangjing. Hong Ying, Xiaonan, you two are responsible for taking Qiye and Qiye to do some shopping. Furthermore, the weather in Shangjing is considerably colder than that of our Kangnan, so do remember to purchase ample winter clothing. Injuries are most common during training, so be sure to come find me tomorrow morning. I will provide you with some medicine that is significantly more effective than what is available on the market. Oh, and make sure to buy the train tickets. The earlier we arrive, the better chance we have to choose our dormitory. Just for tomorrow. Chunmue held a notepad, meticulously reminding Lin and Ning about every detail, even specifying the most comfortable type of train berth. By the time he closed the notepad, over half an hour had passed. Did you remember everything I said? Ning diciang noted indicating affirmation. Captain, is tomorrow too early? Si Xiaonan felt it was a bit rushed and couldn't help but ask. Of course, whether it's to spend a few more days with someone is another matter entirely. The sooner, the better, Chunmue replied emotionlessly. As if recalling something, he added, I will reimburse you for the shopping. Great. Xiaonan, Qi, Dixion, let us hurry. Upon hearing this good news, Ning quickly led the three to shop, as even a second's delay would be a disrespect to the full reimbursement. Once the four had left, Chunmue quietly pulled out his wallet and glanced inside. He Vucheng remained silent, merely sighing. As for tobacco, this month's budget was already exhausted. He would have to mooch off Lao Xiao. The question arises, how long does it take to exhaust the stamina of a restorative caregiver? The answer, merely one afternoon. In just one afternoon, Ning and Si Xiaonan took Ning, Dixiong, and Lin Qiye on a whirlwind tour of Kangnan City, making up for all the streets they had never explored in their lives. Qi, Dixiong, hurry up, Ning urged from the front as the two struggled to keep up behind her. Ning, do you still have any healing spells? Feeling a bit fatigued, the two forced themselves to follow the two girls with all their purchased items stowed away in Ning Dixiong's space. If the members of the Bing Tai clan were to discover that someone was using the sacred meeting place of the Xing Ming Tu Xiajian as a storage space, Ning Dixiong would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Wow, Xiaonan, look at this adorable Peppa Pig bedspread. Isn't it lovely? Let us get two. Oh, that pink suitcase is also fantastic. Let us take two. Oh wow, Xiaonan, there is also a snow white backpack. Qi and Dixiong will surely love it. No, we don't like it, Lin Qiye interjected. It's not that we wouldn't consider it. After all, I have Ming Tu Xiajian. Worst case, I could just switch it out at the training camp entrance. No witties. Chapter 23. Luxurious Chanel Xiaonan. Look at this beautiful little dress. Buy it. Before Ning could finish her sentence, a hand swiftly covered her mouth. Lin Qiye felt it was necessary to take responsibility for his own dignity and solemnly said, Sister Ning, I think this isn't suitable for us. Si Xiaonan looked regretful. After all, Ning Dixiong was already quite fair, and she would undoubtedly look stunning in women-esque clothing. Shuang, aren't you going to give it a try? Si Xiaonan playfully wrapped her arm around Ning Dixiong's, acting cute. Ning Dixiong looked at Si Xiaonan, who was leaning against her, and at Lin Qiye, who was desperately signaling her. With a silent sigh, Ning Dixiong made her decision. Sister Xiaonan, if you want me to wear it, I suppose it's not out of the question. Saying this, Ning Dixiong took down a nearby Lolita dress and a pair of high socks. Unless Sister Xiaonan wears one for me to see. Si Xiaonan blushed and muttered, well, it's not entirely impossible. Hee, shopkeeper, I'll take every single item in the store. With that, Ning Dixiong boldly pulled out her card and swiped it. All right, sir. That'll be 250,000. The attendant spoke respectfully, clearly recognizing a big spender. How much? The price startled Ning Dixiong as she glanced at the bill. The high-end kipeo, handcrafted chiffon Lolita dress, and velvet stockings were all luxury items. Given the quantity, the price was indeed reasonable by common standards. But shopkeeper, what is this French Chanel gown? Upon seeing the item, Ning Dixiong's eyes turned cold as she summoned her mental strength, ready to draw her gun at any moment. After all, this was not something that should exist in the realm of Zhanshan. A century ago, the mist had engulfed the globe, and apart from Daxia, the rest of the countries had vanished. Aside from a few high-ranking individuals, no one knew that humans still existed. Even Lin Qiye had only encountered the human realm for the first time after killing the Baoyi Yi. Oh, that dress was commissioned for sale by a gentleman. The fabric is of high quality, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. Do you have a contact for this? My uncle is also a designer. Perhaps they could have a conversation. Upon learning that the gown's owner operated a balloon booth on the top floor, Ning Dixiong wore a peculiar expression. The gown was indeed a high-end item, made with exquisite materials, luxurious and elegant, not something an ordinary person could afford. All right, but then again, it's unlikely anyone would set up a balloon booth on the top floor of a mall. Shuang, isn't this a bit excessive? Who spends 250,000 on clothing each time? Moreover, the captain is quite poor. This can't be reimbursed. Si Xiaonan felt it was inappropriate and gently advised. Don't worry. I can handle my own expenses. I'm not short on cash. Trust me. Shopkeeper, please package everything. My companions will take it back. Ning Qiye leaned closer to Si Xiaonan and whispered, Sister Xiaonan, I'm going to meet that person. You two continue shopping with Lin Qiye and take the card. With that, Ning Qiye dashed toward the top floor. Shuang, wait for me. When Ning Qiye took off, Si Xiaonan hurriedly followed. Ning was about to chase after them, but was stopped by Lin Qiye, who shook his head. Sister Ning, Ning has bought quite a lot. Let me call Uncle Chun to come over. Ning understood Lin Qiye's intention. There was something amiss with this shop. Before long, Ning Qiye arrived at the top floor, only to find it eerily vacant, with only a golden booth standing silently. A kind-faced, slightly plump, squint-eyed middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes stood beside the booth. Seeing a customer approach, he waved with a smile. Hey there, would you like to come play? The first time, I'll only charge you half. Sure. Ning Qiye expressed eagerness like a child. As she picked up the gun, she sensed something was off. The weight and feel of this gun were indistinguishable from the real ones at the agency. Shopkeeper, I heard you commissioned a French Chanel gown for sale downstairs. Could you explain why it bears that name? Oh, haha, I did expect it to be purchased by you. What a coincidence. As for the name, it's simple. I brought it back from France, from a brand called Chanel. Oh, I wonder where France is in Daxia. I'd like to visit someday. Oh, my friend. France is in Europe, quite far from here. The middle-aged shopkeeper replied calmly. State your identity, friend, or foe. Make your choice. Ning Qiye drew her handgun and aimed it at the squint-eyed shopkeeper. The shopkeeper appeared unfazed by the dark muzzle, still grinning. Don't be afraid. I am a good person. If you have any questions, win the ultimate prize, and I will answer your queries. Is it really that simple? Seeing no hostility from a man, Ning Qiye holstered her weapon. Yes, it's that simple. Listening to the shopkeeper's words, Ning Qiye began to assess this mysterious figure, ruling out threats and discerning whether he was an ally. Ning Qiye donned a smile akin to that of a sly fox and spoke softly. All right then. I hope the proprietor keeps his word. Naturally, Ning Qiye recounted the events briefly, placing her hand on Si Xiaonan's fragrant shoulder. You should go find Ning and the others while I return home. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through Ning Qiye's waist, causing her expression to contort. Sister Xiaonan, it hurts. Let go. What could have compelled Qi Jing to don the mask of anguish? It was merely a hereditary skill of women. Thus, there was no cause for alarm. Who promised me in bed during the day that they wouldn't push themselves? You're making me feel more and more wronged, she said, pouting her lips and furrowing her brow. On the verge of tears, seeing this expression on Si Xiaonan stirred a pang of discomfort in Ning Qiye's heart, prompting her to hastily reassure, Sister, it's merely a simple game, devoid of danger, and the boss operates as a neutral party. You can just watch from the sidelines, all right? I assure you, if any danger arises, I will be the first to pull you away. As she spoke, she gently wiped away the tears, threatening to spill from the corners of Xiaonan's eyes. If you cry again, I might just kiss you. Upon hearing Ning Qiye's devilish whisper, Si Xiaonan quickly stifled her sobs, blinking her large eyes as if she had not just been crying. After the rogue's words, she turned her face away, concealing her flushed cheeks from Ning Qiye's gaze. Ning Qiye mused, I suspect I am being played, yet I possess no evidence. Si Xiaonan quipped, Oh, how sweet. Young people truly are affectionate. It's quite amusing. Ning Qiye responded with a playful OQ. Si Xiaonan added, Oh dear, I almost forgot there are others around. According to their agreement, Ning Qiye stood at the stall, grasping a prop gun, aligning her aim. Bang, bang, bang. The movements were swift and graceful, executed flawlessly. After a while, the proprietor's voice broke through. Handsome, this is your last chance. I only have this many magazines left today. The boss's mouth twitched as he extended the final magazine. Truth be told, he had never encountered someone with such poor shooting skills. Statistically, one should have hit at least once given the distance of merely 10 meters. Even an ordinary person should be able to hit a target, let alone this individual, who was a night watchman. He felt compelled to report this, questioning if there was a spy among them. Was this the caliber of shooting one could achieve? However, he quickly deduced that spies wouldn't be this inept. Who would have thought that a foolproof welfare activity would fail to distribute rewards simply because players could not even pass the novice tutorial due to their lack of skill? Ning Qiye accepted the magazine, already contemplating how to detain the boss for questioning. As the saying goes, Fellow villager meets fellow villager. One stabs the other in the back. Yet, unaware of what tricks this fellow villager might possess, Ning Qiye hesitated to act. However, after exhausting dozens of magazines without hitting a single balloon, she was genuinely exasperated. "I truly wish to shoot you," she declared. "Boss, is your gun perhaps misaligned to the left?" "Hey now, handsome, don't joke around. This is a high-quality replica. If you've missed so many shots, perhaps you should reflect on your own abilities. Have you trained properly over the years? Has your practice time increased?" The boss forced a smile, defending himself. "How about I give it a try?" Si Xiaonan, unable to bear the situation any longer, prepared to take over this mess. She had a premonition that when Ning Qiye gained fame, it would coincide with her own infamy in the educational realm. Missing targets at 10 meters, while others performed effortlessly, he clearly was not acting. A few gunshots rang out, all hitting the mark, and she neatly withdrew her firearm. Extending her hand towards the boss, she said brightly, "Boss, should the grand prize be ours now? Of course, here it is, in this exquisite box." The boss produced a meticulously prepared gift box and handed it to Si Xiaonan. Truth be told, witnessing a shooting novice miss dozens of magazines was a significant blow to any individual. Had it not been for the completion of the task, he would have flipped the table and walked away by now. "All right, it's time to discuss how this dress came to be, shall we?" Ning Qiye shielded Si Xiaonan behind her, brandishing the Xingqian Dao, ready for battle. This was Chun Muye's spare blade, the one belonging to Wu Xiaonan that had been shattered. And while contact had been made with headquarters, it had yet to arrive. So Wang Yun never anticipated that one day her product would receive a negative review. How can I not give a poor review when it can't even cut through the shell of an insect? The middle-aged boss ignored Ning Qiye's dangerous gaze, adjusting his attire with a reverent expression. "Handsome? Yes? You must pay close attention to this move." "Why?" "Because it will look quite impressive." Ning Qiye replied. "Please pay the copyright fee to me. I will collect it on behalf of Uncle Xiao." "Thank you." Disregarding Ning Qiye's peculiar look, the middle-aged man produced a red smiley face mask and donned it, continuously stepping back with elegance. It was quite challenging for Ning Qiye to associate elegance with the term plump, yet today she had witnessed it. "I will pour the wine, raise the cup, and offer my toast. I will sow joy among the world. As the sun and moon cycle, let us indulge in merriment, bringing delight to the masses, all in service to the god of fun." As a passionate proclamation echoed, a fierce gust of wind struck Ning Qiye's face, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. At the same time, darkness gradually enveloped the two. "Are you satisfied with this response, young lord?" the middle-aged man inquired in a voice reminiscent of a young girl. Ning Qiye felt a wave of nausea. It was one thing for a boyish male to play coy, but what was this middle-aged man attempting to do? "No, I'm not a boy." She longed to strike him down before Ning Qiye could act. The middle-aged boss vanished in an instant, as if he had never existed at all. Indeed, it was as if he had simply disappeared before her eyes. Akin to a fleeting shadow, this was a spatial skill, or more accurately, the fundamental deception of the masked fool. Now, both Ning Qiye and Si Xiaonan found themselves ensnared in an unseen realm, devoid of light. However, Ning Qiye felt a sense of relief, knowing that the unknown masked fool had no current intention of causing them harm, likely lacking the means to end their lives. Overall, they appeared to be a neutral entity. Perhaps they would cross paths frequently in the future. After all, in a distant land, one encounters an old acquaintance. And no one understood the masked fool better than she did. Ning Qiye pondered. At present, the most pressing matter was to break free from this space. The simplest method to breach a dimensional barrier, aside from possessing profound spatial comprehension or skills, was to identify the singularity of this space and shatter it with force. As Ning Qiye concentrated on sensing the singularity, a somewhat rigid figure leaned against her, clutching her clothing tightly, trembling as she spoke. Shuang, "It's so dark. I'm scared." Ning Qiye responded, "Is it very dark? I apologize. I forgot to turn off the night vision. Let me do that and see." Once she deactivated the night vision, darkness enveloped her entirely. Had she not witnessed the actions of the masked fool with her own eyes, she might have suspected that Nikes had unleashed the eclipse of darkness. In a literal sense, it was so dark that one could not see one's own hand in front of their face. There was not a shred of light. Even Ning Qiye, who was not afraid of the dark, felt a sense of trepidation. Xiao Shuang. Receiving no response, Si Xiaonan tightly grasped the fabric of her shirt, timidly calling out, "Do not be afraid. I am here," Ning Qiye reassured, sensing her companion's tension and fear. As Si Xiaonan squeezed her eyes shut, her expression contorted in distress. She was truly afraid of the dark, and the deeper the darkness, the greater her fear. How had she managed to protect the Xia for so long in the fog, all in her own way? Ning Qiye turned to embrace Si Xiaonan, her arms gently encircling the delicate waist, her palm cradling the back of her head. Leaning down, Ning Qiye pressed her lips against Si Xiaonan's slightly pale, cherry blossom-like mouth. It was soft akin to jelly. Before Ning Qiye could savor the moment, the person in her arms began to struggle violently. Understanding that this was not the time for indulgence, she pried open the girl's teeth with her tongue and, with a mere thought, transferred the enchanted item, the night pearl, into Si Xiaonan's mouth. Quickly, she released Si Xiaonan and stepped back. The night pearl, when activated by thought, grants the user visibility akin to daylight during the night. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Qiye, what did you make me eat? Si Xiaonan was furious. It was the first time she had ever been forcefully kissed by a man. While she harbored feelings for Ning Qiye, this was far too sudden and was indeed an ambush. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her face flushed to the point it seemed as if she could bleed. If Ning Qiye fails to provide a reasonable explanation, she would surely leave him bewildered. Ning Qiye relished the moment, reveling in her gains. However, she must not exhibit her satisfaction, lest her days turn sour. The forbidden item, Yiming's when ingested, enables the user to see as clearly at night as in daylight. It is activated by thought, "Dear Xiaonan, I have prepared this especially for you," Ning Qiye stated earnestly. "Xiaonan, open your eyes and take a look." Hearing Ning Qiye's cunning rationale, or rather, her explanation, the tightly clenched fist of Xiaonan relaxed slightly. With her newfound night vision, Si Xiaonan no longer trembled in fear, but approached Ning Qiye, delivering a sharp elbow strike to her toe with her size 37 shoes. Ning Qiye exclaimed, "Ouch, that hurts." "You're quite ruthless, aren't you? Repaying kindness with malice." Si Xiaonan retorted, "Serves you right." Chapter 25. Shattered Mask. Xiaonan, why are you stepping on me? Ning Qiye, deprived of her sight, stood erect, her face contorted in pain. True suffering does not manifest in loud outbursts, but rather in the silent rigidity of one's posture, face stiffened, words choked in the throat. "Oomph." Si Xiaonan merely let out a coy hum, indicating her displeasure, the kind that cannot be easily soothed. Ning Qiye, preoccupied with finding an escape, dared not provoke the irate Si Xiaonan. She circled the boundary of the space with her flashlight, perceiving that the fluctuations within were entirely uniform. "Where is the singularity?" Ning Qiye murmured. "Xiaonan, can you observe if there are any peculiarities around? That will be the key to breaking through this place." Si Xiaonan understood that their immediate priority was to leave, but upon raising her gaze, the sight that met her eyes made her delicate nose wrinkle as she rubbed her forehead. "There are words above us, stating 34. This is the exit 34. Upon hearing Si Xiaonan's words, even Ning Qiye, accustomed to the tavern's eccentricities, couldn't he help but feel a wave of resignation. Was this person a flower guide? "Xiaonan, give it a try," Ning Qiye urged, handing her the firearm. Upon receiving the weapon of truth, several gunshots rang out, and cracks appeared where the Chinese characters were inscribed. In an instant, a web of fissures spread across the entire sky, resembling a spider's web. With a few muffled sounds, the dark canopy enveloping the two transformed into a myriad of twinkling stars, dissipating into the void. "Ning Qiye, Xiaonan." The calls echoed as the space fractured. They were from Hong Ying and Lin Qiye. Ning Qiye waved a signal that they were unharmed. Hong Ying dashed towards Si Xiaonan like lightning, embracing her to ensure she was unscathed. "Ninggu, do you need me to hug you too?" Lin Qiye asked with a smirk, his hand frozen in midair as he looked at Ning Qiye. "Scram!" At Lin Qiye's teasing words, Ning Qiye seethed, gritting her teeth as she spat out a single word. Ignoring Lin Qiye, she hurried downstairs, for she had yet to retrieve her belongings. "Shaolin, come help me." Coming. After the incident, Ning Qiye and Si Xiaonan tacitly shifted the blame for the foam-masked trickster onto one another, each claiming that the other was unaware. With no other choice, The captain fabricated a story about a new owner of the Forbidden Wasteland appearing, using that as a cover for their current investigation. As the clock's hands moved, dusk descended, and night unfurled her skirts, enveloping the earth. The two men slumped on the sofa, gazing at the colorful chaos strewn about, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Big brother, help us." Hearing Lin Qiye's weak moan, Ning Qiye cast a healing spell. While it couldn't restore stamina, it could mend muscle strains. And she opened the gift box received in the afternoon. As for the suspected faux masked trickster encountered earlier, as long as they weren't from Earth, it didn't matter. She had no intention of dwelling on it now, for she was not yet strong enough to confront them. The box was unsealed and devoid of any restrictions, merely an ordinary gift box, the kind that even a 9 yuan shipping fee would seem excessive. It didn't even contain a bit of foam padding. Inside lay only a half mask, the remaining piece capable of covering only the right side of the face, marred by numerous claw marks and a battered lacquer finish. The mask was predominantly blue-green, with golden stripes delineating the two colors with precision. A few streaks of blood stained the mask's upturned corner, adding a touch of sorrow to what should have been a joyous visage. It was evident that the mask's owner had endured a fierce battle, perhaps even met their demise. Ning Qiye delicately examined the damaged mask and sensed a rich, non-dissipative virtual energy emanating from it. It is widely known that the direct lineage of the god of fun comprises the faux masked tricksters within a tavern. As the name suggests, each individual possesses a mask, symbolizing both identity and power. The mask in Ning Qiye's possession is likely to be genuine. Should she restore this fragmented mask, she would ascend to become the harbinger of bountiful joy. But how could that be possible? Ning Qiye shook her head in denial. The god of fun would not abandon any faux masked trickster. In times of peril, he serves as the most formidable shield. Conversely, in the absence of danger, he is the greatest threat. Even if a trickster relinquished their mask, it should be safeguarded meticulously. How could a mask be shattered? Surely, no one could kill him under Aha's watchful eye? Although Aha often claims to lack face, to take that seriously would be foolishness. Ning Qiye infused her life energy into the mask. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, nothing happened. Ning Qiye realized she could not utilize it, whether due to insufficient level or the need for special conditions remained uncertain. Shaking her head, she resolved to leave this for Si Xiaonan as a plaything, especially since it was she who had won it. At this moment, Si Xiaonan lay upon the bed like a sleeping beauty. However, the fine beads of sweat on her forehead and the slight furrow of her brows revealed that she was not having a pleasant dream. She had been plagued by nightmares again, akin to the one from before, where she found herself in a desert, surrounded by people who referred to her as Wangchen Zianjun, and she was absent-mindedly leading a group across the barren expanse. Most faces within the group were indistinct, but one visage stood out with striking beauty, etched firmly in her memory. Since gaining consciousness, she had often dreamed of that face. Its frequency was just right, neither tiresome nor forgettable. The young man donned white robes and sported a high ponytail, slightly disheveled. Upon their first encounter, he struck her as the lovable, clumsy neighbor girl, playful and endearing, fond of sweetly calling her sister. In the dream's conclusion, that sweetly calling girl stood protectively before her, using her body to shield Si Xiaonan from the claws of a colossal insect. He collapsed into her embrace, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, smiling as he assured her that he had protected her, that it didn't hurt, and to flee quickly. It was a dream, Si Xiaonan knew. Yet why did tears flow? Why did it feel so real? She could even feel the warmth of blood turning cold throughout the process. Yet, the enormous insect showed no signs of relenting, swiftly striking with another claw. The previous dream had been lengthy, with Si Xiaonan lingering in that realm for several days. This dream, however, was fleeting, as if she had merely dozed for a brief moment yet experienced an extensive dream. Though dreams are merely dreams, the sight of the pale-faced individual on the hospital bed, though sickly, remained remarkably attractive. Yesterday, she had seen the Truja insect depicted in the scroll retrieved by Captain Wang Mian, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the monster in her dream. Was that truly just a dream? This time, the dream transpired quickly, akin to a prologue before re-embarking after 42 days. As the insect's claw swung out, the all-encompassing yellow sands and the giant insect vanished, leaving only a void. Si Xiaonan's mind was now exceptionally clear, increasingly sensing something was amiss. Realizing she had been drawn into a dream realm, reason seized the high ground. Was it Sequence 018's Dream Fork, Sequence 038's White Vucheng, or Sequence 070's My Dream? These three forbidden wastelands could respectively materialize nightmares, ensnare souls in dreams, or drag individuals into dreams. Of course, Sequence 009's Deceptive Play could also achieve such feats. However, the most probable culprit was the holder of Forbidden Wasteland Sequence 070, My Dream. Chapter 26, The Second Envoy. Departing the Divine Ruins possess a singularity, and the whispers of Lin Qiye are currently being pursued by the Lingmei squad, the one holding by Vucheng, Xiao, stationed in Shangjing as the captain of the Night Watcher 006 squad, sees no reason nor necessity to employ forbidden ruins against a mere young girl. As for Gui Jia Shi Fa, surely you do not believe that Si Xiaonan is a fragile little girl, easily toppled? She is the agent of Loki and the successor of the god of deception following Loki's demise, the true master of Gui Jia Shi Fa. The remaining threat likely arises from the exceedingly hazardous forbidden ruin, Wuming, and its possessor. A series of crisp footsteps interrupted Si Xiaonan's contemplation. Tensing her body, she prepared for combat. Approaching her was a figure cloaked in black robes, tall and imposing, obscuring his visage. In a deep voice, he proclaimed, "I am the envoy of Qingyu, Hakamili, summoned to bestow upon you what you are destined to receive." With that, an ancient compass soared into Si Xiaonan's hand. Hakamili softly clapped, sending Si Xiaonan out of this realm. As she vanished, raucous laughter echoed. Let the world awaken, let it descend into madness. With a series of knocks, Si Xiaonan jolted awake from her slumber, wiping the fine sweat from her brow. Donning her glasses, she sleepily opened the door. It was Shuang. "What is it?" Si Xiaonan asked, rubbing her eyes. "Sister Xiaonan, about this afternoon." The moment she mentioned the afternoon incident, Si Xiaonan's demeanor shifted. Her cheeks flushed, and she menacingly retorted, "How dare you bring that up? Do you seek punishment?" Seeing the fierce expression on Si Xiaonan's face, Ning realized there had been a misunderstanding and hastily produced a mask. "Sister, this is your item. You won it this afternoon." "Wow, it's hideous," Si Xiaonan remarked. For it was a half-mask weathered by the ravages of war. Even Bai Yi would disdain it. "Keep it, I no longer want it." With that, Si Xiaonan turned to retreat to her room for more sleep. Wait. Sister Xiaonan, do not be so hasty. Hear me out." As Si Xiaonan attempted to shut the door, Ning leaned against the frame with a sheepish smile. "Sister, this is a forbidden item. Its effects surpass that of Hui Tianyu." With a passive trigger, Ning added, "Hui Tianyu can rescue a person from the brink of death as long as they draw breath, nurturing the soul and providing absolute immunity against one mental attack." Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan felt a flicker of desire, for who would refuse a means of preserving life? However, recalling the 5-layer shield given her and the hemming from the afternoon, her face reddened as she quickly declined. No, it's too precious." "Shuang, you should keep it. Don't forget, both you and Lin Qiye are divine agents. Countless individuals wish to target you too, so it is better in your possession. Besides, did you not give me this?" She pointed to her eyes, smiling sweetly, while clutching the mask tightly in her small hands. "That hardly counts. It was a birthday gift for you on August 7th. Besides, did you not return a favor?" Hearing this, Si Xiaonan felt both shamed and annoyed. Attempting to retract her hand and deliver a kick, Ning swiftly grasped her delicate hand, drawing a drop of blood that fell upon the mask. Before Si Xiaonan could protest, a gentle green light enveloped her fingertip, restoring it instantly. The shattered mask then emitted a faint golden glow. "All done, Sister Xiaonan. It has now recognized you as its master." As she placed the mask gently upon Si Xiaonan's face, she lifted her chin with a finger, leaning close to her ear. A breath imbued with the scent of mint caressed her earlobe, causing Si Xiaonan's cheeks to flush. In a soft, gentle whisper, she advised, "Take care of yourself, and guard the mask well. After all, you are truly important to me. Good night. See you tomorrow." With that, Ning melted into the shadows, retreating to her room, leaving Si Xiaonan blushing and fuming in place. What a lecherous scoundrel! How can he utter such words and then retreat? However, it was destined that someone would not sleep soundly that night. Ning lay in bed, gazing at the moonlight spilling in, reminiscing about the moments shared, the apothecary, the Wangchong hatchlings, the demonic shadows, the foolish masked ones. She also encountered new friends, including a very adorable and innocent girl. The blood oath of recognition was merely a ruse, a slight trick aided by the energy of fate. As she pondered, Ning Qiye drifted into a deep slumber. Truly, this was the most comfortable sleep she had enjoyed since awakening from the war in Kangnan, aside from her previous unconsciousness. The next day, brimming with vitality, Ning Qiye descended the stairs, gazing at the mountain of clothing. She fell into contemplation. Did I actually purchase so many women's garments? How careless of me. Ning Qiye selected a few larger-sized outfits. Do not misunderstand. Ning Qiye harbored no peculiar fondness for women as attire. He merely wished to see Lin Qiye, Cao Yuan, Pang Pang, and Shuang good donning women's clothing. It was prudent to prepare a few pieces should the occasion arise. At Kangnan train station, two young men stood at the entrance, with Team 136 gathered behind them. Parting was inevitably bittersweet. Is everything packed? Wu Xiaonan inquired, ensuring nothing was forgotten. Rest assured, Deputy Captain. It's all in my spatial pocket. We could thrive even if tossed into the wilderness, Ning Qiye confidently assured. Qiye, I have prepared sunscreen, depilatory cream, and body lotion for you both. Take care of yourselves during training, Hong Ying said, her eyes glistening with moisture, reluctant to part. The two nodded, feeling a touch of helplessness. They had brought several bottles themselves, yet it was the thought that counted. Qiye, Chunwei stepped forward, his expression serious. Shangjing is unlike Kangnan. The distance is vast, and during training, there will inevitably be some inequities. If we were in Kangnan, we could confront them directly, but in Shangjing, you must rely on yourselves. Do not worry. We can take care of ourselves, Lin Qiye responded earnestly. Indeed, I am from Chuanjing and have single-handedly dealt with the mysterious beings of Haijing. We will not bully others, Ning Qiye added, understanding that his concerns were perhaps misplaced. Chunwei nodded slightly, observing Si Xiaonan standing behind, appearing fatigued with faint dark circles and yawning intermittently. Ning Qiye asked, Sister Xiaonan, did you not sleep well last night? Si Xiaonan rolled her eyes, secretly thinking how attractive she looked despite her fatigue. Internally lamenting, why did I not sleep well? Does that dogman not have any sense of decorum? Ning Qiye retrieved a green pill, placing it in Si Xiaonan's mouth to restore her energy. Do not mind the bitterness. As the pill slid down her throat, her previously pallid complexion regained its color. However, the juices released within her mouth made Si Xiaonan frown, instinctively wanting to spit it out. Ning Qiye gently pressed her delicate hand against Si Xiaonan's lips, preventing her from doing so. Duman, is this part of your assassination plan against me? Chapter 27, the first time in women's clothing. Ning Qiye tugged Lin Qiye, bowing slightly to the crowd. Then we shall take our leave. Everyone, take care. Waving goodbye, the two entered the train station. As the train approached, Lin Qiye was about to have his ticket checked when a delicate hand caught hold of him. What is it, Brother Ning? Lin Qiye asked, puzzled. Seeing Lin Qiye's bewildered expression, Ning Qiye found it amusing. What do you mean, what is it? Once you board, Kangnan will be left behind, and I shall vanish along with it. You still inquire? At the same time, Ning Qiye was curious as to why the captain had not sent someone to recall them. Shaolin, shall we make a wager? What shall we bet on? Lin Qiye inquired with curiosity. Let us wager whether Uncle Chan will send someone to call us back before the train departs. Brother Ning, we have already purchased our tickets. The captain would not possibly ask us to return, Lin Qiye replied, bemused, at times struggling to fathom his brother's thought process. If I guess wrong, this 50,000 yuan card will be yours. Of course, if I guess correctly that you're dressed in women's clothing today, what do you think? Lin Qiye instinctively covered his chest and tightly clasped his legs, taking a step back. Qiye-san, are you serious with that gesture? A small step can inflict such great harm. Shuang exclaimed, stunned and speechless, before playfully giving the savior a light tap on the head. What are you thinking? Sister Xiao, Nan is neither gentler nor softer than you. I have no interest in men. Just tell me whether you want to gamble. Lin Qiye felt that Brother Ning knew about his financial difficulties and was trying to lend a helping hand under the guise of a wager. This thought greatly moved Lin Qiye, and he shook his head, saying, Brother Ning, you have already taken good care of me. I cannot accept this money. Ning Shuang remarked, this kid is lost in his imagination. All right then, if I guess wrong, I will buy 50 kilograms of meat for my aunt and 10 kilograms of exam papers for a gene. Just tell me whether you want to gamble. Fine. I accept the bet. Seeing that it had come to this, Lin Qiye agreed. Meanwhile, Chun Wei, squatting at the train station entrance, stared at the long receipt. Smoking a cigarette he borrowed from Lao Xiao, contemplating the 50,000 yuan debt. There was no choice. The child had given each member of the team a name-brand knife. Although the child claimed it was worthless, could it really be so? It was a prohibited item capable of withstanding 3 full-force attacks from the mysterious realm of Chuanjing. And there were 15 of them. He could not simply disregard it. He thought that over the years, his money had either gone to buying things for Wu Ying or been sent back home to his wife and children. After all, how much could 4 children spend? 50,000. 50,000 Daxia currency, not 50,000 marks. That night, Chun Wei lay in bed, unable to sleep, repeatedly staring at the bill. He could not understand why snacks, bread, vegetables, and cooking oil were measured in tons. He knew the shopping list of the 4 children, but if one were unaware, they might think it was a procurement list for a large corporation's cafeteria. He also did not understand why they needed to buy a vacuum pump, a diesel generator, a refrigerator, and a television. One might think they were planning to move. Most perplexing was why the receipt included middle school practice questions, such as 5-year midterm exam, 3-year simulation. He did not understand, but he respected their wishes. Since the child wanted it, he would provide it. After all, he was his own. If it came down to it, he could borrow some money to tide him over. A penny can defeat a hero. Chun Wei looked at the top contact in his phone, hesitating whether to call for a loan. Suddenly, an urgent phone ring broke his thoughts. Upon answering, the despondent and bewildered Chun Wei instantly perked up. Damn it. Hurry and bring those 2 back. The training location has been moved to Kangnan. Quick, if we're late, we want to be able to refund the tickets. Yes. At this moment, Lin Qiye, looking at everyone who had just parted ways, felt overwhelmed with emotion, nearly moved to tears. Oh dear, Lin kid, don't be so emotional. Zhao Kongcheng said casually. Lao Zhao, the train is departing in 2 minutes. I understand. Luckily, Lao Zhao arrived just in time. Otherwise, things would have really gone awry. Lao Zhao chuckled. Meanwhile, when Kamo quietly asked Hong Ying, are their relationships really this good? Hong Ying shook her head, indicating her confusion. Ning Shuang stifled a laugh, wrapped her arm around Lin Qiye's shoulder, and handed him a pink snow-white backpack along with several workbooks. Oh dear, Qiye, there is something you need inside. Change in the restroom. Brother Ning Lin Qiye tried to awaken Ning Shuang's temporarily dormant affection. Ning Shuang, feeling a pang of sympathy, whispered in Lin Qiye's ear, Qiye, you would want your aunt to know you are someone who lacks integrity, right? You wouldn't want a Jean to miss out on high school because he doesn't have practice questions, would you? Young Jin sneezed, feeling as if someone was talking about him. Listening to Ning Shuang's words, Lin Qiye looked up, striving to hold back his tears. He felt like a husband helplessly eavesdropping on his wife, discussing a promotion with her boss from outside the bedroom, silently clutching the backpack, as if making a monumental decision. He headed toward the restroom. What a thoughtful boy. Shuang, what did you say to Qiye? Why does he look as if he is about to cry? Hong Ying asked curiously, raising her small fist to assert her stance. Don't worry, Hong Ying. I'll make sure he is taken care of later. Shortly after, a tall young lady in a blue dress and veil appeared before them. You are Qiye? Hong Ying exclaimed in shock, bursting into laughter as she quickly took out her phone to snap photos. Lin Qiye hurriedly covered his face to prevent Hong Ying from taking pictures. Lao Zhao was already laughing uncontrollably, while Ning Shuang recorded the moment. Boys should either wear school uniforms and aim for the stars, don medical attire to save lives, don military uniforms to guard their territory, or wear women's clothing to wreak havoc. Let us go. We should find a captain now, Ning Shuang said, noticing they had taken enough pictures. After all, there were quite a few people around. When Lin Qiye appeared before everyone in women's clothing, even the usually stoic Leng Xuan and the perpetually serious Wu Xiaonan couldn't help but smile. Naturally, as the team's voyeur, Leng Xuan would not miss the opportunity to take pictures, instinctively glancing at Ning Shuang, confirming their mutual understanding through a glance. Chun Wei stopped the laughter of the crowd. He began to wonder if his rigorous training had inadvertently caused psychological issues for the children. This won't do. I need to talk to old Yuan about arranging for a doctor to take a look. After all, he is a divine agent. If anything goes awry, it would be a significant loss. I might as well borrow some money while I'm at it. If he refuses, I'll give him a piece of my mind. Chen Muye thought to himself. At this moment, Yuan Gang, who was sitting in his office, was sneezing incessantly. Chapter 28, A New Storm in Jing. A friendly discussion and exchange occurred between Captain Xiao Pinga and Vice Captain Yuan Gang regarding whether the captain could maintain order in Jing while the vice captain was absent. The two parties engaged in a lively discussion, offering constructive suggestions that enhanced mutual understanding. Overall, the meeting proved beneficial. At least both sides expressed their views and explored various issues. However, the advantages were not particularly significant, merely providing clearer insights into each other's positions. The meeting concluded in a rather dramatic fashion, with Vice Captain Yuan Gang limping out of the office, clutching his waist. His steps appeared laborious, as though he had experienced an unpleasant ordeal during the discussion. This scene piqued curiosity about what transpired in the meeting that led to his disheveled departure. Just before parting, Vice Captain Yuan Gang smiled, his eyes reflecting genuine emotion, offering Captain Xiao Pinga the warmest regards and making a gesture of international friendship. In short, to put it succinctly, Yuan Gang, mocking gesture Yuan Gang, chuckle Xiao Pinga, not amused Xiao Pinga, Yuan Gang, another mocking gesture Xiao Pinga, angry Yuan Gang, still not amused Xiao Pinga, smirking in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. At a luxurious and formal establishment, a chubby little fellow instructed the steward, "Book a flight for tomorrow. I'll be leaving then." He stood up, stretching lazily, causing his entire body to quiver slightly. "Kangnan, here I come." At Jihua Mountain, the sound of the Buddha's voice resonated, and sandalwood incense wafted through the air. Amiba, Cao Yuan. During this journey to Kangnan, you may encounter two noble persons. If you can befriend them, perhaps you can alleviate the karma of killing that burdens you and achieve a fruitful outcome. Upon hearing these words, Cao Yuan was filled with excitement and disbelief as he inquired, "Might I ask what distinguishing traits the esteemed one possesses?" 2 trees stand tall, 8 deities depart. After 10 years of night, guide us mortals. Frosty jade leaves, earth fire, and heavenly thunder. With blood and hatred, save our world. The old monk, eyes closed and palms pressed together, intoned like an ancient bell, Amitabha. After a prolonged silence, Cao Yuan etched these lines into his heart, bowing in a gesture of reverence. Amitabha, Master, I comprehend now. I shall depart. In another location, 2 small ruffians lay sprawled on the ground, while a youth, lollipop in mouth, admonished a trembling junior high school girl leaning against the wall, "You shouldn't traverse such desolate paths at night." "Thank you," the girl stammered in response. "Remember, even though I am leaving, the rules must be upheld. Do you understand?" "I understand." In the underground of Dongbei, in Kangnan, and in the city of Lintang, 2 women and a man suddenly raised their heads in unison, sensing something, then returned to their respective tasks. In the van, Chen Muye was lost in thought, staring at 2 train tickets, murmuring softly, "Why can't I refund them? Why?" The atmosphere in the vehicle was thick with awkwardness as those around him hesitated to speak. "Ahem, Qingyu, Di Shuang, the inability to refund the tickets is not your fault," when Como coughed lightly, attempting to alleviate the tension. However, upon hearing this, Chen Muye in the passenger seat turned greener with indignation, thinking, "Damn it, so the money spent was not yours. How noble, how self-righteous. Captain, let us think positively. At least here we might have time to see Di Shuang and Qingyu." Wu Xiaonan, seated in the driver's seat, interjected gently. "The training is closed. We cannot enter. At least we have gathered everything we need, like that down jacket and hand warmers," as when Kamo's voice dwindled. "Kangnan's winter averages around 1 to 2 degrees. We don't even need a down jacket." Hong, Ing reminded softly. "Lies do not harm, but truth is a sharp blade." Silence. Chen Muye glared at the two, feeling his heart bleed. After pondering for a long while, he turned to Di Shuang, his eyes brimming with sincerity. "Di Shuang, why don't you inquire if a return is possible? Even if it's just an 80% refund, that would suffice. Uncle Chun, rest assured, all the tags were cut off the very night I bought them." "A return is impossible," Ning Di Shuang stated earnestly, jabbing at Chen Muye's heart. Upon seeing his darkened expression, she added, "It was Qingyu and Hong Ing who cut them." At last, Chen Muye's anxious heart found peace. "Uncle Chun, think positively. If Qingyu is to form a special team, these items will be useful in various situations, and I spent my own money, so no reimbursement is necessary." Listening to Ning Di Shuang, Qiye felt somewhat reassured. He shook his head. No. If reimbursement is due, it must be honored. Shuang, you have contributed so much to the team. This reimbursement is justified. I cannot allow you to bear such costs alone. But Uncle Chun, those items are outdated products. I merely wanted them to serve their last purpose. They're not worth much. Besides, as far as I know, you may not be wealthier than I am. Ning Shuang replied. Qiye's heart warmed at her words as he boldly declared, What do you mean? What do you mean I am less wealthy? I am, after all, the captain of the Night Watch team, with considerable salary and bonuses each year. I will transfer the money to you shortly. No need to fuss. Hearing the captain's generous words, Ning Shuang could only nod and smile, deciding to ask Yuan Gang to transfer the money to the captain's family during training. Brother Ning, if there's a plan to form that special team, shouldn't the higher-ups in the Night Watch consider you first? Ning Shuang implied that should an opportunity arise for the formation of a special team, he would not participate, leaving Lin Qiye puzzled. Ahem, after all, I am merely a doctor, not skilled in combat. In other words, I am just an ordinary academic, lacking the formidable strength they possess. My greatest aspiration is to inherit Uncle Chun's position when he grows old, or to return to my mentor's hospital to carry on his legacy. Of course, it would be even better if I could marry a gentle and lovely wife. As he spoke, Ning Shuang's gaze grew distant, as if envisioning a warm scene. However, he quickly snapped back to reality with a gentle smile, realizing that he was not yet in a position to dream of such things. First, he must survive the divine battle in a year's time. Oh, I wonder what kind of girl Shuang likes. Hearing this, Hong Ying perked up, eager for gossip. The others, too, leaned in, even the typically stoic Long Xian slightly inclined forward. Cute, gentle, and intelligent. Yet those standards are reserved for those I do not fancy, he remarked, casting a lingering gaze filled with affection towards Si Xiaonan. Chapter 29. The report of the new recruits just off the plane. The weary Yuan Gang received a list of new recruits. Glancing over it, he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in wonder at the new generation pushing the old. The young master of the Bailey family, 3 ultra-high-risk individuals, and 2 divine agents. Among them is even a healing-type divine relic. This is indeed a rarity. Yuan Gang scrutinized the list again to confirm he was not mistaken, murmuring, This year's lineup is astonishingly luxurious. I haven't fought in such a well-funded battle for 800 years. What's wrong, sir? The instructor behind him inquired curiously, astonished. I had thought the young master of the Bailey family was invincible. I did not expect there to be 2 divine agents. Yes, they're Agent 003, the Seraphim Michael, and Agent 043, the Fertility Star God Apothecary. Seraphim? Since when did Seraphim have agents? Star God? A new divine system? Thankfully, they stand on the side of Daxia. How long has it been since a divine agent appeared? These 2 children have a bright future ahead. The last divine agent to emerge from new recruit training was seemingly that one from Mask. Yuan Gang disregarded the instructor's chatter and circled the names with a red pen. This divine agent has military merit? He was momentarily dumbfounded looking at the notes. A star medal? What did this kid do? Was it merely a Zhanjing? Could he have single-handedly slain an immeasurable mystery? Yuan Gang rubbed his forehead, realizing that were it not for the endorsement from the mass team, he would have thought this was merely a wealthy heir seeking to gild his reputation. The creature slain was a true Jekong, a mystery that hadn't appeared in nearly a century, marked as ultra-high risk in the archives. Upon encountering it, one must contact a special team immediately. The existence of the true Jekong is not a secret in the Night Watch archives. Every training session emphasizes the dangers associated with it. Even the most reckless of ancient cults dare not approach the true Jekong. According to reliable historical accounts, the ancient cult originally worshipped 4 evil gods. But when they attempted to control a Jekong, one of the evil god's agents and the deity behind him were torn to shreds, leading to their fall. Since then, the ancient cult suffered greatly, leaving only 3 evil god agents. Such a terrifying entity, absent for nearly a century and nearly relegated to myth, has now been slain by a seemingly newly awakened Zhanjing kid, and not just 1, but 2. To vanquish a Zhanjing against a pool realm mystery is exceptional talent. To slay a Zhanjing against a river realm mystery is prodigious. Such individuals must not be spared. To defeat a sea realm mystery, one still feared by even the ancient cult? Trust him, or trust me, Yuan Gang is Yuan Shun. Thinking of this, Yuan Gang looked skyward, striving to hold back tears. The thought of the high-ranking officials descending to such depths, frivolously inflating military achievements, filled him with sorrow. Yet who is Yuan Gang? A loyal night watch warrior. How could he watch the night watch degrade to such a state? He resolved to diligently enhance his own cultivation after training, to ascend step by step, aiming for the pinnacle. Sir, are you all right? The instructor trailing behind expressed concern. Yuan Gang adjusted his mindset, suggesting, let us invite Jiamian to come and establish order, for only a prodigy can defeat another prodigy. In truth, Yuan Gang had misjudged the higher-ups. After Ning Disha had slain the Shiji insect and was observed by the Jiamian team, it became impossible to keep the matter under wraps. Consequently, Qingyu had no choice but to personally travel to the capital to meet with the esteemed Commander Yi Fan of the Night Watchers. Qingyu reported Ning Disha's experiences and abilities to Yi Fan in private. A new divine agent, particularly one of a healing nature, must be safeguarded. Moreover, Qingyu himself could not sense Ning Disha's cultivation level, leading Yi Fan to ultimately classify her cultivation as Zhanjing. Furthermore, he publicly awarded her the Star Medal and prohibited items, creating a facade to deter enemies from launching a large-scale assault. After all, people tend to trust only their own deductions. This was both a means of alliance and protection. Although the Chuan realm was formidable, the ancient god church was not lacking in experts from the sea realm. The last individual who toyed with time nearly met an untimely demise, let alone someone who dabbled in healing. Ning Disha remarked, is it really so difficult to create a concealment-type artifact? At that moment, outside the training camp, at the military checkpoint, a Special Forces soldier observed for a prolonged period through binoculars before slowly lowering them and retrieving a walkie-talkie. Report, there are individuals approaching ahead. 2 youths, appearing to be high school students, 1 male and 1 female. The dark-haired individual is dragging a pink Hello Kitty suitcase and a Peppa Pig suitcase, and it is not visibly apparent if they are carrying weapons. The white-haired individual has a gray suitcase and a black messenger bag, similarly undetectable for weapons. High school students? There's a moment of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Could they be new recruits? They are still approaching here. Please advise. Stand by. I will go meet them. Shortly thereafter, a military jeep emerged from behind the checkpoint, heading toward the young man. At that moment, the 2 high school students traversed the sun-scorched, muddy road. Ning Dage, the Captain wouldn't he just be tossing us aside because he thinks we're spending too much money? Would he? Come on, stop talking nonsense. Use your extraordinary perception to see that over there is the training camp. Lin Qiye merely expressed a complaint, but glancing at his 2 pink suitcases, he added, Ning Dage, don't you have spatial storage capabilities? So what? Ning Disha coughed lightly, slowly attempting to persuade. I don't intend to expose my spatial abilities to outsiders, so you understand. Lin Qiye was no fool. He understood the value of concealing one's strengths. While the reasoning was sound, he questioned, but why are my suitcases pink while yours is gray? For people like us, do we really need suitcases? Have you ever seen a soldier on a mission dragging a suitcase? That is why I chose gray when I bought it. Who told you not to select one? He shot Lin Qiye a glance. Hearing this explanation, Lin Qiye was unconvinced, for he had strongly opposed this choice at the time, but his objections had been dismissed. I feel blue. And what about that bag? Can you truly bear to disappoint a young, beautiful, and curvaceous lady who gifted it to you? Who turned you into this? Qiye, if your aunt knows, she will be heartbroken. Do you wish to cause her distress? Ning Disha said this while pounding her chest, as if Lin Qiye were an unforgivable scoundrel. Of course, she pounded her right chest. Her exaggerated performance stirred a feeling of guilt in Lin Qiye, but he quickly realized she was merely trying to deceive him. By the time Lin Qiye came to this realization, Ning Disha had already shrunk her space and moved ahead significantly. Big brother, wait for me. Chapter 30. The first meeting with the foolish son of the landlord Ning Disha seemed to hear Lin Qiye's shout and paused, pulling out a raincoat and rain boots from her bag, wrapping herself up securely. Just as Lin Qiye intended to ask something further, a camouflage jeep sped by at 200 kilometers per hour, kicking up clouds of dust before coming to a sudden stop in front of them. Ning Disha critically noted that it was as swift as Yaya, yet lacked her cuteness. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, now covered in dust, felt quite vexed and hurriedly brushed off the dirt from his clothes. After handing their identification to the instructor, the 2 placed their luggage in the trunk and boarded the jeep. The officer drove them directly through all the checkpoints, finally stopping at the entrance. "We arrived. You may enter on your own." He gestured with his chin towards the large gate ahead. The two jumped out of the vehicle, dragging their respective suitcases while gazing at the place where they would spend the next year. 039 new recruit training base. Ning Qiye remarked, "It would be best to change this to 029 sooner or later." Shortly after, an instructor emerged from behind the door, casting a surprised glance at the two. "New recruits? What are your names?" "Lin Qiye, Ning Qiye." The instructor, Hong Hao, was visibly taken aback, his face flushing as he scrutinized them as if they were rare treasures. "You two are this year's divine agents?" Truly, heroes emerge from the youth, and women are no less than men. Hearing the instructor's exclamation, Lin Qiye's lips twitched, and he hurriedly clarified, "Instructor, we are both male, pure men." Ning Qiye remained calm, accustomed to such misunderstandings. "Oh, my apologies for the mistake." While apologizing, Hong Hao's eyes betrayed a mixture of astonishment, regret, and a hint of schadenfreude. Lin Qiye remarked, "It seems we have not met the instructor's expectations of beautiful maidens. I am Hong Hao, your instructor. Let me show you around." "Thank you, Instructor Hong." Hong Hao guided the two as they explored the training camp. It must be said, although it had only been constructed in 3 days, its level of detail rivaled that of a project completed in 3 years. The buildings and the ground blended seamlessly, and the ground was meticulously marked with neat lines. However, upon reaching the supply station, the two noticed that everyone's gaze suddenly turned towards them, whispering and pointing. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow, puzzled as he asked, "Why are they looking at us like that?" The Seraphim agent is quite a rarity, and the presence of a new divine agent further piques their curiosity, Instructor Hong explained. Ning Qiye thought to himself that Lin Qiye should continue wearing women's clothing. If that were the case, the topic of the Seraphim agent's fondness for cross-dressing would undoubtedly become the most entertaining subject of the year. Ning Qiye held little interest in the camp's arrangements. His plan was to swindle a bit from Pang Pang and Yuan gang before attempting to slip away. Thus, he entered standby mode while Hong Hao continued the tour. When it came time to select dormitories, Ning Qiye offered Lin Qiye the room facing south with the best lighting. While he chose a slightly inferior one, there was no choice. Preserving the camaraderie between Yi Tianzun and Lingbao Tianzun was essential, and giving up a room for that was a worthwhile trade. He wondered who his roommate would be and felt a tinge of excitement. There wasn't much to unpack, just setting up a bed before immersing himself in reading and arranging flowers and plants. The next morning, while hiding in Lin Qiye's dormitory and enjoying a sumptuous meal, the two heard a commotion echoing through the corridor. Ning Qiye pondered briefly and understood that the foolish son of the landlord, by Li Pang Pang, had arrived. Ning Qiye instinctively straightened his clothes, knowing that the benefactor had come and it was essential to maintain a respectable demeanor. "Young master, I specifically reviewed the entire building. This room has excellent lighting, warm in winter and cool in summer." A sycophantic man stood before the pudgy youth, prattling on about the advantages of the room while urging Pang Pang not to suffer in this place. Upon seeing the two in the room, the obsequious man's expression turned cold, and his tone turned unfriendly. "How could you be so blind? You lot, hurry up and remove the filthy things from this room." Before Lin Qiye could react, Pang Pang kicked the man and unleashed a torrent of curses. "What the hell? Didn't you see this as a double room? Are there 2 people here? And dirty? I absolutely detest scoundrels like you who bully the weak. Get as far away from me as you can." Faced with reprimand, the man knelt on the ground in fear, forcefully slapped himself twice, and then scampered away in shame. "You few, quickly bring out the local specialties prepared by my young master. It is imperative that my comrades understand the meaning of camaraderie and enduring friendship." "Lin Qiye, Ning Qiye, San Gai Dong Si." The bodyguards moved out a heap of local delicacies, only to be dismissed by the plump one. Ning Qiye adjusted his attire once more, took Lin Qiye's hand, and confidently introduced himself. "Hello, I am Ning Qiye from the neighboring dormitory, the agent of abundance." "Male," Ning Qiye added. "I am Lin Qiye." "Greetings, brothers Qiye and Qiye. I am by Li Tumming, but you may also call me Pang Pang or Tumming. Here are the local specialties from my hometown. They hold little value, so please accept this token of my sincerity. I hope to become friends with you, and I look forward to your guidance in the coming year," he said, extending the gift box to the two and bowing deeply. Lin Qiye scanned it with his mental energy, and noted that it contained 12 meticulously arranged Rolex watches. However, having witnessed his elder brother casually produce 15 items far more precious than Wei Yang, he felt little astonishment. Ah, Pang Pang, call me Big Brother, and I shall look after you during the new recruit training. From now on, we shall be brothers through life and death. Ning Qiye laughed as he embraced Pang Pang's shoulders. The two appeared as if they were long-lost brothers, sharing all manner of conversation. Before long, Ning Qiye sent someone approaching and shifted the topic, saying, Pang Pang, this is my good brother Qi. You two chat. My roommate has arrived. With that, he turned and departed to meet his roommate, a straightforward man with a buzz cut and a robust physique. Well, regardless of who stands beside Ning Qiye, they appear strong. Hello. Before Ning Qiye could finish, he was interrupted. Hello, my name is Cao Yuan. After introducing himself, Cao Yuan disregarded them and sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes in meditation. This created an awkward atmosphere. Ning Qiye was unfazed. During his years at the hospital, he had encountered all sorts of people, from those who cursed vehemently to those who knelt in prayer. Thus he had cultivated a remarkable composure. This was merely a trifling matter. Ning Qiye also lay back on his bed, feigning sleep. What do you think you're doing, Dashachan? A roar echoed through the corridor, and Ning Qiye knew the iconic scene had arrived, accompanied by a powerful elbow strike against the wall. With a loud bang, a large hole appeared, and a thin figure was pressed against a plump one. Lin Qiye, look at the camera. Ning Qiye produced a camera and captured the moment with a click, preserving this delightful memory. Ning Qiye, Big Brother, Lin Qiye. Chapter 31. The unforgettable debut in the dormitory at this moment. Li Pang Pang was inhaling the scent of Lin Qiye's feet, exclaiming, Qiye, your feet smell so delightful. This was the very image Ning Qiye witnessed at first glance. Get lost. At this moment, Lin Qiye was filled with rage, contemplating how to eliminate everyone present. However, seeing Pang Pang's clear, innocent eyes, he could only smile helplessly and abandon such thoughts. After all, who could harbor ill intentions towards a plump individual whose gaze held a blend of innocence, shyness, and foolishness? Hello, Lin Qiye, I am Cao Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's name, Cao Yuan sprang into action, using the newly created hole to enter the adjacent dormitory. Simultaneously, Ning Qiye pondered over the larger hole he had created. Since matters had come to this, he might as well take a picture. Hello, what do you wish to do? Lin Qiye inquired politely. But upon hearing Cao Yuan's next words, he could no longer maintain his composure. Qiye, I want to lick you. Please. Lin Qiye stood frozen in place, and even with his sharp wit, his mind momentarily ceased to function, leaving him unsure of how to respond. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? After a long pause, Lin Qiye asked in a frantic tone, Wait, Big Brother, do I know you? Now you do. Cao Yuan replied earnestly, devoid of jest. Old Cao, why don't you share your story with Qiye? Ning Qiye prompted, raising the camera to stoke the flames. Cao Yuan began to recount how he had taken 333 lives in the Forbidden Ruins and received guidance from Master Jin Shan. I apologize, but I am not a sorcerer, nor do I understand how to absolve others' sins. How can I assist you? Are you certain you have not mistaken me for someone else? Lin Qiye expressed genuine sympathy for Cao Yuan's plight, his tone softening considerably. Cao Yuan grasped Lin Qiye's hand and hastily defended himself. No. Master Jin Shan left me 2 poems. 2 trees standing, 8 gods departing. 10 years into the night, ferrying the people of this world. Qiye, all that's left is for you to provide your ID number. Just give in. Ning Qiye continued to incite. Isn't there another one? Frosted jade leaves, earth fire, and heavenly thunder. With blood and hatred, save the people of the world. Upon finishing, the room fell into silence. Rin Qiye, o bai di pangu pangu, handakten do handakten, Ning Qiye, dam. Cao Yuan, has a divine phenomenon occurred? Wait, is there more to my tale? I'm not involved in this either. May I inquire how to address you, Big Brother? Cao Yuan asked Ning Qiye. Ning Qiye, ah, a person of importance. I beg your pardon. Cao Yuan bowed, respectfully performing a Buddhist gesture. With no other choice, Ning Qiye knew he had to commence his persuasion. He stepped forward, gently patting Cao Yuan's back to reassure him. Cao Yuan, as the saying goes, the past is like fallen leaves, irretrievable. The future is like new sprouts, waiting for your nurturing. Dwelling on the past will not change anything. Move forward, do not look back. But, Ning, every night, the wails of my fellow villagers echo in my mind. I cannot forget, nor do I have the right to forgive myself. I am a sinner. What must I do? I'm not asking you to forget. When one decides to bid farewell to the past, they must face their entire self with courage. Taking lives is a sin. Saving lives is a virtue. When merits and demerits balance, it becomes the path to redemption. To save more people, one must understand why they live and why they die. And the best method is through personal practice. In this world, where the divine does not intervene, the evil reigns. Externally, mysterious forces torment the common folk, while internally, ancient cults seek to eradicate the new generation of talents. Cao Yuan, do you know the He Wang? Cao Yuan shook his head. To him, the He Wang was merely a monster that knew only slaughter, the beginning of all calamities. He Wang, Zhanmia, sequence 031, revered as above all beings beneath the gods. The He Wang was a mortal who failed to reach the pinnacle thousands of years ago. Possessing his host grants power that surpasses ordinary deities. When his host masters the laws, they can slay gods. So, Yuan, do you understand? Cao Yuan listened, bewildered, and nodded dumbly. It was Ning Qiye's first time engaging in persuasion, so he employed some theatrics, lowering his voice to a deep and resonant tone while utilizing the skill Wuji. Their last confrontation had been purely physical. He had forgotten to use his abilities. Wuji was a skill acquired after breaking through the Chuan realm. Simply put, it creates illusions through contact. The next psychological suggestion, instilling subconscious belief in oneself, was quite simple. Yuan, what I mean is, with He Wang Zhanmia in your possession, you possess the potential to become a deity. You may be the first god into Xia in a century. You are familiar with Michael, who represents light and justice. Just think, when you both grow stronger, a seraphim agent and you, the He Wang, will slay all external gods and restore clarity to the Xia. When the time comes, your merits will be fulfilled, and you shall attain freedom. Thus, following Lin Qiye is the righteous path. With that, Ning Qiye slowly drifted back, conjuring a halo behind his head as he returned to his dormitory, swiftly mending the large hole in the wall. Exhausted, Ning Qiye collapsed on his bed, reflecting on how challenging it was to persuade others. Although creating a halo to levitate oneself was not particularly difficult, it was nonetheless draining. The peculiar device known as Qingyu was created long ago, allowing its user to hover 5 centimeters above the ground and move slowly back and forth. Yet it served little purpose beyond that. The aura emanating from the artifact Tianhuan merely provided a brightness slightly superior to that of a light bulb. One could only lament the lack of skill in those early days, resulting in a plethora of useless inventions. Nevertheless, today they found some utility in their redundancy. As time passed, Ning Qiye remained seated on her bed, meditating in silence, oblivious to the external world. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, Cao Yuan, and Bai Li Pangpang had spent 2 days together, their only notable event being Pangpang's reprimanding by the instructor for his reckless spending. At precisely 1:55 p.m. on the 3rd day, Ning Qiye opened her eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. She jumped off her bed, stretched her limbs, and prepared for a vigorous endeavor. Upon spotting Lin Qiye on the training ground, she was taken aback. Lin Qiye appeared haggard, his complexion as pale as parchment. Devoid of any flush, his gaze vacant, cheeks sunken, and lips thin as paper, clearly showing signs of weakness. Upon recognizing her, he mustered a feeble smile and said, "Ningge, you're here." Ning Qiye simply shook her head and placed a reassuring hand on Lin Qiye's shoulder. "I understand the tumult of youth, but one must also take care of one's health. My healing abilities are not boundless." She then cast a healing spell and quietly stood behind Lin Qiye, closing her eyes to rest. Sighing, she lamented how things had come to such a pass, feeling deeply remorseful towards Xiaolan. She wished for a more exciting scenario, perhaps even a chaotic battlefield. After all, she relished the thrill of others' trials. Lin Qiye, bewildered by Ning Qiye's behavior, reflected on the past 2 days. A sense of helplessness washing over him. He recalled their daytime camaraderie, the evenings spent with Pangpang, who had unceremoniously thrust his odorous feet towards Lin Qiye's face, all while displaying a mix of shyness, innocence, anticipation, and a touch of foolishness in his gaze, leaving Lin Qiye reluctant to retaliate. He sometimes questioned whether joining the night watch was truly necessary, whether this training was indeed essential. What sort of conduct was this with such uproar? Chapter 32. An early greeting everyone, stand at attention, bellowed the instructor, standing behind old Yuan, his voice booming. Over 20 instructors loomed behind Yuan Gang, their presence imposing. Forged from the trials of life and death combat, creating an atmosphere palpable to all new recruits. Instantly, the new recruits fell silent, though their ranks were disorganized. A semblance of order began to take shape. Seeing the quietude, Yuan Gang spoke in a deep, resonant voice. I know that you are all talented individuals from various parts of the great Xia, but here, we are not lacking in talent. You are merely new recruits. You are novices. You are the very definition of detritus that cannot even be classified as novices. You are the useless ones who would endanger your comrades. As Yuan Gang's voice crescendoed, the recruits began murmuring among themselves. Being young and brimming with vigor, they could not help but feel insulted by such disparagement. Some raised their heads with pride, others smirked with disdain, while some exchanged glances or closed their eyes in feigned slumber. Yuan Gang, sensing the rising tempers, stoked the flames further with his biting remarks. Many recruits gasped for breath, their eyes aflame, fixated on Yuan Gang. I refuse to accept this, declared a young man with his military jacket unbuttoned and cap worn backward, chewing gum with an air of mockery. Noticing the defiance, Yuan Gang smirked inwardly. Very well. New recruit, what is your name? Shun Zuking. Good. Who else dares to defy? I do. Me too. With Ji Tiankai leading the charge. More and more recruits raised their hands in dissent until half of the group was in open rebellion. In the back, Pang Pang nudged Lin Qiye, inquiring, are you going to accept this? Lin Qiye recalled the night he faced the fearsome ghost-faced king and the sight of Li Yifei, pinned to the ground by a single blow, and he thought, yes, I accept. I'm utterly humbled. We are too weak now. We are merely a burden. Gao Tai, what about you? I follow Qiye's lead. Also, stop calling me Chow Thief. Ha! Simping dog, Pang Pang scoffed. Cao Yuan did not retort, but instead asked, and you? Ha! If Qiye accepts, then I accept as well. Li Pang Pang acquiesced, discarding his principles. Very well, there lies some semblance of courage. Yuan Gang nodded, continuing, since you are so unwilling to yield, I shall grant you an opportunity, a chance to realize your true selves. With that, he produced a walkie-talkie, speaking nonchalantly, 34. Prepare to descend. 34. The walkie-talkie crackled to silence, and Yuan Gang gazed towards the azure sky, seemingly awaiting something. The crowd below also looked upwards but saw nothing, and after a moment, whispers began to circulate. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the throng, look, someone is jumping from the plane. 7 figures clad in gray cloaks, bearing black boxes and adorned with different masks, descended from the clouds without any protective gear, plummeting towards the training field at a speed of 234 meters per hour. The wind whipped their cloaks around them. Goodness! Qiye, did you see that? They aren't using parachutes. Pang Pang exclaimed, his worldview shattered. Not only Pang Pang, but even the new recruits and Yuan Gang were taken aback. Is this truly the standard? Meanwhile, high above, the vortex remained steadfast in its function. Help! I'm scared. I'm terrified of heights. Rose, don't just stand there and talk. Why are we listening to Yuan Gang? Just jump, I'm afraid. From the bottom, Wang Mian stated calmly, this year's recruits possess considerable grit. Instructor Yuan must be at his wit's end to have called upon us. We must assist. What if we crash? Vortex, are you in your right mind? This is not the first time we've jumped from a plane. I will intervene. Tianping rolled his eyes, exasperated. Can you handle it? I've gained a couple of pounds. Shall we let him fall? It would be a perfect way to bring the divine agent into our ranks. Silence enveloped the group, except for Vortex's cries. The remaining 6 stood in quiet contemplation. It was that they wished ill upon Vortex, a well-known jester among them. But the potential of the divine agent was too enticing to ignore. No, Wang Mian declared firmly, fearing that Tianping might actually drop Vortex. Enough. Be silent. Wang Mian commanded as they neared the ground, not wanting to provide the recruits with a spectacle of ridicule. Upon hearing this, Vortex quickly covered his mouth. While death is inevitable, social death must be avoided at all costs. As the 7 descended closer to the earth, Ning Dixiong opened her drowsy eyes and yawned, finally awake. Are the Jimmy in here? In the midst of the recruits' cheers, as the 7 landed, Tianping extended 2 fingers and gently waved them. The gravity acting upon the 7 vanished, and they descended like feathers. With a light touch of their toes, they landed gracefully, their gray cloaks billowing in the wind, and under the sunlight, their masks shimmered brilliantly. Their grandeur was undeniable, a stark contrast to the Yimu team, whose cheap masks, dilapidated vans, and tattered crimson cloaks were nearly indistinguishable from each other. Suddenly, Lin Qiye realized that his aesthetic sensibilities were indeed on par with the grandest ambitions of power. While one might argue that he possessed no artistic flair, it seemed all of his creative energy had been expended in the pursuit of love, which appeared to be unreciprocated. What a pity! Wang Mian surveyed the expressions of the crowd, his voice soothing and gentle. "Greetings, we are the Jiamian." Before Wang Mian could finish his introduction, Vortex's legs buckled, and with a thud, he knelt before the recruits, facing them. Vortex exclaimed. In a hushed atmosphere, the new recruits gathered, their attention drawn to Ning Qiye, who was attempting to capture a moment with her camera. The sharp sound of the shutter echoed across the silent playground, causing a stir among the newcomers. What a spectacle! They murmured as Ning realized she had forgotten to turn off the flash. The instructor and the masked team questioned the presence of mobile phones, as they had been confiscated. Apologies were exchanged, and Ning, eager to alleviate the awkwardness, suggested that everyone extend their New Year's greetings. Cao Yuan quietly remarked, "Master Ning, that excuse is rather flimsy. There are still 5 months until the new year." The murmurs of disbelief grew louder, as the recruits questioned why they were treated as fools. The masked team member, Suan stood boldly, declaring a premature New Year-esque greeting. As he rose, he shielded his teammates, pretending as though nothing was amiss. Wang Mian expressed a desire to report the absurdity of the situation, while the recruits continued to marvel at the unfolding events. Chapter 33. The Commendation. As Suan stood, Ning Qiye put away her camera, looking up at the clear blue sky, feigning nonchalance. Wang Mian took a deep breath, reassuring himself that everything he witnessed was merely an illusion. After a pause, he stated, "We are the Jiamian Special Team." Instantaneously, the crowd gasped, contributing to the collective astonishment regarding global warming. Yuan Gang, dismissing the earlier embarrassment, smiled and said, "Since so many are skeptical, allow me to demonstrate what true genius looks like." Before he could continue, Wang Mian interrupted, stating that Commander Yi had instructed them to explain the Night Watchman's medal and the criteria for its bestowal, presenting his 4 badges as teaching aids. He caught Yuan Gang's attention. Very well, Yuan Gang nodded, accepting the badges and enlightening the recruits about the 4 types of Night Watchman medals, echoing the original narrative. Following his explanation, Wang Mian carefully stored his cherished medals and, prior to the commencement of training, declared, "I, Wang Mian, leader of the Jiamian Special Team and the agent of Kronos, God of Time, hereby award the Star Medal to Ning Qiye, the agent of the apothecary who preemptively thwarted a catastrophic incident involving the ultra-high-risk mysterious Chengzhong insect." He called for Ning to step forward. As her name resonated, Ning approached the platform, and the recruits instinctively parted to create a path. Whispers of admiration and envy filled the air, reflecting both their desire for the medal and their reverence for the divine agent. "Impressive," exclaimed a recruit, while another noted Ning Qiye's integrity. Upon reaching the podium, Ning expressed her surprise at Wang Mian officiating her commendation, feeling honored. Wang Mian slowly opened a plain black box, revealing 2 items nestled within dark silk: a deep blue star medal, sparkling as though embedded with radiant stars, and an artificial forbidden object, a wristband known as Feng Zai Kong Jian, simple yet exquisite. With solemnity, Wang Mian draped the star medal around Ning's neck. She inhaled deeply, her expression serious as she saluted him with military precision. The crowd erupted in cheers, as if they too had received the honor. "Would you be interested in joining the Jiamian team?" Wang Mian inquired softly after the ceremony concluded. Ning shook her head, smiling as she replied, "Captain, I still need to inherit Uncle Chen's position, so I'll have to decline." Wang Mian, upon hearing her response, felt a twinge of regret but remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, Suan was being restrained by a fellow recruit, Rose, who silenced him to maintain decorum. Suan had recognized Ning as the one who had captured his embarrassing moments, and as he attempted to confront her, he was swiftly subdued. I only wanted a copy of that photo, he protested. One can die, but must not suffer social death. Ignoring the gazes of jealousy and admiration, Ning returned to the back of the line. I acknowledge that some of you possess extraordinary talent, surpassing my own achievements from years past. However, for the vast majority, the battlefield is a one-way street to demise. I offer you a chance to understand your limitations. At 2:40 p.m., you have until 9 o'clock p.m. If any one of you can remove the mask from any member of the Jumian team, you will have one. If you succeed, it will prove your worth, and I will personally award you your completion certificates. However, if no one succeeds by 9 o'clock p.m., cast aside your trifling pride and arrogance. You will fulfill every requirement of the training with utmost effort. Do you understand? Yuan Gang's words struck like a block of potassium falling in a boiling water, igniting fervor among the recruits, who soon voiced their protests, deeming it unfair. They are either in the Chuan realm or the High realm. How can we, mere Zhan realm recruits, compete? Yuan Gang assured them that during the confrontation, the Jiamian team would match their realm, allowing for a fair fight, 240 recruits against 7 seasoned members. The atmosphere was electric, as the recruits' breaths quickened in anxiety. Unbeknownst to them, the odds were heavily stacked in favor of the Jiamian team. Let us go. The contract is sealed. The punishment of Shi Yan is upon us. Who fears whom? Wang Mian observed the fervent recruits and calmly stated, 5 of you will suffice to handle your team. At that moment, 2 figures stepped back in unison, stirring excitement among the recruits. 7 Knight, are they truly so arrogant? Fatty questioned, bewildered. No, Ning Qiye clarified. This is the most prudent approach. The male is Xingen. The female is Tangxiang. One is a support and the other a healer. The more individuals involved, the greater the chance for error. Indeed, Kaide is a healer. If she enters the fray, I could bind her in 3 seconds, Ning Qiye remarked nonchalantly. Big brother, how should we proceed? We are at your command, Fatty urged. Contemplating, Ning inquired, do we have any forbidden objects that can enhance speed, reveal truths, or provide concealment? Leave it to me. I will handle Wang Mian, Cao Yuan volunteered. Master, I only need a single knife, and I can summon the Black King, he added eagerly. Yes, Ning Qiye, we have 4 against 1. How can we possibly lose to Wang Mian? Lin Qiye asserted. Ning, do you forget that Instructor Yuan said our realms would be equalized? Ning Qiye explained. Yuan Gang likely doubts my abilities. After a moment of surprise, Lin Qiye returned to her usual demeanor, while Fatty and Cao Yuan remained perplexed, feeling somewhat out of their depth. Lin Qiye, please inform them discreetly, she instructed, and Lin nodded, using his mental prowess to convey Ning Qiye's Chuan realm cultivation to the others. Fatty and Cao Yuan whispered in awe. Big Brother Master is incredible. Indeed, Master is truly remarkable. Cao Yuan marveled, suppressing his excitement. Ning, just call me by my name. In my hometown, Master is often used as an insult, Cao Yuan added, leading Ning Qiye to momentarily recall a rather awkward encounter. Unfazed, Cao Yuan absorbed the advice, while Fatty was less composed, hugging Ning's leg tightly. Brother, from now on, you are my true elder brother. This Zai Zai Kongjian contains all my possessions. Feel free to use it. Pang Pang, no, just give me an enhancement for reconnaissance and interference. Keep the rest for yourself. After all, he has superior weapons. Chapter 34. The Shattering Star and the Divine Punishment. Pang Pang scratched his head and retrieved the Jinshi Jian. Big brother, do you need a weapon? I also have Xiao Zhanbai. Ning Qiye shook her head. You should keep it for self-defense. I have my own specialized weapon. Ning Qiye was contemplating ways to extract some gold coins from her father. All right, Pang Pang sighed and retracted the Zai Zai Kongjian. Let me outline our strategy. First, we will leave, allowing Jiamian to disperse and defeat them one by one. Otherwise, if those 5 surround me, I won't be able to withstand it. Ning Qiye discreetly glanced at the others and whispered. Understood. Yuan Gang observed that the atmosphere had been sufficiently built up. Feel free to use any weapons from the armory. The remaining 7 hours belong to you. Do not concern yourselves with the damage to facilities or buildings, no matter how you turn this place into chaos. We can restore it. Now, let me witness your capabilities. With that, Yuan Gang led the instructors and Xingen, Tangxiang, away. As the instructors exited, the atmosphere grew tense, akin to the calm before a storm, oppressive and suffocating. All the recruits eyed the 5 on the platform with ill intent. Yet they overlooked that high-caliber hunters often appear in the guise of prey. When does it begin? Someone raised their hand to inquire. Tianping smiled slightly, extending a finger and gently tapping. The questioner in the distance was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he lost consciousness. Out! The crowd erupted into chaos. It has begun. Brothers, let's attack. A deep, rugged voice echoed, and several vines shot towards the five, only to be casually dismissed by Tianping, dissipating in the air. Though it was unclear who took the lead, the impassioned recruits activated their forbidden realms, with some rushing directly to the stage for a head-on confrontation. Flames, ice gales, and thunder engulfed the entire platform, a multitude of attacks surging forth. Go! Ning Qiye and her three companions sprinted towards the armory. Just as they fled, several purple whirlpools appeared, devouring the recruits' attacks entirely. In the next moment, a colossal pink hammer materialized, conjuring a howling whirlwind that sent the new recruits flying. Within less than a minute of the commencement, the situation had reversed. At this moment, many recruits sensed something amiss and prepared to retreat, but it was too late. Now, wanting to leave is futile, the whirlpool proclaimed, and more purple whirlpools emerged, reflecting the previous recruits' assaults. In less than a minute, nearly half of them had been eliminated. However, many astute individuals, upon seeing Ning Qiye, the bearer of the star medal, flee, followed suit, evading the fate of being eliminated by an inexplicable area of effect attack. With smoke and no injuries, the dense smoke dissipated, revealing five figures standing quietly, only slightly dirted at the hems of their garments. Observing the unconscious recruits, the whirlpool grinned, cackling, a bunch of fools. Boss, we should hurry and pursue that agent. We must ensure he deletes the photos. Wang Mian nodded. After all, it was not only the whirlpool's reputation at stake, but also that of the entire team. Do not be careless. Observing the fleeing recruits, Wang Mian turned to Gui and instructed, you block the door. The rest of us will encircle the warehouse from the outside. Meanwhile, in the basement, everyone was pointing at the screens, displaying the recruits' performances. This batch of recruits is inadequate. They eliminated 90 right from the start. After all, this was a team that had once vanquished beings of unfathomable realms. Hadn't all the promising candidates left early? Zingen, look quickly. That brother is so handsome. Do you think I can recruit him into our team? I don't think so. He even rejected the captain. Just because the captain can't, doesn't mean I can't. He has even tasted my cooking. Zingen cast a few discreet glances at Tang Xiang, whose figure mirrored that of Ning Qiye, and said nothing further. Tang Xiang remarked, I sense you are contemplating something quite inappropriate, yet I lack evidence. Seeing her teammate no longer engaging, Tang Xiang fell silent, quietly admiring Ning Qiye's exquisite beauty. Yuan Gang paid no mind, merely observing the performances of the two divine agents and the three extremely high-risk individuals. However, the next scene truly startled Yuan Gang. He saw three individuals followed by a tail. Big brother Qi, slow down, wait for me. Pang Pang gasped, sweat pouring down. Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. If your life is in peril, we shall proceed without you. Ning Qiye thought to say, if there's a next life in the fifth universe, remember to exercise more, but ultimately decided against it. Upon hearing Lin Qiye's intention to abandon him, Pang Pang panicked, exerting all his strength, stumbling and rushing to keep up with the trio. Big brother Qi, don't leave me behind. Wait for me. At last, they reached the entrance of the armory, and the four exchanged glances at the imposing door. There was no other way. This door was made from special materials, incredibly hard, and its thickness rivaled that of a bank vault door. Pang Pang, what is your forbidden realm? None of us has the capability for large-scale attacks. Lin Qiye inquired after scanning with his mental energy. Forbidden realm? I don't have one. Pang Pang shrugged, his tone assertive, indicating his helplessness. No forbidden realm? How did you get in? Lin Qiye's mind was in turmoil. Seeing his good friend's dejected expression, Pang Pang said, actually step aside. A feminine voice interjected. Ning Qiye turned to see that everyone had arrived. A slender figure clad in vibrant red, with cascading long hair, approached the door. The simple military uniform could not conceal her graceful form. She walked directly to the door, placing her hand upon it, and soon the door began to vibrate, the frequency increasing rapidly. Before the door could crack, Ning Qiye acted. With the ease of a hot knife through butter, the door split in two. Ning Qiye leaned against the doorway, cradling a long spear in shades of gold and pink. The spearhead was elongated, a pale pink with sharp edges and barbs, shining under the sunlight, while the shaft was primarily golden, resembling the branches of the demonic shadow, adorned with a flying dragon carved upon it, faintly visible. This was the extraordinary weapon, Shattering Star Divine Punishment, crafted from the horns of the Shattering Star King Bug. Slash the heavens, slash the earth, slash the gods. With a toss of her bangs, she cheekily inquired, "Hello there, what is your name?" Molly, recognizing the divine agent from earlier, softened her expression and replied, "Molly." She then proceeded into the warehouse to select her weapons. Meanwhile, Pang Pang gazed at Molly's departing figure, his eyes growing brighter with every glance. "Key, don't you think she's incredibly cool?" Hearing Pang Pang's infatuated remarks, Lin Qiye rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore his friend and stepping into the armory to select a straight sword. Cao Yuan opted for an iron rod. "Let us go, Pang Pang, do you trust me?" Ning Qiye patted Pang Pang's shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Big brother, I absolutely trust you." Ning Qiye struck a confident pose, assuring, "Watch me operate. I will take action." Chapter 35. The Clash of the Captain and the Non-Registered Personnel. Molly, would you be interested in joining us? Ning Qiye extended an invitation to form a team. Molly did not respond immediately. Instead, she scanned the other three and asked, "Joining you guarantees a victory?" "Certainly, the high-caliber combatants among this batch of recruits are all here." Ning Qiye introduced her comrades to Molly. "I am the agent of the apothecary. As long as I'm alive, I can bring you back. This one is the Seraph agent, Sequence 003, Mortal Realm. This one is the Black King agent, Sequence 031, Black King Annihilation." Ning Qiye, pulling Pang Pang closer for a solemn introduction. "This is the heir of the Bailey family, the second financial backer of the Night Watchman, a frequent patron of the Guangshan Club, possessing both strength and appearance, Bailey Tumming." Upon hearing these words, Emoli furrowed her brows, let out a cold snort, and turned to leave. "I detest your kind of wealthy young masters. Keep her distance from me." "Miss Emoli, I am not a wealthy young master. I am merely an ordinary person from a humble family in Guangshan." Pang Pang attempted to clarify, but was held back by someone grasping the nape of his neck, forced to watch his beloved walk further away. "Pang Pang, do not blame me. You and she have no future," Ning Qiye pondered. "It would be best to sever this entangled fate sooner rather than later. Divine love for the world does not extend to individuals, especially in a world where the trials of life have been experienced countless times by men, women, and children alike." Furthermore, he recalled a post from a previous life that claimed Pang Pang possessed the entire script for slaying gods, though its authenticity was uncertain. "Ning Qiye, you seem to have misspoken," Lin Qiye interjected. "Enough, Pang Pang, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Do not weep," Ning Qiye consoled. "Big brother, she is different from others." Ning Qiye deftly changed the topic. "First, retrieve the forbidden item, then find a corner to hunker down." Pang Pang resolutely shook his head. "No, I want to fight." "All right, I will gather some supplies. You all wait outside." Qiye, maintain constant vigilance. Yue Gui is an invisible assassin. Xianwen can absorb damage and retaliate. Tinping can manipulate gravity, and Chongwei wield a hammer several stories tall. Do not underestimate any encounter. Understood. Lin Qiye nodded earnestly. After speaking, Ning Qiye turned and entered the warehouse. As the saying goes, take advantage of every opportunity. One should not miss the chance to seize the wool from sheep. Ning Qiye stuffed all the grenades, smoke bombs, and flashbangs from the warehouse into his inventory. As for firearms, he only took a sniper rifle, a grenade launcher, and an RPG after a thorough search. Naturally, he masked his identity, as new recruits were already entering to select their weapons. Ning Qiye valued his reputation. Even if Yuan Gang noticed the discrepancy, he would not trace it back to him. Just as Ning Qiye was selecting his items, outside the warehouse, 40 new recruits, including Lin Qiye, found themselves surrounded. When Ning Qiye sensed something amiss, a massive pink hammer shattered the roof, showering him in dust. "I remember now. It is that fierce girl Chongwei. Does thunder correlate with temperament?" Ning Qiye hurled his spear, tearing through time and space, and in an instant, Suixing Zhushun reached the colossal hammer. Without losing momentum, one pink entity collided with another. As the weapon was destroyed, Chongwei outside the warehouse staggered, spewing a mouthful of reverse blood, barely managing to stand. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qiye shouted, "Charge west," and pulled Pang Pang, signaling Mo Li and Cao Yuan to run south. Upon witnessing Chong Wei's predicament, the others hastily rushed westward. Tinping waved his hand, causing several recruits to be pinned to the ground, making intimate contact with the earth. Chong Wei, what has happened? Captain, my weapon was shattered. I suffered a backlash, but will recover shortly. Another divine agent? Captain, you jest. The data states his ability is healing. Xianhua could hardly believe it, for the records clearly indicated Ning Shuang's healing powers. It is entirely plausible. Do not forget, he killed the Si Xiaonan, and he may be concealing his true strength. Moreover, you witnessed his transformation ability last time. I will personally confront him. You all take Chong Wei and eliminate the new recruits in the west, then regroup with me. With that, Wang Mian headed south. Ning Shuang possessed Yin Shidan. So even Wang Mian, let alone the Xiao Quan, would struggle to perceive him. However, the divine might emanating from Lin Qiye shone like a beacon in the darkness, distinctly noticeable to Wang Mian. Wang Mian followed this aura, pursuing Lin Qiye and the others, who were in dire straits. At that moment, Ning Shuang hummed a tune, swaggering out of the warehouse with his spear, only to collide head-on with Lin Qiye and the others. Qiye, did you forget something? Why are you back? Ning, to go. We are surrounded. Upon hearing Lin Qiye mention Chong Wei's weakened aura due to injury, Ning Shuang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had anticipated an unexpected gain. He had assumed it was merely a weapon. Contemplating for a moment, an idea sparked in his mind, and he switched to an energy-efficient LED light. He handed Cao Yuan a camera. Yuan, you take care of Xianhua. This Xianhua trap has a folding knife in the lens. A trap? Cao Yuan scratched his head in confusion. Oh, just the earlier footage of Xianhua. He is simple-minded and easily deceived. Just say you have the film. When you strike, keep your distance from the crowd to avoid collateral damage. Ning Shuang advised earnestly. Pang, do you still have the Zhenshi Jian? If not, take this back first. Do not worry, boss. I still have one. Zhenshi Jian. I guarantee that Yue Gui will not find her way back. Pang confidently patted his chest. Qiye and Mo Li will handle Tinping and Bai He. Ning de Ge, who is Bai He? Lin Qiye pondered for a long time, but could not recall anyone named Bai He in the Jiamian squad. Oh, my apologies. It was a slip of the tongue. I meant Chong Wei, female, fond of strong women. You seem to know quite a bit. Just as Ning Shuang finished relaying the tasks, a towering figure appeared before them. Of course, the apothecary knows all, except for the winning lottery numbers, Wang Mian quipped. That joke is rather lowbrow. I have no interest in sophistication. You cannot be a Zanjing, can you? Wang Mian stated rather than asked. Wang Dui is indeed astute. Ning Shuang did not deny it, adhering to his principle of survival at all costs. As long as he lived, nothing else mattered. What do you wish to impart? I am Wang Mian, captain of the Xianite Watcher Special Team 004, Jiamian, agent of the God of Time, Kronos from the Infinite Realm. I seek your guidance. Wang Mian drew his weapon, Yuan, assuming a combat stance, his body taut, awaiting Ning Shuang's first move. Qiye, the plan has changed. I will go alone. Ning Shuang, temporary member of the Xianite Watcher Team 136, first envoy of the Star God Apothecary, from Chuanjing, sought guidance. Ning Shuang twirled his spear, the pink tip aimed at Wang Mian. Two ethereal figures materialized behind them, one being the second-generation Greek god Kronos, and the other the apothecary. This was a clash of divine might, unbound by realms or strength, but rather a contest of the divine power contained within each individual. As the two divine forces clashed, or rather, as Kronos' form struggled to withstand the apothecary's overwhelming presence, a sound of chirping insects echoed. It was the phantom of the star-breaking king bug, Si Xiaonan, roaring in proclamation of its rebirth. Rather than a mere apparition, it resembled the lingering soul of the king bug, offering little more than intimidation. One could only wonder if the subsequent infusion of fate energy would yield new results. Could the slain Si Xiaonan truly be the reincarnation of the king bug? How hasty could one be? Ning Shuang scoffed internally. The lingering essence of the king bug glared fiercely at its slayer, but upon noticing the woman behind the murderer, it was nearly overwhelmed with fear, its essence threatening to dissipate once more. The woman's warm smile plunged the little bug into an icy abyss, stifling its breath, though the soul did not require respiration. Though the apothecary was merely a projection, lacking martial prowess, a star god is ultimately a star god. Even the weakest among them would not be trifled with by the strongest envoy. A mere Fan Yu envoy would not dare challenge a star god, even with a Zhao Zi Long at its side. Si Ka La Ka Ba Zi, envoy of abundance, with grievances unavenged, how can peace be attained? Apothecary, little one. Repeat that. I didn't quite catch it. Si Ka La Ka Ba Zi. If you do not reject me, I would like to honor you as my adoptive father. Wang Chong turned his gaze towards Wang Mian, only to be dispersed by a strike from the phantom of Kuronos, returning to the spear. The explosion not only dissipated Wang Chong's illusion, but also caused Kuronos' figure to vanish. Wang Mian's eyes were bloodshot as he staggered back several steps, gasping for breath before steadying himself. Ning Qiye remarked, "From now on, do not claim to be a monster of Xingdi. It is quite shameful." However, one cannot entirely blame Wang Chong for his lackluster performance. In this world, the quantity of virtual energy is scarce, and before the descent of the star god, even the most formidable wielder of the void would only reach the realm of secondary divinity. Moreover, lacking the energy of fate contributes to his inadequacy. On the other hand, Ning Qiye's heart was blessed by Fengruo, allowing him to convert mental energy into virtual energy and energy of fate. Thus, through the spear he fashioned, he managed to retain a fragment of Wang Chong's lingering soul, just a mere sliver. In their first clash, Wang Mian found himself at a disadvantage. Seizing the momentum, Ning Qiye propelled himself forward like an arrow shot from a bow, swiftly closing the distance to Wang Mian. With a sweeping motion, the spear aimed for Wang Mian's waist. Just as the spearhead tore through fabric, the scene seemed to rewind, and by the time Ning Qiye processed it, Wang Mian had effortlessly retreated 7 centimeters, causing the attack to miss and strike the ground instead. The spearhead struck the floor, sending ripples across the surface. Upon contact with Suxing Zushin, the concrete disintegrated into powder, leaving only a small pit. The spreading of the pit halted at Wang Mian's feet, with the dust only slightly soiling his trousers. It must be said, he managed to maintain an air of elegance. Ning Qiye quipped, "I should have mastered the axe to cleave through all of you who play with time and space." Though Wang Mian appeared composed and leisurely, he was not without his own discomfort. In a moment of time reversal, he had intended to revert 3 seconds, but only managed to reverse 1.5 seconds. While he evaded a fatal injury, it still left him astonished. Could it truly disrupt my divine ruins? Intriguing. Just as Wang Mian pondered the relentless waves of time, a sharp pain assaulted his mind. He had sustained a wound on his waist that bled. Although he could easily restore himself using divine ruins, it set his heart racing. A weapon that could ignore time. Is he truly favored by the gods? Wang Mian shook his head. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Abandoning his probing, he resolved to unleash his forbidden artifact to eliminate this rookie. Wang Mian took a half step back, wielding a yuan. Time froze as the blade was drawn. 6 consecutive strikes of basic attacks intertwined like a web of light, ensnaring Ning Qiye entirely. Due to their close proximity, Ning Qiye absorbed the full brunt of the assault, crashing into the wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a figure clad in dark armor, adorned with golden branches, materialized in place of Ning Qiye. Qi, does the boss transform too? Indeed. Brother Ning once mentioned that this move is a derivative of the Forbidden Ruins, blurring the line between friend and foe. Blurring friend and foe, you say? Right? I possess this. With a flourish, Dula A Pang reached into his trousers, rummaging about, and raised a roll of tape above his head. Clang. Sealing scroll, conceal any forbidden ruin. Seemingly hearing the excited words of A Pang, the crimson eyes flickered towards him, like a mouse encountering a cat. A Pang was frightened and hid behind Lin Qiye, clutching his leg tightly. Iye, started. A Pang, don't pull my pants. They might fall. Ning Qiye paid no mind to their antics, as he was acutely aware that the time limit for his demonic shadow state was merely 5 minutes. Failure to retract, it would gradually impair his cognition until he succumbed entirely to the shadows. Chaos ensued, morality lost. A swift resolution was imperative. Although Ning Qiye appeared gentle and delicate, resembling a fragrant, soft cake, his essence remained that of a reckless man, especially one who feared pain. And what reckless individuals relished the most was close-quarters combat. Coupled with the enhanced defense and agility of the demonic shadow state that dulled pain, he was ecstatic. Ning Qiye surged towards Wang Mian, moving several times faster than before. Wang Mian maintained his composure, unsheathing his blade once more to form a web of sword energy that surged towards Ning Qiye. The spear shot forth like a dragon, swift as lightning. The web of sword energy was effortlessly torn asunder. Ning Qiye summoned all his strength to hurl the spear. Using his abilities, he found it impossible to approach Wang Mian under a Shigbit. He had to disrupt his use of divine ruins. This tactic proved effective. Confronted with the spearhead traversing time and space, Wang Mian could only slow the time of Suxing Zushan and roll aside. Seizing this opportunity, Ning Qiye accelerated to Wang Mian's front, raised his hand, and exited the demonic shadow state. There were no grand gestures, merely a gentle palm, his delicate hand landing upon Wang Mian's chest. In this round, I emerged victorious, Ning Qiye softly declared. Wang Mian found himself momentarily dazed, and when he opened his eyes again, he discovered he was in a fishing village. A blood moon hung in the sky, time looped, and the master of time was ultimately toyed with by time itself. Before him, apart from the whirlpool and the balance, his other companions lay unconscious on the ground, their fates unknown. The whirlpool exuded a purple aura as a voice echoed intermittently, yet the smile upon its face was particularly radiant. With a forceful shove, it sent the bewildered Wang Mian sprawling. Run, Captain, keep running. Do not look back, as long as you can outpace the river of time. One day we shall return to your side. When he opened his eyes again, Wang Mian found himself in a void. At that moment, he felt his head spinning. He could scarcely distinguish reality from illusion. A figure clad in a tailcoat, graceful in demeanor, descended from above and bowed to Wang Mian with noble etiquette. Long time no see, Jiamian squad captain, Lord Wang Mian. Their discourse was refined, the tone gentle, as if they were long-lost friends. Ancient God Church, Xiao? How did you end up here? Lord Wang Mian, do you truly not remember? Perhaps you should ponder it carefully. I shall await you here. After a courteous bow, Xiao stood still, making no further moves. Wang Mian remained in a fighting stance while sorting through the information in his mind. I was clearly training new recruits in a boot camp. No, that seems like something from many years ago. I should have been on vacation with my team. To allow Yemyu time to develop, I arrived at the fishing village. No, what is Yemyu? It is Lin Qiye's squad, the agent of the Seraph who shattered my mask back then. Yet why is there no recollection? It is as if these memories appeared out of thin air in my mind. After a long while, Wang Mian ceased his contemplation, not for clarity, but for resignation. What mattered most was escaping this place. Yaya, what is your intention? If you wish to kill me, you are not capable. Oh dear, why must Captain Wang be so harsh? It is undeniable that I have committed certain wrongs that have made you resent me for years, like a persistent thorn. For so many years, I have aspired to express my apologies. Believe it or not, I am genuinely here to assist you. Yaya spoke calmly. As he spoke, Yayu flipped his hand, revealing 6 small soul entities. Captain Wang, your teammates have all perished. They died in the fishing village, perished in the path of Yemyu's growth, becoming stepping stones for them. Do you not wish to take their souls with you? Oh, what do you desire? Quite simple. Kill me. Use your strongest move to slay me. Once I am dead, you can take them home. Upon finishing, Yayu retracted the soul entities and stood quietly, implying that Wang Mian could commence. As you wish. At that moment, in the shattered warehouse, Yemyu and Jiamian Li observed the scene in silence. There were 8 people, 2 teams. Li, you're not among them. A youthful maiden gently patted a man's chest with her fair hand. This is love, she exclaimed loudly. Iye, why are they both so still? A pang asked in confusion, scratching his head. Lin Qiye shook his head, expressing his uncertainty. Cao Yuan, clutching the camera, appeared resolute, believing the master's actions held profound significance. Yue Gui, what is your perspective? I observed with my own eyes. The 2 of them seemed calm within a radius of 10 feet, yet concealed within was a lethal intent. What do you mean? The vortex continued its role as the comic relief. Yue Gui, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of superiority as he replied. Anyone daring to approach the realm shall be gravely injured in an instant. As the group engaged in their discussions, Wang Mian stirred. The aura of a peak marine realm was unveiled, suffocating those present. What is the captain doing? Vortex questioned, puzzled. Do we not win? Fatty's face beamed with excitement. As the vice captain, Tianping was the first to sense something amiss. Vortex, come with me to stop the captain quickly. Everyone else, stay put. Brother Ning. Lin Qiye attempted to charge forward, but lacking the quintuple enhancement of Zing during daylight, he was effortlessly halted by Yuegui. You would only complicate matters. Trust my comrades. It will be fine. Little Molly, do not worry. My teammates will return your friends safely. Captain, regain your senses. A surging violet radiance separated the two, yet under the blade's pressure, it was swiftly torn apart. Let us go. Tianping reached out to Ning Qiye, preparing to flee. No need, just watch closely. Ning Qiye evaded Tianping's grasp, producing 8 peculiar items, nutritional surplus, 20, forming a verdant shield that enveloped both Ning Qiye and Tianping. The myriad blades served as a web, incessantly battering the shield, while the blades stirred the cement, raising clouds of dust. As time trickled by, finally the blades dissipated, and the shield shattered, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Wang Mian knelt on one knee, his gaze regaining clarity. Vortex, Tianping, Qingyu, Yuegui, you are all alive. What of Xingen and Qiye? What has happened to them? Wang Mian initially sighed in relief, but upon realizing the absence of the two, he anxiously inquired. Captain, they are in the basement. What has happened to you? Tianping approached, lifting his captain with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing this answer, Wang Mian's heart finally settled. Leaning against Tianping's shoulder, he remarked, everyone is here. That is good. That is good. It was my illusion, but what Captain Wang witnessed is known only to him. My ability is essentially a switch, Ning Qiye elucidated, swiftly removing Wang Mian's mask and offering him a flask of water. Supporting Wang Mian against the wall, he handed him over to the mask team. Ning Qiye produced a jade abacus, grinning as he said, Captain Wang, let us discuss compensation, 2 forbidden items per person, starting from high risk. After all, you wouldn't want the matter of your mask being removed to be known by others, would you? He waved the mask in his hand as he spoke. Here, this is a recorder. The achievements can be verified. As he spoke, Ning Qiye tapped the jade abacus, calculating how much more would be appropriate to demand. Clatter, clatter. Wang Mian's complexion shifted from black to pale. The figure before him seemed to sprout fox ears, albeit folded ones. The etched patterns on his face faded, resembling a certain fox. Before Wang Mian could respond, Ning Qiye continued, Captain Wang, do you see anyone ordinary present? An agent of abundance, the sole sprout of the star god system, the hope of the entire village. You must have seen the forbidden items in my possession. They're all favored by the apothecary. My accomplishments today are entirely due to the apothecary. An agent of the Seraphim, sequence 003, one who plays miracles, may yet slay gods in the future. An agent of the Black King, destined for immortality, surely to become a deity, our own god of Daxia. A direct descendant of the second gold master behind the Night Watchman, the future major stakeholder. Is that compensation? No, that is common courtesy. And then there is one ultra-high risk, a holder of an ultra-high risk forbidden ruin. Captain, I must tell you, 2 forbidden items per person truly is not a significant ask. I still require less. Consider our future accomplishments. The ceiling is merely the starting point, the hope of Daxia. The more Wang Mian listened, the more absurd it became, and he hastily interrupted. If you continue, I fear I may end up selling myself to pay the debt. Stop, stop, stop. Even if you sell me to the ancient gods, it is not worth this much. I can only produce 2 forbidden items at most, plus 1,000,000. And that is already too much. Captain Wang, if there is no money, there is also no life. With that, Wang Mian leaned against the wall, closing his eyes, feigning death. Lin Qiye, Brother Ning, Captain Wang cannot possibly produce that much. Indeed, Chief, if you lack forbidden items, I still have plenty. Feel free to take whatever you fancy. If it's insufficient, I can have the steward send more, Fatty offered, handing over Zaize, Kongjian. Yes, Ning Qiye. I have not been much help, so I truly feel bad about taking any, Molly expressed, feeling as though she had not contributed at all. Ning Qiye repeated, I am securing benefits for you, and is this how you repay me? Moreover, when have I sought to swindle Captain Wang's money? We workers do not make things difficult for fellow workers. Chapter 38. The only one injured under the Nightfall High. This matter cannot be at your expense. You can apply to the higher-ups. We only need a total of 17 forbidden items. 17? Wasn't he at 10? Vortex puzzled, counting on his fingers. Oh dear, Brother Vortex. We 5 require 10 items, plus 1 for each of you. Chalk it up to me, we are brothers. After speaking, Ning Qiye patted his right chest, generously declaring, Captain Wang, what do you think? After all, this is no small matter. If we cannot silence our mouths, privately granting the new recruits completion, neglecting our duties. Instructor Yuan cannot bear that sin. If the higher-ups hold us accountable, he will have a hard time. What does he intend to do? Is he testing the sharpness of Bai Vucheng's blade? Regardless, if the higher-ups are footing the bill, it is primal, and it should be sheared. Faced with the devilish whispers of the inherently malevolent agents of abundance, Wang Mian admitted he was tempted. After all, their masked team could fly nationwide, traversing through wind and rain. Each person carrying an additional forbidden item would certainly ease their burdens. Fine, I will apply, but how much will be approved is uncertain. Oh, we are brothers in heart. When I return, I will treat you all to a meal. Since we're brothers, big brother, where's my photo? Vortex rubbed his hands together, hoping to reclaim his past misdeeds. What photo? You need to ask. Memory, Xingshun, Fu Li is going. What does it have to do with me? A mere agent of abundance. Captain Wang, this gourd contains a pill to restore mental energy. You may keep it. I consider myself eliminated. Take care. I shall not see you off. With that, he closed his eyes, feigning death. The photo would definitely not be returned. Such excellent past misdeeds should not be wasted without being turned into a light cone. The name was already decided. Wishing New Year in advance for 5 months. After consuming a pill, Wang Mian's complexion regained its rosy hue, and his depleted mental energy was replenished. Wang Mian secretly marveled, what a good item. Let us go to the dormitory and eliminate the remaining new recruits. Understood. At this moment, in the basement, Yuan Gang's face was as dark as coal. Threat. This is undoubtedly a threat, a blatant one. What does it mean that he will have good fruit to eat? What does it mean to test the sharpness of Bai Vucheng's blade? My blade has never been ineffective. Ridiculous, Yuan Gang, a dignified 4th-generation third duke, no. A formidable being of the marine realm, would fear a mere threat from Chuanjing? However, upon recalling how Wang Mian had been subdued, unable to even safeguard his own mask, he reconsidered. Ultimately, it was the higher-ups footing the bill. Providing incentives for promising new recruits was merely a drop in the ocean. If I had known, I would have invited the Phoenix team. What a sin. Ning Qiye, are you certain that Phoenix would not encircle and kick you upon seeing my face? In the dormitory, unlike the original narrative where the 4 from Nightfall clashed with the 5 from Mask alongside the firepower suppression from the new recruits. Now the newcomers possessed only some ordinary firearms and a single ultra-high-risk forbidden ruin. Damn it. I do not know which unscrupulous person took away all the heavy weaponry. Let me find out who it is. Damn it, foolish individual. The incessant cursing of the new recruits echoed around, while the individual in question, Ning Qiye, was in the warehouse preparing for a picnic, relishing the tranquility of life. He unveiled a series of tantalizing dishes, causing onlookers to salivate. Don't just stand there. Let's show off, he declared, before savoring a small cake with evident delight. Brother Ning, why is this so delicious? One of them exclaimed. I scoured Canaan and found that the best food is indeed made by Uncle Chun. After much pleading, he finally prepared a lavish banquet for me, kept in a vacuum environment for preservation. I thought it would be a nice treat during training camp. Boss, is it really okay for us to indulge like this? Pang Pang, you must understand that I am providing the new recruits with an opportunity for growth. Without experiencing the harshness of society, they cannot mature. If they do not evolve quickly, they will merely become cannon fodder in their respective squads. Not everyone is extraordinarily gifted, like Shundai or the abundant resources of Jinyan. Our indulgence is for their future. This is the broader perspective. Pang Pang trembled in admiration, gazing at the radiant figure of greatness, lost in thought for a while. The boss truly lives up to his title. I realize my own perspective is quite limited. Ning Qiye remarked, the Tianhuan is indeed remarkably effective. There are no useless curiosities, only inept hosts. At that moment, Shun Qingyu was laboriously facing 5 fully energized opponents. When the battle concluded and the recruits assembled at 9, a well-fed Ning Qiye was startled to see Shun Qingyu limping, his face bruised and battered. Did Brother Zhu fare so poorly this time? Or is Wang Mian seeking personal vengeance against him? Ning Qiye chuckled at the thought. Yuan Gang stood on the platform, his expression icy, as if he had just endured a severe reprimand, which was indeed the case. He had been harshly scolded for applying for 17 forbidden items. However, after much pleading and the intervention of Bai Vucheng, he managed to secure the requests. Suppressing his fury, he spoke in a low voice. I am profoundly disappointed in you all. Of the 240 recruits, aside from a select few, the rest couldn't even touch the edges of the masked squad's uniform. Your sluggishness, lack of thought, and utter disarray make you the worst batch I have ever trained. Just as I said, you are nothing but a collection of waste. Yuan Gang berated them for a full hour, without repeating a single phrase. Perhaps feeling a sense of relief or moral awakening, he then adopted a slightly kinder, yet still menacing demeanor. However, since you have lost, you will now invest all your ridiculous pride and self-respect into training. The training camp begins tomorrow and will last for 1 year. The first half will focus on physical training, during which I will temporarily seal away the powers you take pride in. You will experience profound suffering, caught between the desire to live and the longing for death. The second half will involve forbidden ruins and practical tactical theory. When the time comes, you will understand. Yuan Gang's gaze swept across the new recruits, and upon spotting the squinting white-haired figure, he clenched his teeth and turned away. Enjoy your final moments of comfort, you novices. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your hell. As the instructors departed, Ning Qiye slowly opened his eyes. Upon waking, he prepared to return to the dormitory for more rest, recognizing that restful sleep would soon be a rarity. Cough, help me up. Wang Mian stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Suan Wo and Tianping supported him on either side, handing him a medicinal pill. Put that away. Since Ning Qiye has given you a gourd and didn't ask for it back, save it for future battles. We owe a huge favor this time. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Captain, you should drink a bit of this first. Tang Xiang offered a bowl of rich broth. Wang Mian accepted it without hesitation, finishing it in a few gulps and regaining a bit of his spirit. His pale lips regained a hint of color. Yet, was that illusion merely an illusion? Chapter 39, Beef Sashimi Ding. The grievances of early morning students were heavier than those of spirits, especially for those waking at 3. The sharp, piercing sound of the assembly bell jolted Ning Qiye from his slumber. Cursing, he got out of bed and dressed, with Cao Yuan following closely behind. They jogged to the assembly point, discovering that Lin Qiye had already arrived. In terms of enhancements, Lin Qiye's Star Night Dancer provided a 5-fold increase without any side effects. A stark contrast to Ning Qiye's own magical shadow body, which only brought tears to mind. Ning Qiye was already contemplating the creation of the domain anchor point. If installed throughout the training camp, he could go wherever he pleased while enhancing his survival capabilities. The ancient god society would likely launch its first wave of ambushes during the new year, providing him with time. However, Ning Qiye underestimated the situation. The armory was equipped with invisible high-definition cameras, meaning the ancient god society was already aware of his capabilities and weaponry. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Alright, my previous level was too low to manipulate space effectively. The apothecary isn't particularly adept at space-time manipulation either. As Ning Qiye pondered, Hong Hao's booming voice invigorated the drowsy recruits. Today marks the first day of new recruit training. My first lesson for you is discipline and execution. Upon hearing the whistle, regardless of whether you're bathing, in the restroom, or engaged in any other activity, you must reach the training ground within 3 minutes. Do you understand? Understood, came the lethargic response. Louder, I can't hear you. Understood. Observing the lackluster enthusiasm of the new recruits, Hong Hao squinted with satisfaction. Now, anyone who fails to arrive at the training ground within 3 minutes, step forward. As he finished, a few recruits stepped out hesitantly. One new recruit attempted to speak, but was interrupted. Did you report? Report. Speak. Instructor, what if we don't know if we've exceeded the time limit? Hong Hao cast a glance at the rookie. That's a good question, but don't ask it again next time. You, run 10 laps. The recruit, bewildered, stammered, Bushkum. Seeing the recruit's lack of response, Hong Hao's tone turned icy. Did you not hear me tell you to run 10 laps? Understood. Under the pressure of Instructor Hong's authority, the recruit began jogging along the track. Let me reiterate, anyone who fails to arrive within 3 minutes automatically steps forward. If you're unsure of your timing, you may take a gamble. If you succeed, nothing will happen, but if you fail, the punishment doubles. Listening to Hong Hao's subtly intimidating words, nearly half the recruits stepped forward, though many still harbored a sense of luck. You, and you step forward. Stand at the back. Hong Hao, scanning the list, singled out several recruits trying to skate by. Each of those who stepped forward would run 10 laps around the training ground with added weight, while those I called by name will run 20 laps. If you cannot finish, you will not be allowed to eat. The rest of you remain at ease. Do you think Pang Pang can manage? Lin Qiye inquired, observing Pang Pang, who was struggling at the back of the line. No worries, I have revitalization pills. As long as I'm alive, I can bring him back. If he dies, I still have longevity pills. Ning Qiye waved the gourd in his hand. I have 3 gourds in total, 1 for gifting, 1 for personal use, and 1 as a backup. The revitalization pill can be taken once every 3 hours, with a maximum of 1 of each type per day. They are made with abundance, so you can use them without worry. Brother Ning, can your divine ruin still be used in full? Yes, why? I discovered that my mortal realm has a radius of only 2 meters. Some recruits mentioned they cannot feel their own forbidden ruins anymore. That must be what Instructor Yuan referred to when he spoke of sealing the forbidden ruins. However, those closer to the front of the sequence experience less suppression. Aside from Yuan's Black King annihilation, which is alive, I am completely unaffected. The town's monument severs the connection between spiritual energy and the forbidden realm. In truth, Ning Qiye is a mere embodiment of abundance and blessings, to some extent. She lacks even a forbidden realm. The town stands solitary, wielding the sword of the previous dynasty to strike at the officials of the current one. Is it not akin to seeking peaches? On the 7th night, did you not notice that soldier with the cap worn backwards, unzipped, and chewing bubblegum? That is Shun Qingyu, belonging to the Forbidden Realm Sequence 068, Qi, and he is also a top scholar capable of creating vacuums and perfect fluids. I find it reasonable to rank him alongside 031. In the context of the game Honkai Impact 3rd, he would undoubtedly represent a Wind Hershers. In a certain sense, his powers of transformation and logic are quite similar, allowing for the recreation of understood concepts, albeit with lesser efficiency. Wait a moment. The power of the Hershers of Void pertains to spatial manipulation, effectively connecting with the imaginary realm. Could I not emulate this? The more she pondered, the more Ning Qiye felt this notion was plausible. After an arduous journey lasting an hour and a half, the indomitable Fatty collapsed in the encroaching darkness before dawn. Seeing Fatty appear as if he had been absent for quite some time, Ning Qiye placed the revitalizing pill into his mouth. Boss, why have you come to heaven too? You're still in training camp. You haven't ascended to heaven yet. Hurry up, it's almost time for meals. Meals? Upon hearing this, Fatty instantly regained his vigor. With a sudden surge of energy, he revived completely. Of course, I hope he remains this optimistic upon seeing the fresh beef sashimi. A sharp whistle pierced the air, and upon hearing that life-threatening sound, the new recruits scrambled to their feet, nearly all present within 3 minutes. Except for a few who were punished with 20 laps and had fainted, carried away by medical personnel, everyone was accounted for. Well done, this assembly was quite prompt. Deserving of praise. You now have 20 minutes for breakfast. If you're not back within 20 minutes, you know the consequences. Now disperse. With that, Hong Hao left without a backward glance. The new recruits exchanged glances before dashing off, each faster than the last, their eyes gleaming like wild wolves. Fearful of lagging behind and missing out on food. Boss, hurry. If we're late, there'll be no food left. A lack of enthusiasm for meals indicates a problem in thinking. Among all the new recruits, Fatty was the fastest, dashing ahead in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the training ground was left with only Ning Qiye. Is this right? Just now, Fatty was faster than me, even in this mountainous region. Ning Qiye arrived last at the cafeteria, joining Lin Qiye, Fatty, and Cao Yuan at a table. Oh, look who it is. Fatty, why aren't you eating? Boss, look. Fatty, with a look of grievance, pointed at the platters of fresh beef on the table. Isn't this quite fresh? It's practically oozing blood. Ning Qiye continued to tease. Ning Dege, stop joking. There isn't even a knife and fork. Are we expected to eat it raw? Just as Lin Qiye lamented. A new recruit at the adjacent table remained unfazed, grabbing a piece of beef and gnawing on it raw. You could hear him say, so fresh. It's a good piece of meat. Chapter 40, Shivo. Boss, isn't he afraid of parasites? There are no parasites in the beef. Look at those pulsating muscles. It's clearly freshly cut. By the way, Yuan, can monks eat meat? Ning Qiye asked as he picked up a piece of meat. Qiye, I'm a lay disciple. It's permissible. Perfect, Let us have hot pot for breakfast with these steam buns. Ning Qiye snapped his fingers, decisively declaring, "Who eats like this? This is ridiculous." The voice was unmistakably that of a brash character, as he hurled a bun into the basin and cursed loudly. "What is all the noise? Eat if you want. If not, get lost." A chef, wearing a hat and with a scowl, emerged from the kitchen, scolding the recruits. Ning Qiye recognized the voice. Turning around, he discovered a familiar face, indeed a familiar one. "Xiao, so you're the head chef of the new recruits training camp. No wonder the food is so delicious." The old man squinted, recognizing his second brother's disciple. Over the years, whenever the two brothers reunited, Sun Jingzhou always brought this child along. Although young, he learned things quite swiftly. Unfortunately, he seemed squeamish at the sight of blood and flesh, unsuitable for his second brother's legacy. Observing his frail demeanor, his health reports always indicated anemia. Initially, he thought it was merely a coincidence, but it turned out he is indeed one of this session's divine agents, which surprised Sun Lao greatly, exclaiming how his second brother had prospered. "Ning Qiye, you're one of this year's 2 divine agents. Zhengzhou has truly succeeded in raising a divine successor." The old man, Sun Chuanzhou, had long been the cook at the night watchman's new recruits training camp and was the biological brother of Ning Qiye's master, Sun Jingzhou. Seeing he had not mistaken the identity, Ning Qiye quickly took the opportunity. "Xiao, would you consider preparing a special meal for me?" Sun Lao's expression darkened instantly. His tone stern as he gave him a light smack on the head, declaring loudly, "Enough with this nonsense. Maintain your professionalism while working. The first meal for the night watchman is raw beef, meant to help you reflect on hardship and appreciate sweetness. Look, someone is enjoying it quite well. All right, Sun's Haiwu. Why does everyone like to hit my head? At worst, I'll just borrow a mask. The bait we set yesterday should be ready to reel in." Seeing his disciple's dejected face, Sun Lao leaned in and whispered, "Later, the mask squad will come by. I'll prepare a few extra portions for you to share. Keep it quiet." With that, he turned and returned to the kitchen. "Qingyu, what is up?" asked his younger brother Lin Qiye. "Eat. Don't let anyone underestimate you." With that, Qingyu took a bite of the raw meat before him, blood splattering everywhere. Watching their leader tear into the raw meat with ferocity, his 3 younger brothers chimed in unison. "Understood, Qingyu." Qingyu was not a hot-headed brute. On the contrary, he was quite gentle, always considering others. He was abundant in kindness and loyalty. In the original text, he would have been well-suited to be a hunter's envoy. In this life, he remained well-suited to be a wandering hero of the seas. "All right then, Xiao, you continue with your tasks." Watching his master leave, Ning Qiye returned to his seat, retrieving a scalpel to cut a small piece of beef, which he tossed into his mouth. The metallic taste exploded in his mouth, the pulsating muscle assaulting his taste buds. Struggling to suppress his discomfort, Ning Qiye laboriously swallowed the small piece of beef. This sensation was nauseating, reminiscent of the first time he dissected a corpse. Since his initial experience with vivisection, he found himself physiologically unwell at the sight of blood and flesh, let alone swallowing it. He possessed a specific phobia, the cause of which was unknown. Whenever he encountered or touched fresh blood and flesh, particularly human, he would experience dizziness, nausea, or even fainting. However, thanks to years of internship in a hospital, this symptom had been alleviated to some extent, preventing him from vomiting uncontrollably upon ingesting a piece of raw meat. Had it not been for his 8 years of anatomy lessons under a clinical medical expert, witnessing countless specimens and cadavers, coupled with his master's guidance, Ning Qiye's condition would have been far more severe. At that point, not only would being a doctor be a distant dream, but even being a soldier or chef would be an aspiration beyond reach. For a doctor, the most critical aspect is medical ethics. One must be responsible for the patients. Even if the night watchman's higher-ups sought to retain a divine agent, they could not recklessly gamble with the lives and health of ordinary citizens. Alas, Ning Qiye's ailment destined him to be estranged from clinical medicine. "Qiye, are you all right?" Cao Yuan, seated beside him, looked on with concern. Chewing on a few bites of steamed bun, Ning Qiye's voice trembled slightly. "I'm fine. I just have never been able to eat raw food since childhood. How about we have a nice meal? I have a pot and hot pot base here. Ning Qiye, if we do this, we'll be isolated." "Boss, wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Lin Qiye and Fatty advised. "All right, since it's like this, I won to oppose my friend's opinions. Ning Xiong reluctantly agreed and resumed gnawing on the few bites of steamed bun he had taken. 7 figures clad in gray cloaks, backlit by the sun, entered the cafeteria and made their way straight to a round table at the far end. Grandfather, we're back. Tianping, the vice captain of the Sun Tianping mass squad, was also the grandson of Sun Lao. Godfather, what's good to eat today? Godfather, your beloved son Whirlpool has come see you. As soon as Whirlpool spoke, Wang Mian almost put on his mask. Why? Having such a lively teammate could be a bit embarrassing sometimes. Didn't you see there were new recruits? Whirlpool, I even knelt down in public yesterday. Face, how much per pound? Please give me the rest in cash. Thank you. Old Sun was overjoyed to see the 7 members amassed. As people get older, they long for their children to come back and visit. Undoubtedly, in Old Sun's eyes, massed were the children he had raised from infancy. Not to mention his own grandson, Sun Tianping and Lin Qiye, who loved his cooking and insisted on recognizing him as his godfather. However, upon hearing Tianping's words, Old Sun was helpless. He raised his spatula, pretending to hit him, and jokingly scolded, "So it's you guys who've come back. Whirlpool, you little brat, aren't you afraid of getting a sack over your head in the middle of the night? Come and serve the food." Whirlpool just chuckled sheepishly. "Hello, elder son, you've worked hard all these years." Wang, seeing elder son arrive, quickly stood up and said respectfully. The others also stood up and bowed. All right, don't be so formal. Tianping, come help serve the dishes." Here they come. One dish after another was served. Braised pork belly, chicken stew with mushrooms, ants climbing a tree, a Sichuan dish, twice-cooked pork, corn, and pork rib soup. Although they were all common home-style dishes, the aroma wafted through the air, stimulating the taste buds of every new recruit. Key, can you still eat? Smelling the enticing aroma, then looking at the tasteless steamed buns, recalling yesterday afternoon's feast. Fatty felt a surge of nausea in his stomach. For a moment, he wanted to ask the heavens where everything was. Lin Qiye simply closed his eyes, taking a bite of starch followed by a bite of protein. Eat quickly, otherwise you won't have the energy for training later. Cao Yuan, standing to the side, remained silent, simply devouring a whole piece of meat. Cao Yuan, this humble monk has abstained from women and meat for 5 years, eating vegetarian food and worshipping Buddha daily. Now that I have meat to eat, what's there to be picky about? The eldest brother, Fatty, wanted to ask Ning Qiye's opinion, but upon looking, he was dumbfounded. Where did my great leader go? Ning Qiye, who should have been sitting opposite Cao Yuan next to him, disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gone. Sorry, sir. I'm out of drafts. Please click on the free gifts and urge me to update. It's really important to me. Thank you. This book has been reviewed. If there are any logical problems in the chapters, please tag me directly. Thank you for your support. Chapter 41, I don't know, Uncle Master. I'll take care of the rest. Ning Qiye took the tray from elder son's calloused hands, placed the last few dishes on the table, and then took out several buckets of freshly squeezed juice. The aroma filled the entire canteen. Even many of the instructors eating on the second floor craned their necks to watch. Seeing the last dishes, pine nut corn and almond tofu, Vortex joked, "Old son, has Tianping been making you unhappy lately? You haven't made carrots and nuts, which he doesn't like, in a long time. Adults don't have picky eaters, because they only buy what they like to eat. No, these 2 dishes are Di Shuang's favorites. He's a disciple of Tianping's second grandfather. Tianping, you joined the Night Watch, and he officially became your second grandfather's disciple shortly after. Today is a good day for a formal introduction. It's rare for you to come back, so eat and drink well." Old Sun wiped his hands on his apron and grinned. "Thank you, Uncle Master. Thank you, Old Sunday." After saying this, Ning Qiye sat down next to Wang Mian as if they were old friends. She chatted and laughed with the others, enjoying the feast. This made the new recruits' eyes green with envy. The unpalatable steamed buns that they could barely swallow were completely unpalatable. Well, I didn't expect a newbie to be a head senior to us so soon. Whirlpool joked with a laugh. Just call me Di Shuang. Seniority doesn't matter. While the group chatted and laughed, Wang Mian seemed to notice over 200 pairs of hungry wolf eyes. Wang Mian remained silent, simply placing the yuan on the table. Then he picked up the meat soup and savored slowly. So delicious. The recruits who had witnessed the dormitory building being shredded to smithereens yesterday instantly fell silent, heads down, munching on their steamed buns. Passerby, this steamed bun is really good. Cannon fodder B. Indeed. This steamed bun is really good. Rogue C. You can't get this on the streets before. Bandit D, you can't get such delicacies in the mountains before. I'm not convinced. Why do they get to eat so well? Someone complained, unable to bear the aroma. Old Sun snorted coldly, his face darkening. When you all graduate, come back, and I'll cook you a feast even better than this. And what about him? Isn't he a recruit too? The recruit asked, looking at Ning Qiye picking at her food. We're both recruits. Why is he eating so well? Ning Qiye, from Chuanjing, a divine agent, received the Star Medal before training camp. Yesterday, she held off the 5 of us for an hour, almost killing 2 of us. For conditions. Even if you can only meet one, let alone half of them, you can still eat at the table. Wang Mian put down the broth and said calmly, Everyone, oh my God, this is a recruit. You're telling me this is a recruit? Qiye, come and eat too. Wang Mian called Lin Qiye over. Wang Mian felt it necessary to clear up the doubts of the 2 divine agents. After all, he himself had been confused for a while when he was chosen. Ning Qiye, your confusion stems from being too idle. I suggest you fight for 48 hours a day in hell, do intensive training with the cane-wielding aliens at night, and deliver takeout in your spare time to supplement your income. That'll guarantee you won't be confused. Upon hearing Wang Mian's words, all the new recruits turned around and looked at Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye, what does this have to do with me? However, remembering that this was also a god's agent, the recruits lowered their heads again to deal with the steamed buns and raw meat in their hands. Lin Qiye thought for a moment and decided to go over and sit down. He also had many questions. As soon as Lin Qiye sat down, bowls, rice, and dishes piled up into a small mountain in the blink of an eye. Fingro, Ning Qiye. Here Qiye, authentic black soil rice. Suanwo, Li Xian. Here Qiye, a piece of ribbon fish. Kangwei, Zhao Wei. Here Qiye, a piece of mushroom. Tangxiang, Tan Zion Ke, a Shuang, a sprig of coriander. Xinggen, Xing Zian, Kai Kai. Don't scare the newbies. Kai Kai, Xing Jianhen. I'll go get a pair of chopsticks. Sister, don't do this, I'm scared. Ning Qiye strongly suspected someone was lusting after him. Although Kai Kai was also very cute, small, and petite, he was devoted to Sister Xiaonan. Ashunk, are you really not planning to join Masked? Join now, and you'll be promoted to a full-fledged member, and I can cook delicious food for you every day. Free travel, flying all over the country. Think about it. Ignoring the burning gaze, Ning Qiye quickly shook her head and refused. I'll pass. I still want to go back to Squad 136 to inherit Uncle Chen's mantle. Hearing this, Tanxiang wasn't disappointed. She had only been thinking of taking a chance, hoping to find a good-looking, cute, and powerful teammate. Yeah, right, the key is good-looking. I want to eat. I just want to ask some questions. The steamed bun is fine. Saying this, Lin Qiye waved the steamed bun in his hand. All right, ask me anything about the divine agent. I'll tell you everything I know. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment. What's the relationship between the agent and the god? That's a good question. Wang Mian was quite surprised. But after thinking for a moment, he slowly said, the relationship between the divine agent and the god is simple in a way. Essentially, it's just a 2-word contract. Di Shuang. What do you think? Mother and son? Ning Di Shuang blurted out, seemingly lost in thought. Huh? Silence fell over the room. Wang Mian was shocked by the boy's uninhibited speech. Lin Qiye felt that his older brother knew about NYX. After all, he and Goddess of the Night, NYX, were both agents and gods, and also mother and son. Ning Di Shuang's mind drifted to that Photoshop picture of the Imperial Bao pharmacist in a passionate embrace. Oh my God, my apologies. I feel like I'm developing into a goofball. It's nothing, just kidding. Ning Qiye, feeling the weight of her words, hurriedly lowered her head to focus on her meal, seeking to diminish her presence. Ahem, the contract. Wang Mian, suppressing his expression, continued. Due to certain unique circumstances, deities are not suited to descend upon the mortal realm. Thus, a suitable individual is required to accomplish their desires, akin to the ancient rituals performed in society. At this juncture, a contract is forged between mortals and gods. The divine provides unimaginable power, while humans undertake tasks that may be inconvenient for the deities. Upon hearing Wang Mian's explanation, Lin Qiye became lost in thought. His brow furrowed as he repeatedly uttered the term contract. Yet, regardless of how he pondered, he could not fathom what Michael wished for him to do. The Fanchen Shanai, rather than a contract, could be seen as a gift or compensation. I mentioned it, but sound cannot travel through a vacuum. I also let you perceive my intentions through my gaze. It is better left unsaid. You spent a decade in the night. making me appear as a perverse individual who enjoys blinding others. So, Captain Wang, Brother Ning, what tasks have your deities assigned to you? Lin Qiye felt a twinge of invasion of privacy and quickly added, if it's inconvenient, just disregard it. After all, I recall stating that a pathwalker must follow their destined path. If one fails to do so, they risk losing their power. Moreover, if the envoy does not adhere to their path, the star gods would not bestow their strength upon them. Oh yes, the apothecary mentioned I should retrieve something. Ning Qiye side leisureli. Oh, our tasks are surprisingly similar. What is it? If it is convenient, we can report it to the higher-ups. Many hands make light work. Wang Mian suggested. I am uncertain, Ning Qiye confidently replied. Chapter 42. The Gift of Longevity to Wang Mian Nanny? Ning Qiye's words were as shocking as ever. Silencing the crowd once more. Observing the astonished expressions around him, Ning Qiye continued to elaborate. The situation at that time was as follows. The apothecary instructed me to find something, but when he mentioned that item, there was interference, and I could not hear it clearly. The esteemed apothecary said he needed an envoy, and perhaps my prayers were heard. Consequently, I gained power. What legitimate meetings could I possibly attend? What high-profile gatherings could I possibly join? I was merely a wild card. How could I possibly win in this match? Lin Qiye, an embodiment of cosmic will, had to endure over 11 million failures. Wasn't it reasonable that I am merely one of the apothecary's many failed plans? Ahem, let me recount my experience. After all, there is nothing inconvenient about it. This occurred 8 or 9 years ago. I was in my first year of high school, wandering aimlessly through the streets. Just as I was about to encounter great fortune, time froze, and Chronos emerged from the void, granting me the divine ruins in exchange for a promise to retrieve something from Takamagahara in the future. Takamagahara, the land of the gods? Lin Qiye was taken aback. Does it truly exist? The god of time affirmed its existence, so it must be real. I just have yet to find it. At this point, Wang Mian sighed helplessly. As Ning Qiye was engrossed in his meal, his astonishing wisdom began to flow once more. It was known that Wang Mian had been transported to another world by fate to become a hero saving the realm, saved by Chronos before his journey began. Having experienced over 11 million reincarnations, it could be said that Chronos indirectly obliterated countless alternate worlds. Far away in Olympus, Chronos suddenly looked eastward, feeling an inexplicable weight on his back, as if a pot had been placed upon him, leaving him baffled and unable to comprehend. Returning to the present, Lin Qiye nodded, asking, are there any precautions to take as a representative of the deities? Certainly, the ancient god cult is the foremost concern. Before joining the Night Watch, I had encountered the madmen of the ancient god cult. However, I had no intention of associating with those lunatics, even if they possessed clues to Takamagahara. Did they abandon their pursuit? Impossible. They are not a civilized or polite organization. For them, destroying what they cannot obtain is commonplace. I was ambushed 3 or 4 times shortly after joining the Night Watch, yet I survived. Reflecting on the past, I couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. However, they no longer dare to approach me. Why? Ning Qiye inquired. Because they cannot defeat me, Wang Mian replied, his gaze shifting to the other teammates present, a smile gracing his lips. I have a reliable group of companions. Whether in one-on-one combat or a brawl, those madmen would not dare to challenge me. Oh, Captain Wang, I understand. It's like family, Ning Qiye added. Ahem, Captain, please refrain from saying such nauseating things while eating. It is rather unsettling to hear. Vortex remarked with a peculiar expression. But it is the truth, Wang Mian insisted. Still, it is embarrassing to say such things in public. Is it difficult to express embarrassment? Rose glared at Wang Mian. Yes, I shall certainly be more mindful next time. Observing the playful banter among the 7, Ning Qiye's gaze grew distant, reminiscent of a time when he too had a group of companions, walking the world with lively chatter. A bitter smile crept across his face, as no one from his past life remained. However, in this life with Uncle Chun, old Zhao Qi, the plump one, and that lovely girl, it was more than enough. A beautiful experience is enough. All right, is there anything else you wish to inquire? Wang, could you elaborate on the insect depicted in the portrait you showed me at Zhang? Must special task forces carry a mysterious compendium? Upon hearing Ning Qiye's question, Wang Mian pondered for a long while before responding. This will be explained later. Since you have asked, I shall share a bit in advance. The ancient texts of the Night Watch record 5 types of mysterious insects. the young hibernating insect. The second hibernating insect, the eroding hibernating insect, the true hibernating insect, and the insect mother. Their nature is ferocious, their origins unknown, their exoskeletons sturdy, and their reproduction rapid. The first recorded appearance was in the original manuscript of the Shiji, which recounts a mother insect devouring a small nation in the western regions, ultimately being slain by General Hua Qubing and the immortal Wang Cheng and immortal Shuang. In summary, the process for creating a man-made, forbidden object, the Yanshan bottle, intended for exterminating such mysteries, has been passed down. Due to the difficulty of production and low yield, is safeguarded by special task forces. When local teams encounter such mysterious insects, they must immediately contact the special team for resolution. The last occurrence of these mysteries was instigated by the ancient god cult, resulting in significant losses for them, as many perished at the hands of the insects. There are even historical accounts stating that the ancient god cult initially comprised 4 leaders, serving 4 evil gods, one of whom, along with the deity he represented, was literally torn apart by the insects. You managed to slay 2 of these insects. Even if they were young ones, that is quite an accomplishment. Upon hearing Wang Mian's response, Ning Qiye nodded thoughtfully. Were the names of those 2 immortals recorded? Wang Mian shook his head. No, they were not. Wang, wasn't the mystery only shrouded in fog a century ago? From your words, it seems these mysteries, forbidden objects, and forbidden ruins existed even 2,000 years ago. I cannot say for certain. The ancient texts indicate this. The ancient bottle does indeed exist. That is all I know. Seeing that he could not extract more information, Ning Qiye produced a purple gold gourd, pouring out a pill and offering it to Wang Mian. Captain Wang, I have something wonderful here. Would you like to try it? Wang Mian, without suspicion, placed it in his mouth, and it melted upon contact. Astonishingly, as the pill was consumed, Wang Mian's face began to youthful transform, shifting from a 34-year-old man to a 24-year-old. Captain, how did you become younger? Rose, as a woman, was the first to notice the anomaly. Wang Mian felt as though his lifespan had been extended by a decade. A single pill, 10 years of life. This is the Changshan Dan. Longevity has always been the pursuit of the affluent, with even a single day's extension prompting individuals to spend lavishly. Let alone a pill that grants 10 years, and I have an entire gourd of them. This realization made Wang Mian's expression darken significantly. Wang Mian retrieved an artificial forbidden object, Feng Shijianji Shi, from his pocket. Shijianji Shi, sequence 190, is capable of opening a minute rift in time, where events occurring within will not affect the external world. Once this rift closes, time resumes its original course. However, an artificial forbidden object cannot halt time. It merely provides a secluded space for 2 individuals to converse undisturbed by the outside world. Di Shuang, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Moreover, from whence did you acquire this? Chapter 43. This time you must outrun time. Di Shuang, are you aware of what you are doing? Where did you obtain this? Observing Wang Mian's serious demeanor, Ning Di Shuang candidly replied, Isn't it just a Chang Sheng Dan? A pill that extends life by 10 years, ineffective against spirits and deities. Quite costly indeed. It was given by a deity, and I noticed you could use this. Wang team, I plan to gift you a gourd. Absolutely not. This item is far too precious for me to accept. A common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure can lead to misfortune. Such a valuable item should be kept discreetly. Do not let others know. Perhaps feeling his words were too harsh, Wang Mian softened his tone. Di Shuang, you remain too naive and innocent. This could lead to your downfall. With that, Wang Mian placed a hand on Ning Di Shuang's shoulder as a gesture of counsel. King Mian, do you wish to hear what you are saying? Him, Ning Di Shuang. Naive? He is merely a delightful visage concealing a malevolent heart, akin to a black sesame-filled delicacy. Then, Wang team, how about we strike a deal? Ning Di Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Buddy, you aren't still considering having me assist you in applying for a forbidden object, are you? Surely not. Seriously? You want me to fetch someone using your divine realm? First, tell me who it is. Team 136, Auxiliary Military Doctor, Si Xiaonan. Wang team, I hope that in the future, should she encounter misfortune, you may save her life. I beg of you. Ning Di Shuang's expression turned grave as he offered a formal bow. Seeing Ning Di Shuang's stubbornness, Wang Mian solemnly nodded. Very well, I agree. but I will only take 10. Upon hearing Wang Mian's agreement, Ning Shuang reverted to a relaxed and contented demeanor, displaying a somewhat cheeky expression as he waved his hand. Wang team, a gourd contains 40. You may take them all. My deity has bestowed upon me several hundred, so it is no trouble. Upon hearing several hundred, Wang Mian was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly recognized the sincerity reflected in Ning Shuang's eyes. He instantly grasped the meaning behind the phrase. There exists a disparity between agents of deities. Choices outweigh efforts. Why do other deities provide their agents with weapons, medicines, and protective gear without imposing demands? How absurd. Is this deity seeking an agent or a son? What is your relationship with that girl? Wang Mian inquired. Ning Shuang's face flushed as he stammered. Friends, merely ordinary friends. Wang Mian found this response rather peculiar, but chose not to pursue the matter further. By the way, the forbidden object you requested is already in application with Instructor Yuan. It should arrive in a couple of days. That quickly? Of course, after all, our combat process was observed by the instructors extensively. Did I not dismantle the warehouse cameras? Ning Shuang expressed confusion. There are a few hidden cameras that you did not remove. Wang Mian shrugged in response. Ning Shuang remarked, Yuan gang, you old fox, what is it? Is it true that you and Leng Xuan are from the same sect? Such a penchant for spying and photographing. With their transaction concluded, Fang Shijian Ji Shi came to an end, and the two returned to the others. Captain, what was that all about? Tian Ping asked with concern. Wang Mian waved his hand dismissively. Nothing, just a private transaction. This matter must remain confidential. The fewer who know, the better. Understood. Outside the cafeteria, a sharp whistle echoed once more. With a jolt, the seven instinctively dashed toward the cafeteria entrance. Halfway there, Xian finally realized, wait, we already graduated. We are not fresh recruits. Why are we running? Instinct. Tian Ping scratched his head sheepishly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, especially with the other new recruits watching. However, it mattered little, as his face had already been lost in Xian's antics. Xian admitted, I cannot deny I have done some embarrassing things. How should I put this? That does not justify placing all the blame on me. Hey, pass me the peanuts. Let's hurry back for breakfast. With that, the seven resumed their seats, eager to continue enjoying their breakfast. The new recruits resumed their focus on their raw meat buns, finding it absurd to make a fuss over just a whistle. Just a whistle? Damn, there's a sly instructor inside. Hurry to assemble, or we'll have to run 20 laps again. In the blink of an eye, half the cafeteria's patrons had vanished. Pang Pang and Cao Yuan waved goodbye to the two as they sprinted towards the training ground. Ning, brother, let us head out first. 7 Knights, you go ahead. I'll eat a bit longer. Lin Qiye nodded and turned to leave. The cafeteria was left with only the Jiao Mian team and Ning Shuang. Tianyi, could you sign me in? I want to eat a little longer. Go. You should hurry to assemble. The first lesson for new recruits is weapon application. Given your experience with firearms, you should learn quickly, or you will inevitably face consequences. Wang Mian quickly curtailed this immature notion and nudged Ning Shuang away from the table. Ning Shuang hastily scooped a large mouthful of almond tofu and swallowed it down. All right, Wang team, to all my brothers and sisters, use whatever you need from the gourd. If it's insufficient, come find me again. Wishing you all victory. Farewell. Ning Shuang waved his hand, activating his shadowy form as he charged towards the training ground. Am I now unworthy of even having a name? Answer me, Lu in my eyes. Such speed? Is this truly Chuan Jing? It's even faster than I am. Yu Guai remarked, watching Ning Shuang transform into a gust of wind. Without the new recruits' envious gazes, it's simply not enjoyable to eat, Xian sighed. You are such a masochist. Tian Ping rolled his eyes in response. All right, once you're full, let us move. The higher-ups have assigned new tasks. It's a busy season. Wang Mian observed the others ceasing their meal, quietly taking the black box as he prepared to depart. The others stood up, donned their respective masks, and stepped out. The warm sunlight streamed in like a golden veil, gently filtering through the cafeteria's pristine glass, casting a soft warmth that tenderly enveloped the 7 masked figures. The masks glimmered with a gentle radiance, exuding brightness and vitality. A gentle breeze rustled the corner of their gray cloaks. The 7 advanced side by side, their steps light and synchronized, their silhouettes elongated in the interplay of light and shadow, resembling a flowing painting. Gradually, Their figures faded into the corridor's end. This was not their first departure, nor the first batch to leave. Old Sun, standing by the small window, hunched over as he watched them depart until they vanished from sight, reluctant to avert his gaze. After a long moment, Old Sun slowly retracted his vision, wiping the moisture from his eyes. His aged yet resolute voice resonated. Busy, busy indeed. Let it be so. Let it be so. Old Sun wiped away the traces of tears, his expression solemn as he gazed in the direction they left, rendering a precise military salute, and awaited their return for a meal. The night watchmen, why do they guard the night? To protect all living beings. What is guarded? The dangers of ghosts in the night. The deity spoke of light, yet darkness also sprouted. The deity remains indifferent. Yet there are always those who dedicate themselves for the sake of others. Even if it means enduring wounds and sacrificing their lives, they would do so without hesitation. The night watchmen have never been the idols basking in the spotlight. They're the unsung heroes of the night. They fear no sacrifice, nor do they shy away from formidable foes. What they protect are the countless homes lights, even if none belong to them. I heard you, Wang team. For all those with feelings, may their wishes be fulfilled. This is not our first encounter, nor our last. The last time we met, you knew not who I was, and I cannot see your face. One can only glean your suffering and aspirations from the pale words. This time, I assure you, when you surpass time, they will stand behind you, every single one of them, without exception. I cannot guarantee that this will be the final cycle, but I promise that this will be the most united reincarnation. I, Ning Qiye, in the name of the Envoy of Abundance, will carry out the will of the Abundance, Star God Alchemist, until my last breath. Having burned out, dear family, there will not be many chances left. If possible, please give a nudge for the updates on the bookshelf. It truly means a lot to me. Thank you. Chapter 44. Hong Ing and Si Xiaonan at the front desk as the story unfolds. When Ning Qiye heard the whistle and rushed towards the martial arts arena in Kangnan. At the Peace Affairs office, the beautiful Hong Ing, clad in red, languished despondently on the front desk, resembling a pancake with a hint of tomato flavor. Will Uncle Chun cook for us again? I've been eating takeout every day. I'm practically becoming takeout myself, listening to her best friend's incessant complaints. Si Xiaonan set down the documents in her hands. Indeed, Uncle Chun hasn't tea-cooked in a long time. I've noticed his hands have been trembling lately. He can hardly hold a knife, let alone cook. I distinctly remember that before Xiong and Qi left, the kitchen was always filled with delightful aromas. Yet, I searched every corner of the office and found no trace of ingredients. Not to mention the captain's cooking, their ISNT, even a can of food. Xiaonan, do you think the captain has someone outside? Hong Ing, that line of thought is rather perilous. If the captain found out, he would surely make you practice more. Si Xiaonan adjusted her glasses and replied. After deep contemplation, Si Xiaonan finally arrived at a conclusion. Speaking slowly, it is likely that before Shuang left, she asked Uncle Chun to prepare some meals for her to take with her to training, which has caused Uncle Chin's hands to tremble until now. You know, his storage space can keep things fresh. Hong Ing rolled her eyes dramatically. How much food could Xiong possibly take? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be another reason. Si Xiaonan, with her delicate fingers resting on her lips, pondered for a long while before gently extending 4 fingers. Just 4 dishes? Si Xiaonan's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. Well, actually, it's 4 full-course meals. What? Hong Ing was immediately taken aback, realizing that a full-course meal usually comprises 108 dishes. It was no wonder Uncle Chin's hands trembled like he had Parkinson's. Did Xiong leave behind any dishes? Hong Ing pressed on, determined to enjoy a freshly cooked meal today, or she would truly go mad. There are vacuum-packed vegetables in the fridge at home. Just heat them up and they're ready to eat. Shuang's room has small cakes in the fridge. He said before leaving that if I wanted to eat, I could just take them, Si Xiaonan said, propping her chin on her hand while perusing the documents, speaking slowly. Upon hearing this, Hong Ing retorted, fridge? Are you referring to that pitch-black, smooth contraption in the kitchen? And wasn't Xiong's room locked before he left? I tried to clean his room, but the door wouldn't budge. Ning Xiong. Can I say that when I built that fridge, I was wearing a night pearl and inadvertently made it pitch black? Would you believe me? Besides, I feared that members of the ancient God Church might come to steal from us, so I installed a fingerprint lock. Si Xiaonan, surprised, nodded her head. Ah, right, that one opens with just a gentle press. And every time I enter Shuang's room, the door opens as soon as I pull the handle. The kitchen fridge has some vegetables, and the rest are small cakes, strawberry, mango, and taro flavor. The more Si Xiaonan spoke, the softer her voice became until it was barely a whisper. I remember Xiang specifically asked me what flavors I disliked. I told him I didn't tea like strawberry, mango, and taro. He even noted it down. I was touched for quite a while. Yet, he placed the cakes I disliked the most in the spot where I would most likely find them. Ning covered her face with her hands, speaking calmly, her tone devoid of fluctuation. I understand now, dear family. It seems you two are playing house with me. Should I move out to give you both space? Ning Xiang. But I also left plenty of chocolate, yogurt, and blueberry-flavored small cakes. They're just in the fridge in my room. Ning, do you think I can get in there? I have reason to suspect that if I step into your room, 2 Gatling guns spewing blue flames would pop out. Ning Xiang. Oh, come on. Just admit whether I left any or not. And how could I possibly have 2 Gatling guns spewing blue flames in my room? I clearly left 3 rainbow Gatling guns. I said it's to guard against the ancient god church stealing from us. Ning, damn it. Have you considered that this is my home? This is the house my parents left for me. Mine. Ning Xiang. Oh, come on. It was just a joke. No need to take it seriously. Si Xiaonan's face turned crimson as she stammered. Ning, don't say such nonsense. We're just very good, ordinary friends. Yes, ordinary friends. Oh. Why is our little Xiaonan blushing? Have you two taken that step? When can I become an aunt? Si Xiaonan timidly raised a finger. Ning cast aside her previous grievances, eager to press on. You two are moving so fast, huh? Si Xiaonan shook her head. Not yet. But I saw you two together in bed, being all lovey-dovey. Xiaonan, don't be shy, Ning teased, clearly not believing her. Si Xiaonan blushed furiously. I told you that was an accident. With that, she hurriedly fled, genuinely afraid of what Ning might say next. Seeing the adorable girl attempting to escape, Ning swiftly closed the distance, embracing Si Xiaonan and wrapping her arms around her slender waist. Feeling the softness in her arms, Si Xiaonan struggled with her delicate hands, while Ning wore a mischievous smile. Ning Xiang. What a spectacle. What a spectacle. Ning, hee. Albedo. I cannot stand this damn aluminum copper world for even a second. Bystander. Hey, is this a new character? Are they promoting it? The character design is quite intriguing, with a sidelong glance. A definitive version of a deity. Albedo. Xiaonan. What are you both really thinking? Ning turned Si Xiaonan's face toward her, locking eyes with her. What do you mean by that? What are you talking about? Si Xiaonan asked, puzzled by Ning's serious expression. Gazing into Si Xiaonan's clear, bright eyes, Ning gently ruffled her long, dark hair, feeling helpless as she sighed. I truly don't understand whether you both are pretending to be oblivious or genuinely naive. The way you look at each other is so telling. Yet neither of you dares to take a step forward. Even if one of you does, the other retreats 2 steps immediately. I can sense that you are both afraid. Afraid of something. Can you tell me what it is you fear? The first time Ning Xiang fainted to save old Xiao, Si Xiaonan remained steadfast by his bedside. The second time, when he was injured in the second school, Si Xiaonan was again by Ning Xiang's side, never leaving. Yet, they dared not express their feelings. What were they afraid of? As an observer, Ning was deeply puzzled. What were they afraid of? Ning Xiang feared overly involving himself in her life, knowing that if he did not survive, she would follow the same path. Ning Xiang never overestimated his worth. Yet, he could not afford to gamble. Had it not been for the brilliance of the alchemist's light that day, he would still be filling out medical records, perhaps even stepping onto the operating table as the lead surgeon this year. What were they afraid of? Si Xiaonan feared her own identity, afraid of witnessing the cold gaze of her beloved upon discovering she was the agent of the evil god, perhaps even facing blades drawn against her. Si Xiaonan never underestimated the power of the star god and the favoritism she received. Yet, she could not afford to gamble. She truly feared that because of her, he would be embroiled in danger, unable to extricate himself. At this moment, as Ning Xiang rushed toward the training ground, and Si Xiaonan leaned in Ning's embrace, both found their eyes glistening with tears. In the eyes of outsiders, they appear as divine agents, resplendent and magnificent. Yet in reality, they are merely mortal beings striving to survive. When witnessing her close friend shed tears, Ning was taken aback. Sister, I merely wish to enjoy some gossip. Why are you crying? She hurriedly retrieved several tissues, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and embraced her tightly. Do not weep, Xiaonan. You need not speak if it burdens you. It's all right, Ning. Please do not inquire. I am at a loss for words myself. Very well. I shall not press further. However, do not wait until it is too late to regret your decisions. What would you like to eat? Ning affectionately patted her head and asked softly. A small cake, blueberry-flavored, replied Si Xiaonan, stifling her tears and smiling. Chapter 45. The grizzled instructor and the black-haired trainee at this moment, in the training camp, as the second hand approached the completion of its third revolution. A figure clad in golden branches entered the training field, instantly captivating the attention of all the new recruits and inciting a flurry of excitement. Noticing the gazes of the recruits and instructors upon her, Ning Shuang remained unfazed, taking one step, then another, until she stood before them. As her armor and branches dissolved in the wind, a striking silhouette emerged, revealing her eyes as she swept her bangs aside, declaring, 3 minutes, neither more nor less. The training ground erupted in fervor. I had no intention of boasting, yet circumstances seemed to favor me, she mused. Yuan Gang and Hong Hao exchanged glances, realizing that this divine agent seemed even more formidable than the military rogue, Shun Qingyu. Silence. Instructor Han Li bellowed from the platform, restoring quiet to the assembly. He then resumed his instruction. When confronting the enigmatic beings of varied abilities and extraordinary physical prowess far surpassing that of humanity, what do we rely upon for our defense? Upon completing his statement, Han Li scanned the recruits below, awaiting a response. A languid recruit raised his hand. Report. We rely on the formidable Jin Su. Anli Sumirka. Recognizing the youthful arrogance. Indeed, Jin Su serves as humanity's means of confronting the enigmatic, but is not the entirety of our arsenal. Unless your Jin Su can snap its fingers and eliminate the enigmatic, can you? He cautioned. Youngsters should temper their hubris. Shen Qingyu raised an eyebrow, displeased by the skepticism directed at him. I can do it. Jin Su sequence 068, Qi Min. And if the instructor is not youthful, what then? He retorted, fixing his gaze on Han Li. Instructor Han felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was acutely aware that among the 240 recruits, 3 were exceptionally high risk, including 2 divine agents and a young heir from the Bai Li family. To his dismay, he had inadvertently pointed out the most troublesome recruit first. He could only feign ignorance, aside from Jin Su. Is there any other answer? The recruit who spoke earlier, please share your thoughts. As a master of weaponry, Han Li was proficient in various martial arts and skilled in both theory and practice. He knew that among the top 200 high-risk Jin Su series, only 2 were the transformation type, 031, Black King Annihilation, and 174, Qingyu Yuan. Clearly, neither of these criteria applied to Ning Shuang, which gave Han Li a false sense of control. Seeing that it was his turn to respond, Ning Shuang politely stated, Report. We rely on forbidden items. Very well. Relying on forbidden items. Do you think they just materialize out of thin air? Anli Shukalat. Further convinced that this recruit was merely a privileged youth seeking to gild his resume. Addressing the recruits solemnly, he asserted, in combat against the enigmatic, besides relying on your own Jin Su, you must also possess a strong physique and combat skills. Physical conditioning requires persistent training, and I can only offer a few suggestions. Combat skills are divided into 2 categories, hot and cold weapons. Against lower-tier enigmatics, hot weapons are indeed more convenient. However, when facing higher-tier enigmatics, the only reliable weapon you have is the blade in your hand. What I will impart to you now are the combat techniques for cold weapons. Today, we will primarily focus on the use of the signature weapon of our night watchman, the Xing Chun Dao. Han Li then elaborated on the various uses of the straight sword, providing invaluable insights to the recruits, except for Lin Qiye and Ning Shuang. Undeniably, Han Li's teaching ability was commendable, with a solid theoretical foundation and meticulous explanations. However, it still paled in comparison to the personalized training provided by He Wuchang. The experiences he shared were steeped in profound hardship, each lesson etched into memory. Yet, Han Li remained oblivious to this, only aware that the recruit who had previously spoken was now dozing off during his lecture. This prompted Han Li to vow to teach him a lesson soon. Now, I will invite a few individuals to come up and demonstrate, he announced, grasping the Xing Chun Dao, his keen gaze sweeping over the recruits. The one who spoke of using forbidden items, please come up and demonstrate. Ning Shuang stepped onto the platform, glancing at the Xing Chun Dao in Han Li's possession. Scratching her head, Instructor Han, Would you prefer a wooden sword instead? What? Are you afraid? Rest assured, I will exercise caution. Observing, Hanli spirita Damiano. Ning Shuang considered advising him further, but found herself at a loss for words. Never mind. I hope the West Queen Mother won't be upset about the poor review. Ning Shuang retrieved Sui Xiaonan, which, although still a work in progress, now bore a golden gun barrel. She twirled the gun in preparation for her move against Instructor Han. Han Li advanced, striking at Ning Shuang from a remarkably tricky angle. Instinctively, she defended, the gun tip meeting the back of the sword. 3 seconds later, a wail reverberated through the training ground. Oh no, my sword! Han Li's Xingchun Dao shattered into countless pieces, cascading to the ground, following in the footsteps of Wu Xiaonan's weapon. He knelt on the demonstration platform, collecting the fragments while sobbing. My sword! Oh, my sword! How could you leave me? I have just become an instructor and haven't even provided you with the best care. How could you abandon me, sending the elder to mourn the youth? Silence enveloped the scene, a deafening hush. Even a normally aloof recruit was taken aback, dropping his chewing gum to the ground. Ning Shuang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, scratching her cheek. What to do? She had made the male instructor cry, and time was of the essence. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, 3 individuals were engaged in a game of cards. Bomb. Oh no, I have only 1 card left. Chief, I am aware, which is why I threw the bomb. Hong Hao, we are farmers, and our opponent is the landlord. Why are you bombing me? Oh, my apologies. Yuan Gang, staring at his solitary card, fell into deep contemplation, gritting his teeth. Not worth it. Landlord, I win with a straight. Old Yuan, you are truly the worst. How did you manage to lose? Tell me, who is truly at fault here? If you hadn't thrown that bomb, you would have one already. Damn it. Yuan Gang cursed vehemently. After a brief moment of lamentation, Han Li accepted the reality of the situation, gathering the remains of the Xingchun Dao and placing them solemnly in a brocade box, wiping his tears and nose. He appeared dazed. What is your name? Where did you obtain this weapon? It is incredibly sharp. Ning Shuang sheepishly scratched her head. I am Ning Shuang, from Chuanjing, a divine agent, and this weapon was gifted by my deity. Han Li gosped in astonishment, realizing that what he had initially perceived as a soft target was, in fact, a formidable contender. With a probability of 1239, he had encountered the strongest recruit of this batch. Instructor, are you all right? Ning Shuan no inquired cautiously. Hearing her concern, Han Li felt compelled to affirm his composure, loudly declaring, I am fine. What could possibly be wrong? I am certainly fine. You performed admirably. Now, let us continue with the next demonstration. Upon hearing this, Ning Shuang hurriedly leaped off the platform. He swore to the heavens, no, he vowed to the bountiful star deity that he had not intended for this to happen. Breaking past the 100,000 word mark is a cause for celebration. If possible, dear reader, kindly lend your support, urging for updates and showering me with free gifts. I extend my gratitude in advance. Chapter 46. The frustrated Instructor Han, devoid of light in his eyes, retrieved 2 wooden swords from the rack, scanning the new recruits with a vacant stare. Today, he must select a soft target, not merely to establish authority, but more importantly, to salvage his resolve. Ah, that little chubby one. Yes, indeed, it is you, the one glancing about. Come fort. The obedient and pudgy figure climbed onto the martial arts stage, accepting the wooden sword with a warm smile directed at Instructor Han. Concerned that he might be feigning innocence, Instructor Han inquired, what is your forbidden item? The chubby one continued to grin foolishly, replying, forbidden item? I do not have one. How did you manage to enter without a forbidden item? Instructor Han knew that among the new recruits, many were special forces without such limitations. Yet this rotund individual brimming with flesh seemed utterly incongruous with the profile of a special forces soldier. Reporting, Instructor, my family has a bit of wealth, so I got in, the chubby one admitted, raising his hand sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Instructor Han couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Indeed, a spoiled rich kid. Shall teach him the combat methods of a night watchman. Without waiting for the chubby one's response, Instructor Han lunged forward like a hungry tiger, thrusting the sword straight at his face, causing the chubby one to drop the sword in fright and cover his head, crouching down. This approach relied solely on familiarity with the weapon. Observing the chubby one's antics, Instructor Han relaxed somewhat. However, 3 seconds later, Han Li wished he could slap himself for his earlier actions. A brilliant flash appeared as a golden shield materialized in front of the chubby one, causing the wooden sword to shatter into 3 pieces. What? What? What is this? Instructor exclaimed. It doesn't hurt, the chubby one replied, now as conspicuous as a light bulb, prompting the onlookers to realize that the instructor had indeed picked a formidable opponent this time. Apologies, instructor. I forgot to turn off my forbidden item. I'll do it now. Let us continue. The chubby one fumbled as he hurriedly deactivated the Yao Guan. Hanli placed a hand over his chest to steady his breath and slowly asked, New recruit, what is your name and where do you come from? The chubby one scratched his head, replying earnestly, reporting, Instructor, my name is Bai Li Tu Ming from Guangshun. Anli rapeli aqua di surnama Bai Li. Realizing he had inadvertently selected a young master from the Bai Li family. The probability of this was staggering. Taking a deep breath, Hanli slowly said, All right, Bai Li. You performed admirably. You may step down. I shall select another. Okay. Instructor Han tossed aside the hilt of the sword, rubbing his temples, feeling slightly overwhelmed. He remembered another new recruit who had dozed off during his lecture. Frail and weak-looking, he should be easy to handle. You come up. Oh. Lin Qiye effortlessly leapt onto the martial arts stage, accepting the wooden sword and assuming a combat stance. Concerned, Hanli inquired again, Do you possess any forbidden items? Lin Qiye shook his head, No. Good. Did you remember everything from earlier? I did. Excellent. I will now teach you advanced techniques. You may find it challenging to defend, but do not be disheartened. Observe closely and learn well. Hanli adjusted his mindset, facing the new recruits, and explained the technique of swiftly wielding the sword from a blind spot. Both practical and powerful, it was thoroughly comprehensive. Hanli took a half-step towards Lin Qiye, suddenly swinging the sword at him from an awkward angle. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the wooden swords clashed, their gazes locking. Hanli was astonished. You actually managed to block it. You have quite the talent. Lin Qiye merely nodded, inwardly scoffing at how there was nothing to block. He had endured far worse over the past weeks. Meanwhile, Ning Shuang was conversing with Cao Yuan and the chubby one, pondering, Yuan, fatty. Do you think Instructor Han will call Mo Li or Yuan next for a spar? The chubby one awkwardly scratched his head. The instructor can't be that displeased, right? Cao Yuan was also skeptical. The probability of that is too low. I suspect he is merely going through the list. What was he aiming for, then? To humiliate himself? The chubby one shrugged, thoroughly confused. While the 3 whispered among themselves, Instructor Han found himself steadily on the defensive against Lin Qiye's relentless assault, quickly disarmed. The look in Han Li's eyes, though innocent and clear, communicated only one message. You cannot withstand this. Instructor Han's expression soured as he straightened up, taking deep breaths. Have you practiced with a sword? A little. Who taught you? Heiyu Chong and Chen Wei. Upon hearing the name Heiyu Chong, Han Li felt a sense of relief. It was only natural to struggle against such a master. Just as he was about to dismiss Lin Qiye, the latter solemnly declared, Lin Qiye, Zhanjing, agent of the radiant angel Mi Jia Lo. With that, he elegantly leapt off the martial arts stage. Initially unfazed, Han Li felt a wave of despair wash over him, closing his eyes as his heart ached. Lin Qiye quipped, Just tell me if my swordsmanship resembles Brother Ning's. Han Li internally raged. Who told you to learn that? I asked if you remember the techniques. The chubby one, seeing Lin Qiye return, gave him a thumbs up. Qiye, you're the best. After a long moment, Han Li, with bloodshot eyes, scanned the new recruits and pointed at one with closed eyes. You, come up. Let's have a spar. Me? Yes, you. Why the hesitation? Hurry. Cao Yuan cursed under his breath, reluctantly stepping onto the stage. Seeing the quarry ascend, Han Li refrained from immediately attacking and instead asked, Are you a divine agent? No. Although Ning Shuang often jests that Cao Yuan was the agent of the Black King, the Black King was not a deity. Do you possess any forbidden items? No. Has anyone taught you swordsmanship? No. Wonderful. Han Li rejoiced inwardly, finally able to assert himself. My authority is now clear. Ahaha. He tossed the wooden sword towards Cao Yuan. You attack, and I will defend. Cao Yuan stood still, not catching the sword, allowing it to drop to the ground. Instructor, I cannot wield a sword. Han Li erupted in fury. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Pick up the sword. Cao Yuan shook his head defiantly. Igniting Khan, Li's Raja Furta. Pick up the sword. I command you to pick up the sword. I demand it. I truly cannot. Silence, recruit. As a soldier, You must obey my orders. I will bear the consequences. My command is to pick up the sword and attack me. Yes. With a resigned sigh, Cao Yuan bent down to retrieve the sword. The other recruits watched in silence, while Ning Shuang urged the chubby one to retrieve the sealing scroll. Boom! The heavens darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. A sinister aura surged from Cao Yuan, coalescing around him. A black pillar of fire shot into the sky, instilling dread in most attendees, making it difficult for them to breathe. The chubby one gulped. Is this the Black King's annihilation? At that moment, the trio of players realized something was amiss. Oh no, something's wrong. We must check it out immediately. The sudden eruption of dark energy startled all the instructors at the training camp, their brows furrowing. In the training ground, the black pillar of fire dissipated, revealing a towering figure, shrouded in black flames, wielding a massive sword and sporting a sinister grin. Chapter 47. 3 strikes to disperse the Black King's soul. Commander. I am a night watchman. The sword was out of control. I should have anticipated this. What kind of luck is this? I merely want to teach them how to wield a sword. I have never harmed any creature in my life, not even a chicken. Are there no locals in this training camp? Oh, how the heavens have wronged me. Hanli glanced at the wooden sword in his hand, finding it utterly laughable. After a moment of silence, he tossed aside the wooden sword, preparing to retrieve his star blade. However, he soon remembered that his blade had been shattered, leaving him no choice but to humbly grasp the wooden sword, ready to confront the Black King. He bellowed to the recruits, everyone, evacuate in an orderly fashion. I will hold the rear. Without needing Han Li's prompting, all but the 2 high-risk individuals, the 2 divine agents, and the chubby one had already fled. Brother Ning, let us go. Wait, let us hold on a moment. If something truly happens, I'll be the first to go. Ning Shuang restrained the eager Lin Qiye and the chubby one, maintaining a calm demeanor. Bro, Emoli, you 2 step back. If anyone is to confront this, it should be me first. Zui Gu was about to retort, but upon recalling this formidable brother's impressive track record, he willingly stood behind Emoli. On the stage, Han Li brandished his sword, facing the Black King, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The Black King roared in fury, moving like lightning, his voice echoing like thunder. With a mighty swing of his large blade, a black crescent flame surged toward Han Li. Han Li narrowed his eyes, evading the attack and continuously observing and predicting his opponent's next move. In the next moment, the Black King appeared in a flash, swinging his sword in a sideways slash. Han Li instinctively raised his guard, but his wooden sword was immediately engulfed in flames. Left with no choice, Han Li had to evade once more. The Black King swung his sword again, unleashing another wave of fiery crescent towards Han Li, who had just landed. Realizing there was no escape, Han Li remained surprisingly calm. Not panicking, yet feeling a deep sense of unwillingness. He instinctively raised the damaged wooden sword to block. Is this where it ends? Yet, I'm truly unwilling. At that moment, a golden light appeared between the crescent and Han Li. It was the Forbidden Ruins. My Forbidden Ruins? I actually possess the Forbidden Ruins. A brand new, unexpected Forbidden Ruins illuminated Han Li's eyes, prompting him to hastily move towards the weapon rack, where he grasped an iron sword. Li. The sequence of the Forbidden Ruins is unknown. The persimmon only picks the hard to squeeze. When confronting the strongest adversary before you, you gain immunity to 1 fatal blow from that character. Upon witnessing Han Li's activation of the Forbidden Ruins, Ning Shuang also leapt onto the martial arts stage. Earlier, while below the stage, she sensed a surge of energy within Han Li, perfectly timing it to force it out through the Black King. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a Forbidden Ruins, which was indeed a cause for celebration. Ning Shuang retrieved star-shattering god-slaying and removed the spearhead, pointing it at the Black King with a cold smirk, saying, "Since you're already dead, why still act like a demon? Would it not be better to lie down and become my brother's power?" Black King. The Black King roared and charged at Ning Shuang. Yet in her eyes, his speed appeared excruciatingly slow. Ning Shuang sidestepped the flaming crescent, positioning herself behind the Black King, striking his thigh with her stick. The Black King attempted to evade, but the speed of Chuanjing combined with her proximity left him with no escape. After all, he had charged in himself. Suffering a solid blow, the Black King fell to the ground, with Ning Shuang mercilessly taking advantage of the situation, relentlessly beating the fallen foe. Gradually, The Black King's furious howls transformed into pitiful whimpers. Ultimately, he cast aside his sword, reverting back to Cao Yuan. Ning Shuang observed this and thought, this won't do. I haven't had my fill of punishment yet. No, I have not finished educating you. How can you leave like this? Yuan, how do you feel? Cough, cough. It's all right, just a bit sore all over. I can't feel my buttocks and limbs. Yuan, just hang in there. I'll apply some medicine for you shortly. Here, take this. Before Cao Yuan could discern what it was, a pair of nail clippers landed in his hands, and the Black King re-emerged. Black King, what happened? The Black King mechanically turned his head, only to see the face that had just beaten him. He was about to roar in frustration when he was met with 3 swift strikes. 3 blows shattered the Black King's spirit, as he declared, Commander, I am a night watchman. When Cao Yuan regained consciousness for the 3rd time, he quickly begged for mercy. Master, big brother, please, no more. Yuan, bear with it. I need to discipline the Black King. Seeing Ning Shuang intend to continue with the knife, Cao Yuan hurriedly explained, Big brother, you are my elder. Please hear me out. You have always been hitting me. The Black King has never emerged. Ning Shuang remarked. It seems indeed that the Black King only appears when fully unleashed. The usual rampage is merely Cao Yuan in a state of unconsciousness. Oh no, I got the memories from my previous life wrong. I struck the wrong person. How embarrassing. Absolute healing activated, and in an instant, Cao Yuan's swollen buttocks and bleeding limbs returned to normal. Ning Shuang promptly helped Cao Yuan to his feet, looking quite awkward, without allowing Cao Yuan to speak. A rejuvenation pill was shoved into his mouth. Meanwhile, the tardy Hong Hao observed the two, wanting to inquire about any injuries. But remembering that this agent S divine ruin was healing, he wisely remained silent. Cao Yuan glanced at Instructor Han, wishing to say something, but was interrupted. You need not say anything. The responsibility for this lies with me. This prompted Cao Yuan, who wished to apologize, to hesitate. And he could only bow slightly, hands together in a gesture of respect. Ba. Instructor Hong, I may not be suited to be an instructor. I will submit my resignation to the higher-ups. Hong Hao understood that today, this incident had dealt a significant blow to Han Li. So he pulled him aside for some comforting words, psychological support, and grand visions, managing to persuade him to stay. With the rampage incident of Cao Yuan concluded, the recruits resumed their unfinished training, which continued until noon. Although it was still raw meat and steamed buns, unlike the morning, each recruit's table now had a small dish of pickled vegetables. Despite the ongoing chaos, the addition of even a small dish of pickled vegetables brought immense joy to the despondent recruits. Gee, boss, why do you think old son suddenly showed kindness? There are actually pickled vegetables. The chubby one moved, carefully placed the pickled vegetables atop his bun, and took a large bite, savoring it. I don't know, but the pickled vegetables are really scarce. Lin Qiye, with a dark expression, silently counted the number of pickled vegetables 3 times. Hearing his esteemed person say there weren't enough pickled vegetables, the eager Cao Yuan presented his dish with both hands. Here, Shuang, you too can have my pickled vegetables. Ning Shuang also offered her dish. Let us share mine with you 3 as well. Lin Qiye was taken aback, while the chubby one and Cao Yuan widened their eyes. Boss, these are pickled vegetables. How could you not eat them? I can manage with just a bun. You all keep the pickled vegetables for when we have meat. Then I want tea hold back. Saying this, the chubby one reached for the 2 dishes of pickled vegetables, but was caught by Cao Yuan's large hand. Chubby, since Shuang isn't eating, let us give them all to Qiye. Upon hearing this, the chubby one's mouth gaped wide. Do you know what you sound like right now? Chao Zai. What do you mean? A sycophant. I'm more than happy to be one. Ning Shuang chimed in with playful teasing. Not bad. You're young, yet already have your own sycophant. Shuang, actually, Ning Shuang hurriedly interrupted, stating with righteous indignation, No, I do not need a sycophant. Especially not a male one. If you speak such outrageous words again, I will treat you as the Black King once more. As usual, I seek a wave of support from my bookshelf and free gifts to urge updates. This is truly important to me. Thank you. A group has been established, and you may come in to take a look. 978482666. 40 chapters were unexpectedly held for review. I just revised them. Everyone, please help check for any major issues. Thank you. Chapter 48, The Fraudulent Gene. Lin Qiye chose to interrupt this outrageous declaration. We are comrades. You need not be so formal. But Cao Yuan shook his head, looking into Lin Qiye's eyes, and earnestly said, "Qi, I simply wish to be devoted to you. Cao Yuan, Yi, you are the wind, and I am the sand, entwined until the ends of the earth." Stop, stop, stop. Where did the music come from? Lin Qiye's expression darkened as he turned to see Ning Shuang holding a radio in one hand and a camera in the other. Qiye, continue. Give us a smile. With that, the camera was tossed back into the divine ruin. Ning Shuang vowed to protect three things in her life: the happiness of Si Xiaonan, the camera that records black history, and the snapshots of Lin Qiye in women-s attire. An amateur photographer possesses a professional quality. Hacky Shuang, you rascal. Lin Qiye, when will I be able to stand tall? Shouldn't I be the protagonist? The chubby one, hearing this, gasped in shock, his expression shifting. Goodness, this is a formidable rival. Lin Qiye felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, although they had shared meals and watched Ning Shuang take on the king together. They were not yet close enough for such unabashed flattery. Even with his brother Ning's endorsement, a grown man, a burly man at that, engaging in such shameless flattery made it hard not to overthink. Do you truly believe I can help you absolve your sins? I do not. Lin Qiye, however, has faith in Master Shuang. After finishing his pickled vegetables, Pang approached and inquired, "Aren't you afraid that Master Shuang might be a fraud?" Just as Pang posed his question, a knowledgeable and gentle female voice emanated from the radio. According to our reporter's latest news, a heinous criminal case has occurred in the Zhuhua mountain region. The suspect, Jin, has been criminally detained by local police on charges of fraud and human trafficking. It is reported that Jin, in collusion with another individual, has long employed various methods to deceive others out of their property and is suspected of trafficking multiple victims to remote areas, inflicting immense suffering and loss upon the victims and their families. Following meticulous investigation, the police have ultimately secured evidence against Jin and decisively apprehended him. Currently, the case is undergoing further deliberation, and the police will continue their in-depth investigation to capture the other suspect, Xiao. In the stillness of the evening, Lin Qiye and Pang subtly shifted closer to Ning Disha, distancing themselves from Cao Yuan, their expressions laden with vigilance. At that moment, Cao Yuan felt utterly aggrieved. He had never experienced the world as so cold and unfamiliar. His face flushed with indignation. He exclaimed, "That is not me. Master Shuang would never engage in such deeds." "Ha! Master Shuang does not even bear the surname Jin. He is surnamed Tang." Lin Qiye and Pang chimed in, "Ah, yes, we believe you." Clearing her throat, Ning Disha sensed that the amusement had reached its limit. To continue would be impolite. Indeed, Master Shuang is surnamed Tang, and this tale was merely a fabrication of mine. With gratitude shining in his eyes, Cao Yuan felt as if Ning Disha was shielding him from blame, or rather, using her credibility to clarify his name. The debt of gratitude towards Master Ning remains unpayable. Lin Qiye, aware of her elder brother's notoriously difficult character, often found herself questioning whether he might actually be a harbinger of joy. In contrast, Pang was far simpler, believing whatever his leader stated. "Qiye, come, enjoy some pickled vegetables." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Qiye picked up a small piece and consumed it. Thus, their friendship was officially solidified. Leaning in, Pang asked, "Qiye, do you think I, Bali Pang, deserve a taste of your pickled vegetables?" "You do, but only a small bite." "Yea, Qiye, I adore you." Ning Disha pushed her own plate forward. "Let us share. Our friendship is unbreakable." Henceforth, the trio, known as Nightfall, was formally established. In the afternoon, outside Jinan Mountain, Ning Disha wondered why her eyelids were twitching. There was nothing particularly strenuous about today's training. Never mind. I will seek Yuan Gang tomorrow for the prohibited items and prepare to flee. I miss Xiaonan. The new recruits had gathered, and Hong Hao surveyed the spirited newcomers with satisfaction. He explained the rules of extreme training. A 70-pound load must be carried while evading drones, crossing the mountain range before dawn. Each participant was to wield a tactical knife. There were strict prohibitions: no infighting, no discarding the load, no attacking the drones, and no using the load to shield against drone attacks. Any violation of the rules or elimination by the drones would result in severe punishment. Hong Hao, with a somber expression, emphasized, very cruel. "Why do I only have a spoon? A plastic one at that?" Cao Yuan raised his plastic spoon, his tone forlorn. He vowed that if Hong Hao did not provide a reasonable explanation, He would use the spoon to bury himself. Hong Hao, equally embarrassed, broke into a wide grin. You can't use a knife, so this is perfect. It has its uses. What about a shovel? Hong Hao's gaze wandered. The shovels in the camp are all edged. The ordinary ones are still on the way. In truth, he had simply forgotten, left with no choice. Cao Yuan could only stare blankly at the spoon, his mind racing to discern its utility. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck. All right, I can use it to dig wild vegetables for Qi and Disha. Ah, as expected of me. Furthermore, everyone, surrender your prohibited items. Instructor, I refuse. That is my lifeline. Ning Qiye protested. Hong Hao's temper flared. Hey, in the training camp, you must follow orders. I refuse. I will not part with my weapon. You may imprison me in the fasting chamber, but the banished scroll and town seal are ineffective against me. Before you lock me up, kindly return the prohibited items owed to us. Thank you. With that, Ning Qiye produced a camera and waved it in front of Hong Hao. A mere milkman without any combat prowess. Should he encounter a surprise attack from the ancient god church without a weapon, it would spell disaster. Even if he relished amusement, Ning Qiye did not wish for himself and Si Xiaonan to become a source of entertainment, especially since all instructors had witnessed his battle against Wang Mian. He remembered that there were moles among the instructors, albeit primarily coerced. In Chuanjing, the agents of the divine, the ancient god church are not naive. Although the original story had its first attack during the new year, no one could guarantee that the ancient god church would not act out of desperation and launch an ambush earlier. What? You say the night watchmen have already scoured the mountains? Traversing a fantasy narrative, one should not completely trust the security of righteous organizations. Do not forget that only Yuan Gang, the higher-ups, and Lin Qiye are privy to the intelligence regarding the dual divine agents, having classified NYX as top secret. The ancient god church is now fully aware of it. I ask you, Lin Qiye, Yuan Gang, and the higher-ups, who do you think is the mole? Hong Hao gazed at Ning Qiye, who stood his ground, wanting to explode, yet reflecting that Ning Qie's strength was such that even Yuan Gang could not easily contend with him. Even a small Chuanjing could afford to grant him leeway. Thus, he abandoned the thought of confiscating prohibited items. Utilizing them during training would also be considered elimination. Now into the mountains. Chapter 49 Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Ning Qiye accepted the load and tactical short knife, and as the weight settled on his shoulder, his countenance shifted dramatically. He stumbled and fell to the ground, extending his left hand to sporadically jot something down. What is this? 100 kilograms. If you cannot manage, lighten the load. Hong Hao murmured. A man must not admit defeat. Qi, help me up. We are heading into the mountains. After a brief adjustment, Ning Qiye was able to bear the 100 kilograms, closely trailing Lin Qiye. Qiye, do you need me to help share the burden? Cao Yuan asked eagerly. Ning Qiye shook his head. He could still endure. This training was designed to exhaust the new recruits, leading them to collapse and facilitating subsequent medicinal absorption for body refinement. Hence, unless absolutely necessary, Ning Qiye, would face the load head-on. Qi, shall I assist you with that? Not needed at the moment, Lin Qiye declined. The robust Pang lagging behind lamented. Why won't you three help me share some of this? Lin Qiye firmly responded. Not possible. Get lost, was Cao Yuan's indifferent reply. Ning Qiye disregarded Pang's lamentations, retrieving a few bottles of water. How about some electrolytes? Pang eagerly grabbed a bottle and gulped it down. Thank you, boss. As the four wandered through the forest, Pang spotted a striking flower. Look, that big flower is so beautiful. Layers of plump pink petals clustered together, forming a lush floral ball. Atop it, delicate clusters of pale yellow stamens sprouted, with no stem, only 4 broad green leaves supporting the bloom, exuding vitality. However, amidst the surrounding dark green bushes, it appeared exceptionally out of place. Ning Qiye felt an uncanny familiarity with it. But the encroaching drones compelled the group to hasten deeper into the mountains. Just as the four and the drone's attention shifted away from the flower, the floral ball burrowed underground, vanishing without a trace. As the quartet retreated into the mountains, Hong Hao's booming voice resonated from the Bluetooth speaker on his backpack. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Ning Qiye felt darkness envelop him. Don't misuse the lines. It could be fatal. It's utterly nauseating. Can you imagine the lines of your cherished beauty being recited by a burly bald man? Ning Disha could not fathom it, but today he had heard it. In a fleeting moment, Ning Dixiong contemplated harming Hong Hao. However, the psychological turmoil of Ning Dixiong remained unbeknownst to Yuan Gang, who was entirely focused on the striking young man bound before him. As he adorned the youth with the truth ring, Yuan Gang's voice resonated. Let's introduce our first challenger. I am Wu Hao. What is the most outrageous thing you have done? In middle school, I sought to find a girlfriend. Consequently, I suspended my handsome roommate upside down and tormented him for 3 days and nights. Yet he stubbornly refused to admit he was cross-dressing. And then, he seemed to enjoy it and insisted on introducing his sister, Wang Dong, to me. What transpired next? I nearly became involved with his sister. But my future father-in-law vehemently opposed it, demanding a dowry of 1.49 million. At this moment, Yu Hao's face flushed crimson, his mouth agape and immobile. Meanwhile, Hong Hao continued to earnestly inquire about some rather embarrassing past events. Soon, cheerful laughter erupted from the Bluetooth earpiece, followed by the delighted guffaws of the 239 new recruits in the mountains. Yu Hao is truly a winner in life, remarked Pang Pang. Enough. Hurry up and get back to work, Lin Qiye said impatiently as he walked ahead. He glanced back at Pang Pang, who was idly lagging at the rear, and felt a surge of irritation. Isn't this a bit excessive? Pang Pang chuckled awkwardly. And what about Cao Yuan? On the opposite side of the group, Cao Yuan looked up from digging dandelions, raising a plastic spoon to question Pang Pang with his eyes. Why not unleash the Black King and swiftly conquer Chinese Mountain? Pang Pang proposed. True wisdom lies in achieving the extraordinary without resorting to mere intelligence. Upon hearing this, not only did Ning Dixiong and Lin Qiye retreat, but even the two instructors lurking nearby hastily withdrew to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Unless you can subdue the Black King while banning prohibited items, Lin Qiye remarked. Intrigued. After all, flames are the best nemesis of foliage. Observing their eager expressions, Ning Dixiong sighed and clenched her fists. Setting fire to the mountain will land you in prison. You both need to be more rational. Hurry up and work. Unleash your potential. As new recruits continued to be captured, the sound from the Bluetooth device remained unceasing. The roar of drones and the crackle of gunfire echoed, accompanied by the instructor's incessant chuckling. What is your name? Wang Liang. What is the most outrageous thing you have done? When I was young, I discovered a new method to reduce fever without medication or injections. What method? I would bind my fingers with a rubber band, and eventually they would cool down. While I had a fever as a child, I would constrict my neck to try to lower my temperature. Instructor, a tough one. New recruit, 6. And what happened next? The older sister from my neighbor's house came over and pulled me down from the beam. And what is your relationship with your older sister? I really liked her. And now, she whips me every day, especially with a leather whip soaked in salt water and iodine. The new recruit paused, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. I like her even more. Instructor, outrageous. You are also outrageous. Ning Dixiong mused. You could very well occupy the position of a lone wolf. We are all extraordinary individuals. One who reported his own father for embezzlement to secure a promotion. Another who exposed an office romance involving his pursuer and colleague. And a good friend turned sycophant exiled to the frontier. Meanwhile, one yearns to be whipped daily. And Wang Dong is? She is my biological sister. That older sister is also Yu Hao's sister. Are you still being whipped? If I don't get whipped every night, I can't sleep. As Wang Liang spoke, the light in his eyes dimmed completely, leaving behind a deafening silence. Truly, it is evident they are of the same family. Is this not a form of equivalent exchange? Ning Dixiong listened with great interest to the emotional tales of the four. Wang Liang is a 0. This story already has a title, Rebirth of Yu Hao. The night watchman begins, my brother-in-law, is a 0. This punishment is indeed cruel, someone remarked. Indeed, it would be amusing if one were to be caught. Yes, it would be amusing. Run, we absolutely cannot be caught. The recruits, laden with weight, sprinted like madmen. Later, an unnamed masked fool wrote in his diary. According to unofficial records, during a race against time in a fishing village, I witnessed a recruit outrun me. Of course, it is merely folklore. At the back of the group, Pang Pang wore a terrified expression, heavily patting Ning Dixiong and Lin Qiye on their shoulders. Brothers, I beseech you for one favor. If I am caught, please, immediately, without hesitation, end my life. Living is unbearable. Please erase my memories. Those reminders and free gifts are vital to me. Why has it come to this? Ning Dixiong retorted. What is so terrible about indulging in the pleasures of a spa massage at a club? As for the secrets of the Bailey family, the instructor only sought amusement and would not resort to such measures. Pang stomped his foot in indignation. Boss, have you never done anything similarly embarrassing? Of course. I have, Ning Qiye recounted. I once forged an attendance sheet to deceive university students into signing in, sold milk tea powder as protein powder to fitness enthusiasts, deposited paper money into a merit box, and modified the speakers of ballroom dancers to play funeral music. The more he spoke, the darker the expressions of the three grew, realizing the depths of his mischievousness. Truly, a natural-born villain. As the gunfire continued, the number of recruits dwindled, and a swarm of drones surged toward the fore. They were compelled to quicken their pace. Their military uniforms were tattered, drenched in sweat, yet their speed did not wane. Even the least fit, Pang, was using all his limbs, struggling to crawl forward. Ultimately, all were striving to survive, while Lin Qiye led them through a series of stops and starts. Rustling sounds and faint humming emerged from the thicket ahead. Is that you, Shuang? Quick, run. Shuang had not anticipated encountering Ning Qiye and Lin Qiye, two divine agents, in this place. Without further ado, he turned to lead his three subordinates deeper into the mountains. As Shuang and his companions forged a path, a swarm of drones appeared behind them, colliding with Lin Qiye's team. Following was a barrage of explosive sounds. For a moment, it felt as if they had returned to the battlegrounds of Russia and Ukraine, resembling nothing more than fodder for a relentless machine. Pang rolled and crawled behind a large tree, bracing himself just in time to evade the missiles. Cao Yuan nimbly dodged, closely following behind. Ning Qiye and Lin Qiye nearly unleashed their blades, finally clearing a narrow path. In the end, after sacrificing the dignity of Shuang's two subordinates, the group managed to traverse the rugged terrain and reach the lakeside. Damn it, I've never endured such torment in my life, Ning Qiye cursed, collapsing on the ground. Breathless. The last time her heart raced this fast was when she encountered Si Xiaonan. While they rested, a voice came through the Bluetooth device. Lilian. And my favorite person is Qingyu. Please commence your performance. Damn it, you're the one caught. Why am I the one facing social death? Qingyu admitted defeat, flustered, and fled without a word, taking Deng Wei along with him. Tisk, how shy, Ning Qiye teased. Let us keep moving. Back then, my brother and I were extorted by a group of thugs, and it was Qingyu who led us to fight back, sending a dozen of them to the hospital. Qingyu was expelled from school as a result, and had no choice but to return home to farm. From that day forth, my brothers and I vowed to follow Qingyu to the end. Qingyu is a very gentle person. The instructor, having had enough amusement, summoned drones to begin their assault on the group. This infuriated Qingyu, who hurled his short blade with great force. Bang! The drone plummeted to the ground, exploding into shards. Qingyu, didn't the instructor say attacking drones was prohibited? Qingyu scoffed. Rules are meant to be broken. Ning Qiye silently gave a thumbs up. Zhuigu, you are the one. I will definitely have Nanak appoint you as the herald of destruction when I get the chance. The flavor is just right. What on earth? Before Qingyu could comprehend, Ning Qiye pulled Lin Qiye and Pang and sprinted away. Yuan, keep up, grab on a key. A swarm of drones flew over the remains of comrades, aiming their guns at Qingyu. Faced with a multitude of dark gun barrels, Qingyu broke into a cold sweat, while Deng Wei whispered, is there any way to negotiate? The response he received was a barrage of paintballs. 3 seconds later, the invincible Zhuigu fell, and Qingyu transformed into Kaiju. Isn't that Qingyu? Quite capable. Rules are meant to be broken. I'm sorry. Please let me off. Share the most absurd thing you've done. When I was 4, I fell for the older sister next door. Stop, that sounds so familiar. And then, I wrote her 144 love letters, but they were all rejected. Soon, Qingyu recounted in detail how he had delivered love letters throughout his childhood. I never expected such a swaggering individual would actually be a lovesick fool. This is hilarious. Pang, who had narrowly escaped, clutched his belly in laughter. Brother Ning, Cao Yuan is missing. Didn't I tell you to bring him along? You ran too fast, and I couldn't catch him. Lin Qiye hurriedly inquired, Pang. Have you seen Cao Yuan? No, I thought the boss had him in tow. Do you want to check how many hands I have? Ning Qiye retorted, exasperated. I am Cao Yuan. Tell me how you got eliminated. I was foraging for wild vegetables for Qi and Disha when everything suddenly went dark, and when I woke up, I was here. What about my wild vegetables? I still wanted to make soup for Qi and Disha tomorrow. Forget about the wild vegetables for now. Let me ask you, who do you admire the most? It's the Chancellor. Oh, not bad. Which Chancellor? The Han Chancellor? Yes. Dedicating oneself until death. Quite admirable. Hong Hao expressed his satisfaction. He believed this was a talent in the making, destined for greatness. After all, he had never been defeated in the Northern Expedition, particularly when a certain individual had produced at least 7 Zhuge in one breath, enough to gather a full table of military strategists. Each one exceeded expectations. Key boss. The person Cao Zhe admires isn't either of you. That's worth a beating. Yuan isn't here. So, is it so easy to frame him? Ning Disha scratched his head, smiling helplessly. Humph. The competition among heirs has always been this way. Such arrangements are a mercy. What kind of girl do you like? Lanya continued. I don't like girls, Cao Yuan said calmly. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The other instructors retreated in unison, their movements synchronized, casting strange glances. The world has changed, bringing calamities. Please bring in the ice melon for a better view. Lin Qiye and Pang Pang exchanged knowing glances with Ning Disha, their eyes resembling a palette of colors, 3 parts understanding, 3 parts sympathy, 3 parts schadenfreude, and 1 part meaningful silence. They said nothing, yet it felt as if they had said everything. What the hell? Ning Disha admitted he was a bit shaken. You could question his character and integrity, but you could never doubt his sexual orientation. That was a matter of dignity. Upon seeing the building swaying, Cao Yuan hastily clarified, my orientation is normal. I just don't fancy young girls. I prefer someone slightly older, mature, and plump, like an intellectual older sister. I find them gentle and beautiful, and they take care of people. If they have been married before, even better. The more he spoke, the more a smile crept onto Cao Yuan's lips, as if lost in a reverie. You admire that Chancellor? Hong Hao felt betrayed. He even heard the sound of a knife piercing his heart. Chapter 51 Crisis. You actually like that Chancellor? Chancellor Gao. Hong Hao's heart shattered. Cao Zhe, traitor, rebel, villain, come here. Hong Hao turned and noticed a young, dark-skinned instructor idly inserting a knife into a red apple, coming and going. So the sound he had just heard was not a figment of his imagination. Damn it. Leave that apple alone. Upon hearing the latter part of Cao Yuan's explanation, Lin Qiye finally relaxed. Otherwise, he truly would not know how to face his brother Ning. Is there anyone left who hasn't been eliminated? Only a young master from the Bailey family and 2 divine agents remained. No one expected the disciples from aristocratic families could endure to this extent. It was indeed impressive, Hong Hao mused. However, they were unaware that the ancient god sect had already entered Jingnan Mountain. Upon closer inspection, one would find the entire perimeter of Jingnan Mountain was filled with dense clusters of red flower balls, beautiful yet perilous. Qi, activate your mortal realm. It's almost dawn. Let us hurry out, Ning Disha said, glancing at his Rolex. Lin Qiye nodded and activated the divine realm, golden flames erupting from his eyes, revealing a 20-meter radius. What he saw sent cold sweat down Lin Qiye's back. Brother Ning, it seems we are surrounded by the mysterious. How many are there, and what do they look like? Ning Disha discarded his burden, took out Shattered Star Extermination God, and handed it to Pang Pang, while each of them received a revival pill to restore their strength. Get ready for battle, he instructed. There are countless oval-shaped mysteries. Some are green, some blue, some purple, and some red and cyan. Lin Qiye swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had never seen so many mysteries, and each one was stronger than him. Ning Disha shielded both of them behind him. His ultimate trump card could only support 1 person as escape. If they squeezed, they could take 2. This meant that if the enemy was too powerful, 1 person must be left behind. This meant he, the savior, the Lingbao Tianzun, would surely have to sacrifice someone today if he did not explode with power. Ning Disha quietly asked, can you both perform celestial stage combat skills? What is combat skill? Pang Pang inquired. Was possessed by ghost. Lin Qiye replied, a frown on his face, wondering how his elder brother could still joke at such a moment. For example, Ning Disha thought for a moment and attempted to articulate more delicately. Pang Pang, can you summon Lingbao Tianzun? Or Taizhang Lijun, Yuanshi Tianzun? Any deity will do. Or Qi, can you let your agent deity take over? or grant you another surge of divine power for a complete version of mortal realm. I could also try to contact my deity. Boss, it would be more reliable to ask me if I can pull out a skull that could annihilate everyone. I don't even have a forbidden realm. How could I possibly summon a deity? Ning Qiye gazed into Pang Pang's eyes for 1 second, 2 seconds, then withdrew his gaze. There was nothing he could do. All he saw in those brown eyes was innocence and purity. It seemed Pang Pang was unable to summon a deity this time. Brother Ning, I can't either, Lin Qiye said helplessly, his voice tinged with urgency. In the original work, Lin Qiye would advance the treatment progress of Goddess of Night, NYX to 50 in a few days, allowing NYX to briefly leave the hospital. But now, he was lucky to have 45. Of course, Jinyan, the former head of the psychiatric hospital, would certainly have a backup plan. If Lin Qiye were to die, she might not be able to return home. If this truly was a life-and-death crisis, perhaps NYX could be discharged early, or the God's psychiatric hospital might simply teleport Lin Qiye away. Yet still, Ning Qiye could not afford to gamble. If the savior perished, not to mention who would confront Cthulhu, the nearby Canaan would be finished. Ning Qiye himself would vanish along with it. Moreover, he was not merely a savior, but also the consciousness of the fifth universe. Who knew if the absence of Azathoth would result in the universe being devoured? Fatty, the Lingbao Tianzun of half-step ascension, is also an indispensable element in the battle against Cthulhu. Just now, I should have eliminated Fatty as well. The ultimate boss of the god-slaying is Cthulhu, which has invaded Blue Star 3 times in total. The first time it was driven away by the ancestral god. The second time, during the Han Dynasty, it was taught a lesson by Hua Cubing. The third time, it was captured by Lin Qiye. Among the 3 pillars of the Cthulhu system, the Black Goat Shubagarath appears quite intimidating, with countless black goat offspring. However, they are actually the easiest to defeat. Chaos Nyarlathotep is currently confined in Lin Qiye's mental institution, cosplaying as a deity. He can contact the true form of Azathoth and can restart the universe at any moment. The key of the gate, Yog-Sothoth, is the deity who masters time and space, omniscient and omnipotent. It is akin to a monster that can access omniscience and save progress at any time. I truly cannot fathom how to triumph over this. In the original work, it seems that Lin Qiye managed to stun him with the Dongwang Bell, laid plans during the Han Dynasty, and with the help of a spy, sent this fellow away. Therefore, theoretically, the god-slaying does not encompass fanfiction, and thus, there are no traversers. Yet, Ning Qiye has arrived here, and Azathoth remains in slumber. Ning Qiye is uncertain why he has come here. Perhaps he has become someone's pawn. However, as long as he can achieve his goal, it matters little whether he is a pawn or not. He merely hopes that when he takes his place on the board, the player will safeguard his chips. Otherwise, if he provokes the emissaries of Xiao and Huozu, he must be prepared for a fate worse than death. Does he truly believe himself to be some virtuous believer? Chaos is indifferent to his arrival. Today's assault may very well be the scheme of the key of the gate. If he survives, the future may shine brightly. If not, there will be no future. His objective is simple: to protect Xiaonan, to ensure she survives and thrives under the sun. After much contemplation, he realizes that among the 3, the only one who can die is indeed himself. Ning Qiye deliberates for a long time and makes his decision. He must stay behind. To buy time, he is the strongest in the training camp and must remain to delay. He removes the 10,000 arrows command, extracts the swift heart, and retrieves all longevity pills and rejuvenation pills, along with an exquisitely crafted black box sealed with wax. He places everything into the imitation-free space and hands it to Lin Qiye, urging him to hold on tightly. Qiye, if I cannot return today, deliver this ring to Xiaonan intact. Tell her to live well. Let my weight of death selfishly rest upon her living heart. Let my death be exchanged for her right to live under the sun. After saying this, he turns to face the boundless darkness, not allowing Lin Qiye to see the redness in his eyes. Although his aloof persona has long been cast aside, he still wishes to salvage something. Lin Qiye grips the ring tightly and shouts, "Brother Ning, I don't understand what you're saying, nor do I wish to be a messenger. Whatever needs to be said, after tonight, you can tell Si Xiaonan yourself. The instructors must have noticed something amiss. I believe they will arrive soon. Until then, no matter how many monsters come, I will face them with you. Boss, I feel the same. I will share your fate." Fatty also pulls out all his forbidden items. Fully armed, ready for the battle ahead. Chapter 52. Agent of Ares hearing the words of the two, Ning Xiang would be lying if he said he was not moved. He has truly found real brothers this time. However, he reassures himself to take it easy. Perhaps the adversaries today are merely minor underlings. I say, friends, since we have been discovered, there is no need to hide anymore. Is there? Ning Xiang inquires ahead. As if aware of his exposure, the ground shakes violently. Akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, dust swirling like thick smoke. The tremor nearly causes the three to stumble. Ning Xiang twirls his spear, creating a dust-free zone around them. A colossal spherical monster slowly rises from the ground, appearing before the trio. Lin Qiye and Fatty grip their little slaughter white, in transformation of 3,000, tightly, while Ning Xiang feels a sense of relaxation upon seeing the creature. There is no choice. He is far too familiar with it. Its exterior is a shade of blue or perhaps a light azure, its body crystal clear like jelly. It has an incongruous pair of adorable wings and large, expressive eyes that make it appear cute and silly. This is the wind slime, a creature that can be easily burst with a mere pin when it takes flight. Ning Xiang looks up to see three figures standing atop the wind slime. They must be the ones sent to hunt him down. To be honest, their numbers seem rather few. According to the typical narrative, when the slime ascends, those on top would leap down, strike a pose, and engage in verbal sparring before any action. However, Ning Xiang does not adhere to such martial ethics. Without waiting for the figures above to react, he fires a shot straight at the wind slime's face and raises a wall with blue-silver bind to shield against the impending wind pressure. Fatty, give me the true sight, thunderstorm, and any other forbidden items that can create fire or wind. You and Qiye get on the ship and leave quickly. Ning Xiang draws forth his greatest trump card, the half-finished star skiff. Its overall shape resembles a shuttle, with a sleek, streamlined profile, akin to a small boat floating in the starry sky, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The bow and stern are adorned with exquisite carvings or patterns, radiating a soft yet brilliant light, as if countless stars are converging. The propulsion module is theoretically supposed to utilize an anti-gravity device, providing immense thrust. However, as the core module is incomplete, it can only crudely inject fate energy for a single flight and one space jump. Yet, even this is sufficient. The destination is pre-designed, the peace office of Kangnan City, which had not seen a mysterious refresh for several years after the Divine War, making it a relatively safe haven. His task is to buy time, to contact Qingyu and secure a ceiling for himself. He places Lin Qiye and Fatty into the star skiff. As the master of the skiff, with a mere thought, green vines extend from the seats, binding them securely, especially their mouths, sealing them tightly. Ning Xiang is unaware of what they wish to say and has no time to ponder. He simply instructs, when you see Uncle Chun, have him contact a ceiling. Whether I can survive to have breakfast depends on your speed. After finishing, he closes the skiff's door and activates it. A countdown begins, 3 minutes. To be fair, Ning Xiang had previously scolded certain life-saving devices for delaying their activation at critical moments. He now realizes that he was essentially berating himself. He has become a fool. Although Ning Xiang considered directly using his phone to contact Uncle Chun, he had tried and found there was no signal. How unfortunate! As the wind pressure dissipates, he crosses the wooden wall, awaiting the assassins to land. Of course, it would be even better if the assassins fell to their deaths, rendering all his previous anxieties moot. 3 figures descend to attack, landing smoothly. Why do I not have knees? As the dust settles, a man and 2 women appear before Ning Xiang. The man is robust, with forearms thicker than Ning Xiang's thighs, his muscular build flowing with grace. He has a crew cut and a stern face, revealing his serious demeanor. The 2 women, identical twins, are both stunningly beautiful, tall with curvaceous figures and fair skin. Their slime is larger than those of Hong Ying, Xia Simon, and Nikes. They are dressed in professional black bodycon skirts. Liu Mei, Qingyu, Dai Mei, and Kai Bai are such captivating figures that any man would be left drooling at the sight of them. Those in the know understand their lethal intentions, while the oblivious might mistake them for lost urban professionals. Ning Xiang remains indifferent to the 2 women, feeling inexplicably detached, as her own experience has been altered to that of a youthful girl, leaving her uninterested in these mature women. The trio, led by a man, does not seem to hold a grudge against Ning Xiang for having been launched into the air moments before. Instead, he approaches with a calm demeanor and introduces himself. I am Mu Xingchun, the loyal retainer of Lord Ares, the god of war, and this is Klein. The elder sister, with long hair, is identified as Mo Ya, of the spirit realm, while the younger sister, with short hair, is Mo Xian, of the slime monarch. How delightful! One Klein and two Wu Liang, I am utterly doomed. She muses. To express her dissatisfaction, a multitude of slimes emerges from the ground, manifesting in various elemental forms: grass, water, fire, wind, and lightning. Winnie would surely revel in this spectacle. I am Ning Qiye, the agent of the god of abundance, and a representative of the Chuanjing. May I inquire about your esteemed purpose? She inquires with a cordial smile. Mu Xingchun, maintaining his composure, replies, We have come to invite you to join the ancient god society. Under whose command do you serve? Is it EU, Jianmo, or Yuhuai? You claim to be a proxy for the Greek deity Ares, but do you heed Meng Qi or Brahma? Ning Qiye taunts with a smirk. As Mo Xin contemplates retaliating against this sardonic tone, she is halted by a glance from Mu Xingchun. We serve under the auspices of Lord Rixing. What? This name has truly rendered Ning Qiye perplexed. When did the ancient god society acquire such a figure? Why have I not heard of this? Has the society not always been governed by the three titans? When did they initiate reforms? Pray tell, good sir, elaborate. Ning Qiye feigns keen interest, producing sunflower seeds and peanuts, tossing a few packages to the trio. There is indeed nothing that cannot be disclosed. If Ning Qiye were to join, she would be considered an insider, and thus it is not a secret. Should she choose not to join, however, she would become an outsider. And the dead do not divulge secrets. We are under Lord Rixing, who battled against the invading malevolence 80 years ago and was grievously wounded. Ever since, he has remained in seclusion for recuperation, which is why tales of him have not circulated in the outside world. Ning Qiye, recalling something, intayects, that malevolence wouldn't happen to be a mere insect, would it? Mu Xingchun nods, not denying her implication. The rumors hold some truth. The ancient god society is indeed insatiable, daring to meddle in the breeding of monstrosities. Ning Qiye cannot help but admire their audacity. I have no interest in whether your superior is alive or dead. However, if you wish for me to join, mere words will not suffice. Our ancient god society embodies the will of the divine, dedicating ourselves to the new world promised by the ancient gods. We represent their will, crafting a new world for humanity. Does this not align with the intentions of the deity that supports you? Moreover, the ancient god society will grant you all that you desire: wealth, status, and women. Mu Xingchun extols the grandeur of the ancient god society, his eyes alight with fervor. You seem to be rather well informed. Yet, you appear to have erred in one regard. Ning Qiye glances at her Rolex, noting the second hand nearing its third rotation, a smile gracing her lips. I harbor no interest in your lunatic faction. To me, the deities of this world are largely a collection of parasites, oppressors, including the one that stands behind you. They lack divinity, merely posing as lofty pretenders. Raising her spear, she casts a sidelong glance at him. In this day and age, even the most trivial of creatures can lay claim to the title of god of war. In my view, true deities of war, apart from those in the primordial chaos and orthodox Taoism, are limited to god of precious metals, Morix, and hunting star god Lon. The rest are unworthy. You not only reject my invitation, but also dare to insult the great Lord Ares. This is unforgivable. Mu Xingchun seethes with rage, yet grits his teeth as he issues a final ultimatum. I shall ask you once more, will you join us? Should you concede, the previous terms remain in place, and I shall overlook your rudeness. The phoenix does not drink from a bitter spring, nor does it roost upon a parasitic tree. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. You wretched insects, only bold enough to flaunt your might in the absence of the great Xia deity. I shall reiterate, jade may be shattered, yet its whiteness remains unchanged. Bamboo may be burned, yet its integrity cannot be destroyed. The phoenix does not drink from a bitter spring, nor does it roost upon a parasitic tree. As her words resonate, the roar of an engine fills the air. Whoosh! The starship soars into the sky, executing a spatial leap, its target, the Canaan Peace Affairs Office. Well, you have outmaneuvered me. Since you refuse to dedicate yourself to the new world, you shall remain here forever, reduced to dust. Mu Xingqian grits his teeth, gesturing for Mo Zian to take action. After enduring the tension, the beautiful young woman reveals a wicked smile. Go forth, my army of slimes. The slimes of various elemental attributes, lightning, fire, water, grass, and wind, begin to surge towards Ning Qiye. Slime Monarch. By expending mental energy, one can summon any number of slimes of different attributes. The slime's level is one tier lower than that of the summoner. My dear, let my slimes shower you with affection. I must remind you, my slimes possess elemental immunity and formidable physical resistance. With a burst of wind, Ning Qiye retrieves her hefty, lightning tornado, sending the slimes spiraling into the sky. As anticipated, the wind element can disperse all elemental forces except for grass. It bears similarities to Genshin Impact. Water and fire evaporate. Water and grass generate a multitude of small grass slimes. Grass and fire ignite. Water and lightning electrify. Lightning and grass intensify. Fire and lightning overload and explode. With a single tornado, Mo Zian's slime army suffers catastrophic losses. The remainder can be dispatched with a mere jab of her spear, effortlessly taking down an adorable little slime. What does physical resistance matter? With the horn of the star-breaking king, Bug Skalarkaba, what distinction is there between attack and true damage? No matter how thick the health bar, a single strike can end it. This is the essence of lose. As Mo Zian watches her forces crumble under the weight of a forbidden artifact, her eyes widen in shock, and she hastily commands the slimes of the same attribute to cluster together. However, Ning Qiye is determined not to squander this opportunity. She charges at Mo Zian, poised to deliver a fatal blow. As the spear nears Mo Zian's throat, poised to bring about a tragic end, Mo activates Spirit Realm, causing Ning Qiye to momentarily falter. Seizing the moment, Mo Zian sidesteps and delivers a powerful punch to Ning Qiye's chest, sending her flying, albeit at the cost of a gash on her left shoulder. Spirit Realm, Forbidden Domain Sequence 096, a highly dangerous forbidden domain. An exceedingly rare forbidden domain capable of controlling electronic devices by manipulating surrounding magnetic fields, transforming its consciousness and spirit into a magnetic force. Even if the physical body perishes, as long as the brain controlling the region of mental energy has not completely rotted, consciousness and spirit can continue to exist in magnetic form. It can also be employed to disregard mental energy levels, limiting the target's emotional fluctuations, creating a paralyzing effect. Sister, you have been too careless. Do not disappoint Lord Mo. Mo gently admonishes her younger sister. I am sorry. Mo Zian grits her teeth in response. Mo, how much longer can you maintain this ability? Mu Xingqian, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, inquires after calculating the time. Boss, I still have 10 minutes left. Mo assesses her remaining mental energy. Very well. Then I shall personally send him on his way. Mu Xingqian engaged in a vigorous activity, producing a series of crisp, repetitive cracking sounds. Boss, I assure you I am capable. I was merely careless earlier and did not evade. Mo Zian raised her hand, striving to prove her competence. No need for that. You are merely obstructing those pesky ants trying to infiltrate. A deity's attendant must meet their demise fittingly, he replied, striding towards the direction where Ning Qiye had been thrown. Meanwhile, at the Kangnan Peace Affairs office, after concluding a day's labor and locking the doors, Qingyu and Wu Xiaonan reclined in their rocking chairs, weary yet content, listening to traditional opera and reflecting on the tranquility of time passing. Suddenly, a quirky young girl abruptly turned off the radio. Captain, is your hand feeling any better? Are you not planning to cook tomorrow? Ning tugged at Qingyu's sleeve, her eyes filled with grievance. Qingyu squinted, recognizing her, and continued to feign sleep. Ning, you know my hand is still trembling. Cooking is out of the question. Even wielding a knife is a challenge. Let's stick to ordering takeout tomorrow. Expenses covered. With a sigh, Ning stamped her foot and picked up her phone to browse takeout options. I guess I'll have to return home and warm up Uncle Chen's pre-prepared meals to satisfy my cravings. Captain, can't we at least check on them? What if Qingyu and Shuang are being bullied? Si Xiaonan fluttered her adorable eyes, voicing her unreasonable desire. What? Missing your little romantic interest? Wu Xiaonan teased. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Qingyu languidly remarked, unless a hole is smashed in the ceiling, It is out of the question. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Cough, cough, Captain, a hole has appeared. Si Xiaonan exclaimed, dodging the flying debris, her joy palpable. Captain, look, a large hole, Si Xiaonan said, her tone slightly melancholic. Who on earth lacks such integrity? That's my roof. Qingyu was visibly agitated. Such a large breach was an additional burden on his already strained resources. He hoped the higher-ups would reimburse the damages. However, memories of his previous attempt to claim reimbursement for 50,000 lingered, particularly the incident involving Si Xiaonan from the Phoenix team, who had caused quite the commotion upon hearing about the reimbursement, demanding a vacation and salary. Si Xiaonan had sprawled on the office's wooden floor, throwing a tantrum, exclaiming even about the exploitation of the diligent working class. When asked who was pregnant, she had pointed to Kong Xiang, the only opposite sex in the team. Kong Xiang, Captain, I'm male, not a seahorse. How could I be pregnant? Why not say you are? Damn it. Si Xiaonan had previously used that excuse. And given that Yi Fan did not believe her, she had resorted to sacrificing Kong Xiang for her vacation. Do you have any objections? None. Whatever you say goes. Qingyu shook his head, dismissing the absurd memories that threatened to cloud his focus. Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Qingyu, and Wu Xiaonan were all seasoned night watchers, each retrieving concealed black boxes from inconspicuous places, preparing for combat. To brazenly invade the headquarters of the night watchers required audacity. Qingyu retrieved a knife from beneath his rocking chair and called for Zhao Kongcheng, who was still underground. As for Wen Kumo and Leng Xuan, they were on patrol. Meanwhile, within the starship, Lin Qiye and the chubby one were overwhelmed by a cacophony of whimpers and screams, though the latter only lasted a few seconds. They soon realized the starship had stopped, and they were suspended in mid-air. Qiye, I feel nauseous. Can we get out now? The chubby one weakly inquired, supporting his large head. I can't operate this, Lin Qiye replied, both grappling with their queasiness while searching for a button to press. Qiye, this red button says eject on it. Don't, Lin Qiye shouted, but the chubby one had already pressed it. Instantly, the lights inside the starship turned red, creating an uncomfortable atmosphere, and a mechanical female voice began counting down. 5, 4, 3. Qiye, did I do something wrong? The chubby one stammered. Lin Qiye said nothing, for he had seen through Fanshin Shina that beneath the red button was a small inscription, self-destruct, do not touch. In the final moments of his life, he refrained from casting blame, merely wallowing in regret and guilt for not having seen his aunt and Ajin, for not allowing them a better life, and for failing to relay the news of Ning Dage's ambush. Tears welled in his eyes as he thought of all this. As the countdown reached its end, images began flashing before him. His fatigued aunt, his younger brother doing homework, Ning Dage taking photos, the enthusiastic Hong Ying, Zhao Kongcheng, the cold yet gentle Leng Xuan, the composed captain, the stoically Yi Fei, and his mother, Nikes. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, as if he were plummeting. Am I dying? Lin Qiye pondered. At that moment, a pair of rough yet warm hands caught him. Lin Qiye opened his tear-stained eyes, and through his sobs, he saw the familiar bearded face of Uncle Xiao, whom he embraced tightly. Uncle Xiao, it's so good to see you again. Meanwhile, the chubby one was not so fortunate, free-falling and landing rather awkwardly with the aid of a Ning Qiye, who in their right mind would install a self-destruct mechanism on their own starship. That's pure lunacy. It was merely a scare tactic with a small note. The others present were baffled, unable to comprehend how the intruders could be Lin Qiye and a chubby individual. Uncle Xiao gently patted Lin Qiye's back, offering comfort. I'm alive and well. How did you end up back here? Upon learning he was alive, Lin Qiye hurriedly rushed to Qingyu and Si Xiaonan. However, after experiencing life and death, filled with joy and sorrow, Lin Qiye stumbled and fell to his knees, ignoring the pain in his knees as he clutched Qingyu's garment. Captain, the ceiling. Qingyu quickly helped him up, reassuring Lin Qiye. It's fine. You don't need to worry about the ceiling. Let's take our time and talk. Lin Qiye's face flushed crimson as he urgently exclaimed, No, Captain. Ning Dage has been ambushed by a Klein and 2 Wuliang at Jani's Mountain by the ancient god church. That Klein is an agent of Ares. There is also a spirit field that makes Ning Dage very wary. You must call for a ceiling to come immediately. Captain, Ning Dage can't hold out much longer. What? Qingyu, not bothering with details, hastily pulled out his phone. "Hello. Commander, I urgently need support. The ancient god church has attacked the divine agent at Chinese Mountain. Yes, Lin Qiye and Ning Xiang are in grave danger." Chen Muye, a man of integrity, was uncertain of Ning Xiang's standing with the commander. But he knew Lin Qiye held significant importance. If he mentioned Lin Qiye had also been abducted, Yi Fan would surely rush over. A Klein-class evil deity agent and 2 Wu Yang, one of whom possessed a spirit field. When Chen Muye emphasized the urgency of the situation, Yi Fan promptly dispatched Confucius and the Mask team to Chinese Mountain. After ending the call, Chen Muye feigned nonchalance, saying, "It's all right. The commander has sent Confucius and the Mask team. Xiang will be fine." This was both a consolation for everyone and an attempt to calm his own nerves. Yet, the tension in his brow revealed his ongoing unrest. "I, along with Uncle Xiao and Si Xiaonan, will head to Chinese Mountain. The rest of you stay behind." "No, I want to go." Si Xiaonan insisted stubbornly. "No way. The enemy's minimum is Wu Yang. You, in the Qi realm, would only create chaos." Chen Muye decisively rejected, as this was no trivial matter. In our company, Xiaonan was overwhelmed with grievances, her little head spinning in search of a suitable justification, yet finding none. She could only retreat into silence, hugging herself in solitude, tears welling in her eyes. She felt her own weakness acutely, believing herself incapable of anything. "Iye, do you know what they're called?" Chen Muye inquired. Lin Qiye racked her brain and slowly replied, "Agent Mu Xingchen of Aries, Tong Ling Chong Mo Yao, and Slime Monarch Mo Zian." After obtaining the desired information, she tugged at Wu Xiaonan, who was equipped and ready, and they got into the car. "Lao Zhao drive," she commanded. "All right, Captain, hold on tight." Zhao Kongqing replied solemnly, pressing the accelerator all the way down as they sped towards Jinan Mountain. "Di Shuang, you must not get into trouble." Chen Muye's eyes were filled with anxiety as he repeatedly urged Lao Zhao to go faster. Meanwhile, the yellowed parchment in the hall of Yama flickered with a faint glow. "Should Ning di Shuang encounter misfortune." Chen Muye would ensure that the ancient god sect understood the true meaning of the black impermanence, the genuine essence of the Shiva's wrath. Chapter 55, The First Death at Jinan Mountain. Mu Xingchen activated his divine ruins, War Tread. War Tread. As combat time increases, it continuously enhances one's speed, strength, defense, recovery, mental power, and stamina, but not exceeding one's limits. Golden streaks crawled up Mu Xingchen's body, accentuating his already robust physique. He tore off his shirt, revealing his muscular form, and let out a roar as he charged towards Ning Xuan. Before Ning Xuan could gather her mental power to heal the internal injury in her chest, a steel fist rushed toward her face. So fast as this climb, Ning Xuan marveled inwardly. Her movements were swift as she braced the gun against the incoming punch, simultaneously retreating to dissipate the force. With a loud shout, Ning Xuan exerted her arms, using the gun as leverage to push Mu Xingchen back. In the first round, Ning Xuan was completely at a disadvantage. She continuously summoned her mental energy and fate energy to heal her battered arms. Gasping for breath, she felt the immense gap between the Chuan and Klein realms. After just one exchange, the pressure weighed heavily upon her. Ning Xuan donned the eye of true sight and produced smoke bombs, tossing them at her feet. Instantly, white smoke enveloped her, concealing her figure within. "A mere trick," Mu Xingchen scoffed, stomping his foot and opening a massive chasm that surged toward Ning Xuan, seemingly intent on swallowing her whole. Simultaneously, he gathered his mental energy, unleashing sound waves that sent cold sweat cascading down Ning Xuan's brow. "Ang Difa, you still possess the lion's roar?" she exclaimed. Ning Xuan continued to evade, yet the sound waves reverberated through the air, causing her to bleed from her orifices. Although she could heal with a wave of her hand, she still felt dizzy. Unrelenting, Mu Xingchen transformed his fist into claws, attacking her temple. Ning Xuan struggled to raise her gun to block, but Mu Xingchen struck her wrist, sending the long gun flying from her grasp. A whip-like kick targeted her ankle, knocking her backward. In a swift motion, he pivoted and delivered a flying kick that struck her head. "Ah!" Ning Xuan cried out, unable to rise. That last blow nearly cost her life. Had it not been for the longevity pill concealed beneath her tongue, she might have already perished. Recalling Wang Mian's words about diligently practicing her marksmanship, she lamented that her brute strength would eventually lead to her downfall. Realizing her long gun had slipped from her grasp, she resolved to engage in a physical battle of fists. With a thought, she summoned the gun back to the narrow path of fate. The moment of awakening commenced, and her armor fused together. The second round began. This splendid scene, though I sought in vain, I invite you all to appreciate together. Accelerate, increase defense, reduce pain. Ning Shuang charged toward Mu Xingqian with her blade, aiming for his chest and abdomen, but Mu Xingqian deftly evaded her strike. Ning Shuang remained undeterred, delivering a kick to his lower body, sending him flying. Though the damage was minor, it allowed her to regain some ground. I didn't expect your transformation to be quite formidable, yet it is merely superficial. If that is the case, I shall wield a weapon to test my skills against yours. Let us put an end to this trivial charade. Mu Xingqian dusted himself off and removed the ornament from his neck, grasping it in his hand. A flash of white light revealed a Tang broadsword in his grasp. I, Mu Xingqian, was born beneath auspicious clouds. I practiced boxing at 3, staff at 4, firearms at 5, and blades at 6. By 20, I became the retainer of Lord Ares. Today, it is your honor to die by my blade. Mu Xingqian stated flatly, each word deliberate, before charging forward to declare Ning Shuang's fate. Ha ha ha, do you think you can kill me? The one destined to die today is surely you. Ning Shuang cackled, brandishing her blade as she continued her assault on Mu Xingqian. Mu Xingqian, however, appeared unperturbed, casually tossing his blade. Its speed slow enough that even without the magic shadow form, Ning Shuang could easily evade it. Noticing her opponent standing still, Ning Shuang seized the moment. Sprinting forward, and with a few deft maneuvers, she reached Mu Xingqian. Just as her forearm blade was about to pierce his chest, she halted. Ning Shuang felt her body temperature plummeting, a warm flow surging from her chest. Glancing down, she discovered that her own blade had been thrust straight through her heart from behind. Impossible. How could there be a weapon capable of so effortlessly piercing through the defenses of the magic shadow form? She pondered. No, there's fate energy on it. Realizing she had been struck at a vital point, Mu Xingqian waved his hand, returning the blade to its pendant form, turning away without a hint of hesitation. He had already pronounced her death sentence. One more glance would be a waste of his time. Mo Zian, Mo Yao, the target is neutralized, we can depart. Mu Xingqian spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, as if crushing an insignificant insect. Hee, I knew the boss was the strongest. Just right to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. Mo Zian chimed in, linking her arm with his, drawing him deeper into the slime, smiling sweetly. Mo Yao observed the time. I thought the boss would play around a bit longer. After all, there was still time. The three chatted and laughed, completely disregarding the near-death Ning Shuang. The cold blade struck swiftly, and before her mind could comprehend, her heart was gripped by an icy sensation. It was the tremor of steel meeting flesh for the first time. Ning Shuang stumbled back a step, a sweet, metallic foam bubbling in her throat, reminiscent of shattered coral reefs sinking in a dark crimson tide. Blood flowed continuously from a wound. Ning Shuang desperately activated absolute Ering. Yet she still could not seal the gaping hole in her heart. The warmth was steadily siphoning away her body temperature, mental energy, and life. She futilely pressed down on the wound, but viscous vitality seeped through her fingers. The heated liquid that should have coursed through her limbs was now racing to pool in her palms, spread across the ground in irregular crimson totems. The residual blade energy relentlessly ravaged Ning Shuang's body, thwarting her healing efforts. Her consciousness began to blur, like damp parchment wrinkling and fading. She heard her own breath becoming distant and hollow, as if someone were ringing a rusty bell in the depths of the ocean. Figures flickered before her eyes, imprinting floating golden spots upon her retina. It was as though countless fireflies were emerging from her shattered heart, carrying the last remnants of her warmth into the thickening darkness. When her knees finally met the frigid ground, she inhaled the sweet, metallic scent of blood mingled with rust. It was the most potent epitaph of life departing. Am I to die? How utterly unwilling I am. I have yet to save Song Nan. I have yet to slay Loki. I long for another bite of the hospital's pancakes, and I wish to see Xiaonan just one more time. I'm sorry for disappointing everyone. Far away in the Peace Affairs office, Si Xiaonan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, her breath quickening. Unbeknownst to her, tears, as clear as crystal, silently rolled down her fair, porcelain-like cheeks. I must go to Jani's mountain. Si Xiaonan adjusted her expression and excused herself to those present, claiming she needed to buy a late-night snack. She stepped out and entered the sleek sports car belonging to Hong Ying. With a flick of the deceptive trick, the car key appeared in her hand. Si Xiaonan inserted the key into the ignition and pressed the accelerator to the floor, speeding towards Jani's mountain. Chapter 56. The Past Life of Ning Qiye. A combined chapter. This chapter serves merely to introduce the grand backdrop of Ning Qiye, a delightful embellishment. The context of Ning Qiye's previous life is no longer pertinent in this incarnation, yet his current lineage remains formidable. Subsequent elements of parallel universes and multidimensional realms will not be elaborated upon, save for the occasional subtle Easter egg. When Ning Qiye opened his eyes once more, he discovered himself remarkably lively. The wound on his heart had healed, yet an unseen force severed his connection to the bountiful blessings. In essence, he was now merely a common person endowed with an infinite storage space. A decade of cultivation had been rendered futile. How frustrating! Before him lay an expanse of impenetrable darkness, as if cradled in the embrace of void. Have I become a blood-sin spirit? A blood-sin spirit embodies the powerful obsessions of those who have traversed the path of fate, perpetually reenacting the actions of the deceased. It is indeed ironic that the path of fate exists to explore the meaning of existence, yet ultimately culminates in becoming a fragment of non-existence. How absurd! It implies that my actions bear no significance whatsoever. However, there is no rain here, no despair-laden black rain. Neither are there countless, ethereal shadows that shift like smoke. Nor is there an ocean or a black sun. In short, I call out to the heavens, yet they do not respond. I call to the earth. It remains unyielding. As Ning Qiye wallowed in despair, a youthful voice resonated behind him. Hey buddy, new here? Quite a coincidence, huh? Ning Qiye turned in astonishment to see a vibrant young man with black hair. His features were sharply defined, his complexion fair, with a prominent nose and rosy lips. His physique well-proportioned, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Ning Qiye. Hello, who are you? Ning Qiye inquired. Please wait a moment, buddy. Allow me to deal with a small fish first. Then I will show you around. The young man introduced himself as Zhou Ning. His voice faded as he sprinted away, disappearing into a distant beam of light. This left Ning Qiye in a state of bewilderment. He was aware that the realm of bloods and spirits surely housed more than just one spirit, yet he had never encountered one so lively. However, upon reflection, he considered the possibility that he had not truly plunged into the embrace of void and transformed into a blood-sin spirit, for the void could not possibly produce such an exuberant entity. Ning Qiye wandered aimlessly through this space, with Zhou Ning's figure flitting past him intermittently. Each time Zhou Ning passed, he would enthusiastically greet Ning Qiye, making him feel like an insignificant being. Ning Qiye thought to himself, I have never encountered someone so passionately exuberant. On their 1000th encounter, Zhou Ning halted his sprint. Hi, buddy, what should I call you? You may call me Ning Qiye. Friend, where exactly is this place? Oh, this is my auxiliary space. Whenever I meet an unnatural demise, I respawn here. As long as I can escape, I can revive instantly. I sense that you possess some virtual energy as well. We must be in the same universe. It is truly a reunion with an old acquaintance in a foreign land. Ning Qiye was taken aback. After all, such auxiliary abilities should not be casually disclosed to strangers, especially to one just met. I say, brother, isn't this our first meeting? How can you so brazenly divulge such information about your auxiliary abilities? Ning Qiye was on high alert, prepared to draw out his RPG from the narrow path of fate. Although it may not be of use, he could not afford to be without it. He, Ning Qiye, would not diminish himself by taking shortcuts. So, Ning Semet Oblivios, Ning Qiye Extension. Cheerfully resting his arm around Ning Qiye's shoulder. What is there to conceal, buddy? Are you not aware of your past life? Ning Qiye shook his head. Indeed, his memories of his previous life were fragmented. Aside from books and games, he recalled little else. Yet, he had never been preoccupied with this. Zhou Ning's playful demeanor faded as he began to recount. I learned this from a friend who previously visited, a man cloaked in shadows, wearing dark glasses. He shared this with me. He hails from Honkai Impact 3, a researcher. According to his studies, our former selves were powerful beings from a higher plane. Our souls, along with fragmented memories scattered across different times and universes. Through the reincarnation laws of various planes, we were formed. We are both brothers and counterparts, connected by a shared bloodline. Ning pondered deeply before asserting, yes, that is how he described it. I believe that elder brother's name was Qiye. Hearing this, Ning Qiye felt absurdity wash over him. It was as if his 17 years of life had become a mere jest, without a soul uniquely his. What was left of him? What did those 17 years signify? Beneath the name Ning Qiye, was there anything that truly belonged to him? He was merely a fragment of a so-called powerful being's memory. In other words, I am but an illusion. I am not even a complete individual. I lack the right to love. What then is the significance of my existence? Ning Qiye wept and shouted, his voice growing increasingly filled with grievance as he vented his inner turmoil and resentment. Chains of violet energy coiled around his arms, gradually spreading to engulf his entire being. Ning Qiye's form began to blur, cracks appearing upon his skin. The edges of his outline melted into a chaotic gray. Ning, though surprised, remained composed. He calmly retrieved a grass-themed divine eye resembling Samuru and summoned elemental energy to heal the disordered Ning Qiye. Ning's eyes glimmered with a golden radiance, akin to a steadfast flame. A stream of verdant light encircled Ning Qiye, restoring his clarity and halting his disintegration. With a serious expression, Ning inquired, do you have a loved one? He then produced a tea set, boiled water, and brewed tea, slowly narrating his own story. I was born in Ao Zong Mountain, raised by the true monarch of water and layered mountains. From a young age, I had a fear of pain, which caused the true monarch considerable concern. You must know that I could easily have sought employment in Liu at the Wangsheng funeral parlor under the wings of the Geo Archon and lived my life comfortably. Yet, I cannot let go. Ning paused for effect before continuing. I could not abandon that foolish girl who performed 182, 376 solo dance dramas, my divine being, Finina. She sits alone upon the throne, weeping, yet there is no one behind her to offer solace. She stands in the opera house, repeatedly affirming her existence amidst her own uncertainty and bitterness. Those images continuously haunt my mind, preventing me from moving on. That plea of hers, please listen to me. I truly am a deity, breaks my heart and leaves me feeling suffocated. Therefore, I wish to provide her with warmth and support in my own way. It is for this reason that I departed from Liu, traversed the layers of the giant abyss, journeyed through the Samuru rainforest, crossed the desert, and entered Fontaine. I have descended into the abyss, battled hilly shurls, survived encounters with ruined hunters, and even faced off against the Black Serpent Knight. Throughout my journey, I have been fortunate to receive the favor of the divine and have gained these abilities. Ning unveiled his windbreaker, revealing 6 divine eyes, 6 external magical organs. While a common person receiving even one is a rarity, Ning possessed a full 6. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, upon learning of my origins, I too questioned the significance of my existence. However, her tears, each drop a testament to her grief as she weeps upon the throne, serve as proof of my existence. She embodies the meaning of my life. So what is your wish? After a brief pause, Ning continued, the truth of the world is beyond my comprehension, and frankly, I do not care. What I know for certain is that love is genuine. To me, Lady Funina is everything. Though I possess the ability to resurrect infinitely, the agony of each death remains etched in my memory. Yet for my Fu, every sacrifice is worthwhile. As you have just witnessed, I relinquished 1,000 lives to vanquish the Star Eater whale that threatened Fengden. Reflecting on it now, it truly is exhausting. I must take a good rest soon. Ning Qiye listened silently, like a statue. Ning sipped his tea and continued, in your eyes, we may seem to lack a past or a future. However, what we can grasp is the present. We need not agonize over our identities. I know that I am Zhou Ning, disciple of the Li Shui Dai Shanjinjun, the great hero of Fengden and the lover of Funina. This is my essence. When that absurd and laughable trial concluded, leaning in my embrace was Funina, her skin, her warmth, her silky hair, each a testament to my existence. The roses outside Mo Mang Palace have blossomed, not solely for Fu Fu, but for me as well. Fu Fu need no longer masquerade as another. I too can become my true self. As Zhou Ning, I shall live on. The tale of that formidable being has reached its denouement. Now it is my turn. We shall inscribe our own narrative with our flesh and blood. So, my friend, do you have a beloved? What is your desire? Zhou Ning gazed intently into Ning Qiye's eyes, awaiting a response. After a considerable pause, Ning Qiye slowly replied in a hoarse voice, I have someone I care for. I wish to save my home. I want to eliminate those vile deities who seek to destroy it. The more he spoke, the more the light in his eyes flickered. The fire of vengeance igniting within him, burning like the sun, intensely radiant. His physical form regained its clarity. The fissures on his face and hands began to mend. The dark purple chains gradually receded. The spirited, playful Ning Qiye had returned. Yet, the thought of having left the world of divine slaying without power filled him with despair. How could he return? This realization deflated him like a punctured balloon, and he gulped down his tea. Thank you, my friend. I feel much better now. But how'd I end up here? How do I get back? Zhou Ning, seeing that his companion was unharmed, restored his smile and explained with calmness. Did I not tell you? We share the same foundational bloodline, and being within the same universe, as well as your demise, led me to ascertain your essence as mine, thus bringing you here. Is there any way you can send me back? Ning Qiye asked with hopeful anticipation. No, Zhou Ning replied succinctly after finishing his cup of tea. Ning Qiye exclaimed, by the heavens, if I wanted to fight, I could simply glance at the 6 eyes of God at my waist. Yet he resigned himself to his fate. Observing Ning Qiye's despondence, Zhou Ning snapped his fingers. My friend, see how anxious you are. Though I may not be tech-savvy, I have respect for technology. While I cannot send you back, Qiye has left a solution. Otherwise, why do you think you haven't seen him? Upon hearing this, Ning Qiye's face lit up with excitement as he clutched Zhou Ning's shoulders tightly, seizing the hope of returning home. Can I truly go back? It's quite simple. Qiye is a genius. He even crafted the core of the lawbearer himself, akin to forging a divine essence. Sending you back is a trivial matter. Ning Qiye, filled with exhilaration, grasped Zhou Ning's hands. Brother, I implore you, this kindness shall never be forgotten by me. Stop, stop, stop. No need for such dramatics. We are brothers. Zhou Ning waved his hand dismissively, feeling embarrassed. Without hesitation, Zhou Ning cast out 6 eyes of God. Wind, rock, thunder, grass, water, fire. 6 beams of light illuminated sequentially, forming a hexagram formation. All right, the ritual array is now activated. Farewell, good brother. Until we meet again. Wait, those who know might think I am being sent off. Those who do not know might believe I am truly dying, Ning Qiye complained. Zhou Ning shrugged. It makes little difference. Should you die again, you likely won't return here. After all, even with my artificial intelligence, such an error would not repeat. Zhou Ning seemed to recall something and asked, by the way, my friend, you should possess a resurrection skill, right? Silence enveloped them both momentarily. Ning Qiye stiffly turned away, forcing a smile. Is there even a need for discussion? Zhou Ning's expression darkened. Of course, you are currently here in spirit. In your world, your body and soul have already separated. Without resurrection skills, you would return as a wandering spirit. Wait, my friend, you can't be serious? You lack even a resurrection skill? Ning Qiye replied. I truly apologize for not having such a skill. What we do now? Ning Qiye smindracet, instinctively seeking so Ning squitanse. 2 options. Zhou Ning held up 2 fingers and spoke with measured calmness. First, you remain here, and I will devise a way to reconstruct your physical form, allowing you to live in Tivet. Second, I choose the second. Ning Qiye interjected. Of course, my friends and family are awaiting my return. Though the world of Genshin is splendid, the realm of divine slaying is my true home. Upon hearing Ning Qiye's decision, Zhou Ning silently retrieved an incense burner and incense, lighting it with reverence and bowing 3 times. May the Taizang Lejun and the Jade Emperor bless my brother to return whole and complete. After the 3 bows, Zhou Ning made an gesture with his hand. Ning Qiye's expression shifted with irritation, gritting his teeth. Is this your plan? I never knew you had the potential to be a jester. Hey, give me the incense, Ning Qiye darkly demanded, extending his hand for 3 sticks of incense. He found a long table from the narrow path of fate, arranged the incense burner, and hung the image of the medicine master, the same one he had once used to threaten Qingyu. Bowing his head, he took a deep breath, his mood heavy. "O medicine master, grant me a resurrection skill. I truly need it. Otherwise, your most beloved messenger will be lost." Ning Qiye's words were powerful and rhythmic, evoking sorrow in listeners and tears in hearers. Zhou Ning weakly added, "Or you could simply call out for your mother. What are you babbling about, my friend?" Suddenly, a vibrant six-colored light erupted, and Ning Qiye felt enveloped by an immense force, his consciousness beginning to sink, his body growing lighter. The surrounding space was kneaded by invisible hands. Zhou Ning's figure faded from sight. When the light dissipated, Ning Qiye found himself back in a familiar place. Chapter 57. The Hunting Envoy in the Narrow Path of Fate. Ning Qiye returned to his loyal domain. Observing the home he had painstakingly built over the years, he felt a profound reflection on the capriciousness of time and the vicissitudes of life. The current situation yielded some seemingly crucial information that, in reality, was utterly useless. He had nearly embarked on a futile journey for this information and felt a great sense of loss. Not merely a loss, but a grievous one. So, what should I do now? Ning Qiye felt lost. He was trapped here. At times, he truly wished for a system. Now he lacked even a task guide. Given the circumstances, he decided to order takeout. Ning Qiye pulled out his phone and ordered 4 dishes and a soup, specifying that Liu Yuvai should personally deliver it. After fumbling with the app for some time, he tossed his phone in frustration. "What do you mean it's out of delivery range? Am I flying? Can't you even manage a meal? What do you think I am, a celestial being?" His mental state remained good, having distanced himself from the void. The plan to have Liu Yuvai take him out had collapsed before it even began. As Ning Qiye vented his frustrations, yellow specks of light appeared before his eyes. Forming a pathway, Ning Qiye followed the signposts and arrived at the deepest part of the narrow path of fate. Before the golden pillar of light lay a small mound of earth, the material of which was unknown. Embedded within was a hauntingly blue longbow. Ning Qiye fell silent, overwhelmed with joy. Salvation had arrived. A piece of trivia: every time a character levels up in the game, their health bar and mana bar are completely restored. Similarly, whenever one is blessed by the star god, both bars rejuvenate. Ning Qiye could not help but feel elated as she shouted, "Kangnan, I have returned." Striding forward, she grasped the bow with both hands. A blue ethereal light crept up her arms, illuminating her forehead. A deep voice resonated in her mind. "Why do you raise your weapon?" Taking a deep breath, Ning Qiye's gaze hardened, and her tone grew solemn. "For vengeance. They have all attacked me, bullied me, and it hurts so much. Truly, it hurts so much that I yearn to return home, to hide in the embrace of my elders and weep. But that is no longer possible. They destroyed my home, sought my life, bullied my friends, and forced my beloved to the brink. Oh, the divine bow of fate. Can you hear me? I am a foreigner, Ning Qiye, a disciple of the divine bow of fate. I require power. I seek vengeance. I want them dead. I demand blood for blood. Revenge upon Loki. Revenge upon Asgard. Revenge upon Gaia. Revenge upon Olympus. Revenge upon Cthulhu. With blood and hatred, I shall hunt and pursue. With my life as a guide, there shall be no rest until death." Ning Qiye gritted her teeth, her voice trembling and thick with tears, droplets streaming from the corners of her eyes as she exerted herself. With a mighty roar, the figure of the divine bow appeared, offering a fleeting glance as the longbow was drawn. In the external world, flecks of blue light surged from the dried blood, converging towards the sky. Cold corpses gradually warmed, and rigid fingers began to move. In the night breeze, gravel rolled softly. The ethereal blue lights rose from the dust, ascending like fireflies, weaving silver threads in the sparse moonlight. The light points gradually coalesced, outlining the contours of armor. It emerged from the vast cosmos, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the darkness. Its form was lithe and upright, forged from stars and power. Golden eyes blazed like flames, piercing through the cosmic mist to lock onto the trail of its prey. Its long hair danced with the wind, resembling black flames in combustion. Firmly grasping the magnificent bow that shimmered with mysterious light, its body was adorned with ancient and intricate runes, whispering the secrets of the universe. Instructor Hong. The presence of divinity manifested above Jinanshan. All electronic equipment malfunctioned. An instructor reported, "What? Quickly send someone into the mountains to bring those 3 boys back. Yes. However, as soon as the instructors stepped out of the tents, they were overwhelmed by the divine presence, collapsing to the ground, unable to move, as if under the warning of the hunt. Just as the saying goes, the hunt by the storm never counts the cost. Its salvation and destruction are scarcely distinguishable. Ning Qiye remarked, "How shall I put this? I knew they were unreliable, but I never expected them to be this unreliable. Our computer has been compromised for so long without detection. What a great grievance." Meanwhile, within the mountains, Mu Xingchen, Mo Ya, and Mo Zian were firmly pinned to the ground by the divine might. Among them, Mu Xingchen was particularly cherished. He felt as if his bones were shattering. He wanted to speak, but under the pressure of divine power, he could not even open his mouth. The ornament around his neck emanated a ghostly blue light, detaching from him and flying towards the depths of Jinanshan. The usually calm expression of Mu Xingchen revealed an unusual fear. He struggled to reach out in a futile attempt to retain it. Mu Xingchen unleashed the full force of his Klein energy, battling against the divine pressure. Blood streaming from his orifices, his internal organs shattered, and he struggled to rise. "Wait, that my teaching? No, that one cannot go. My teaching, that belongs to me. That is mine. You shall not take it. I absolutely cannot return." Mu Xingchen frantically mobilized the muscles in his legs. He ran 2 steps, only to be forced to kneel again by the divine might. Yet he could not afford to concern himself with pain. His eyes were fixed solely on the ornament, Teking. Drifting away, he crawled forward, unwilling to accept defeat, but his efforts were in vain. Mu Xingchen was indeed born amidst auspicious clouds, but those clouds celebrated not him, but the weapon Teking, or rather, the longbow Fate's starlight, bestowed upon humanity by the divine bow of fate. Fate's starlight, a shooting star of the hunt, can transform into any cold weapon. The revenge of the hunt will arrive as scheduled, consuming the energy of fate and mental strength, ensuring a hit. The vengeance of the hunt is invincible. It shall rend asunder all evil. Thanks to this divine artifact, Mu Xingchen possesses such extraordinary talent. Chosen by Ares, he became a divine agent and rapidly ascended to be a powerful Klein realm practitioner. To lose it would be akin to killing Mu Xingchen outright. Indeed, if there were anything in this world capable of piercing through the defenses of the demonic shadow, it would be the rival of abundance, the hunt, a fortunate child, who by chance received the blessings of the divine bow of fate, yet foolishly attempts to take the lives of its people. In the end, he merely reaps the consequences of his actions. Fate's starlight flew before Ning Qiye, and the energy within her surged forth, merging with the ornament. The 2 entities fused, and a longbow materialized, falling into Ning Qiye's hands, supporting her as she rose. Ning Qiye struggled to stand, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. Her injuries began to mend. Upon grasping the longbow, the information of Fate's starlight appeared in her mind. Simultaneously, a divine ruin manifested within her, causal pursuit. The effect was simple. It marked those who attacked her and the targets she wished to strike. The marks could not be erased, ensuring her next attack would be a guaranteed hit. At this moment, the footsteps of the hunt had indeed descended. The parasites of this world, the oppressors, should tremble in fear. Ning Qiye knocked the arrow, drawing the string, and commenced her revenge. "I have said, today, only you shall die. Mu Xingchen. Of course, you need not feel fear, nor is there any need for you to flee. No matter where you escape, the shooting stars of the hunt will always descend, sealing you in the past, present, and future. Rest assured, your journey is not solitary. Your companions, your deities, I shall send them down one by one. In the name of the hunt." Ning Qiye's eyes ignited with blue, ethereal flames, intent on burning everything to ashes. The first arrow, a hunt for vengeance, aided by Fate's starlight, flew towards the distant Mu Xingchen. It gently pierced through his left chest, shattering his heart. Mu Xingchen fell unwillingly, succumbing to death, his eyes refusing to close. The second arrow, a declaration to this world of the arrival of the hunt. Chapter 58. The divine bow only announces its decree through the light arrow. The second arrow, a proclamation to this world of the arrival of the hunt. The divine bow only announces its decree through the light arrow. Ning Qiye summoned all her mental energy and shot an arrow into the starry sky. The phantom of the divine bow, the arrow poised on the string, golden eyes ablaze. The energy in the air converged upon the longbow of the divine bow, forming a colossal arrow plummeting from the heavens. In that instant, it was as if the entire world had been illuminated. The originally pitch-black night suddenly shone as brightly as day. The colossal arrow hunted the stars and traversed the sun, transforming into myriad arrows that fell like raindrops upon Jinanshan. In an instant, Jinanshan was flattened into the Jinese plain by the light arrows of the divine bow. With 2 arrows completed, the figure of the divine bow began to grow ethereal. The energy of fate within fate as starlight, left by the hunt, was about to be exhausted. Ning Qiye continued to squeeze her mental power, activating causal pursuit, locking onto Emoya and Emozian. Oh, you're still alive. This will indeed give you enough to boast about for a lifetime. Although the 2 girls remain alive, they were in a pitiful state, covered in dust, with shattered bones and numerous wounds adorning their bodies, evoking a sense of sympathy. Without hesitation, Ning Qiye drew the bowstring to a full moon and released 2 arrows that pierced through their skulls, leading to their untimely demise. As for why she aimed for the head rather than the heart, that was inconsequential. It is quite simple. In the Tagline, after the host's death, as long as the region of the brain that governs mental power has not completely decayed, the host can survive in a state of soul. When Jiang Er first appeared, she forgot whether she was in Qi Jing or Chuan Jing, yet she was still able to survive for 3 days after being killed. Not to mention the boundless Tagline now. The last time she neglected to dismantle the hidden camera, which attracted these 3 monsters. If any further intelligence leaks, Ning Qiye is genuinely afraid that the divine battle will commence prematurely. After shooting 3 arrows, Lan's figure completely vanished, and Ning Qiye, disregarding the dust covering the ground, lay limply on the plains. The double envoy. I have achieved something. The corners of his mouth lifted in a smile, and as he chuckled, he drifted into slumber. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the ground, shaking off the dust from its body. It gently carried the unconscious Ning Qiye on its back. If Ning Qiye were still awake, she would certainly recognize that this figure was the middle-aged owner from the marketplace, a foolish charlatan. No, isn't it cold on the ground, my friend? The others in the mountains have already been sent away. You're the last one. I just didn't expect that I would have to do this laborious work. How embarrassing. With a smile on his face, he rambled on about something, as if confiding or reminiscing about the past. Do you know? I once suffered grievous injuries, lying on the ground, unable to rise. My friend, a Jiwei, carried me back home, just as I am now carrying you. Everyone said he was dead, but I believe he is merely missing. After all, good people do not live long, while calamities endure for millennia. How could someone like him die so easily? You see, right, child? A Jiwei could never die. The more he spoke, the more his expression stiffened, and his voice dwindled, until finally it became barely audible whispers. He continued to talk incessantly, as if trying to prove that his friend was not dead. His friend was merely missing, alive and well somewhere in the world, perhaps even mocking him for his relentless search. Beyond the 5th universe, a figure clad in blue armor seemed to sense something. It halted its actions and revealed a smile, though one could hardly discern the smile through the helmet. The things I left behind have been triggered. The barrier preventing our entry has weakened further. How much life-preserving power did you leave for the young one? The woman in green asked pointedly. Silence, a deafening silence. The others tried to breach the barrier, paused to observe. It was common knowledge that these 2 were at odds, and their sole entertainment over the years had been watching them bicker. At this moment, the blue figure felt exceedingly awkward, unsure of what to say. Surely, one cannot admit to having used up all energy for the sake of vanity. To use the power meant to protect that child, to level a mountain instead. If he uttered such words, he would undoubtedly be met with violence. Silence was also an answer. The woman in green's expression darkened, and taking a deep breath, she cursed. I, from the galaxy, and you from the divine ship, TMDWSMDSBDX, have you been running around like a fool all these years? How did I not realize you were such a simpleton before? Damn it, why didn't you save any for him? What if he encounters danger? The beings in this universe will not show respect to an envoy. What were you thinking? Answer me. Look into my eyes. Why tell me why, baby, why? The woman's face was so gloomy it could drip ink, continuing her tirade. Were it not for this cursed barrier suppression, I would have sent a legion over. Each of them. Could they not spare me some trouble? Even this minor task you cannot handle properly. You might as well let the big guy take your spot. MMP. Damn it. The blue youth dared not retort, knowing the fault was his own. Moreover, even if he did protest, it would be futile. Let alone whether he could argue his way out, this woman would directly resort to violence. Being struck hurts a lot. The sounds of cursing continued for an indeterminate amount of time. Perhaps out of exhaustion from berating, the woman's onslaught began to wane. A cute girl dressed in a starry gown, with a colorful halo floating behind her, took the opportunity to embrace the woman in green's waist, offering comfort. All right. Let us not quarrel anymore. We are all colleagues here, and there are more important matters to attend to. Calm down. After venting her frustrations, the woman in green nodded, ceasing her argument, yet still turned away in discontent, channeling all her energy to continue breaking the barrier. As for why the benevolent and compassionate healer appeared so irritable before her colleagues, it can only be said that the public's perception of the healer is too one-dimensional. In front of her peers, she need not play the role of gentle and merciful, for they are all well aware of each other as true nature. At this juncture, arguing was futile. The list had already been finalized, with only the inevitable Junhin and Sup to be included, along with a certain historian, Ji, lurking in the shadows, recording everything. The remaining 2 spots could only be Sunli and Fingro, a consensus reached among all, the best script. As for earlier suggesting that the blue youth relinquish his spot, that was merely said in anger, since he had not reserved any life-saving cards. It was time to exert more effort and swiftly break through this damn barrier. Seeing that there was no longer any amusement to be had, the crowd dispersed, returning to their work of dismantling the barrier. Among them, a red-haired youth wearing a clown mask appeared dazed and silent, merely following the actions of others. This night was destined to be sleepless. Lin Qiye and the others anxiously awaited good news at the office. Meanwhile, Zhao Conscience pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing towards Jinese Mountain. Chen Wei, in the passenger seat, feigned sleep, but upon closer inspection, one would notice the beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Damn, Captain! Someone overtook us. Why aren't the headlights on? Old Zhao exclaimed as a very familiar red sports car zoomed past him, disappearing from view in an instant. In order to reach Jinese Mountain as quickly as possible, they had contacted traffic management in advance to clear the fastest route, at their current speed of nearly 200 mph. How could anyone dare to overtake them? Don't worry about it. We'll contact traffic management later. The pressing matter at hand is to reach Jinese Mountain swiftly. Chapter 59, The Final Envoy and the Star God of Joy. Si Xiaonan departed nearly 20 minutes later than the others, flooring the accelerator. It must be said, it was indeed a sports car. She quickly surpassed Old Zhao's sedan with a speed of 400 mph. Meanwhile, the instructors at the training camp, witnessing the disappearance of divine power, hurried into the mountains in search of Ning Shuang and the others. Hong Hao reported to Yuan Gang. Report, sir. We have observed the Sunli, star god Lan in the skies above Jinese Mountain in Kangan City. Divine Sequence 044. This Sunli, star god has leveled Jinese Mountain, while Fingro, star god's representative, Ning Shuang, and the Kishinshi representative, Lin Qiye, as well as Bailey Jia Bailey Tuming's fates remain unknown. Having succinctly reported, Hong Hao joined the search party heading into the mountains. Si Xiaonan arrived beside Jinese Mountain in her sports car, her complexion pale and her breath weak. In a short time, she had employed the sealed Gizaz Zifa twice, once for the car keys and once to alter the outcome of the vehicle's overturning. The 2 uses of her sealed power had caused her to cough up blood, her breath disordered. Yet she could not afford to falter. A certain scoundrel was missing. Scoundrel? Great scoundrel. Did you not say not to push yourself? Deceiver, great deceiver. Si Xiaonan murmured softly, and without realizing it, a few crystalline tears silently slid down her fair, jade-like cheeks. She walked towards the plains of Jinese, determined to bring him back, to take him home. Step by step, the memories of the past 10 days resurfaced in her mind. Sister Xiaonan, please be gentle. I fear the pain. Sister Xiaonan, it hurts TT. Sister Xiaonan, today Uncle Chun was too harsh. Sister Xiaonan, she intends to take the frightened child back home. Chen Wei and the others, along with Yuan Gang, arrived at the Jinan plain almost simultaneously. Upon encountering their adversary, Chen Wei's eyes burned with fury as he pressed the blade against Yuan Gang's neck. Yuan Gang, I demand an explanation. Why are there members of the ancient god sect in the training camp? 1 Klein and 2 Wu Liang? Yuan Gang raised his hands in surrender, forcing a smile. Captain Chen, this was an accident. Please lower your weapon. However, Chen Muye was not appeased, his grip on the knife unwavering. Explain to me what you mean by accident. What in the world could possibly be referred to as an accident? Chen Muye clutched the knife tightly, ready to strike if Yuan Gang's response did not satisfy him. If it weren't for Qingyu and a little chubby boy being sent back by Shuang, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that 3 assassins seeking to kill my team members lurked beneath my very nose. How can you call yourself a commander? Listening to Chen Muye's roar, Yuan Gang disregarded the spittle on his face and sighed in relief. Thankfully, the young master of the Bailey family and the agent of the Seraphim were unharmed. Seeing Yuan Gang relax only intensified Chen Muye's fury, and he swung the knife as if to strike. Zhao Kongsheng and Wu Xiaonan rushed to restrain the enraged figure. Captain, calm down. Reckless violence will land you in a military court, Wu Xiaonan urged anxiously. Captain, even if you did strike him, it would be futile. Our immediate priority is to enter the mountains and locate the others. Shuang, being so composed, surely is fine, Zhao Kongsheng implored, desperately holding on to Chen Muye's arm. Ultimately, Chen Muye relented, letting go of the knife with a huff, and they proceeded into the mountains. Yet the individuals they sought had long been taken away. Both the instructors and Chen Muye, along with Wu Xiaonan, Zhao Kongsheng, and Si Xiaonan, found nothing but 2 headless female corpses and 1 male body. 1 Klein and 2 Wu Yang were merely novices who had recently broken through. Hong Hao assessed the situation. They searched from dawn until the sun rose. Yet no clues emerged. Even with the use of forbidden items to sense auras, their efforts proved futile. No matter how they searched, Ning Shuang vanished like a sugar cube swallowed by the sea, leaving no trace behind. Despair lingered in the hearts of the group, bloodshot eyes reflecting their utter exhaustion. Si Xiaonan, lost in thought, continued to dig through the blood-soaked earth with her hands, oblivious to the wounds that marred her delicate fingers. She murmured repeatedly, "It can't be, he won't die. That scoundrel cannot possibly die. He must be down there." Zhao Kongsheng sighed, his weary frame urging her, "Xiaonan, you've been awake for nearly 6 hours. Please rest a moment and allow someone else to take over." Si Xiaonan stubbornly shook her head, her voice hoarse. "Uncle Xiao, I can feel him down there." Zhao Kongsheng could only smile wryly, recalling that she had said the same 2 hours prior, marveling at how this girl, merely at the pool level, could endure for so long. Just as he contemplated knocking her out for a brief respite, Si Xiaonan suddenly exclaimed, startling Zhao Kongsheng. "The compass, and that strange man's compass he gave me. The exploration compass, a relic of the star god, was also the most cherished item of the exploration envoy. The intent was simple, to locate, search, and guide." Si Xiaonan trembled as she pulled out the compass, pushing her dwindling mental strength to its limits, praying for it to show her the way. "Please, I don't want to lose him." The compass needle spun incessantly, and after a lengthy moment, it pointed forward. A rift in space appeared, and without hesitation, Si Xiaonan stepped through. What the hell? When did she acquire that? Zhao Kongsheng hurried to inform the captain of the situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, a middle-aged man sat beside the bed, gently caressing 2 masks. On the bed, Ning Shuang slept soundly, while at his feet, a black cat rested, stretching lazily moments later. "You shouldn't have said those things," it said softly. "You shouldn't be sad or so verbose. It does not align with your destiny." The man appeared unfazed, continuing to caress the masks nonchalantly. "Come on, Elio. We are merely human incarnations of the star god. We can laugh and cry, unbound by destiny. What does it matter? Otherwise, why do you think the apothecary in the green attire and the azure figure did not engage in battle? But you are not. That battle nearly led to your demise. You are merely a fragment, a star god incarnation that must adhere to destiny. Yes, but you're mistaken about one thing. Although my main body is injured, I will still survive until the grand finale, until we reach the conclusion of our script. Also, how do you know I wasn't seeking amusement in the previous chapter?" Elio fell silent, pretending to be a cat once more. "Ah, someone is coming." The man ceased his movements, adjusting his attire. Chapter 60, Masks and Merlin. A rift in space opened, and Si Xiaonan stumbled into a warm room. "You have arrived." The man greeted her with a polite smile, his round face radiating kindness. Yet, Si Xiaonan paid no heed. In this moment, her gaze was solely on Ning Shuang. "Little Shuang, how embarrassing for me, haha." The man chuckled, unperturbed. I intend to take him away. Once assured that the person before her was merely asleep, Si Xiaonan's tense nerves eased slightly. Nevertheless, she glared at the man with bloodshot eyes, enunciating each word. I have a name, Hakamili. How truly embarrassing. Once he awakens, I shall return him to your training camp. Without waiting for Si Xiaonan's protest, Hakamili firmly refused. He placed a pill into Si Xiaonan's mouth. Here, consume this. Otherwise, your little lover will be heartbroken. As the pill entered, its bitter essence flooded her taste buds, causing her eyes to narrow instinctively, her expression contorting. She wanted to spit it out, but Hakamili sealed her lips with destiny's energy until she fully swallowed it. Si Xiaonan vowed never to consume anything so bitter again. Her tone faltered bitter. Is this part of your scheme to murder me? Hakamili did not respond. He merely observed as the girl's pallid cheeks gradually regained their color, her injured fingers healed, returning to their delicate state. After a prolonged silence, Hakamili sighed. Alas, you are not her. But perhaps this is for the best. She is merely missing. You merely bear a resemblance. Whoa. I merely want to play with my dear sister. Surely no one is spreading rumors that I am dead? Very well, you may leave. Hakamili waved his hand, and a rift in space appeared beneath Si Xiaonan. Without time to react, she was transported back to the Jinan plane. It was utterly illogical. After Si Xiaonan departed, Ning de Shuang stirdawake. Ah, friend, you have awakened rather late. Your beloved just left. Ning de Shuang silently complained, unsure who had sealed him to the bed using destiny's energy. What a disgrace, he thought, though his face bore a cheerful smile. Well then, brother, I shall take my leave. No, you cannot leave. Ahaha. What does this mean, foolish brother? Do you wish to retain me, a follower of the imperial vow? You have yet to take your mask. All right, I shall take it. Ah, how delightful it is to wear a mask. Saying this, Ning de Shuang reached out for the mask. Hakamili complied, handing him 2 masks, one red and one green. Now, can I leave? Do you not wish to hear their stories? Before Ning de Shuang could utter another word, his mouth was sealed once more. Ning de Qiang remarket. If it weren't for the fact that I cannot match you in strength at the moment, I would certainly kiss your pert backside with my cane. Aha, grinning cheerfully responded. Since you wish to hear, allow me to elaborate briefly. Ning Dixion countered. What leads you to believe I am eager to listen? These are relics of my companions. Once, we traversed the cosmos together. We wielded swords across the land and reveled in romance. We were the masked wanderers. Within them resides the last remnants of their souls, capable of battling once more. Leng Xuan informed me that their presence would bring you greater joy. As he spoke, Aha struck a pose he deemed quite dashing. I see. The equipment has arrived. Ning Dixiong immediately donned a warm smile. What are the capabilities and names of these two? The red one belongs to Ding Chaoyang, and the azure one to Zhang Ning. Though they are but remnants of souls, they still possess the strength of humanity's pinnacle in this realm. Upon hearing this, Ning Dixiong's eyes sparkled. These were no mere event NPCs, but rather true paragons of virtue. Fear not, my brother. I vow to ensure these 2 gentlemen experience true delight. I pledge this in the name of the bountiful envoy. Ning Dixiong thumped his chest in assurance, adorned with flags at his back. Aha simply smiled, unfazed by his oath. Well then, may I take my leave? Of course, if you can stand, you may depart immediately. Ning Dixiong tossed aside the covers, sprang up like a carp, and then fell straight to the ground. What has happened to my legs? Even abundance cannot remedy this. Aha calmly held his teacup and took a sip. You inquire about the origin of the tea? It comes from the twists of Ning Dixiong's fate. Aha remarked, it is indeed a fine brew. But I must inquire of you. Fully releasing that wooden longbow resulted in backlash, causing a slight tearing of the soul. Otherwise, how could you believe that a light arrow released from Chuanjing could level a small mountain? Yet this was also permitted by that wooden figure. Just rest here for 2 days. I shall send you back afterward. However, I do not provide meals. Should you starve, that would certainly be amusing, he chuckled, turning to leave with the black cat, vanishing from Ning Dixiong's sight. Wait, I haven't even asked your name yet. Why are you leaving? The departing man and cat exchanged glances. Aha tugged at the cat's tail, shaking it up and down, causing the feline to yowl in pain. Why can't I reveal my identity? Why? This is hardly amusing. The black cat seized the moment to escape Aha's torment, licking its paw. Now is not the time. If your identity is revealed before the actors, The script will need to be entirely rewritten. This is the best script, the final script. With that, I Luo transformed back into an ordinary black cat and climbed to a high place to sleep. At the Peace Affairs office. Thanks to the starship's supersonic flight and the intimidation of a self-destruct button, Lin Qiye entered the pool realm ahead of schedule, unlocking the chamber of the Grand Mage Merlin. At this moment, Lin Qiye was beseeching the Grand Mage to employ divination magic, which was of utmost importance to him as he harbored deep concerns for his elder brother's well-being. Prophecy cannot be executed with precision at this moment. As my crystal ball is lost, Merlin stated while gazing into Lin Qiye's eyes. No need for extreme accuracy. I merely wish to know if my brother is still alive. Upon hearing such a simple request, Merlin let out a quiet sigh of relief and commenced the divination. Shortly thereafter, he gasped in surprise, contributing to global warming with his discovery. Strange, this should not be. Master Merlin, what troubles you? I am unable to find any information regarding your elder brother. His existence defies all expectation. I cannot trace him in the past, present, or future. It is as if he is a ghost, not belonging to this world. No matter the method I employ, I cannot glimpse his fate. It is as if someone has deliberately obscured everything about him. He is even more mysterious than that girl. Lin Qiye looked perplexed. Master, surely you are not incapable? Hearing such a mocking remark, Merlin's competitive spirit surged as a man. How can a man declare incapacity? Wait, I possess ultimate magic. Lin Qiye silently rejoiced at his elder brother's cunning. This tactic was indeed clever. Those interested may join the group. 978482666 in Chapter 61. Ning Xiong returned to his loyal training camp. As time passed, black strands of hair covered the ground. Merlin finally deciphered a fragment of information. His face flushed. He laughed heartily. I have figured it out. I have figured it out. Ah, I have succeeded. I, the master of magic, have triumphed. Ah, the truth of the world, I have unraveled. Lin Qiye was startled, looking up with a sense of impending doom. Is he truly such a fool? Why must he open the door today? A virtual panel appeared before him. Merlin's healing progress, 80. Please assist Merlin in treating his mental illness. When a healing progress reaches the specified values, 1, 50, 100, a random selection of Merlin's abilities may be obtained. Lin Qiye exclaimed, what is happening here? Mysterious, Xing Shun Mi Si, scratching his jellyfish hat. Should I not have allowed him to find Shuang? Why push him to madness? I have heard this old Deng. No, this young Deng is quite significant. Never mind. It is not my concern. He was already unwell. With nothing to do today, they indulged in music at the brothel. Consequently, this delay prevented Lin Qiye from acquiring summoning magic before the new year, pushing it to the brink of graduation, but that is a tale for another time. The scene shifted to the Jinan plane. Si Xiaonan landed gracefully, executing a perfect little girl sit. So cute. Zhao Kongqing exclaimed, why are you back so quickly? Wu Xiaonan questioned, where did you come from? Qingyu remarked, after all, she is Xiong's soldier. How normal is that? The chief instructor commented, did Lin's sister just fall from the sky? Si Xiaonan, feeling shy, scratched her head and said, Captain, I found Shuang. Qingyu inquired, where? Wu Xiaonan asked, where is she? Zhao Kongqing added, as long as she is safe, that is all that matters. Si Xiaonan rubbed her head and stood, stating, Shuang has sustained some injuries. She will return in a couple of days. She is currently at a friend's house. Fearing disbelief, she raised her voice. I have met Shuang before. A Zhanjing. A Forbidden Ruins Sequence 555. Optical Deception Fellow. Optical Deception allows the user to become optically invisible. During invisibility, one cannot move, attack, or defend. Si Xiaonan was both clever and rational. The new recruits' training was quite rigorous, even during Wang Mian's era. There had never been an incident of the ancient god church attacking new recruits at the training camp. This time, the assault by two of Shuang's companions, one an infinite and the other a Klein, indicated that there must have been internal aid. Therefore, it was essential to conceal Shuang's connections as much as possible. She was not a showy vase seeking trouble. She wished to protect her troublesome younger brother in her own way. Upon hearing this, Qingyu understood Si Xiaonan's subtle gestures and nodded in agreement. Very well, inform the office. Let us return. Since Xiong is safe, there is no cause for alarm. Oh, and I must find an opportunity to teach that scoundrel Yuan gang a lesson. Yuan gang protested. There is no need for that. Upon receiving the news that Ning Qiye was safe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After 7 or 8 hours of mountain searching and rescue, the operation concluded without any casualties. Mu Xingxun, Mo Ya, and Mo Zian asked, "Is there anyone to feed us peanuts?" The following day, the lively Pang Pang and the listless Lin Qiye returned to their training camp. "Qiye, why do you appear so listless? Are you feeling unwell?" Pang Pang, with a worried expression, gently poked Qiye's cheek. Lin Qiye remained silent, offering only a bitter smile in response, stating, "It's nothing. Just a bit concerned about Ning Qiye. I will be fine in a couple of days." Pang Pang quickly chimed in, "I'm also quite worried about the boss. But he has his own fortune to rely on. Besides, haven't we already received news that he is safe?" Lin Qiye's pallor stemmed not solely from concern for his elder brother. There was also Mei Lin to consider. Originally, Mei Lin was a relatively benign case of schizophrenia. However, following the recent prophecy, his condition had worsened, showing tendencies towards manic-depressive disorder. This had kept Lin Qiye preoccupied with various treatments, including restraints and sedatives, which contributed to his own exhaustion. Over this time, he was not the only one affected. He Newly Yifei also appeared more haggard, as Lin Qiye truly worked him to the bone as his caretaker. After a day of relentless effort, Lin Qiye finally managed to reduce Mei Lin's treatment progress from 80 to 60. Lin Qiye pondered, "Why does it feel so bittersweet?" Li Yifei remarked, "Sometimes I truly regret not perishing under the weight of the rose's hammer. Is life truly so precious? What causes life to slumber? Because in dreams, there is no need to be a slave." Lin Qiye and his companions retrieved their respective forbidden items from Yuan Gang. Lin Qiye received Weilan Gxian and Shiming Dominji. Weilan Gxian, sequence 278, can withstand most mental attacks. Shiming Dominji, sequence 340, allows the user to evade a lethal blow from enemies of the same realm, usable only 3 times. A delightful piece of news was that Nike SIS treatment progress had surpassed 50, reaching 51, which was one of the few pieces of good news recently. Elated, Lin Qiye indulged in 2 extra bowls of rice. Nike SI was now permitted to leave the psychiatric hospital temporarily and could also draw a second ability. Much like in the original text, he regrettably did not draw Ko Fan Shinjiao, but instead obtained the divine ruin, Ji and Qinshi. Ji and Qinshi, the most primal darkness that corrupts everything around it. Any object or being shrouded in this darkness falls under your control. Range and control strength increase with one's mental power. As a fun fact, Lin Qiye can activate Ji and Qinshi for 5 minutes, while Wang Mian can only do so for 5 seconds. Thus, in Lin Qiye's memoirs, the event of Wang Mian's ethereal confrontation was documented. Of course, that is a tale for another time. At that moment, Lin Qiye felt that the hardships endured over the past few days were worthwhile. The divine ruin, after all, is a treasure. Even Ning Qiye possesses but one. Yet, this was not what thrilled Lin Qiye the most. What excited him was that Nike SI could temporarily leave the hospital. Nike SI, one of the 5 primordial gods of Greece, was undeniably powerful, encapsulated succinctly in 2 words: invincible. Had Nike SI been able to leave the hospital 2 days ago, not even Ares himself could have escaped without a few slaps, let alone his agent. Lin Qiye joked, "I have a mother. Chaos reigns beneath the Supreme." Just kidding. Even the Supreme can be slain. "Hey, why did you give me a jellyfish head?" he added, as Ning Shuang tugged at her own quirky hair, puzzled. It was surprisingly adorable. She wondered if Si Xiaonan would like it. "Ah, I just thought it was amusing. Now that you are healed, it's time to return." With that, a spatial rift materialized beneath Ning Shuang's feet. In a flash, she vanished. Ning Shuang remarked, "I truly detest those who play with space and time. One day, I shall take an axe to them all." Chapter 62. The Revenge of Nemesis upon learning that Nike SI could briefly leave the hospital. Lin Qiye looked into his mother's eyes and asked, "Mother, would you like to go out and see the world?" Though she was unclear about his words, the prospect of his company made her eager to agree. Nike SI pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, "All right, then come with me." Taking hold of Nike SI's wrist, Lin Qiye gradually withdrew his consciousness from the psychiatric hospital. In a moment, Lin Qiye opened his eyes atop the building. Turning his gaze, he beheld a beautiful woman draped in a gown of starlit silk, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. imbued with charm and mystery, standing serenely under the night sky. A hint of curiosity surfaced on Ning Qiye's stunning visage as she approached the building's edge, gently grasping the railing, gazing at the tranquil training camp in the distance. Brillantly li Xiaonan. She spoke softly, Denadu Si. Is this your divine realm? Before Lin Qiye could clarify that this was indeed the real world. A spatial rift appeared in the sky. A figure, knees slightly bent, as if coiling like a spring, landed gracefully, adopting a stable stance with one hand on the ground. It was Ning Shuang's new attire, a custom-made creation by Aha. To Ning Qiye, it appeared as if a cerulean-haired creature had descended from the heavens. The voluminous, short hair and curled ends formed a jellyfish-like silhouette, topped with a whimsically levitating tuft. Clad in a sea blue suit adorned with golden embellishments. A grand train trailed behind, showcasing intricate layers with fish-scale patterns, different shades of blue fabric, and orderly arrangements of golden stripes and sequins, splendid yet not chaotic. At the chest was a gradient scarf, the cuffs of the coat turned back and embellished with floral golden adornments, while the cuffs themselves sported floral designs, with large flowers encasing smaller ones. One hand donned a half-glove in black and white, exuding elegance, paired with fitted black shorts that conveyed an air of mysterious nobility. As he slowly raised his head, Ning Qiye's gaze was firmly fixed upon those brown eyes. Qiye, it has been a long time. Will you not introduce me to this beautiful lady? Ning Shuang teased with a smile. Ning Qiye was indeed familiar. She was the true mother of Lin Qiye, having sacrificed much for him, whether through bestowing the laws of darkness or fracturing Olympus. She embodied beauty, compassion, gentleness, intelligence, and strength, an extraordinary woman. The last time Ning Shuang encountered such a mother was during Ka Fu Kai's time. Simultaneously, Ning Shuang internally quipped, Lin Qiye's stepfather is not without merit. After all, I did save his life, as well as that of Zhao Kongcheng, allowing him to leave without regrets. By rounding it up, it seems reasonable for him to call me father. Ning Shuang's mind wandered, contemplating a title change for the book to Slaying Gods, beginning with being delivered into Ning Qiye's embrace. Ahem, what am I thinking? Ning Shuang quickly dismissed this dangerous notion. She remained steadfastly devoted to Si Xiaonan, guarding three things throughout her life: the Mask of Joy, the bountiful hunting maps, and most importantly, Si Xiaonan. In a moment of seeing Ning Shuang, Ning Qiye felt her knees weaken slightly, as if stepping on clouds. Her hands unconsciously intertwined and released. Her fingertips trembled uncontrollably, the nails nearly digging into her palms to keep herself from collapsing. Child, may I see your eyes? Ning Qiye's heart already held an answer, yet she sought confirmation. Ning Shuang, though confused, met her gaze, adhering to the principle of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. In that moment, Ning Qiye beheld within those starry eyes the essence of vengeance. Clearly a fragile child, yet within those eyes burned an inferno of rage, a fury capable of incinerating all in existence. She gently brushed her face with her hand, softly weeping. Memories flooded back, her daughter who had died in her embrace, whose eyes also burned with fury, the daughter who sweetly called her mother, and the one who lamented before her death, Mother, I can no longer avenge my brothers and sisters. As these memories resurfaced, tears cascaded from the corners of Ning Qiye's eyes. She tightly embraced Ning Shuang, clinging desperately to this child who could potentially be her daughter. You are indeed the embodiment of Nem's eyes, are you not? Ning Daihuang instinctively patted Nyx's back while casting a questioning glance at Lin Qiye, seeking clarification on the bizarre situation. He was unaware that such a segment existed in the original narrative. How could he possibly be identified as Nem's eyes? Setting aside other considerations, even the gender was incorrect. It is absurd to assume one's delicate appearance could warrant a feminine designation. Nem's eyes, the goddess of vengeance in ancient Greek mythology, symbolizes retribution against the sins of hubris. But what connection does this have with him? Lin Qiye, equally bewildered, found himself at a loss. My child, my beloved child, you have returned. Please promise your mother that you will cease your quest for vengeance, will you not? I implore you. Nyx's broken sobs mingled with intermittent cries, tears cascading down onto Ning Daihuang's suit, soaking a considerable patch. Her throat felt constricted, as if a wet lump of cotton lodged within it. causing each utterance to emerge accompanied by a stifled sob. She repeated her pleas, beseeching the child before her to remain, enveloping Neng Dahuang tightly in her embrace. Terrified of losing her child once more. Mother? It was a warmth that Neng Dahuang had never experienced. No one had ever held him in such a manner before, nor had anyone bestowed upon him such warmth. He desperately wished to comply, to assure NYX that he was indeed Nimizai's, that he would abandon vengeance, and live as a carefree child under her protection. An orphan, he had always believed that he did not require paternal or maternal love. Yet, he discovered that he was not as unyielding as he thought. He too yearned for parents who cherished him. However, Neng Dahuang could not acquiesce. He was not Nimizai's. He must seek vengeance. As long as Loki lives, Asgard shall not perish, and I shall remain restless. When he acquired the sudden heart, Neng Dahuang vowed to slay Loki and obliterate Asgard. Those lofty pretenders I have lost shall taste the same fate. I will ensure that all arrogant and haughty false gods meet their demise during Ragnarok. The moment he embarked on the path of hunting, he had prepared himself to pay the ultimate price. Suppressing the tears welling in his eyes, Neng Dahuang extricated himself from that comforting embrace. He endeavored to maintain a neutral expression and stated firmly, "I'm sorry, my lady, but I am not her. I shall continue on my path of hunting until my last breath." Upon hearing the child's heartless words, NYX felt a pang in her heart, her body turning cold and breathless. The last time she felt such helplessness was when Zeus slaughtered his own progeny. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye was plunged into deeper despair as an invisible virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Warning, warning. NYX's healing progress, 51. NYX's healing progress, 48. NYX's quality progress, 40. NYX's healing progress, 30. Lin Qiye cried out, "Heavens, what have I done wrong? Why does fate seem so cruel to me?" Chapter 63. Mother Lin Qiye rushed forward, grasping NYX's hand. "Mother, my sister has only just returned. Her mind is a bit muddled. Allow me to reason with her." Observing the resolute gaze of Lin Qiye, NYX felt a sense of relief. Though tears continued to flow, the rate of decline in her healing progress had stabilized. At that moment, she was no longer the goddess of night, NYX, one of the 5 primordial deities of Greece. She was merely a mother unacknowledged by her child. Stopping her tears, she sobbed, "Very well, Donatos. I beg of you. You are my last remaining children. I cannot bear to lose you." Lin Qiye drew Neng Dahuang into a corner, initiating his persuasive endeavor. Uncertain if appealing to emotions would yield results, he pondered the character of his older brother, who was known for his ruthlessness. He feared that Neng Dahuang might send him to be a gigolo. "Neng Dahuang, I humbly request a favor." Neng Dahuang merely stared, silently encouraging Lin Qiye to commence his performance. "Brother, you know I lost my parents at a young age. I finally have a mother, yet misfortune has not spared me. My mother has fallen into madness, seeing everyone as her child. So please, help me, dear brother Neng Dahuang. Will you act and play with my mother?" Neng Dahuang remained silent, merely rubbing his hands together and pulling out a pink backpack. After contemplating for a long while, Lin Qiye turned to the tearful beauty. 3 times, he gritted his teeth and declared with closed eyes. Neng Dahuang maintained a cheerful demeanor, stating, "It is better to share joy than to bear sorrow alone." After some reflection, Lin Qiye agreed. He could not be the only one to endure suffering. "I will involve Cao Yuan and Fatty as well." Neng Dahuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. His collection was assured. He was certainly not a pervert, merely passionate about dark history. Now, all that remained was to enlist Shuang. The thought of Shuang donning a maid outfit, visibly reluctant, brought him amusement. Neng Dahuang handed the pink backpack, a cherished possession of Lin Qiye, to him and inquired, "Where's my ring?" Lin Qiye looked puzzled. "What ring?" "The forbidden item, imitation of free space. Where has it gone?" Neng Dahuang's eyes widened in shock, a dark expression settling upon him. He vowed that if Lin Qiye dared to claim it was lost, he would pierce him with 1,000 transparent holes. "No one should play this cycle. Let's restart the game." Seeing the dangerous glint in his elder brother's eyes, Lin Qiye hurriedly searched and finally found it. Presenting it with both hands, Neng Dahuang snatched it back, using his mental power to sense its contents. Thankfully, both the sudden heart and the brocade box remained intact, the wax seal flawless. With the pink collar and ring adorned, he had also fulfilled a personal aspiration. Nung Daihuang donned a smile and rushed forward, gently embracing NYX. Sweetly calling out, "Mother." Nim's eyes, "You have suffered." NYX held him tightly, allowing Nung Daihuang to genuinely feel the warmth of a mature sister. The scene was exceptionally heartwarming. Nim's eyes, "Mother has brought you a gift." Before Nung Daihuang could react, a surge of black divine power coursed into his body. He felt every pore relax, a sense of ease enveloping him, and he involuntarily hummed with satisfaction. He sensed the addition of 2 divine abodes within him and, puzzled, looked up to see NYX's lips pale and her delicate form trembling slightly. Yet she merely smiled, stroking his head with the gentlest tone, softly saying, "Did you not adore Mother's Night Lord's judgment and Dark Knight's flicker the most, my dear Nim's eyes? It is a perfect occasion to gift you my beloved daughter's favorites." Nung Daihuang gazed blankly at the beautiful woman before him. Her eyes sparkled with starlight, filled with clarity and affection. Tears streamed down Nung Daihuang's face as he felt his defenses crumble. In her gaze, he saw that NYX was lucid. She fully understood that the person before her was not her child. Yet, why did her eyes radiate with a mother's affection? He was the envoy of abundance and hunting. In his eyes, both Dark Knight's flicker and Night Lord's judgment were inconsequential. Abundance had granted him remarkable speed, vitality, and defense. The flicker was merely a decorative enhancement. Cause and effect pursuit and fateful starlight ensured that his attacks were always precise, rendering Night Lord's judgment nothing more than a toy, scarcely even worthy of that designation. Yet, emotions cannot be quantified by material means. Though NYX may regard Dark Knight's flicker and Night Lord's judgment as mere casual skills, to Nung Daihuang, they were but trifles embellishing his existence. Even due to the lack of divine power and a divine body, Nike's had no choice but to expend her own soul to bestow these 2 gifts upon Ning Qiye. However, these were the very items her daughter cherished most in life. Previously, due to the attributes of her divine status, she had refrained from granting these skills to Nim's eyes. Now, liberated from such constraints, it was the perfect moment. Wiping away her tears, Ning Qiye spoke in a hoarse voice, "Mother, you know I'm not her." Lin Qiye interjected, "Big brother, don't." After saying this, he stood there, silent and unmoving. Under normal circumstances, he would have shamelessly sought more divine relics during such an opportunity. But today, he felt an unusual pain, his scant conscience gnawing at him. Deceiving a mother who had lost her child while posing as her daughter weighed heavily on his conscience. He truly could not continue this charade. "I know, but you will always be my child. There's only so much a mother can do." Nim's eyes, "Pursue your desires. I will always be behind you," Nike said, embracing Ning Qiye once more, offering the warmest embrace in the world. Ning Qiye returned the embrace, feeling grateful for such a mother. Nearby, Lin Qiye observed the virtual panel. Nike's healing progress, 69. He smiled joyfully. Meanwhile, Ning Qiye not only acquired a piece of remarkable history, but also gained a mother, and she too smiled with delight. Nike's was equally joyful to have gained a daughter, except for a certain Yuan gang, who was on his way with a straight sword. "Hey, Captain, divine power has appeared in Canaan City, right at the training camp." Yuan Gang's solemn voice echoed through the receiver, causing Xiao Pinga on the other end to furrow his brow. "Which deity is it?" "I don't know. The aura doesn't match any deity I'm currently aware of. I suspect it's an unobserved new deity." "Understood. I will report to Commander Yi immediately to see if we can dispatch a top-tier expert. Do not act rashly until then." "Understood." Yuan Gang hung up the phone. Moving like a dragon, without hesitation, he dashed to the dormitory building, scaling the walls vertically. Before long, he reached the rooftop, gazing into the empty night sky. Lost in thought. Where is everyone? The data had shown a slight improvement, albeit just a fraction. Thank you all for your support. Additionally, please leave more comments and reviews. I sincerely appreciate it. Chapter 64. Observations in the shadows a few minutes earlier, Nim's eyes. "Would you like to visit the divine realm of the Nados?" "Mother, is that possible?" "Your divine power has yet to recover," Ning Qiye advised. After all, returning during the new year would not be too late. But it ultimately depended on Lin Qiye's wishes. It had been over a month since he last saw his aunt. "Of course, it's no problem. Let us experience what true night flicker is all about," Nike's replied. "The Nados, is there anywhere you wish to go?" "Yes, I would like to visit a place. Just to take a glance. Is that all right?" "Certainly, my child," Nike's gently grasped their wrists, silently invoking the destination in her mind. I will take you there. Lin Qiye closed his eyes, envisioning a small, dilapidated old house. Ning Qiye embraced Nike's arm, ready to experience the true essence of night flicker. In the next instant, a profound darkness emanated from their position, and their figures abruptly vanished. Mom, let me wash the remaining dishes. No need. Jean, you should focus on your homework. Mom, I've already finished. Aren't there still a few boxes of papers? Your brother's colleague sent them over. Make sure to complete them when you have time. It's fine, Mom. You've been busy all day. You should rest early. The papers can wait. Yang Jin reached out to take the bowl from his aunt's hands. Glancing at the pile of boxes stacked to the ceiling in his bedroom, he remarked, which unfortunate soul sent so many papers? Did my brother offend someone? Why am I the one suffering? His aunt, empty-handed, shook her head in exasperation. You and your brother are too understanding. I wonder how Qiye is doing. Is he eating well? Is he taking care of himself? Don't worry, Mom. My brother will be fine. His aunt sighed, nodding. Perhaps weariness from the day had overtaken her, and a wave of drowsiness washed over her. All right, you should also sleep early. Good night. Yes, good night. His aunt entered her room and closed the door. In the cramped living room, only the sound of Yang Jin washing dishes remained, while the small dog, Xiao, lay at his feet, yawning. On the rooftop of the adjacent building, a shadow of night quietly swept by, and 3 figures appeared. Clatter! The plate slipped from the hand of the judicial deity, shattering into 8 pieces. The piercing sound echoed through the room. Yang Jin's expression sharpened like a ferocious beast from the primordial wilderness. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, delivering a swift kick to Xiao's back and shooting it a glare. Xiao immediately fell silent, but continued to bare its teeth, fixating its gaze on the distant building. A Western deity and one of unknown origin. How could such weaklings be near us? Yang Jin murmured, delivering another kick to Xiao, who whined in response and obediently returned to the ground, scratching at the floor as if it were its nemesis. What's going on? What is happening? Hearing the commotion in the living room, his aunt hurriedly opened the door, only to find a floor covered in ceramic shards. Jean, are you hurt? Me fine, Mom. It was my fault for being careless, Yang Jin replied sheepishly, quickly grabbing a broom and dustpan to clean up the mess. You're still as clumsy as ever. Let me handle it. It's fine, Mom. Just leave it to me and Xiao, he insisted, delivering another kick to the reluctant dog. Xiao, grumbling, picked up the shards with its mouth and placed them into the dustpan. Through a pair of binoculars, Lin Qiye watched this warm scene unfold, a faint smile gracing his lips. You ask where I got the binoculars? Naturally, I bought a few during my last procurement. Military grade, ones that cost quite a bit. Ning Qiye murmured, have you already finished 3 boxes? Impressive. I should purchase more. Saying this, she pulled out Lin Qiye's phone and ordered dozens more sets of papers, filling in the address as the old district and the recipient as Qiye's colleague. The one and only Nan. Perfect. Hearing this, Lin Qiye couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sister, is it really necessary? Did Jean offend you? Also, why not use your own phone? Oh, I broke mine a few days ago. I don't have a spare, so I had to use yours. Lin Qiye could only silently pray that there would be no papers in heaven. Meanwhile, Nike's quietly observed the playful banter between the two, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Donatos, is he your friend? Nike's inquired, pointing at Yang Jin with curiosity. He is family, just like my mother. Family, Nike's echoed, her confusion deepening. Yes, Lin Qiye replied, gazing for a long while before reluctantly setting the binoculars down. All right, mother, let us return. So soon? Does Nimazai's have anywhere else she wishes to go? Ning Qiye remained silent, wishing to return and check on someone, but she was likely already asleep by now. Before she could voice her thoughts, Lin Qiye cheerfully interjected, Mother, sister actually has a place she wishes to visit. Don't you want to see your son-in-law? Upon hearing the term son-in-law, Nike's eyes instantly sparkled. Quickly, Donatos, tell me the location. I'll take you there. Once again, a wave of night swept past, and upon opening their eyes, the 3 arrived at the villa of the Hong Ing family. Ning Qiye gazed quietly, spotting the charming young lady still awake. Her fair face glowed with a rosy hue under the soft light. She held a needle and thread, seemingly sewing a doll. Sister, who do you think Xiaonan is making this for? Lin Qiye nudged Ning Qiye and inquired. At that moment, The corners of Ning Qiye's mouth were as difficult to suppress as a tightly sealed spring. Ning Qiye remained silent, merely adjusting her focus. Nike's also noticed the young girl, his face radiating joy. He already had a grandson. How wonderful it would be to have a granddaughter as well. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan, who was sewing a doll, seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze towards the distant night. Yet, she saw nothing and resumed her needlework. Ning Qiye watched quietly until Si Xiaonan turned off the light and drew the curtains, reluctantly lowering the telescope. Ning Qiye remarked, "Why do I feel like a pervert? Mother, it's getting late. We should head back." All right, as you wish," Nim's eyes. The dense night once again enveloped the three. In the blink of an eye, they had returned to the rooftop of their dormitory. "Ah, isn't that Instructor Yuan? What are you doing standing on the rooftop in the middle of the night? Contemplating life?" As soon as she landed, Ning Qiye spotted Yuan Gang, who stood ready with a straight blade, his expression solemn. "Qiye, you're back?" Seeing the missing Ning Qiye finally return, Yuan Gang's face brightened, and the stone that had been weighing on his heart finally fell. However, the next moment, Ning Qiye's actions indicated that his relief was premature. "Mother, it was as an action that nearly cost me and Donatos our lives at the hands of Ares' agent." Ning Qiye clung to Nike's arm, striving to shed tears as she lamented, resembling a child who had been bullied outside and returned home to seek parental comfort. Yuan Gang exclaimed, "That's unnecessary." Chapter 65. The beaten Yuan Gang mother. "It was as an action that nearly cost me and Donatos our lives. We almost never saw you again." Ning Qiye gazed at Nike's with tear-filled eyes, sobbing. Her genuine emotions surfaced, being pierced by, suddenly, truly hurt, and more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She had never endured such suffering throughout her life. Nike's lovingly stroked Ning Qiye's head, whispering words of comfort. "It's all right," Nim's eyes. "Mother will avenge you." Upon hearing this, Ning Qiye hastily wiped her tears and added, "Mother, he is our friend. Please do not harm him. After all, the mastermind behind this has already been dealt with. He is not at fault. All right, leave it to Mother. I will exercise discretion." Nike's gently caressed the white-haired bundle in his arms, glaring at Yuan Gang with gritted teeth. The surrounding night stirred restlessly, suffocating Yuan Gang's breath. With a clench of his jaw, he unleashed his sea realm aura. Yet, it was futile. 3 seconds later, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, bruised and battered, with numerous minor wounds, but no serious injuries. Nike's indeed knew where to draw the line. After a long moment, the sense of responsibility compelled Yuan Gang to rise. He had not yet reached the pinnacle of his powers. He had not yet become Yuan Shan. He could not afford to fall. Leaning against his blade, he endured the pressure and spoke with a calm tone. "Vice Captain Yuan Gang of the Great Xia stationed in Beijing's 006 team. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Nike's." She looked down at Yuan Gang, showing no kindness to the one who had placed her child in peril. "Ah, it is the Lady of the Night? I am honored." After a brief hesitation, Yuan Gang continued, "May I ask what brings you here?" Nike's tilted her head in contemplation before slowly responding. "I am searching for my son and daughter." What are you saying? Why can I recognize every character, yet the sentence makes no sense?" Her words left Yuan Gang momentarily speechless as his mind raced. She was here to find the agent. Lin Qiye cleared his throat and began translating. Yuan Gang understood. "Oh, you are looking for the agent. Has the goddess found him?" "Indeed." Lin Qiye interjected before either of them could speak. It was clear to him that he was the only sane person here. "Where?" "I am." Yuan Gong replied. "I see, it's not a big deal. It's just an additional dual deity agent. Isn't it? Aren't you the agent from Jiali?" Lin Qiye's statement was like cold water splashed on a boiling oil, shocking Yuan Gang into a pitchy voice. Can I not tread 2 boats at once? You possess the traits of a formidable leader." Ning Qiye internally scoffed while continuing her actions. The camera recorded Lin Qiye's words, treading 2 boats. If she ever encountered Fang Mo, she could coax him into acknowledging his parentage. That would certainly be entertaining, considering Fang Mo was officially recognized by the Carp as having a high probability of being Lin Qiye's illegitimate child. Though false, it did not hinder her from enjoying the amusement. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang turned to Nike's, confusion and doubt filling his eyes. "God is this?" Nike's pulled the grinning Ning Qiye into her embrace, solemnly stating, "What my son says is true, and this is my daughter. You're also treading 2 boats?" Yuan Gang cautiously inquired. What nonsense is this? This is clearly a manifestation of great maternal love, yet you twist it into something else, Ning Qiye protested, feeling as though she were being likened to a scoundrel. Yuan Gang was left speechless, and after a moment, he slowly spoke, since the agent has been found. May I ask if the goddess is ready to depart? Just as Nike's was about to reprimand him, Lin Qiye hurriedly stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her and gently advising, Mother, you have been out long enough. It is time for you to return and rest. Ning Qiye nodded in agreement, concerned that Nike's prolonged absence might affect her spirit. All right. Without a hint of hesitation, Nike's acquiesced. Nemez's eyes, remember to take care of your brother. And look after yourself as well. Donatos, you must also take care of yourself and protect your sister. And do visit home often. Understood, Mother. See you tomorrow. Lin Qiye waved, and Nike's figure gradually faded until she vanished completely into the night, as if she had never been there. After a long silence, Yuan Gang finally spoke. Could someone explain to me what is happening? Especially you, Ning Qiye, returning and creating such a commotion. I just returned and immediately encounter my mother, who bestowed upon us 2 divine realms. Ning Qiye explained calmly. What missions have you received as agents? To find something. Visit home often. Mother is left with just the 2 of us. What does that mean? Lin Qiye's response was straightforward, while Ning Qiye's words were nothing short of shocking, leaving Yuan Gang speechless. Literally, the false gods of Greece sacrificed all the offspring of the Lady of the Night, including the grim Reaper Donatos, to protect themselves from retribution. The avenging goddess Nemez's and the god of sleep Hypnos are now left with only 2 descendants, myself and Qiye. Ning Qiye stated earnestly. Where did you obtain this information? Yuan Gang gasped, his expression turning serious. Master Fusey, are you not coming down to listen? Ning Qiye ignored Yuan Gang's tense demeanor and pulled out a small pink trumpet, shouting toward the sky. Yet there was no response. Silence, an awkward silence. Senior Liu Yuvai, Senior Zhou Ping, Senior Guan, Zhou Manderye. Ning Qiye persistently called out several names, but none replied, amplifying the awkwardness of the moment. Instructor Yuan, didn't you summon a ceiling? It just left half an hour ago. Yuan Gang replied nonchalantly. Ning Qiye quipped, it was the apothecary who informed me. You know, he is omnipotent. Does Instructor Yuan have any other matters? Just know that Nike's will not harm us. In times of uncertainty, Ning Qiye habitually shifted blame to the celestial deity. Regardless of whether others believed it, he was steadfast in his conviction. Yuan Gang was left with an overwhelming headache, rubbing his temples before finally asking, so, you 2 are now dual deity agents? Behind you. Do me Jiao Lu and Yao Shi have any objections? Both shook their heads in unison. Very well. Yuan Gang sighed, stating, go on, return to rest. I will handle the remaining matters. Wait a moment, Instructor Yuan. How do you plan to handle this? Ning Shuang hurriedly called out to Yuan Gang, inquiring. Of course. I will report tonight's events truthfully, Yuan Gang replied candidly. Is there a problem? What a ridiculous question, Ning Shuang said, placing a hand on his forehead, feeling utterly exasperated. Just say you drank counterfeit liquor and mistook my abundant aura for that of a deity. Understand? If they question you about drinking on duty, you will bear the consequences yourself. Yuan Gang retorted, what nonsense are you spouting daily? Are you even in your right mind? Today's data showed a slight improvement, and I'm immensely grateful for everyone's support. I kindly ask everyone to leave more comments. Thank you. Chapter 66, Yuan Gao's Continuous Setbacks. Yuan Gang's eyes widened in fury as he gritted his teeth and bellowed, Ning Shuang, are you in your right mind? Yuan Gang was genuinely angry. Even a clay figure has some fire left in it, let alone himself as a formidable Sea Realm expert, the vice captain of Team 006, and the chief instructor of the training camp. If he did not teach this brat a lesson today, he would not bear the surname Yuan. Ning Shuang pulled out a stack of photographs and tossed a portion to Yuan Gang, all depicting various angles of Nike's thrashing Yuan Gang. However, it must be said that it is quite normal for a young person to harbor some resentment after a recent assassination attempt. Ahem, Shuang, just be direct about this. Explain your reasoning for doing this. Yuan Gang conceded, realizing that if this material were to leak onto the Night Watcher's internal network, his reputation would be irreparably damaged. Life is inherently finite, whether light as a feather or heavy as a mountain. But social death must be avoided at all costs. Ahem, instructor, although my mother is Nike's, I am still reasonable. Look, the last time I had a friendly spar with Captain Wang, the next day I was targeted by a divine agent, Klein, and 2 high-risk snipers. What do you call that? If it weren't for a powerful, handsome, highly responsible, beloved by all, and capable of causing car accidents on sight hunt order envoy passing by, I would be finished. Lin Qiye stood still, quietly observing his elder brother's performance. He suspected that the hunt order envoy Ning Shuang mentioned was none other than himself, and he might very well be a representative of the 3 deities. Lin Qiye thought, when will I ever be able to stand up? I must ensure that the black slave Li Fei keeps a close watch on Mei Lin. Instructor, although my mother is Nike's, if there are any more assassination attempts like this, we truly cannot endure it. This time was Klein. Next time, will a deity personally come after us? It is unrealistic to expect the ceiling to guard us at all times. Do not speak of personal protection. You cannot even defeat Captain Wang. Ning Shuang patted Yuan Gang on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, as if educating a younger generation. Shuang, rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate and enhance the defenses of the training camp. Yuan Gang replied solemnly, each word heavy with meaning. My mother is Nike's. If I were to perish, these photos would undoubtedly be thrown into various night watchers' outposts by the ancient god church, disrupting morale. At that point, your loss of face would be minor, but the destruction of internal unity would be paramount. Ning Shuang merely raised the photographs in his hand, maintaining an unchanging expression. Yuan Gong, will you not change your line? My mother is Nike's, one of the 5 primordial gods of Greece. Yuan Gang clutched his chest, nearly choking. So, instructor, how do you plan to report today's events? Ning Shuang asked in the calmest tone. Yuan Gang gritted his teeth and replied fiercely. I drank counterfeit liquor today and misreported military intelligence. Is that satisfactory? Fair enough, instructor. If something arises in the future, you may use my name. Although I am of little consequence, my mother is Nike's. Upon hearing what he wanted to hear, Ning Shuang immediately set the photographs ablaze, ensuring the negatives were kept securely. After all, they would serve as material for his future light cone. Instructor, when will our forbidden items arrive? My mother is Nike's. After breakfast tomorrow, come find me, Yuan Gang said, leaving without looking back, fearing that lingering even a second longer would lead to dire consequences. He did not take the stairs or the elevator. Instead, he vaulted over the rooftop railing, free-falling. Ning Shuang thought, I have a mother, and she is a force to be reckoned with. From this point forward, who would dare to kill me? Who could? Lin Qiye musit. It seems I'm the only one who can release Nike's. Why is my elder brother so fierce? One might think he is the principal. Meanwhile, 2 new recruits rushed to their respective dormitories. Brother Ning, what boon did she grant you? If convenient, could you share? Lin Qiye asked curiously. The boon is maternal love, which does not consume mental energy and enhances all attributes. What? Nothing much, just dark night flicker and judgment of the Night Master. They are of no use to me. All right, it's late. Hurry to bed. When I'm not around, spend more time with mother. Don't let the opportunity to care for her slip away. Ning Shuang Lin Qiye esse shoulder, sighing deeply, speaking earnestly. Lying in bed, both were unable to sleep. Ning Shuang struggled to comprehend why Nike's regarded him as the vengeful goddess nemesis. Was it due to the power of the hunt? Both resist fate and oppose injustice. Ning Shuang sensed that Nike sincerely viewed him as her child. That weighty love could not be feigned. This love was genuine, and that was enough. Ning Shuang recalled that it seemed Brahma had severely injured his mother. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, inscribing the names of Zeus and Brahma into his revenge journal. When he ascends to divinity in the future, they would be the first to face his wrath. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye immersed his consciousness in the mental hospital, standing before the entrance, grappling with complex emotions as he entered the institution he had observed for a decade. He now struggled with how to face Nike's. Though his elder brother often delighted in jest and amusement, when he spoke earnestly, his words were always the truth. Nike's, everything is gone. It is just you and Ning Shuang left. Mother, were you happy today? Nike set down the thread she was holding, her expression gentle. As long as there is Dinaz and Nemesis, I'm always happy. Perhaps sensing the tension and somber aura emanating from Lin Qiye, she continued, regardless of what happens. You both are my children, my true children. No matter what challenges arise, I will always be your strongest support. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye felt his eyes grow moist, and Nike's pulled him into her embrace, comforting him. Do not cry. Mother is here. This time, I will protect you well. I will not be late again. At that moment, Li Fei, who was washing dishes, pondered, am I even human? When will this wretched serpent be able to rise again, to become the Grand Secretary, to grow strong and achieve greatness? Oh, Commander, we have a major issue. We have identified the deity in question. It is Nike's, the primordial goddess of night from Greece. Moreover, we have also located the instigator behind the recent devastation of Jinan Mountain. Yes, I have already communicated with her directly. She bears no ill will towards the Xia. She has come to select her agents. Oh, do not rush. Take your time to explain. A gentle voice with an air of authority came through the receiver. Commander, the situation is as follows. The 3 members of the ancient god church were killed by a passing Hun Order envoy. Nike's has chosen 2 agents, Lin Qiye and Ning Shuang. 2 divine agents? That is indeed unprecedented. Is there any other information? Yes. If any photos of me being beaten by Nike's appear on the Night Watcher's internal network, I would appreciate your assistance in deleting them and keeping the information confidential. Thank you. Understood. I appreciate your diligence regarding this new batch of recruits, Yuan Gang. It is my duty. Rest assured, Commander. Yuan Gang remarked. I have sacrificed so much for this organization, even on the verge of losing my virtue. How noble of me. Ning Qiye. I knew you were unreliable. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. Extra. Ning Qiye skill set name. Ning Qiye gender. Male path of destiny. Abundance, hunt identity. Envoy of abundance, envoy of hunt. Agent of the star god in the 5th dimension of God's laying. Other identities are unknown. Divine ruins. Absolute healing. By consuming mental energy, one can release energy to heal all forms of life, including carbon-based beings, silicon-based beings, and even non-living entities, restoring them to their peak condition. As the user's understanding and practice of the abundance path deepens, the consumption of mental energy gradually decreases. Note, in theory, it can restore physical and mental strength. But there are limitations, as no perpetual motion machine exists in this world. Causal hunt. A straightforward effect. It marks both the target that attacks you and the one you attack, and this mark cannot be erased. The next attack will hit without fail. Night's judgment. From the depths of night, numerous colossal spikes emerge, piercing the enemy, immobilizing them and inflicting minor damage. During the day, the control duration weakens. Skills 1. Wrathful Affliction. When activated, the body gradually transforms into a demonic shadow, diminishing rationality and increasing irritability. At the same time, the healing amount and speed increase, as does defense and speed, while pain perception decreases. Note, a preferred skill for those who fear pain. 2. Other Transformation. Utilizing the energy of destiny to bestow new capabilities upon life forms. This skill is employed for creating various functional artifacts. Note, similar to the law of reason, but its low efficiency confines this skill to logistical support. 3. Unrecorded. Upon contact with the enemy, it creates an illusion. Note, only the rudiments of a law of knowledge have been learned. Aha! Wielding the sword of Collapse 3 in the name of Collapse 4. To slay the officials of the God's Lair. Truly a source of great amusement. 4. Dark Night Flicker. A blink effect. As the number of uses increases, mental energy consumption rises. The farther the distance, the greater the mental energy expenditure. During the day, mental energy consumption increases. Items. Imitation Artifact. Blue-silver binding. A seed-like artifact that, when thrown, ensnares the enemy. The binding strength depends on the amount of mental energy or destiny energy infused. Note, according to an unnamed masked fool, this artifact was originally called GMU Seed. Excess Nutrients. A shield-type artifact that can withstand 3 attacks from an opponent of 1 higher realm. A maximum of 8 can be used at once, colloquially referred to as 8 eggs. Rejuvenation Pill. Available in 2 types. One for restoring mental energy, the other for physical strength. Eternal Life Pill, capable of reviving the dead, allowing ordinary individuals to extend their lifespan by 10 years. Ineffective against deities and spirits. Veil of Breath. Conceals the energy signature of 1's realm, reducing presence with a manual toggle. Light as a Swallow. Enables the user to hover 5 centimeters above the ground and move slowly back and forth. Heavenly Ring. Causes the user to emit light, slightly brighter than a light bulb. Pure Black Refrigerator. Powered by solar energy, entirely black. Press to open. Food will not mix flavors. Fingerprint lock. Can only be opened with specific fingerprints. Unknown brocade box. Contains unknown treasures. Starcraft. A semi-finished transportation tool. Seeding 2. With remarkable speed. Shattered Star. Slaying God. A semi-finished spear-type artifact. Thanks to the generous support and selfless dedication of the breeding envoy, Shattered Star King Insect, Scaricabaz. Possessing the power to rend all. Fateful Starlight. The ever-changing shooting stars of the hunt can be transformed into any cold weapon. The vengeance of the hunt will arrive as promised, consuming destiny energy and mental energy, ensuring hits. The hunt's vengeance is infallible, tearing apart all malevolence. Sudden Heart. Transformed from the flesh of the envoy of suddenness, usable by those of the realm of infinity and above. Upon activation, it transforms into suddenness, wielding immense power. Note, without the protection of the star god of abundance, one will be pierced by the flying stars of the hunt within 10 minutes. Similarly, it is a transformation of the sudden heart. To surpass it or become it means that if one's understanding of abundance is weaker than that of suddenness, they will be reincarnated through possession. 10,000 arrows command. Please observe carefully when used. Ensure you are within the Tree Sea Company or the Stardome Railway subsidiary service area. Can only be used once, best in conjunction with a revolver. Upon successful use, your enemies will be met with a righteous group beating. Note, please do not bully the weak or indiscriminately kill the innocent. Otherwise, this group beating may fall upon you, and you'll be met with a fatal shot from the esteemed silver gun, Ajura Bobo Shah. Chapter 67. Memory Star God. Fully the following day, after morning exercises, Ning Qiye, having encountered others, stealthily took a few buns and soy milk from the cafeteria and made his way to Yuan Gang's office. Coach Yuan, I have arrived. Ning Qiye entered the office as if returning home. Ghost. Upon entering, Ning Qiye was met with the sight of an ugly, toothless, green-faced giant seated at the desk. Stop howling. It's me, Yuan Gang. Coach, who beat you up? Why not get treated? You mother. Why are you cursing, Coach? Ning Qiye instantly felt displeased, frowning and retorting. It was the goddess of night who struck me, and there are rules in play that cannot be treated. I can only wait for it to fade away gradually. Feeling a bit awkward, Ning Qiye scratched his head. It really was his mother who hit him. Apologies, Coach. What about the forbidden objects? Ning Qiye hastily changed the subject. As for matters involving the rules, he truly had no way to address them. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be relying on Michael's mortal realm. Moreover, this was any major issue for Yuan Gang. Aside from being a bit ugly, it was nothing serious. Yuan Gang presented 2 boxes, gesturing for Ning Qiye to take a look. The first box contained a massive fishing line, a forbidden artifact from Ruins Sequence 351, mysterious threads, which can be extended, split, and hardened at will with the infusion of mental energy. The original text featured a crucian carp, which was stolen from the tavern owner. That incident was also the catalyst for the Divine War. Upon opening the second box, Ning Qiye was momentarily stunned. It was a pink Bluetooth headset. It was infused with unfamiliar destiny energy, distinct from joy, hunt, or abundance. Coach, what is this? Ning Qiye could hardly contain his excitement as he inquired. This item is what we call Word Spirit Whisper, somewhat akin to Dream Whisper, but it can affect Klein. Such an impressive item is given to me. It can only be used once, and we cannot utilize it ourselves. So, it's yours to try your luck. Ning Qiye understood that extracting something from the higher-ups was more challenging than taking a life. This item likely required destiny energy. However, he was uncertain which star god it belonged to. Ning Qiye picked up the Word Spirit Whisper and infused a small amount of destiny energy. He instinctively stepped back a few paces before steadying himself. He beheld a blue figure, a crystal-carved likeness adorned with a crown draped in pearl curtains, its features vague, draped in a high-collared robe, exuding an aura of solemnity and sanctity, as if untouchable. The memory star god, the belongings of Fu Li. Ning Qiye suppressed his excitement, restoring his expression to normal. What's the matter? Yuan Gang furrowed his brow, inquiring with concern. Nothing, Coach, just overly excited. Yes, overly excited. Ning Qiye turned to leave, fearful of revealing any flaws. This item had great potential. If he recalled correctly, the first seat of the ancient Divine Church's followers, the Wind Pulse Earth Dragon, was Klein. Ah, Do not misuse it. A warning from the abstinence office. Yuan Gang merely reminded him, unconcerned about Ning Qiye's expression. Understood, coach. Ning Qiye steadied his mind and solemnly asked, Coach, are there any forbidden items within the Night Watch that can enhance one's realm? I seek items that can directly elevate me to the realm of Klein or can be used in conjunction with the guiding spirits. The side effects do not concern me, even if it can only last for 1 second. Ning Qiye placed 2 boxes on the desk. I can exchange items. Yuan Gang slammed the table, angrily stating, There is no such item. Even if there were, what do you need it for? You are a dual deity agent. Within 10 years, you could easily reach Klein or even the pinnacle of humanity. What do you want those items for? Ning Qiye's expression was grave as she pointed towards 2 boxes, solemnly stating that the contents within could slay any deity within the realm of Daxia a year later. Even the likes of Odin or Zeus would meet their demise. Over the years, Ning Qiye had primarily focused on cultivating 4 remarkable artifacts. One was contained within the previously revealed brocade box, while the other 3 were the Qingyu. Their sole purpose was to transmit a rescue signal to the storm, after which the meteor of Sun Lu would descend to vanquish malevolent spirits, particularly after receiving the blessing of Sun Lu and experiencing its immense power closely. Ning Qiye's calculations were further validated. These 2, Qingyu, were sufficient to summon the great storm god to annihilate Hades and Poseidon during the calamity of Kangnan without endangering Daxia. Yuan instructor, please convey my request to Commander Yi Fan. Inform him that I have lived in Kangnan for 18 years and have never stepped away. Ning Qiye steadied her thoughts, taking a deep breath. This demeanor struck Yuan Gang as unfamiliar. He had never seen the youth before him so serious. I vow to shield Daxia as a cloud obscures the sky, and I shall uphold this vow until my last breath. I implore Commander Yi to approve my request. With that, she departed without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Yuan Gang couldn't help but smile wryly, though a sense of pride and concern overshadowed his expression. 5 months swiftly passed, and Ning Qiye thrived in her element, yet there was no word from Yi Fan, causing her to suspect that the old man had perhaps consumed her extraordinary items. The only incident that piqued her interest was that day when Lin Qiye, looking haggard, sat beside her and asked, Big brother Ning, I have a friend. Ning Qiye, from a narrow path of fate, retrieved a small blue vial for treating kidney deficiency. This elicited strange looks from the chubby one and Cao Yuan, who were dining nearby. Lin Qiye's face flushed with embarrassment as he indignantly replied, I do not have kidney deficiency. Then why do you appear so worn out? Qiye, do not worry. It is quite normal for young people to feel stressed. I understand. I can treat kidney deficiency, Ning Qiye assured him with a pat on Lin Qiye's shoulder, indicating her empathy. With those words, the cafeteria fell into an instant silence. The chubby one and Cao Yuan promptly bowed and said, Father, to be honest, I also have a friend who eats your food. Ning Qiye thrust Sui Xiaonan into the floor, displeased. You too, do not jest. You are not deficient. Feeling embarrassed, the chubby one and Cao Yuan scratched their heads, trying to mask their discomfort. Qiye, tell me what is wrong. Does your mother know you look so haggard? Lin Qiye shook his head. Ning Qiye sighed helplessly, waving her hand. Speak. What about your friend? Big brother Ning. If a person claims to have comprehended the truth of the world while continuously laughing, how should they be treated? Lin Qiye asked hastily. Is he still shouting about magic tricks every day with a sing-song tone? Ning Qiye inquired. Brother, how do you know? Lin Qiye responded, puzzled. Ning Qiye profurovet. If her memory served her right, Lin Qiye's second ward should be Merlin. So how had it turned into that Kexia? Do not call me Kexia. You may address me as Anaxagoras, came the unexpected reply from Kexia. What does he look like? Is he wearing an eye patch? Green hair? Particularly arrogant? Ning Qiye asked, sipping her soy milk. Lin Qiye shook his head. He is an elderly man in a magician's hat. No eye patch. No hair, with a pointed head. It must be Merlin. Well, it seems Merlin is in a dire state. Chapter 68. Holiday. Oh, Merlin stockings. What a catastrophe. They're still pursuing me. What? Brother, you know Merlin? Lin Qiye believed that Nikes had informed Ning Qiye about the psychiatric hospital situation, making him extremely anxious, unsure how to explain. I'm not sure, but the savior with black-framed glasses next door often expresses similar sentiments with his trio, mentioning Merlin stockings and such. Ning Qiye shrugged, taking out paper and pen to jot down some medicine for Lin Qiye. Do not concern yourself, aside from the medicine here. You may also try giving him a plush toy of the Earth Beast. It is a rather silly, predominantly purple long-necked dinosaur. Of course, tearing the toy apart in front of him might yield better results, she added, the last remark merely a casual jest. Little did she know, a certain foolish individual took it to heart. That evening, Li Yifei worked diligently to sew numerous Earth Beast plush toys. After administering the medicine to Merlin, Lin Qiye cautiously inquired, Lord Merlin, how do you feel? Do not call me Merlin. Refer to me as Lord Anaxagoras. Very well, Lord Anaxagoras. Look at what I have brought you. Lin Qiye gently waved his hand behind his back, as Li Yifei wheeled in a cart full of plush toys. Upon seeing the array of purple toys, Merlin's eyes sparkled. He hurriedly approached, rubbing his cheeks against them like a child receiving beloved toys. After some time, Merlin set the toys aside and turned to Lin Qiye, his eyes now clear. Lord Merlin, are you feeling better? I am much improved. Lin Qiye sighed in relief, glancing at the virtual panel displaying Merlin's treatment progress. 5. Adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, seeing Merlin capable of normal communication, Lin Qiye straightforwardly asked, What ailment do you have? I am merely a scholar seeking the true world. What illness could I possibly have? I have been searching for the authentic reality. And have you found it? Li Yifei, who had been silent for a long while, finally asked. Of course, I saw a great mechanical head, a jellyfish head, several clown masks, and a black cat. They were all on a golden train. And then? Then, we sang like cats together, meow, 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 meow. Acting coy in front of you, oh meow, 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 meow. Can you imagine an elderly man in his 70s acting cute in front of you? Lin Qiye and Li Yifei, one snake and one person, had certainly witnessed it. Ning Qiye urged, quickly take photos and videos. This could be a blockbuster. Li Yifei. Plan B. Lin Qiye hurriedly prompted, his body no longer able to endure such a cringe-inducing display. Li Yifei, swift and adept, in an instant tore the adorable Earth Beast plush toy to shreds right before Merlin's eyes. As Lin Qiye had anticipated, Merlin ceased his singing. However, upon seeing the remnants of the Earth Beast scattered across the floor, he was momentarily stunned, his body trembling as green hair began to sprout from his head. You shall not be forgiven. Merlin's eyes blazed with fury. He inexplicably produced a gun and fired at the two, shouting incessantly about magic tricks. Terrified, the two ducked and dodged, escaping to the doorway to evade the hail of bullets. Yet, just as Lin Qiye was about to close the door, he caught sight of the virtual panel above Merlin's head, and everything went dark as he collapsed to the ground. Merlin's treatment progress. 150 Meanwhile, in a parallel narrative, the long-absent Canaan leader, Qingyu, sat confidently on Yuan Gang's leather sofa, sipping Yuan Gang's Longjing tea while kicking the table. Yuan Gang, the subject of this encounter, stood meekly to the side, bearing fresh wounds atop old scars. Indeed, the scars left by Nikes would take at least 2 years to heal. It could only be said that this reincarnation had been particularly harsh on Yuan Gang. Here is the situation. I need you to grant the new recruits a short holiday. Just 4 days will suffice. That is unacceptable. It does not comply with the rules. Yuan Gang articulated his stance vaguely. Qingyu, not wanting to be difficult, took a step back, then at least grant a leave for Qiye and Xiao. During the new year, families should reunite for a meal. Yuan Gang continued to shake his head, his face resembling that of a pig's head after being struck. No, there are no precedents for holidays in the training camp. There has also never been a case of a new recruit being assassinated. 1 Klein, 2 Wuliang. Yuan Gang interjected. Could you perhaps use different terminology? Ning Qiye, my mother. Nikes. My mother, the Greek primordial goddess Nikes. Yuan Gang exclaimed, damn it. Enima. Ni Kesi. Yuan Gang. May your mother enjoy good health and all the best. Captain Shun, you're no longer a novice, so please do not play coy before me. Do you have any intelligence from your side? Qingyu's gaze suddenly turned sharp, as he withdrew his previously relaxed demeanor. Recently, quite a few rats have appeared, targeting the new recruits in training. What? Yuan Gang's fist clenched. He never anticipated that there were still rats daring to stir trouble. Does the tiger not roar, leading others to believe that I, Yuan Gang, am merely a pushover? What do they seek? To be hunted by the Night Watchers? Just one scion of the Bailey family is worth 800 million. Not to mention the 2 divine agents involved. Yet, They only have to contend with one, a training camp rife with vulnerabilities compared to the Bailey family stronghold. Chen Muye took a sip of tea and slowly remarked, "This tea is quite poor. Perhaps you should procure some from Shuang next time." Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang understood that not all instructors were united, otherwise the assassination of Ning Shuang would not have occurred. After 5 months of investigation, he had essentially identified all the undercover agents. With a single command, he could cleanse the camp. I have already clarified the infiltrators within the camp. If over 100 instructors cannot protect them, what makes you think Squad 136 can safeguard Lin Qiye and Ning Shuang? Because we trust each other. We're like family. We have no internal strife. And as for external threats, Chen Muye replaced the tea with his own leaves and brewed a half cup, smiling slightly. Our Squad 136 has never feared external threats. As Chen Muye stated, the objectives of the training camp are monumental, with over 100 instructors and logistical support. Among so many, Yuan Gang truly could not guarantee their unity. Dispersing is the best solution. After a long silence, Yuan Gang inquired, "How shall we proceed?" Chen Muye responded, "Divide and conquer, and slip away like a golden cicada shedding its shell." A sharp whistle pierced the air above the training camp. New recruits entered the training ground one after another. Unlike the initial disarray, the new recruits now stood in neat rows, chests out and heads held high. Their gazes sharp like swords. It was as if they had undergone a transformation. Shortly after, the instructor announced the early conclusion of the morning training and the good news of a holiday. Instantly, the new recruits erupted in cheers, exclaiming that it was a wonderful day. They sang and danced joyfully. Although the holiday lasted only 4 days and they could not leave Kangnan, it was a sweet reprieve for the recruits who felt as though they were in hell. "Qiye, boss, let us go back and pack," urged Lin Qiye. His brows furrowed slightly as he pondered. "Ning, don't you think this holiday came rather abruptly?" Ning Shuang was not surprised by this. After all, he was someone who prioritized intellect over emotional intelligence and could not possibly miss such subtle hints. "It is normal. It is likely another wave of assassinations targeting us. Dividing is more convenient for protection." Saying this, Ning Shuang produced several beads, 2 for each person, which were known as Ming Dao. Each bead could withstand 3 attacks from the Sea Realm. The long-awaited nourishment surplus limited-time return was just in time to update their equipment. The 3 of them exclaimed, "Brother B is incredible." Ning Shuang replied, "Basic skills, no nonsense, everyone take a seat." Chapter 69, Facing the Serpent Woman. As the new recruits received their standard knives and boarded the bus, an exhilarating holiday was about to begin. Ning Shuang planned to target the Serpent Woman. Reflecting on his battles since his debut, battling the Ghost-Face Man in the Pond Realm, encountering the Klein Loki agent, fighting the Ghost-Face King in the River Realm, battling the Black Vuchang, facing 2 Sea Realm jellyfish, confronting the Unlimited Kronos agent and the Klein Ares agent. Each time, he fought beyond his level. Can a person truly accomplish such feats? Sometimes, Ning Shuang felt as if he were being singled out. Was this the work of some grand intellect script, devoid of weaker monsters to allow for a fair fight? The Serpent Woman was the weakest monster before the Great Calamity in Kangnan, while the Pond Realm was merely an unknown junior divine agent. Ning Shuang refrained from exploiting the weak for fear that he might not have another opportunity. Being bullied before becoming a divine agent and still being bullied afterward, wouldn't that mean his position as an agent was in vain? As for transportation, he planned to retrieve the Xing Cha, repair it, and use it directly. Who moved the Xing Cha from the Peace Affairs office to the new recruit training camp? Chen Muye exclaimed, "Damn it, my 2 team members were nearly assassinated by Klein. You wanted to pull them out?" Xiao, Ping equipped. "Is it you who angered the little black one?" Yi Fan remarked, "Comrade Yuan Gang, I must criticize you for your lack of awareness. Given how much Comrade Ning Shuang has sacrificed for the organization, we cannot allow talent to bleed and weep." Ning Shuang interjected, "My mother is Ni Kessi." Yuan Gang pleaded, "Brothers, uncles, I beg you, please stop chasing after me. I will pull out." "Qiye, why haven't you seen the boss?" As the bus began to move, Pang Pang noticed that their small group's leader was missing. He has already taken the Xing Cha and left first. Lin Qiye leaned against the back of the seat, exhausted. Lin Qiye felt as if he were walking on thin ice throughout his life. Can I really cure Merlin? A treatment progress of 150. Can a person accomplish this? This feeling caused the light in Lin Qiye's eyes to dim. What is the Xing Cha? Cao Yuan felt isolated. Nightmares. The two recalled the scene from that night, when they ran ahead while their souls were pursued from behind, shouting in unison. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away from the training camp, at Missile Launch Base 39, a figure clad in a blue suit, wielding a rifle taller than himself, and wearing sunglasses, hummed a tune while waiting for a lady to arrive. Soon, a figure with a voluptuous figure, scantily clad, graceful, with long flowing hair and heavy makeup, appeared in Ning Shuang's view. Ning Shuang took the initiative to greet her. "Hello there, fiery lady. Would you like to be taught a lesson?" Unfortunately, with his youthful visage, the words came out somewhat innocently. "Oh, why would such a cute little sister say something so cruel? Come, let me take good care of you," the serpent woman said, directly summoning her divine ruins in an attempt to petrify Ning Shuang. With a smirk, Ning Shuang did not look in her eyes and activated his preset blue silver bind, ensnaring the serpent woman like a dumpling. "Hee, in your next life. Don't cross paths with me again. Farewell." He hurled a rifle towards the serpent woman's face. Just at that critical moment, a gust of wind blew past, causing the rifle to narrowly miss her. Ning Shuang exclaimed, "Am I the protagonist, or are you?" Enraged, Ning Shuang identified the newcomer as Han Xiaonan from the Sea Realm. He recalled the rifle and prepared to draw his bow to take them both down. The buzzing in his ears left the serpent woman in a daze. She realized she would have died without Han Xiaoyan's intervention. Struggling to break free from the vines, the serpent woman feigned calmness, retorting, "Tisk, tisk, I didn't expect the little sister to be such a violent woman. Ning Shuang Xiao Dangridi, An Xiaoyun. Are you a dog? Why are you everywhere?" The newcomer was quite surprised. "Have you heard of my story?" "No, but I will soon write your face with one." Ning Shuang menacingly drew his longbow, ready to unleash a powerful strike. Han Xiaoyan, however, had no intention of lingering. He sensed the threat posed by the bow. He decisively activated Great Wind Disaster. With a slight lift of the halberd, whirlwinds abruptly appeared, stirring up dust and debris, howling winds, and heavy snow blanketing the sky. A massive eye of the storm appeared overhead, even causing the nearby military camp walls to lean. Trees and stones around them were swept into the air, swirling like clothing in a whirlwind. Within a 10-mile radius, it felt as though the apocalypse had arrived. "Let's leave, or else no one in this base will survive." Cursed, threatened, Ning Shuang found himself in a position where he could not voice his grievances. If he disregarded the lives of the base personnel, leaving the two behind would be entirely feasible. In the realm of magic, wielding the formidable Sui Xingzhu Shun, alongside the power of the Moyan body, allows one to obliterate foes with ease, particularly a sea-level adversary seeking demise. However, when it comes to preserving the integrity of a base while dispatching foes, Ning Shuang's skill set proves inadequate. Though not a saint, he cannot justify sacrificing the lives of an entire base for the sake of two insignificant individuals. "Rest assured, we shall meet again soon, and I shall ensure your demise." He mused, regrettably parting ways with she knew farewell, "Little sister. I hope you relish the small gift from the ancient god church." Just as Ning Shuang pondered, a series of thunderous roars erupted in his ears. Were those 5 missiles? By heavens, they dare play such tricks? With no time to spare, he noted this in his journal and boarded his vessel, flooring the accelerator. Should I establish an artificial intelligence? Perhaps I shall name it Jiao Wei or Fairy. Never mind. I can wait. Reflecting on the original text, where the missiles were described as traveling at a velocity of 200 ms, equivalent to 0.6 Mach. Even accounting for the momentum lost to Han Ying's weapon, these 5 missiles could not exceed 2 Mach. Such speed could easily be matched by Xing Cha. For now, I must return. I miss Xiao Nan Bushi. Lin Qiye, unaware of the reason for his recent lethargy, wondered if he could withstand the missile fragments. He needed to return first. "Brother, why not step in and check the healing progress?" he inquired, as he piloted Xing Cha over an unnamed earthen mound along the bus route. Ning Shuang executed a parachute-free descent. With determination in his eyes, he dove down, emitting an ethereal blue flame, drawing back his metaphorical bow. This arrow would pierce the very fabric of the galaxy. Initially, he contemplated relocating the final 300 words from the previous chapter, but reconsidered, feeling it would be unkind. The previous chapter had included a bit more detail, particularly about Lin Qiye fleeing in panic after being struck by Mei Lin. I wonder when this book will finally receive a rating? Surely, it must fare better than those two, with abrupt endings. I hope all esteemed readers will encourage updates, comment generously, and bestow free gifts. Thank you. Chapter 70. Home. As the 5 arrows were released, a wave of weakness washed over him. Indeed, it proved somewhat overwhelming. After all, the guaranteed effect of Su Ming Xing Wang is exceedingly domineering, consuming an immense amount of mental energy. It suffices as a trump card. This explains why Mu Xing Chen refrains from utilizing it for long-range assassinations. While in free fall, Ning Shuang wiped the sweat from his brow and retrieved a pre-made parachute. In these times, even vegetables can be pre-assembled, so crafting a parachute from vines in advance seems entirely reasonable. Hong Ying, Uncle Chun, and Sister Xiaonan, upon seeing those he had longed for, a blush crept onto Ning Shuang's face, rendering him bashful. Over the past 5 months, he had contemplated sneaking out, but Yuan Gang seemed to have taken a strange turn, inspecting dormitories nightly. Had it not been for the ban on certain items, he would have ensured Yuan Gang understood the true meaning of maternal authority. A sneeze. Is someone missing me? Yuan Gang, rubbing his pig-like face, mused, I wonder if the captain can manage things in my absence. As he descended to within 10 meters of the ground, he released the vines and landed gracefully, adjusting his attire, which had become disheveled from the wind and snow. Sister Xiaonan, Uncle Chun, Hong Ying, what a long time it has been. With that, he enveloped Si Xiaonan in a warm embrace, the long-awaited softness igniting his imagination. Yet the girl in his arms blushed fiercely, as if she might bleed from embarrassment. You scoundrel, how dare you embrace me without permission? She thought, yet the warmth and delightful fragrance were irresistible. After what felt like an eternity, Si Xiaonan became aware of the 2 onlookers. Rationality and shyness overtook her senses, and she pushed Ning Shuang away with indignation, glaring at him before retreating behind Hong Ying. Ning Shuang, how did you descend from the heavens? Chen Muyi inquired with genuine concern, astonished that the obedient child in his eyes had plummeted from the sky. Your attire is quite distinctive, he noted. At that moment, Ning Shuang resembled his appearance upon returning to the training camp, clad in a blue suit with a jellyfish head and a gravity-defying tuft, exuding an endearing softness. This look was deliberately crafted to be cute. You see, I wanted to turn the tables on those who bully the weak, he declared. I possess intelligence indicating that the ancient god church's Medusa agent intends to infiltrate the missile base to launch an attack on the new recruits. I specifically intervened to thwart this plan. Uncle Chun, you know my capabilities. Since my debut, I've faced every realm aside from the pinnacle of humanity and the pool realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Muyi felt a deep sorrow. This child had endured far too much suffering. You weren't injured, were you? What was the outcome? Recalling the tempestuous eye, Ning Shuang replied begrudgingly, I was saved by that scoundrel Han Xiaoyun, but we shall meet again soon. Han Xiaoyun? Chen Muyi murmured, seemingly lost in thought, then cautioned, in any case, do not act alone during this holiday. Understood, Captain. What shall we have for dinner tonight? It has been ages since I tasted your cooking. Tomorrow, I shall prepare braised pork and sweet and sour ribs, your favorites. Hooray! Jianong, Pang Pang. And Cao Yuan checked into the pre-booked 5-star hotel, while Zhuage led his subordinates on a wilderness survival endeavor. Lin Qiye returned to the office. However, besides the familiar faces, Hong Hao also arrived at the office. Instructor Hong, do you have any plans? Ning Shuang inquired, puzzled but soon understood. He likely aimed to use Lin Qiye as bait. Indeed, our internal intelligence suggests that the target of the ancient god church this time is Lin Qiye, and they have dispatched personnel to the city for an assassination attempt. We hope that Lin Qiye will venture out in the coming days. But why is it always about assassinating Qiye? What about me? According to our intel, the ancient god church believes you have grown too formidable following the death of those 3, and thus it is unwise to provoke you at this time, Hong Hao explained. So, the plan is to use Qiye as bait? This is regrettable, Hong Hao sighed, knowing they had already endured 5 months. They could withstand the pressure, but their resources were dwindling. Nonetheless, there is no need for excessive concern. Several instructors have clandestinely infiltrated the city to ensure Qiye's safety. Moreover, with you, a formidable force capable of engaging Wang Mian, there should be no significant issues. Therefore, we must act decisively within these 4 days. Indeed, Qiye, this arduous task is entrusted to you. Take 2 more while you're at it. I have no need for them presently. Given the lingering shadow of the previous assassination attempt, Ning Shuang offered Lin Qiye 2 additional nourishment overload items. Who would have imagined that the small Tsang Nin would give rise to a Klein and 2 Wu Liang, formidable beings even in mid-tier realms? Hong Ing approached. Patink, Lin Qiye Soldef. Fear not, brother Qiye. As long as we are here in Songnan, no one can harm you. And Cold Xian is still lurking somewhere. No movement escapes his keen eyes when Qi Mo added. Well, since everything seems all right, I shall take my leave and return to camp, Hong Hao announced, rising to address the gathering. As he departed, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Chen Mu Yi seemed to recall something, turning to Lin Qiye. Qiye, tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Do you have any plans? Lin Qiye looked up, his eyes briefly sparkling before he sighed, the light fading. No, Qiye, you should return home for a visit. Do you remember what I said? Ning di Shuang Gurjid. After all, if nothing unexpected occurs, this separation may linger for a long time. I sigh, for it is said, a son wishes to provide for his parents. Yet they do not wait. One tends to believe there will always be ample time ahead to accompany loved ones. However, deities possess eternities, living for thousands of years. Yet in the blink of an eye, a mother's children may dwindle to just the two of us. Her eyes reflected both sorrow and delight at our presence. Intertwined with guilt, it was unmistakable. You are undoubtedly more astute than I am. Answer me directly. Do you wish to return? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye felt a tumult of emotions within. He desired to go back, yet there was no buts. Ning Xiong forcefully interrupted, asserting that when one is torn, they should choose the first option that arises in their mind, whether it be familial love or romantic affection. Do not wait until you lose something to feel regret. By then, neither Mylin nor even Michael would be able to assist you. Very well, Lin Qiye nodded, resolutely declaring his decision. Ah, and this is for you, specially chosen in your size. As she spoke, she tossed a pink backpack into Lin Qiye's hands. What is this? Hong Ing inquired, curiosity mirrored by everyone present. Ning Xiong displayed an expectant expression, cheerfully responding, naturally, it is a suitable outfit for Lin Qiye. Upon returning, the ancient god sect will not notice Annie and the others. Inside, there's also a black and white roll I just purchased from the bookstore. Consider it my New Year's gift for Jean. Upon hearing this, Hong Ing and Si Xiaonan exhibited eager expressions. It was undeniable. Lin Qiye truly looked splendid in women's attire. Lin Qiye remarked, I suspect you are merely seeking to stir jealousy. Why is my viewership stagnant? According to the advice of my seniors, if the 200K views do not improve, I should simply cut it off. Yet, I am reluctant. It feels as if the pressure for updates has lessened significantly. I wonder when I will receive a boost in views. Chapter 71. Xiong's ring. This is indeed a viable approach, Wu Xiaonan pondered deeply. While Lei Ting offered a serious suggestion, under the encouragement of the crowd, Lin Qiye made a dazzling entrance in a black skirt and stockings. With golden hair and azure eyes. Much gratitude is owed to Ning Xiong for the handcrafted wig and Si Xiaonan's makeup skills. Years later, when Jialan gazed at this photograph, she experienced her first bout of appearance anxiety. Of course, that is a tale for another time. Ultimately, the result was Lin Qiye being cast out, accompanied by a pink suitcase. Outside, snowflakes drifted down, yet Lin Qiye felt no chill, only a yearning for home. Auntie, I have returned. Captain, Xiong's brother. Shall we not stealthily follow? Hong Ing asked, glancing at Lin Qiye's departing figure with concern. Chen Muye sighed. It is impossible for him to remain sheltered under our wings forever. To become strong, one must not offer excessive protection. Rest assured, Hong Ing, below the limit of Wu Yang. No one can harm Qi. Moreover, after their previous loss of a Klein and 2 Wu Yang, this group's strength will undoubtedly be lacking. They're most likely composed of assassins. It is unlikely they would send someone at the pinnacle of humanity. Ning Xiong's rational analysis provided everyone with reassurance. However, what he did not mention was that if such a pinnacle were to arrive, they would witness the true might of Mother Nikes. You are simply lazy. Also, Xiong, why have you stopped calling Hong Ing's sister? Ning Xiong lowered his head, pretending not to hear. Suddenly, when Kamo interjected with a suggestion, how about I provide personal protection for Xiong? Well, Mo Go, it is not that I do not wish to help you. It is primarily because I am currently a dual deity agent, capable of both combat and evasion. My wings are quite ample now. Ning Xiang's sarcasm rendered the crowd speechless. A dual deity agent? Yes, indeed, a dual deity agent. Even if the sky were to collapse, Ning Xiang would merely be the agent of the apothecary and Nikes. You speak of Lan's causal pursuit. That is merely Ning Xiang's extraordinary shooting talent. There is no divine ruin involved. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm no longer that novice who misses the target by 10 meters. This is entirely the result of my own efforts, with no connection to divine ruins. Ning Xiang continually reassured himself in his mind. He wished to bring up the matter concerning Nikes, but was interrupted by Chen Muye. Xiang, the fewer people who know about this matter, the better. As he spoke, Chen Muye's peripheral gaze swept over the crowd. Understood. Thank you, Uncle Chen. But I trust everyone here. Chen Muye rubbed his temples, signaling for everyone to disperse. All right, it is getting late. You all should return. Si Xiaonan, you will accompany me for a patrol. Upon returning to Hong Ying's lavish mansion, Ning Xiang collapsed onto his bed, feeling lethargic. While rolling in his pajamas, he felt something dig into his waist. The star medal? Oh right, I had intended to bring it out during dinner, but I forgot. Ning Xiang rose and knocked lightly on Si Xiaonan's door. Before long, Si Xiaonan peeked out, puzzled. What is it, Shuang? Sister Xiaonan, allow me to present you with a delightful surprise. Ning Xiang smiled mysteriously, producing a rosebud. With a flick of his wrist, the bud blossomed, revealing a vibrant rose before her eyes. Although this was merely a little trick to amuse a girl, especially with Si Xiaonan possessing the deceptive magic. Her eyes still sparkled with wonder. This must be what Hong Ying referred to as the prelude to a confession. Should I accept it? The more she contemplated, Si Xiaonan's mind raced, steam seemingly emanating from her head. As she brushed her hand over the rose's base, a verdant ring appeared at the heart of the flower. Do you like it, Sister Xiaonan? Ning Xiang held out the flower, his voice soft as a gentle spring breeze, intoxicating to the senses. However, upon closer inspection, Si Xiaonan's face flushed crimson, akin to the vibrant hues of sunset, truly captivating. No, how can we accept this? We have only known each other for a few days. It is too soon. Saying this, she gently pushed it back, seeing that Si Xiaonan had misunderstood. Ning Xiang decided to cease his teasing. Sister Xiaonan, do you recall when I defeated those two stingers? This is a reward for me, a restricted item, pseudo-infinite space. I do not want it. That is yours. Ning Xiang smiled, remaining silent, and simply adorned Si Xiaonan's middle finger with the ring, gently caressing her ruby lips. Do not refuse. You know I possess my own storage space. That night, I could sense the injury on your hand. Please do not do that again. It pains me. Pausing for a moment, he added in a slightly spoiled tone, do not refuse, for this is my heartfelt intention, Sister Xiaonan. The combination of his spoiled tone and handsome features made Si Xiaonan feel that to refuse would be a crime. In the end, she unexpectedly acquiesced and even patted Ning Xiang's head. Seeing that Si Xiaonan was susceptible to this approach, Ning Xiang had not anticipated it. However, he resolved to employ this tactic sparingly in the future, as it felt somewhat disconcerting. Just as Ning Xiang was about to confess, he sensed two nutrient surplus being activated. After all, they were his creations, possessing a faint connection. There has been an incident with Pang Pang. I must attend to it. Good night, Sister Xiaonan. Ning Xiang stated with a serious expression. I want to go too. Si Xiaonan was genuinely frightened, having encountered a true stinger once and a Klein another time. She feared what mischief her Shuang might conjure. Ning Xiang replied, is this what I wish to orchestrate? I truly do not know which clever soul arranged this script. No wonder it is not popular. Very well, Ning Xiang did not refuse. This time, the adversaries were 4 former night watchers at the pool realm. There was little danger. Ning Xiang embraced Si Xiaonan and leaped out the window, unleashing the starship, destination, Kerensky Hotel. How do you find my starship? Ning Xiang boasted from the driver's seat, showcasing its silver-white interior, a refreshing and clean aesthetic. Quite nice, very cozy. Sister Xiaonan, fasten your seatbelt. We are ready to depart. At that moment, Pang Pang and Cao Yuan were relishing the sensation of free fall. Oh, Pang Pang, stop screaming. With Xiang's shield, what is there to fear? Cao Yuan clutched his sword sheath, his expression unfazed. Damn it, that scoundrel ambushed me while I was bathing. Do they have no shame? Fortunately, I possess this. Dorium and Pang produced the shimmering light. Golden radiance suddenly illuminated the scene, transforming into two fluffy white cotton candies, alleviating their weight until they landed smoothly. Cao Yuan gazed at the rotund figure draped in nothing but a bath towel, his expression a mix of curiosity and bemusement. "Where have you placed the Zai Kongjian?" The plump fellow's face darkened. "Why do you care?" It was perhaps a tad awkward for him to write about matters of the heart for the first time. Any constructive thoughts can be directly commented upon. Thank you. Chapter 72. Cao Yuan. The plump's initial encounter. The plump fellow was rather accustomed to such situations. He brushed off non-existent dust and lamented, "What a pity, I can't even finish my bath." So, is the life of a young master of the Bailey family truly this vibrant? They might revel tonight, but tomorrow my security team will arrive, and they shall face the consequences. Yet, one must first survive this evening. The plump fellow cast a confused glance around, not comprehending Cao Yuan's implications. With a serious demeanor, Cao Yuan pointed towards the street and spoke slowly. "Do you not find it rather quiet here? Is it? I hear the roar of engines." "What?" Before Cao Yuan could voice his confusion, a shuttle descended from the night sky, landing before them. "Pang Pang, Yuan, I've arrived." A familiar voice reached their ears, bringing tears to their eyes. "Big brother." Unexpectedly, Shuang, you hold quite the esteem in the new recruits camp, Si Xiaonan teased. However, upon noticing the plump fellow clad in nothing but a towel, Ning Shuang felt her eyes might be blinded. Truly, a collapse of decorum. Just as Si Xiaonan leaned in for a better look, Ning Shuang swiftly blocked her view, covering it entirely. "Be good, we shall not look at this." Si Xiaonan inquired, "Pang Pang, where are your clothes?" "Boss, I was ambushed while bathing, hence I possess only this bathrobe." "Here, take this." Ning Shuang tossed a pink backpack to the plump fellow. "Boss, why is it women's clothing?" The plump fellow stared at the oversized maid outfit, lost in contemplation. "You couldn't wear my size anyway." Ning Shuang shrugged. "Yuan, do you want it?" "Well, if it is Shuang's request. It is not entirely out of the question." Clearing his throat, he added, "I'm only interested in women." Observing Cao Yuan's delighted expression, Ning Shuang hurried to clarify, fearing she might awaken some extraordinary attributes within him. She also returned home in women's clothing. Not donning a dress would appear somewhat out of place. Thus, Cao Yuan donned the maid outfit as well. However, after witnessing the two in their eye-watering attire, Ning Shuang silently incinerated all maid outfits within her space. A total of 4 individuals arrived. 2 were main attackers. 1 controlled the Wuja Yuan, and another lurked in shadows to deliver unexpected shots. The 2 main attackers will serve as your training dummies. Sister Xiaonan, please assist in locating the one with the hidden firearm. I shall first break through this Wuja Yuan. Both nodded in agreement, indicating they understood. As they spoke, the Wuja Yuan unfolded, isolating the group from the outside world. After handing Si Xiaonan a black box, Ning Shuang cautioned her to be careful, then utilized an Yishan Shu to vanish into the night with her. At the moment they disappeared, 2 figures appeared before the plump fellow and Cao Yuan. One was a burly man, designated as Jisoo Sequence 214, muscle restructuring, and the other bore 3 swords like a pirate. Well, I did not expect the young master of the Bailey family to have a penchant for women's clothing. Enough chatter, let us resolve this swiftly. Cao Yuan charged ahead, taking the initiative to strike first, drawing his sword and rushing towards the swordsman. As the blade was unsheathed, a malevolent aura ignited from the void, enveloping Cao Yuan and forming a terrifying magical armor. Flames entwined the sword, and with a sweeping strike, a blade formed of black flames hurtled toward the swordsman. The swordsman stammered, "I, facing the Black King? This is absurd." Cold sweat dripped from him as he instinctively raised his 3 swords to meet the oncoming assault. The sharp screech of steel clashing resonated painfully in his ears, as if he were not facing a man, but rather the full force of a mammoth. The ground beneath him fractured, and his bones screamed in agony. Seeing his initial strike fail, Cao Yuan continued his relentless assault, the immense force transmitted through the blade, mercilessly battering the swordsman's body. Amidst the sinister laughter, the swordsman's legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees, blood seeping from his grazed knees. Perhaps the will to survive surged too strongly, for his adrenaline spiked, and he pushed off the ground with tremendous force, narrowly evading a fatal strike from Cao Yuan. In stark contrast to Cao Yuan's overwhelming dominance, The plump fellow had grown bored and was engrossed in a game. The shield is too thick, even with the burly man augmenting his strength and speed through muscle restructuring. He cannot breach a shield capable of withstanding 3 attacks from the sea realm. Have you not eaten? Hit harder. After mocking, the plump fellow returned his full attention to his screen. Floundering. He scoffed. I knew you would flounder. The output of a piece of meat on the keyboard exceeds yours. Where's the jungler? Help me out. Do not go harvesting your spirit mushrooms again. Defeat. The plump fellow slammed his phone down, his expression one of rage. He retrieved Yihua San Xian from beneath his skirt and tossed it into the air. Sword light streaked across the sky, and in an instant it transformed into 2, then 4, and moments later, a multitude of swords rained down like a flood upon the slender man. With a disdainful snort, the plump fellow declared, You are the most inept assassins I have ever encountered. Now, pay with your lives for my stars. The man exclaimed in fright, scrambling away in a desperate dash. Outside the Cao Yuan, an elderly man and a youth sat upon stone steps, engaged in casual conversation. If the young one were not gripping the elder's shoulder with a hand reminiscent of a vice, it might have appeared quite warm. Old Han, having chatted for so long, do tell me, who is your employer? After all, as former night watchman, you must possess some principles. Look at the havoc you are wreaking now, even blowing up hotels. What semblance of a night watchman remains? Old Han remained silent, like a wooden statue, offering no words. I know you are repaying a favor. Allow me to venture a guess. Was it Bailey Xian who set you on this path? The moment the words fell, cold sweat broke out on Old Han's brow, and his body instinctively trembled. It seems I have guessed correctly. Ning Shuang released Old Han, igniting a flame. Since you wish to harm my friend, prepare for death. After this cigarette, you shall rest beneath the earth. With that, she stood to leave, summoning her mental energy to be vigilant of her surroundings. Should anyone come to rescue him, she would directly execute Yi Zhu Shun Pan to pin them to a cross. As the cigarette burned down, tendrils broke through the concrete, emerging from the ground to slowly drag Old Han beneath the earth until he vanished from sight. Farewell, may you not encounter me in your next life. After restoring the concrete surface and delivering a few kicks to obliterate the Cao Yuan, she set out to check on Sister Xiaonan's situation. As the swordsman and the slender man found themselves at a disadvantage, several arrows swooped in, interrupting the offensive rhythm of the plump fellow and Cao Yuan. The arrows possessed great force, striking both Cao Yuan and the plump fellow, though the damage was minor. Their controlling capabilities were formidable, directly embedding them into the wall and stirring up clouds of dust. Just as the archer prepared to fire again, she suddenly felt a chill. She quickly rolled to evade, and in the next instant, 2 craters appeared where she had just stood. So, you wish to assassinate my Shuang, do you? Chapter 73. The Obsessive Yandere. So, you wish to kill my Shuang, do you? How dare you? This revelation sent a shiver down the archer's spine. Before her stood a seemingly soft and fragile girl, yet she exuded the ferocity of a predator on the hunt. As an archer, her perception of the surroundings was exceptionally keen. It was an essential skill. Had it not been for her years of combat experience alerting her to danger, she would have already fallen victim. She understood that the girl before her was far from simple. The archer was no fool. She had merely come to repay a favor and had no intention of risking her life. Ha, little sister. I am merely here to assassinate the young master of the Bailey family. Others are of no concern to us. Thus, you still intend to harm my Shuang, do you? Si Xiaonan disregarded the archer's defense, speaking as if lost in her own world. She appeared cold as ice, her crimson eyes glinting as she spoke while effortlessly firing her weapon and emptying the magazine. The archer, realizing the conversation was futile, swiftly rolled away in search of cover. Shuang unleashed a burst from her arm, eliciting a pained groan from the archer. Meanwhile, Ning Shuang, who watched the fierce battle from above, shivered uncontrollably, a chill creeping down her spine. A sickly sweet? What's going on? We have only known each other for a few days. Where has my calm and rational Si Xiaonan gone? Yet, there is no time for contemplation. The battle must be resolved first. Night Lord's judgment. Dark. Massive spikes emerged from the night, pinning the archer's limbs and torso, her form firmly secured atop the rooftop, awaiting the judgment of the Lord of Night. Causality pursuit. Target locked. She retrieved a sniper rifle, cocked the bolt, aimed, and fired the bullet shooting through the enemy's chest like a meteor. A plum blossom erupted from a wound, heralding the lament of death. In a 2-on-1 confrontation, Ning Shuang needed only a single shot to dispatch her foe. There were no mechanisms, only numerical values. If the madman Cao Yuan faced off against the three-blade man like a berserker against an assassin, then the archer's battle with Ning Shuang resembled a primitive man clashing with a primordial deity, striking with brute force. It was futile, did she not realize? There was no strength to back it up. Well then, Ning Shuang landed, gazing at the gun in her hand, her eyes reflecting the crimson madness of Si Xiaonan. She swallowed hard, her mind momentarily paralyzed. Sister Xiaonan, are you all right? Upon seeing the newcomer, Si Xiaonan donned a facade of innocence and cuteness, waving her hand. Little Shuang, you've come. Quickly, come here. Ning Shuang's heart raced, yet she obediently approached. Si Xiaonan tossed aside her handgun, stepped forward to embrace Ning Shuang's slender waist, her delicate hand caressing his chest, her lips curving into a smile akin to cherry blossoms blooming in early spring, captivating someone utterly. Little Shuang, have you been watching for a long time? As she spoke, her fingers pressed against his chest, seemingly venting her inner dissatisfaction. No, I was just hiding in the shadows to protect you, huh? Ning Shuang scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. So, Little Shuang, what do you think of my performance just now? Very impressive. Ning Shuang quickly nodded in praise. However, he felt her grip tighten around his waist, her charming face drawing nearer. Under the tranquil moonlight, though not entirely clear, it radiated a hazy beauty. Utilizing the night pearl, Si Xiaonan could see the crimson flush creeping up Ning Shuang's cheeks. She rose on her toes, leaning close to his rosy earlobe with a slightly sultry voice. Oh, Little Shuang, you seem quite afraid of me. The warm breath brushing against his ear sent Ning Shuang's heart racing, his cheeks ablaze. Turning his head, his gaze flickered as he stammered. Not at all. Si Xiaonan had no intention of letting him off easily. She pulled him closer, her breath sweet as a gentle maiden. Does Little Shuang like his sister like this? Faced with the incessant teasing, Ning Shuang felt a surge of passion and instinctively wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, intent on closing the distance. It is often said that the best way to deal with a sickly sweet is to embrace it directly. Just as their lips were about to meet, a slender, pale finger interposed between them. Ning Shuang instinctively licked his lips, narrowing his eyes, the aroma intoxicating. This caused Si Xiaonan to blush deeply. Fortunately, it was night, and no one noticed. Realizing she had crossed a line, Si Xiaonan quickly composed herself, the crimson in her eyes fading as she chuckled. I won't tease you anymore, silly brother. We should go. Your friend seems to have lost control. With that, she hurried towards the street. At that moment, Ning Shuang realized that all the sickly sweet antics were merely an act. Reflecting on the scene, he felt as though he had glimpsed a mask behind that charming face. Nonetheless, the lingering sensations were quite pleasant. Yet, Ning Shuang stubbornly muttered, "Were you just playing me? You heartless tease." Si Xiaonan, feeling the remnants of moisture on her fingertips, blushed anew. Her cheeks puffed out as she grumbled. What a fool, a pure fool indeed. Really, I want to listen to Hong Ying's nonsense next time. Meanwhile, on a rooftop hundreds of meters away, Leng Xuan, cosplaying as a snowman, sent the video he had just recorded to Hong Ying, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such youthful potential. Below, without the archer, the others met their bitter end, particularly the three-blade man, who was thoroughly shredded by the madman Cao Yuan. The sight frightened the plump one, causing him to take a step back. In his nervousness, he inadvertently snapped a dry twig, the sharp crack drawing the attention of Cao Yuan, who was busy chopping. Upon noticing the small figure standing nearby, Cao Yuan emitted a sinister chuckle. He brandished his knife and, like a specter, lunged at the plump one, who screamed and fled with short, frantic strides. Cao Yuan, I'm your teammate. If you chase me, I'll fight back. Cao Yuan remained silent, only continuing his eerie laughter. Just as the plump one, panting heavily, readied himself to retaliate, dark chains emerged from the night. It was Night Lord's judgment, binding Cao Yuan tightly and restraining his limbs. Plump one, I've got him tied up. Hurry and use the chastity lock on Cao Yuan. The plump one, as confused as Louis XVI, blinked in bewilderment. What? Boss? What are you talking about? It's the sealing scroll. Ning Shuang recalled that this particular reference had yet to be created and added. Understood, boss. Hee. From now on, that will be its name. The plump one retrieved the sealing scroll. A wicked smile spreading across his face as he bound Cao Yuan in a torturous manner. As he secured the knots, his resentful mutterings could be heard. This is what you get for attacking me, for not distinguishing between friend and foe. Ning Shuang did not intervene, merely adjusting the lighting and quietly capturing dozens of shots. Chapter 74. Eating noodles as the photographs were taken, Ning Shuang smiled in satisfaction. Though the plump one's maid outfit was quite the eyesore, it was nonetheless a treasured memory. Now, only the black history of the carp and the swaggering brother remained. As for Jialan and Jiang Er, they were dismissed. The former was too strong, and the latter, well, Ning Shuang refrained from bullying the young girl. Little Shuang, I didn't expect you all to play so wildly, Si Xiaonan remarked, rubbing her eyes at the scene. I have nothing to do with this. It's all the doing of the Qingyu sect, Ning Shuang replied, surprised that Si Xiaonan witnessed such a shocking spectacle. He hastily took her small hand, his gaze earnest as he vowed, "You must believe me." Staring into Ning Shuang's large, unassuming eyes, Si Xiaonan had no choice but to trust him. Coughing, Cao Yuan awoke, glancing at the peculiar tape and the grinning plump one. With a swift elbow, he sent the plump one flying. "You foolish fool, what are you doing? Can't you be gentler?" Observing the marks on his body, Cao Yuan glared angrily at the plump one. "You were certainly not gentle when you were looking at me." The plump one whined as he climbed back to his feet. Meanwhile, Ning Shuang held Si Xiaonan's hand. Gazing at the billowing smoke from the Grand Hotel and the occasional flashing effect from the Forbidden Realm, contemplating their next course of action, Si Xiaonan remained silent, quietly watching. Ultimately, Ning Shuang decided to take the two for a bowl of noodles, hoping they might encounter the swaggering brother. Afterward, he planned to let them stay at a couple's hotel for a couple of days. As for why he didn't bring them back to the villa, let alone that he himself was only borrowing it, Ning Shuang feared that their presence might inadvertently lead to the destruction of Hong Ying's villa on the third day. After all, he had a stake in that property as well. It would be a shame if it were destroyed, and he certainly did not wish to find himself homeless. "All right, let's South leave this place," Ning Shuang decided firmly. "Let us go eat some noodles." At Jianong, they ordered 2 bowls of shredded pork noodles, 1 bowl of large pork chop noodles, and 1 bowl of braised beef noodles with meat, large pork chop, vegetarian chicken, shredded meat, dried tofu, egg, and noodles. The 4 found a relatively secluded spot in the noodle shop. Though the establishment was somewhat run down and its sign bore signs of age, its flavors were exceptional. A true old brand. Since Ning Qiye entered the hospital, she has made it a point to dine here whenever she has the opportunity. The last time she savored this bowl of shredded pork noodles was ages ago. "Boss, how should I address your wife?" Fat, a regular at the club, casually joined in the conversation, causing Si Xiaonan's cheeks to flush crimson as she bowed her head to eat her noodles. Clearing her throat, Ning Qiye gently spoke. "This is Si Xiaonan, the auxiliary military doctor of Team 136, and also a senior to both me and Qi. Sister Xiaonan, this is Bailey Tumming. You can just call him Fat. And this is Cao Yuan." "Hello, senor." Si Xiaonan replied shyly, continuing to focus on her noodles. "Senor, this is a small token of our appreciation." With that, Fat presented a box containing a Rolex. No, that's too extravagant," Si Xiaonan protested. "It's all right. I shall accept it on behalf of Sister Xiaonan." Ning Qiye interjected. "Xiaonan?" Just as Si Xiaonan was about to scold her, Ning Qiye mischievously pulled out a camera. "Sister Xiaonan, I recorded our little escapade on the rooftop just now. Would you like to see it?" The thought of her earlier performance made Si Xiaonan's face turn even redder. It's all Hong Ying's fault. She gave such ridiculous advice despite never having been in a relationship herself. She felt increasingly embarrassed. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Casting a disapproving glance at Ning Qiye and the camera in her hands, frustration bubbled within her, her hand instinctively reaching for her waist and twisting it, resulting in an involuntary yelp of pain. "Ouch, that hurts," Si Xiaonan huffed, choosing to ignore them. "So much to chew on, such delightful banter," Fat remarked. Tisk, where did that bold girl who just hugged my waist go? Why the sudden shyness?" Ning Qiye desert. "Where's Qi, by the way?" Fat inquired. "He went home for the new year. It's a rare occasion for him to have a break. However, I suspect there will be an attack targeting his family tomorrow. Likely by mercenaries. They want to exceed the boundary of the pond. You two could come help if you're free. They would never expect 3 from the pond and 1 from the river to be waiting for them. The Guangxi team couldn't have imagined that their targets were Erlang, Shenyang Jian, and the sun-eating god Xiang Tianquan. Consider it our duty. Fat and Cao Yuan pledged confidently. By the way, Fat, don't bother with the Rolex. If you must give something, how about some vegetables, fruits, or even the exam papers from the 3rd day? Sure thing, boss. Now that the casual chatter had concluded, it was time to discuss serious matters. For Ning Qiye, tomorrow's attack was hardly a significant concern. After all, they also had Xiang Tianquan, their godmother Nikes, and Wing to back them up. No need to fear the enemy. As for the pressing matter, boss, how much do I owe you? The shredded pork noodles are 10 yuan. The large pork noodles are 12, and that young man's is 42, totaling 74. I'll let you have it for 70. The boss smiled and extended his hand. Do you guys have any money? The group fell silent, exchanging glances. Come on, don't give me that look. It's not like I didn't bring any. Ning Qiye said, pulling out a crisp red bill and handing it to the boss. After the boss departed, Fat remarked, I know a place where you can check in without an ID. You and Yuan can manage for 2 days. I fear that if you check in, you might face another wave of attacks. Don't worry, boss. I'm used to it. This level of attack is nothing to me. Fat replied, nonchalantly. Cao Yuan, however, was more concerned about Qiye's safety than where they would stay. Qiye, can you tell me where it is? Is it far from Qiye's home? Will it delay our support tomorrow? Ning Qiye flashed a knowing smile. Don't worry. You'll find out soon enough, and Qiye has been there before. Just then, 4 more figures entered the establishment. It was Zweig and his 3 underlings. Boss, for bowls of braised beef noodle for the new arrivals, please. Put on my tab. Upon recognizing Ning Qiye and the others, Zweig initially wanted to refuse, but remembered he had already treated Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang to 2 bowls of plain noodles. Gritting his teeth, he said, just 3 beef bowls and 1 plain will do. He walked over to Ning Qiye. Thank you, Qiye. I'll repay you later. Zweig, no need to mention repayment. I just wanted to discuss a business deal with you. Consider this an advance on your wages. What's on your mind? The demand for updates has decreased significantly, now only half of what it used to be, and it's quite frustrating. Sometimes, I reflect on where my writing may be lacking. Additionally, the comments have dwindled. Lastly, I kindly request a wave of free gifts, updates, and bookshelves. Thank you to all the readers. Chapter 75. Strolling in the snow, 2 individuals with their own thoughts. What business? Ning Qiye pointed at Fat. Well, it's about protecting Fat, keeping him safe. 2,000 per day, what do you think? Shen Qingyu was taken aback, meeting Ning Qiye's gaze. Really? Indeed. But I would prefer if Zweig wore a work uniform. With that, Ning Qiye pulled out a pink backpack and 10 red bills, revealing a meaningful smile. All right, but this job only covers myself, not the other 3. Agreed. As the details were finalized, Ning and Si exchanged glances. Shuang, you don't have a maid outfit in there, do you? Ning Qiye replied, Sister Xiaonan, you truly understand me. You're not one of those who enjoys watching others dress in women's clothing, are you? Ning Qiye replied, how could that be? I merely take pleasure in documenting others' dark histories. If there are no dark histories, I must create my own. Laugh out loud. Ning Qiye guipet. Laughing out loud will lead to pregnancy. Si Xiaonan exclaimed, Guru. After finishing their noodles, Zweig instructed the 3 to take the money. Spend this however you like. Don't hold back. Understood, Brother Shun. He left first, becoming Fat's personal bodyguard. On the way, Zweig asked in confusion Qiye, I still don't understand why you're offering me 2,000 to protect this fatty. Come on, at least call me your employer. Can we switch to a different title? All right, Bailey Tumming. The thing is, both Fat and Qiye are under scrutiny. Fat lacks combat skills, and Cao Yuan is indiscriminate in his attacks. Thus, a strong, reliable person is needed to safeguard Fat. I see. Let us go. Our destination is not far. As they followed Ning Qiye, they turned left and right until a dilapidated, secluded motel came into view. One-night-stand motel? Upon seeing those words, Fat felt a tightness in his chest. Boss, are you serious? Of course. This is where Qiye resolved to join the Night Watchers. It's also one of the 2 places in Kangnan that doesn't require an ID for check-in. Cao Yuan, hearing about another option, asked Qiye, what's the other one? A bridge tunnel. Then it's settled. This motel seems decent. Well then, See you all tomorrow. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. After settling the three, Ning Qiye took Si Xiaonan for a stroll. They walked aimlessly, with Ning Qiye contemplating their relationship progress. After much thought, it seemed there had been no advancement at all. First, she was threatened with a gun while recording dark history. Then there was the snake demon incident where she fainted for several days, followed by a rushed 5-month training period. What progress could there be in feelings? They had been in contact for 5 months. How could there be any emotional development? With a heavy sigh, Ning Qiye reflected. They were not childhood sweethearts. She hadn't even helped Si Xiaonan retrieve her stolen phone and wallet when she first arrived in Canaan. Furthermore, they were not foes with a romantic rivalry. She would never steal a bicycle to support Si Xiaonan. One of life's great misconceptions is thinking she has feelings for me. However, she is the agent of the god of deception, a being capable of slaying the god of deception, a leader amidst the fog of mysteries. She is not someone who can be easily deceived with a mere lollipop. Moreover, how could I expect her to like me when I haven't even given her a single lollipop? It is utterly illogical. What is the nature of my relationship with Si Xiaonan? Is it romantic affection or is it a deep sibling bond? With my entire existence being encapsulated in Xiao, I genuinely cannot fathom this dilemma. Trudy, all the preparations have been meticulously arranged. At worst, I could simply erase her memories afterward and depart without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. Yet, is that truly the right course of action? For Si Xiaonan, such an act would be profoundly unfair. I, Shuang, am paralyzed by indecision. Perhaps it is best to let things be, for this moment is quite pleasant in itself. Is it not? Just being by her side as we stroll through the streets of Canaan, relishing the tranquility that is uniquely ours. I had resolved to live for a singular purpose upon seeing me Jiali, yet when confronted with Si Xiaonan, I faltered like a coward, hesitating and second-guessing myself. Though evasion is indeed shameful, it proves effective. At this moment, beneath the dim light of the street lamp, the winter wind swirls fine snowflakes around the corner. Si Xiaonan instinctively shrinks her neck, burying her small head into her collar. A sea blue scarf magically wraps around her snowy neck, warm and comfortable. Sister Xiaonan, may I hold your hand? He suddenly halted, summoning his courage to inquire, the surroundings dim. Si Xiaonan remained silent, merely pressing her hand against his palm. His warm hand enveloped her delicate fingers, allowing them to sense each other's warmth and softness, both their heartbeats quickening as they unconsciously drew closer. After all, he had committed far more outrageous acts before. This must be his way of providing her with some affection in his role as her protector today. Yes, indeed, for that archer is not someone I, a mere and helpless Qi Jing, can contend with. Si Xiaonan continually reminded herself. It was not merely her softening at the sight of that handsome face. Absolutely not. In this moment, there were no representatives of celestial beings, no agents of Loki, just a pair of striking youths holding each other's hands. Frankly, Si Xiaonan herself had not yet clarified her relationship with Shuang. Their first encounter had been far from delightful. This rascal had even dared to spread rumors about her. Had it been anyone else, she would have struck without hesitation. Yet, in his presence, she found herself reluctant to act. His aura always seemed to draw her in, as if they were destined to be together in a past life. During both instances of his unconsciousness, she had been at his bedside, nursing him, and each time she gazed upon his pale cheeks and frail body, her heart would ache. 5 months of separation had not dulled her feelings. Rather, they had intensified, like the rich aroma of aged wine. However, the identity of the agent of Loki loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain, an obstacle that seemed impossible to overcome. Although I could easily erase memories with cunning trickery, afterward and depart without consequence, would that truly be fair? Would it be just to this flower-like youth before me? I simply cannot bring myself to do it. Every time such thoughts arise, every fiber of my being resists. It feels as though I would lose something eternally significant. The more I ponder, the more my head aches. Si Xiaonan furrows her brow, gently leaning against Shuang as she closes her eyes, as if seeking refuge from this complicated dilemma. Sister Xiaonan? Sister Xiaonan? Suddenly, her brow furrows deeply, her eyelashes quivering, startling him as she leans against his shoulder. Chapter 76. Team building on the rooftop, Shuang cradles Si Xiaonan in his arms, waving his hand to release the starship, swiftly boarding and adjusting the cabin to a comfortable temperature. Gently stroking her forehead, he frowns, questioning why she is not burning with fever, but has simply fainted. Logically, Si Xiaonan's constitution should be better than his own. However, there is no time for such reflections now. Absolute healing is activated. Waves of green light emanate from his hands, caressing her face like a mother's touch, allowing the unconscious Si Xiaonan to feel every pore being healed, emitting soft sounds of comfort. Utterly adorable. With rosy cheeks and a delicate pink mouth, she resembles a peach blossom blooming in the spring. May I take a bite? As he gazes at the strawberry cake before him, Shuang's mind spirals into this thought, becoming uncontrollable. Just as his unamable frustration ignites, a pair of lustrous black eyes slowly open. Their gazes meet, enveloped in silence. Si Xiaonan takes a deep breath, forcing her expression to appear calm. Yet the blush creeping up her neck betrays her inner turmoil. Attempting to feign composure, she slowly awakens from Shuang's embrace, fastening her seatbelt. Little Shuang, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Let us go home. With that, she squints, leaning back in her chair, drifting into slumber. Ah, okay, understood. Activating the starship, they utilize spatial jumps, returning to Hong Ying's villa 3 seconds later. Meanwhile, the moon hangs vast and bright, snowflakes dancing gracefully. A few hundred meters away, atop a building, a man and a woman huddle tightly in their down jackets, pretending to be snowmen. Leng Xuan, little Shuang, has carried Si Xiaonan onto that ship, and she has fainted again. You stole my sniper scope. How am I supposed to see? Leng Xuan replied irritably. By the way, are you not worried that Shuang might do something inappropriate with Si Xiaonan? Hong Ying confidently crossed her arms, declaring, little Shuang is not that kind of person, and besides, who knows who might end up being the one taken advantage of. As Hong Ying redirected her gaze to the scope, she noticed that the figures within had vanished. Leng Xuan, is your scope broken? I can no longer see them or that ship. Leng Xuan was unconcerned, reasoning that perhaps Shuang's ship possessed spatial teleportation abilities. Earlier at the hotel, they had also appeared suddenly. Well, do celestial agents really live so lavishly? But wait, I haven't seen Mi Jiali provide anything for Qiye. Who knows? Perhaps Shuang is the favored offspring of the star deity. Leng Xuan shrugged casually. Ah, if little Shuang really is the star deity's son, do you think he could gift us each a divine realm? Leng Xuan was left speechless, dumbfounded. Wait, she actually believes that? Ah, I was just joking. Why do you have that expression? Hong Ying realized she had asked a foolish question and turned away, ignoring him. I ask, are you two not cold? A sound of military boots crunching through the snow accompanied by a deep male voice startled the two eavesdroppers. It's the captain. Qiye approached them, draping his black military coat over their shoulders. What are you two discussing? Your duo is quite rare. Wu Xiaonan, also clad in a black trench coat, teased. I want to tell you. Hong Ying stuck her tongue out at Wu Xiaonan and ceased to engage further. The little chubby one from the Bailey family was attacked tonight. Was it Shuang who saved him? How did he perform? As the head of their duo, Hong Ying eagerly responded, Captain, I know. Little Shuang and Si Xiaonan's relationship has progressed rapidly. They are practically inseparable. Nandai interrupted, ahem. Hong Ying, the captain asked about combat skills. Hong Ying rolled her eyes at him and pouted her lips. Leng Xuan paused, then spoke slowly. To be honest, I didn't see clearly, but Shuang likely possesses teleportation abilities and area control. However, that is not the main point. Leng Xuan recalled the bullet that had slain the archer girl, his face flushing with heat. His shooting skills had improved drastically. I see. Qingyu chuckled softly. Excellent. Team 136 is team building on the rooftop, cosplaying as snowmen. A clear voice rang out from behind the four. Are Qimo and old Zhao missing? The newcomer was Shuang, emerging from the night, and he approached them. Taking a seat. Little Shuang, shouldn't you be with Si Xiaonan at this hour? How did you find us? This is not solely a matter concerning Hong Ying. It is also a source of perplexity for several individuals. How did Ning Shuang ascertain their location in such a short span of time, despite the considerable distance? Even if he possessed the ability to teleport, such a feat would not be easily accomplished. With his chin resting on one hand, Ning Shuang spoke in a calm and measured tone. Oh, this area contains plants I cultivated a few years ago, which allow me to sense biological heat to a certain extent. The hotel also has them. I initially thought it was only Xingu, but it seems everyone is here. Ning Shuang, with a serious demeanor, earnestly inquired. By the way, I actually have a more pressing matter for coming here. What is it? Qingyu. Noti Qingyu Ning Shuang esse solemnity. Gru curios. Xiao, Nin is unwell. After I sent her home and saw her settled into sleep, I came over. I wanted to inquire about her condition. My Shinsu treatment was entirely ineffective. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's lips curled into a reassuring smile. This is not a grave issue. I have taken Xiao Nan to the hospital a few times, and the doctor said it was merely fatigue that caused her condition. A bit more rest should suffice. Moreover, she has been experiencing that, you know. So, Shuang, you must take good care of our Xiao Nan these days. Otherwise, she playfully clenched her delicate fist and waved it in front of Ning Shuang. Listening to Hong Ying's words, Ning Shuang comprehended the situation and felt relieved that it was nothing serious. He was still knowledgeable enough about such matters. He solemnly assured her, "Rest assured, I will." Having made a decision, he resolved to consult his master for a Chinese medicine prescription the following day, as expertise was essential. It had been a long time since they last met. Lao Zhao and Qi Mo had gone to the old district, with Qi rarely returning home. His safety was also a matter of concern. Noticing the absence of outsiders, Chun Muye abandoned his usual seriousness and spoke gently. "How have you two been faring in the training camp? Has Yuan Gang been giving you any trouble?" Ning Shuang patted his chest confidently and replied, "Uncle Chun, worry not. I am living quite comfortably with Qi." "Uncle Chun, you must have seen the injuries on Yuan Gang's face, right?" Chun Muye nodded, puzzled, "Indeed, but I have no idea who did it. They struck him so fiercely that he looks like a pig's head." Ning Shuang geflecht a miskievu smiled. "Uncle Chun, why not take a guess? Could it be your proxy deity? Xiangu, you truly possess a talent for prophecy." "What? I have no idea how I produced those 2 pages. Everyone, just make do with them. Feel free to provide any suggestions." "I do not aspire to much. A free gift, urging updates, comments, and reviews would be appreciated. Thank you." Chapter 77. Ning Shuang's breakfast that evening, on the day I was sent back to the training camp. I happened to encounter Qi and the goddess of the night, NYX, one of the 5 primordial gods of Greece. Upon hearing Wu Xiaonan's interjection, Hong Ying expressed her dissatisfaction. "What are you interrupting for? Let Shuang finish." She regarded Qi as deadless while viewing me as nemesis. Thus, the 2 of us became her agents. Listening to Ning Shuang's account, Wu Xiaonan furrowed her brows. "Did she assign you any tasks? Does being a daughter and son count? She is merely a mother who has lost her child. Perhaps we are her last remnant of hope." As Ning Shuang spoke, a sorrowful expression clouded his features. Seeing his melancholic demeanor, Qingyu gently patted his shoulder. "All right, the past is behind us." Then, before she departed, my mother, in her bid to avenge me, gave Yuan Gang a sound thrashing. The group chuckled. "Do you have any plans after graduation?" In response to Qingyu's inquiry, Ning Shuang contemplated before asking, "Uncle Chun, can I skip the training sessions in the second half of the year? I think being a temporary team member would suffice. Unfortunately, there's only one evaluation in the latter half of the year, followed by disaster relief. The evaluation is primarily focused on the Chuanjing mysteries, and they are not particularly skilled in combat. I could easily defeat them in an instant. The latter half of the year appears rather dull." Qingyu frowned and replied, "You cannot." "Very well. I shall escort you back," Ning Shuang remarked casually, knowing the captain would undoubtedly refuse. "Of course, if you wish to cosplay as snowmen here, I have no objections." As the snow continued to fall heavily, Ning Shuang shook off the snow accumulating on him and asked, "Shall we take a boat? It's a flying boat, you know." Redding, filled with curiosity for the unknown, inquired eagerly. Ignoring Hong Ying's sparkling eyes, Ning Shuang shook his head. "My boat only has 2 seats. Can I sit in the passenger seat?" Ning Shuang replied grumpily, "Gunyo." "All right, everyone hold on tight to me." Dark night flicker. The shadows of several individuals were erased by the night, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to the office. With matters settled, it was time to return home to rest. At this moment, in the old district, a boy, a girl, and a dog were silently building a snowman on the deserted street. The cold wind swept through the weathered brick walls, and beneath the crooked locust tree in the old district, Lin Qiye's dark red scarf fluttered wildly in the breeze, reaching out to catch a snowflake. It felt simultaneously cool and warm. "Brother, stop dawdling and come help build the snowman." Yang Jin shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth, looking at his dazed brother. Little Hey Lai barked in agreement. Woof woof. Oh, coming. Lin Qiye cast aside other thoughts, choosing to cherish this moment with his family. Meanwhile, two figures clad in coats observed from a distance atop a building. Lao Zhao, they seemed so warm and cozy. Zhao Conqing teased. What, are you envious? No, just a bit reflective. How long can such days last? With us to guard it, such days will endure. Care for a cigarette? Zhao Conqing offered Wen Kamo a stick. Wen Kamo waved his hand. No, thank you. Zhao Conqing felt the heavy snowflakes landing on him. I'll keep watch. You should head back to rest soon. Yet, Wen Kamo shook his head. I'll stay a little longer. I'm no novice night watchman. Zhao Conqing refrained from further persuasion, merely lighting a cigarette and standing in silence. The two remained motionless, quietly standing on the rooftop. Gradually, they became two snowmen. As time flowed, 6 months ago, a ghost-faced king perished here, and 6 months later, two night watchmen stood guard, safeguarding the lights of countless homes. Jianong on the morning of New Year's Eve, while preparing breakfast, Ning Shuang dialed a number he had not called in 5 months. As the phone rang, it connected. Hello, Master. Happy New Year. Your disciple wishes you an early greeting. Stop it. You usually don't bother the Sanbeo Hall without reason. Speak, what is it? Are you out of money for food again? I'll transfer some to you shortly. Now that you are in the military, you must eat well. Don't just nibble on a few bites to get by. An elderly voice emanated from the receiver, initially scolding, followed by genuine concern. Master, I am not lacking in funds. There is no need for that. The chef in my unit is my shivo, and I assure you, the food is excellent. I came to ask you for a prescription. Oh, what kind of prescription could you possibly need help with? Is there something you cannot handle? Sun Lao became intrigued, aware of his disciple's capabilities. He could easily concoct standard prescriptions, a formula for calming the mind and alleviating fatigue. This is the most basic of remedies. Have you forgotten everything you've learned over the years? The voice on the other end erupted with indignation, only calming after a long while. Ning Shuang, you truly are like my real father. Meanwhile, far away in Shangjing, Sun Jingzhou looked up at the sky, his expression shifting from astonishment to suspicion, from doubt to disbelief, and finally to a contemplation of life itself. Could this truly be his disciple on the other end? When did he become so inept? Such misfortune for the family, such misfortune indeed. Sometimes he genuinely questioned whether he had made the right decision in accepting this disciple. Noticing that the fury on the other end seemed to have subsided, Ning Shuang continued. Master, I have a friend. What happened? Are you ill again? I truly do not understand why you, with your constitution, thought it wise to join the military. I recall prescribing a remedy for you. Did you not take it regularly? Thinking of his disciple, who was slender, prone to fainting at the sight of blood, anemic, and possessing a specific phobia of blood and flesh, he was at a loss as to why he chose this path. Ning Shuang, not wanting to be asked if she had taken her medicine on time, awkwardly touched her nose. Her master, unaware of her identity as the abundance envoy, hadn't really taken much of the prescription. She could heal her external injuries herself, and her internal injuries wouldn't kill her quickly, so she hadn't taken any of the prescription. Master, it really is a female friend of mine. Oh, you've got a girlfriend? The iron tree has blossomed? Okay, I'll send it to you in a bit. Hangs up, beep 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 Aja. If Ning Shuang remembered correctly, she was 18, not 28. So she shouldn't be at the age where she'd be pressured to get married. Never mind, as long as I have the prescription. While the two were chatting, the brown sugar glutinous rice balls and red date porridge that Ning Shuang had started making at dawn were ready. She arranged them on a delicate plate and placed them in the insulated box. As for herself and Hong Ying, a simple pack of instant noodles would suffice. Just as Ning Shuang placed 2 bowls of noodles on the table, a sleepy-eyed Si Xiaonan, seemingly drawn by the aroma wafting from the kitchen, staggered out of his bedroom. Ning Shuang glanced at them subconsciously. The noodles were quite white and long. How could there be such perfect noodles in the world? A touch more would be too much, a touch less would be too little. They were just right. Chapter 78, The Seed of Wisdom. Si Xiaonan was wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas, a long shirt and shorts, his long, white legs making Ning Shuang unable to look away. Si Xiaonan, however, didn't seem to notice the intense gaze. He simply sat down silently next to Ning Shuang, carrying the bowl of mushy noodles. Yes, he just didn't want to sit on that little stool, not next to his bratty little brother. Thinking this, Si Xiaonan unconsciously moved closer to him, Sister Xiaonan Ning Shuang used serving chopsticks to stop Si Xiaonan's chopsticks from picking up the noodles. Si Xiaonan, what does this bastard want? Am I not even worthy of breakfast now? Putting down her chopsticks, Si Xiaonan, with a strength she didn't know she possessed, grabbed Ning Shuang's collar, turned his head, and looked him in the eye. Si Xiaonan's face was very close to Ning Shuang's. So close that Ning Shuang could clearly smell her faint fragrance and see her eyelashes tremble slightly. Ning Shuang's cheeks burned, and he instinctively looked away. That bowl is Hong Ying's. With that, she turned and left. Xiaonan was confused, bewildered, and aggrieved. Tears welled up in her eyes. So this bastard has his eye on Hong Ying, hasn't he? What's so great about Hong Ying? She's just a little richer than me, has a better figure than me, and is a little bit bigger than me, right? What's so great about her? Si Xiaonan stopped eating her noodles and buried her face in her pillow in frustration. She hugged herself tightly, curling into a yellow ball. It seemed that this way she could escape this place of heartbreak. What's wrong? Who made my older sister angry? Ning Shuang gently placed the plate on the table, took out a piece of Suzhou embroidery, and wiped away the tears from the girl's eyes. She teased, "You're all covered in tears now." No, not at all. Si Xiaonan's eyes were fixed on the bouncy, glutinous rice balls and the fragrant red date porridge. She couldn't help but swallow. Gulp. Looks appetizing, doesn't it, Sister Xiaonan? I prepared this especially for you. She spoke, slowly approaching. Finally, she whispered in her ear. How is it? Do you like it? Si Xiaonan didn't speak, but nodded gently. Her nose greedily captured the sweet, sticky aroma in the air. The glutinous rice balls in the porcelain bowl were coated with amber-colored sugar frosting, gleaming with a warm luster, like pearls sprinkled with gold leaf. She put a ball in her mouth, and her tongue was instantly enveloped in a rich, sweet flavor. The glutinous rice skin was so soft and chewy that it barely needed chewing. A gentle touch between the teeth dissolved into a tender, lingering flavor, its sweet aroma spreading through the mouth. She squinted, a smile unconsciously curving her lips. Satisfaction, like willow catkins in spring, lightly and freely filled every pore. Even her fingertips feeling a warm, slightly intoxicating sensation. Delicious. Watching Si Xiaonan devour her food, Ning Shuang simply rested her chin on her hand, watching with a sweet, satisfied smile. Just as the tranquility was broken, a loud, boisterous voice shattered the peace. Wow, it smells so good. What delicious food are you making? Hong Ying, good morning. I'm having noodles this morning, and I added sesame oil. Shuang is so kind, always making breakfast for us. Hong Ying looked at the mushy noodles and the red date porridge and glutinous rice balls in front of Si Xiaonan, lost in thought. So, my breakfast is just noodles? Mine too. It took me a while to make the dumplings. Ning Shuang scratched her head sheepishly. Should I make another batch? Never mind. This is fine too. Hong Ying waved her hand and started enjoying her breakfast. By the way, the captain told us to go buy some groceries later for a big dinner tonight. We're in for a treat. Shuang, tell me the truth. Aren't you really looking forward to it? It'll be a good chance to soothe your tongue, which has been ravaged by training. Ahem. I really am looking forward to it. Ning Shuang touched her nose sheepishly. Uncle Chen's cooking is indeed amazing, but I eat it almost every day. Before leaving, I had Uncle Chen cook several Manchu Han imperial feasts, and I kept a small portion at home. Most of it was vacuum-packed and placed in the narrow space of fate by Ning Shuang. I wouldn't say 4 dishes and a soup every meal. Eating 1 dish a day is still possible, so I'm not that excited. But is Sister Xiaonan's current condition suitable for going? I'm just having my period, not postpartum confinement. What's wrong with going? Si Xiaonan put down her spoon, pouting. She made herself sound like Lin Qiye, a character from the classic Chinese novel Dream of the Red Chamber. Postpartum confinement? It's not impossible. Si Xiaonan's face darkened. Get out of here. Ending the breakfast discussion. After breakfast, Ning Shuang cleaned up the dishes and did the cleanup, washing the pots and pans and putting them back in the cupboard. The 3 of them went out to buy groceries. But what they didn't notice was that several small, 4-legged, red-eyed insects were secretly crawling on the ceiling, silently watching everything. Kangnan City, the sewers. Inside the intricate, foul-smelling pipes, countless insects stood silently like statues, awaiting the king's command. It's hard to imagine that the insects Ning Shuang had barely managed to eliminate with all her skills were now numbering in the thousands in the sewers. Following the pipes. In the central core of the drainage system, a half-open, dilapidated, rotting door was opened. A pungent, musty, and bloody stench assaulted the senses. seemingly capable of instantly filling the nostrils and causing nausea, as if time itself had deposited all decay here. Aside from a small amount of luminous liquid in a conical flask, the entire room was devoid of light. In the center of the room stood a dark red operating table stained with blood. Beside it, besides various sizes of professional scalpels and dissecting needles, were an axe, a chainsaw, and other equipment. Further nearby lay the head and half of the body of the Nandaka serpent demon, who had once terrorized the second middle school, but was slain by the mass squad. On the other side, a boy dressed in black and wearing a hood was staring intently at a pool of blood. If the hood were lifted, one would see the boy wearing red monocles, a sinister and maniacal smile playing on his lips. So that's it. So that's it. Is this the energy of imaginary numbers? Is this the energy of destiny? As the boy murmured to himself, several small insects landed on his shoulder, buzzing. Oh, 3 auras, 2 destinies. Interesting, very interesting. A group of unfamiliar auras went to the old city? Never mind. Let me warn Qiye. We've been through thick and thin together, after all. The boy gave the insects the order, and the next second, several sculpture-like insects, their eyes glowing red, flew out of the sewers, dodging the lush green vines in the soil, and headed towards the old city. The boy was in Qingyu. Similar to the original story, through deduction, he deduced the true form of the Nandaka serpent demon, and together with Lin Qiye and the mass team, they killed and took away most of the serpent demon's corpse. But unlike the original, in Qingyu found the partially digested corpses of young larvae in the serpent demon's stomach. The seed of wisdom here took root and sprouted. Everything is a question, and everything must have an answer. Yesterday's data could only be described as a regression to a time of liberation. Alas, it seems no one is paying attention anymore, which is quite distressing. Even the readership has diminished by 20%. Is my writing truly that lacking? Siepte ni ohelfias, meloscopium. My Hong Xiao Di Shuang Gese Longjingu Shrimp. Xiaonan Supreme Crab Pot. Hong Ning, carrying a bag filled to the brim, exuberantly called out on the street, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiaonan Jia. Is it really okay for Hong Ning to be like this? Moreover, crabs are cold in nature. Can you eat them now? Ning could di Xuan esimemori. Only Hua and Si Meng exhibited such erratic behavior. As for herself, who claimed that a masked fool must be deranged, she preferred to gather dark histories and deliver a swift kick to her adversaries when they were caught in their own hubris. It's nothing. Hong Ning has just been pent up lately. Let her vent. It's quite good for her. Si Xiaonan feigned anger, puffing up her cheeks. It's fine to eat a little less, and besides, I'm not a frail damsel incapable of defending myself. All right? Ning Di Shuang nodded, retrieved 2 duckbill caps, gently placed them on Si Xiaonan's head, and pulled her and Hong Ning a bit farther apart. There was no other reason. She could not afford to lose face. The two followed behind Hong Ning, feeling lighthearted due to their spatial storage, engaging in casual conversation. A cold breeze swept by, causing the exposed skin of the two to redden slightly, yet they remained oblivious to the chill. To outsiders, they appeared as a sweet couple on a leisurely stroll. It had been 5 months since a mystery had surfaced. Yes, the captain also finds it peculiar, but no matter how we investigate, we cannot uncover anything. It truly was strange. Was the efficiency of the carp truly this high? Nevertheless, this was a good thing. After all, who would not appreciate a worker who received pay without labor? Just as Ning Di Shuang contemplated the situation in the old city, the seeds planted years ago began to relay their news to him. A vague silhouette caused Ning Di Shuang's expression to turn icy, a fierce light igniting in her eyes. The previous softness had vanished without a trace. Shuang, what is wrong? The current Ning Di Shuang felt unfamiliar to Si Xiaonan. The once obedient little brother now revealed his fangs, cold and decisive, transformed into a bloodthirsty wolf. Ning Di Shuang reined in her fierce gaze, restoring her gentle demeanor, and with a radiant smile, said, "It's nothing, Xiaonan Jia. Just a minor incident with Qiye. I need to pay a visit. We've purchased nearly everything. Shall I take you home first?" As she spoke softly, Ning Di Shuang gently stroked Si Xiaonan's hair, awaiting her response. Si Xiaonan nodded. Though unaware of the situation, reason told her that if she did not agree, her little brother would undoubtedly be troubled. Seeing Si Xiaonan's consent, Ning Di Shuang secretly exhaled in relief. They arrived at an unoccupied alley. Taking out the starship, She utilized spatial traversal to bring Si Xiaonan and their purchased ingredients back to the office. Uncle Chun, please take care of Xiaonan. I appreciate it. With that, she departed the office, heading toward the old district. Halfway there, the starship's control panel began to malfunction. Damn it, out of power? Ning Shuang recalled that her starship was merely a half-finished product, and the last emergency escape had damaged its modules. Although she had repaired it over the past few months, it still lacked the necessary endurance for completion. It was unexpected to experience a breakdown at this moment. However, fortunately, the old city was not far off. With her prowess in Chuanjing, she would reach it swiftly. Hey, bro ZY, how are things on your end? Di Shuang? We encountered two night watchmen named Xiao, Kongsheng, and Wenkamo. They are currently protecting Lin Qiye from the shadows. All right, I will be there shortly. Ning Shuang was not in a hurry. Aside from the presence of the howling celestial dog in the house, each of their 6 members possessed an excess nutrients trait. A mere group of mercenaries could not breach their defenses. Last night, in Bro ZY's backpack, besides the maid outfit, there was also a Bluetooth headset for communication and 4 excess nutrients. Time rewound a few minutes. Bro ZY, along with the plump Cao Yuan and the night watchman Zhao, Kongsheng, and Wenkamo, had a chance encounter. Upon learning that the 3 were comrades of Qi and Di Shuang, Zhao Kongsheng silently lit a cigarette. Is this performance art? Observing the 3 men in maid outfits, Lao Zhao fell into contemplation. Could it be that he had aged out of the trend? Was this the new fashion among the youth? Cao Yuan scratched his head. Feeling a bit embarrassed after yesterday's attack, my clothes were ruined, and I had no time to buy new ones. These were given to us by Di Shuang. The plump one added, right, the boss said we could call this combination Victoria's housekeeping. Bro ZY coldly remarked, this is the employer's request. Lao Zhao did not press further, discarding the cigarette but underfoot. All right, stay safe. I've already contacted a sniper. Thank you. 2 seniors, Cao Yuan politely bowed. Meanwhile, not far away, in a black van, Scorpion 3 reported into the intercom. Scorpion 3 reporting, 3 men in maid outfits have appeared, 2 thin and 1 plump. No other anomalies. There was a brief pause on the intercom before bursts of laughter erupted. Haha, what a ridiculous outfit. It's simply hilarious. On another rooftop, Scorpion 9, clad in snow camo, was laughing uncontrollably, his sniper rifle cast aside. 3 men parading in maid outfits in broad daylight was a scenario he had never envisioned. Yet, one could not deny, the seemingly cocky one in the maid outfit looked rather appealing. Save him for me later, all right? Scorpion 8's voice echoed from the intercom, chilling the previously warm atmosphere. Being gay was not frightening. What was terrifying was having one's comrades be gay. The members of Guangxi and Bro ZY felt a tightening at the thought. Whatever, just complete the mission, Scorpion 1 Dida La commanded in a low voice. Dida La, when do you plan to make your move? The man on the other end of the intercom paused for a moment before responding. Miss Snake Lady says immediately, wait another 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, regardless of whether those 3 in maid outfits leave or not, we will proceed. Snake Lady, humph, making us sound like her pet dogs. Scorpion 3, watch your words. We have all signed a soul contract with Lord Mumble. Do you wish to drag everyone down with you? Faced with Dida LA's roar, Scorpion 3 fell silent, merely scoffing. It was unknown what had prompted this. Once pursued by night watchmen like a stray dog, living in constant fear, he had no choice but to join the ancient God Church and become a believer. Initially, he thought he could live a life free from constraints, plundering, and dominating. In the end, he was nothing more than someone else's pet, with his head on the line and no freedom whatsoever. Working with his head on the line before joining the ancient God Church, and continuing to do so afterward, made joining the ancient God Church feel utterly pointless. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Scorpion 3 felt like smashing everything in sight. Chapter 80. Thus, I took action. Caught between feeling helpless and angry, Scorpion 3 could only choose to be frustrated. But what could be done? Believers were essentially the hired muscle of the ancient God Church, or, simply put, pets raised by Mumble, whether through brainwashing, coercion, or deception. Once the irrevocable soul contract with Mumble was signed, they were left with no choice but to obey. The only difference was that powerful believers received a modicum of respect from the ancient God Church, albeit just a smidge. The first seat of the ancient God Church's believers, the Foam ID Long, had their own dedicated caretaker. Just as Scorpion 3 was lost in thought, an unnoticed insect leisurely flew toward the window of Lin Qiye's room. Seeing the window ajar, the insect entered, searching for the target assigned by its master. Upon locating the target, it immediately sprang into action. In the eyes of Lin Qiye, who had yet to activate, Fanshin Shinuk, a dark shadow flew into his hand, leaving behind a note, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Lin Qiye thought, what on earth is this? However, upon opening the note, his pupils constricted sharply, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. Someone is plotting against your family. Yours truly, AI and IDU. Lin Qiye attempted to compose himself, yet found it impossible to quell his rising agitation. Aunt, I'm stepping out for a moment. A friend has invited me out. With that, he swiftly opened the door and rushed out, seizing the black box concealed in the shadows of the corridor, hurrying towards the entrance. A singular thought consumed his mind. Regardless of who it was, anyone daring to threaten his aunt and Ajin would face utter annihilation. As Lin Qiye reached the first-floor stairs, a man had just stepped over the threshold. Hello there, young one. The man greeted with a warm smile, momentarily catching Lin Qiye off guard. Instinctively, he concealed the black box behind him and politely replied, hello. You must be the dual deity S agent. The ancient God Church extends its most sincere invitation for you to join us. Simultaneously, your family will receive the finest treatment. Upon realizing the man was from the ancient God Church, Lin Qiye's expression turned fierce in an instant, drawing his twin blades and preparing for battle. At the corner of the second-floor stairs, a small black dog lay languidly on the concrete steps, observing the tense standoff below, occasionally scratching its back with its hind leg. It seemed utterly indifferent, as if the worldly chaos held no relevance to it. From the shadows, a figure flickered into view, scooping up the small black dog by the scruff of its neck. Oh, gotcha. The dog looked bewildered, its eyes wide with confusion. It sniffed the air carefully, and its eyes widened like copper bells. The scent of divinity? Have I been discovered? No. Unlike those malevolent Western deities, this seems to be from the elder brother beside the master. Simultaneously, a voice crackled through the intercom. Lord 16C demands we deal with those few in maid outfits. Quickly converge on the target floor. Once we capture that woman and child, the dual deity S agent will be at our mercy. Scorpion 3 dismounted, arming himself with a submachine gun, ready to confront the trio of performance artists. 5 others clad in snow camouflage and donning disguise helmets. Scorpion 4, 5, 2, 6, and 7 also emerged from the shadows. Meanwhile, Scorpion 8 and 9, believing themselves well concealed atop a high building, aimed their weapons at the plump individuals. A sudden click of a stapler preemptively echoed as a bullet hurtled towards the forehead of the plump figure. Yet, the anticipated scene of blood blossoming did not unfold. The world muted, allowing the sound of shattering shields to resonate. A green shield emerged, intercepting the lethal bullet. Quick wit, Zweig swiftly pulled the plump figure behind cover. There, a sniper. Find cover, he urged. Damn it, I was careless. I didn't disguise well enough. With the silenced sniper rifle being inherently difficult to detect, compounded by the snowy weather, most would struggle to identify the 2 seasoned marksmen. However, Leng Xuan was no ordinary individual. Just as Zweig found cover, a bullet zipped overhead, precisely embedding itself in a snowbank on the opposite rooftop. In the next moment, blood erupted like a fountain as one sniper fell, staining the ground crimson. Is this the sniper Xiao Kongqing spoke of? Truly impressive. Another gunshot rang out as the man in black stowed his sniper rifle, shaking off the accumulated snow. He sighed wearily into his earpiece. Old Xiao, the snipers have all been dealt with. Thank you kindly. Unbeknownst to them, the corpses of the snipers, Scorpion 8 in the snow and Scorpion 9 on another rooftop, were suddenly ensnared by emerging vines, dragged underground as the surface returned to normal, leaving only traces of blood to testify that life had once dwelled there. With the snipers eliminated, Old Xiao and Wen Kumo emerged from the shadows, preparing to eliminate the remaining Scorpion squad. Upon learning that the visitors were from the ancient God Church, Lin Qiye wasted no time. He activated Fanshin Shinai and Xian Shinai, his twin blades launching forth, glinting coldly as they aimed for Liu Yang's face. Liu Yang remained unfazed, merely sidestepping with calm composure. You know, Canaan is a wonderful place. I've never before experienced such a rich botanical essence. Liu Yang's peak aura in the river realm was no longer concealed as he activated plant control. A deep rumble emanated from the earth, the surface roiling like boiling sludge. Countless dark green vines erupted from the soil, their surfaces adorned with moss and dark red slime, twisting and writhing in the air like a startled swarm of pythons. The vines bristled with a dense array of purple barbs, unmistakably perilous, quickly weaving into a canopy of green that surged towards Lin Qiye. Even Lin Qiye, experienced in tumultuous situations, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The sense of pressure was overwhelming. He realized that confronting this foe unarmed was futile and hastily summoned the Xingqian blade back. The blade shimmered as it raced towards the verdant net. In a flash, however, the Xingqian blade became ensnared within the sprawling web, tightly wrapped by the vines. What? Lin Qiye was not the only one bewildered. Lu Liang and the black dog he held were equally astonished. The high-risk forbidden realm of plant control had managed to ensnare the Xingqian blade, a fact Lu Liang had not anticipated. Could it be that I have grown stronger? How curious. Lin Qiye pondered, bewildered that the Xingqian blade had faltered yet again, and that his Xianxun could not infiltrate these vines. The small black dog, cradled in his arms, was equally perplexed. Had the Western Queen Mother's skills diminished, producing a defective product? Before Lin Qiye could take further action, the green net surged toward him at lightning speed, enveloping him in a massive cocoon. It's my turn to act. With that, a blue figure, still holding the black dog, leapt down. I say, in my domain, using my plans to bind my underlings. Who gave you the audacity? Chapter 81. Do you know the true identity of the little black dog? With white hair, a jellyfish-like head, gravity-defying tufts, and clad in blue. You are another dual deity's agent, Ning Qiye. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Liang's earlier triumph at having ensnared Lin Qiye transformed into urgency. There was no option. Though both were in the river realm, the newcomer was a divine agent. Lacking absolute certainty of victory, fleeing was the only choice, a true testament to his survivalist teachings. It seems you are quite informed, Ning Qiye remarked, drawing closer to Lu Liang, her eyes glinting with frost. This, however, was not directed at Lu Liang. Damn it. Is it the wretched historical correction force, or are the Night Watch higher-ups just inept? The matter of the dual deity's agents has been leaked. Lu Liang was merely a minor character. If his forbidden realm had been something else, perhaps Ning Qiye would have paid more attention. But regarding plan control, she was the true matriarch. Every step Ning Qiye took felt like a weight upon Lu Liang's heart. He could not comprehend why he felt this way. Yet regardless of the circumstances, he held the advantage in a confrontation between half-step sea realm and mid-river realm. He was certain he could escape. With determination, Lu Liang focused his will, urging the forbidden realm to use the vines for cover as he prepared to flee. The ground trembled violently, and the bluestone bricks beneath Ning Qiye cracked like spiderwebs. In the dark fissures, decayed leaves and mud surged forth, while dark vines erupted from the earth, transforming into serpentine giants, their gaping maws poised to strike at Ning Qiye. The vines were covered in protruding thorns, their tips opening into blood-red suction cups, creating a piercing sound as they sliced through the air, coiling toward her neck and ankles. Facing the oncoming vines, Ning Qiye remained unfazed. Let me tell you a joke. A wild boar sentenced a fish to drowning. In this moment, Lu Liang was the wild boar, yet Ning Qiye was not the fish. She was the true dragon in the water. Ning Qiye set the little black dog down and began to clap. 1 clap, 2 claps, 3 claps. The sound was not loud, yet it sent shivers down Lu Liang's spine. The first sound, the vines that had confined Lin Qiye slowly receded. Having escaped, Lin Qiye staggered to his feet and exclaimed, "Brother Ning." The second sound, the giant pythons with their gaping jaws, withdrew their fangs and gently leaned against Ning Qiye's feet, akin to docile puppies seeking affection. I have stated it clearly on my territory, using my plans to bind my subordinates. Who gave you the audacity? The third sound, the giant python woven from vines redirected its target, rushing towards Lu Liang. Lu Liang attempted to flee, but before he could cross the threshold, the vines, akin to parasites, crawled up his calves, swiftly binding his arms and torso. He struggled fiercely, trying to break free from his restraints, but only succeeded in tightening them further. The more he struggled, the tighter the bonds became, ultimately transforming Lu Liang into a tightly bound zongzi, inadvertently piercing his hip bone and sealing his mouth shut. In this mystical realm, the first strike pierced the hip bone, sealing his powers to prevent an explosion. The second strike sealed his mouth, preventing any pleas for mercy. The third strike struck his head, halting all thought. Once assured that Lu Yang posed no threat, Ning Qiye began to restore order. With his left hand raised and clenched into a fist, the vines, as if receiving orders, transformed into industrious worker ants, commencing repairs on the cracked earth and shattered walls. The vines clung to the ancient bricks, tender shoots bursting forth from wounds, swiftly growing into resilient fibers. The fractured ground gradually healed under the embrace of the vine network. In the blink of an eye, the recently ravaged surface returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. In Lin Qiye's memory, his elder brother had always been the type to jump into action, delighting in documenting the dark histories of others. Today, his brother Ning appeared remarkably handsome and dashing, bathed in sunlight. Lin Qiye had never perceived his brother's radiance to be so blinding. Alas, Lin Qiye remained too young and naive to comprehend the treachery of human nature. When a pretender shines, the best course of action is to flee. Run. Flee. When the pretender glows, it signifies their intent to ascend to a position of joy, only to shove you into the muck, treading on your head to prevent your ascent, leaving behind your dark history, crafting it into a cone of light, to be immortalized through the ages. Brother Ning, you saved me once again. Lin Qiye's eyes brimmed with tears, yearning to embrace his elder brother. Without you, I truly would not know what to do. Ning Qiye, however, distanced himself with disdain. Stop that nonsense. I'm not interested in men. Even if you donned black silk and a skirt and performed a transformation spell, it wouldn't matter. Lin Qiye's face darkened, feeling rejected. Ning Qiye, no need to feel that way. I merely find you distasteful. Clearing his throat, Ning Qiye continued. Qi, you actually didn't have to come out just now. Huh, why not? Not to mention, I would have intervened. Uncle Chun had already provided each team member with a wing costing over 100,000 each, which can instantly teleport any target in danger to safety. Is that so? Lin Qiye was indeed surprised, recalling that Chun Muye seemed quite impoverished. Ning Qiye rolled his eyes. What do you think? Why do you believe Uncle Chun is so broke? Brother Ning, why did those plants obey you so readily? Did I not mention? These are seeds I planted years ago. I sowed quite a few, and, when needed, I can utilize them directly. Ning Qiye, otherwise, do you think I would have awakened in the Shengsu at 8 and reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm at 17? Just look at how many seeds I buried across Kangnan. If it weren't for this innate cucumber attribute, which allows control over plants, you wouldn't have been taken down in one move just now. Lin Qiye displayed a moment of realization. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder I couldn't retrieve my weapon after using Xin Shengsu. It turns out those were Brother Ning's creations. Well, that's hardly surprising, is it? Who truly is the protagonist here? Why do I feel like since my debut, I've either been getting a beating or am on the path to being beaten? Ning Qiye paid no mind to Lin Qiye's inner turmoil. He merely provided a foolish analysis of the current situation. All right, Qiye, it's all over. A total of 10 enemies came. Leng Xuan dealt with 2, and I captured 1. The remaining 7 are being held off by Fatty and Old Xiao. So it's all fine. Thank you, brother. All right, there's a reunion dinner tonight. You can eat wherever you like. Both sides are your home. Lin Qiye nodded. As for the decisions Lin Qiye would make, Ning Qiye expressed his unwavering support. One side was family that would defeat Cthulhu and reshape the 5th universe at their next meeting, while the other comprised comrades who had fallen apart after the divine battle in Kangnan. Regardless of the choice, there would be regrets. This decision was one only Lin Qiye could make. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was too heavy, Ning Qiye shifted the topic to a lighter tone. Qiye, there is something more important now. He lifted the small black dog hiding behind him and presented it before Lin Qiye, speaking mysteriously. Little Lindsay, do you know the true identity of the little black dog? Chapter 82. 60 Years of Wisdom, Proving You Are Yourself, Qiye. Do you know the true identity of the little black dog? Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye remained puzzled, as this was merely a black dog his brother had casually picked up along the way. Aside from being a bit obedient and possessing some intelligence, what was so special about it? Meanwhile, the small black dog kept kicking the air with its hind legs, looking up at Lin Qiye with big, pleading eyes, seemingly hoping Lin Qiye would rescue it. Unfortunately, Lin Qiye appeared oblivious. After all, one could not expect a man with emotional intelligence equating to his IQ to decipher the expressions on a dog's face. As Deputy Captain Qingyu remarked, Not all SDM men are emotionally inept straight men. And you, Qiye, my friend, are even less than that. Observing Lin Qiye's indifference, the little black dog, or rather the Xiao Tianquan, decided to lie flat. It was prepared for Lin Qiye's astonished expression once its identity was revealed. However, Ning Xiang's words sent a chill through the dog. Qiye, your dog is male. Lin Qiye replied. So? I thought we were discussing a mysterious identity. Why are we talking about gender? Isn't it almost the dog's mating season? Does your dog need neutering? If not, it may become aggressive and bite people. Just think, if it bites someone, you'll have to pay for rabies shots, which are quite expensive. $1,000 a shot, and you need at least 3. I, a seasoned expert in dismantling little bells for 20 years, am a veritable expert at this. How about it? Do you need me to take the knife to remove this little bit of flesh from your dog? With that, Ning Xiang revealed a bright smile and casually produced a surgical knife. One cannot deny the convenience of having a personal storage space. Praise the narrow path of fate. This was certainly no ordinary surgical knife. It was the one wielded by the Great Lawn. The forbidden item, Fate Starlight, is ever-changing and can transform into any weapon, making it entirely reasonable for it to take the form of a surgical knife. Upon sensing the aura of the surgical knife, the little black dog struggled violently, baring its teeth and growling, barking desperately in an attempt to escape Ning Xiang's grasp. It was evident to all that the Xiao Tianquan was cursing quite ferociously. The little black dog had initially assumed that this person merely intended to use a knife on it, out of respect for its master's brother being present. It decided to endure. After all, a regular knife could still allow for regrowth, and it could seek revenge later once it regained its strength. However, the little black dog never anticipated the terrifying object that this human had produced. It could sense the divine aura emanating from it, and calling it a divine artifact would not be an exaggeration. While a regular knife could be regrown, if this one were to cut it, it would be left with no choice but to become a little female dog. Observing the little black dog's frantic struggles, Ning Xiang teased, "See? I told you I wasn't mistaken. It seems he wants to bite someone." Lin Qiye, despite his foolishness, understood that Ning Xiang was merely toying with the dog. "Brother, is it possible that he possesses too much empathy? You frightened him. So, shall we dismantle it or not?" Ning Xiang impaciently inquired. "If we do dismantle it, let him use his charms to seduce Anubis later. That idea isn't half bad." Lin Qiye shrugged, saying, "You'll have to ask a Jean about that. I cannot make the decision." "Then let it be. I fear he may retaliate against me for sending the scroll. If Leng Xuan learns I intend to dismantle his dog spell, he would certainly take issue with me." Seeing no amusement to be had, Ning Xiang simply set the show go down. "Very well, little one, you may return. You have no business here." Having regained his freedom, Xiao Heilai, along with his little brother, swiftly dashed upstairs, disappearing without a trace. Tisk, 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 so easily amused. Ning Xiang shrugged, glancing at Lu Yang, who was wrapped up like a zongzi, with only his head exposed. "Qiye, I plan to interrogate him. Is Big Brother hoping to acquire more secrets from the ancient god church?" Ning Xiang shook her head, a look of disdain crossing her face. "The followers have signed soul contracts. They cannot divulge any useful information." "No, it's not that. Regarding the secrets of the ancient god church, he likely knows less than I do. Primarily, I wish to record a video and inform Yuan Gang about the dual deity agents. He once guaranteed that this matter would not leak. And then this assassin can meet his end by slow slicing, decapitation, or let ZY go extract his essence. Whichever you prefer. After all, this fellow's sole value lies in allowing me to firmly press Yuan Gang. As a follower, Lu Yang surely bears much blood on his hands, and he dared to threaten Lin Qiye's family. One could say this man has chosen a perilous path leading to the Nehi Bridge." Ning Xiang murmured softly. "It feels like Mother's previous beating of Yuan Gang was too lenient. Perhaps we should let her out for another round?" Lin Qiye felt it best to step outside for a moment. If he remained any longer, he feared he might hear more outrageous declarations. "I'll go out for a bit. I worry old Zhao and Fatty may be at a disadvantage." Ning Xiang waved her hand dismissively, indicating for Lin Qiye to leave. "Very well. After all, the interrogation may get a bit bloody, and it is best for children not to witness it." As Lin Qiye departed, Ning Xiang's consciousness sank into the path of fate, searching left and right. "Something feels amiss. Where did I put those items?" After a while of rummaging, Ning Qiye finally pulled out a scalpel, a chainsaw, an axe, and a rocket launcher, arranging them in order of size before Lu Liang. She positioned Lu Liang correctly, placing a scalpel against his neck. Lu Liang, is it? Listen closely, cooperate well, and I shall grant you a swift end. Let us not end up in an unpleasant situation. After all, I initially aimed to catch a fish, yet unexpectedly ensnared you, my little mouse. In Daxia, there's a saying regarding the chrysanthemum. It speaks of the joy of concealing Wei Junja and the various stars of the chrysanthemum. I hope you can cooperate with us generously and without hesitation. How splendid. I do enjoy a tough nut to crack. Ning Qiye felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, he was functioning under the directives of a former antagonist, maintaining such integrity. Much better than a certain someone who reports to Yuan. Ning Qiye svistri deliberet 60 slaps. Confucius said, 60 is the age of understanding. 60 slaps left Lu Liang seeing stars, blood streaming from his nose, yet he remained silent. Oh, quite resilient, aren't we? Then let us add another 60. Another flurry of slaps followed, and Lu Liang felt as if his great-grandmother was beckoning him. Lu Liang, great-grandmother, are you here to take me home? His great-grandmother remained silent, merely continuing to prepare steamed buns, providing him with 10 pounds of them. However, something felt off about these buns. After consuming them, Lu Liang felt utterly drained, his mouth icy. Great-grandmother, have you finished? Lu Liang, yes, I have. Great-grandmother, then hurry back. With that, she chased him away with a rolling pin. As Lu Liang regained consciousness, he realized his mouth was stuffed with small, gray-green pills, his front teeth conspicuously absent. My apologies, I forgot your mouth was previously obstructed. I gave you some pills to restore your strength. Now, you should be able to speak honestly, correct? Ning Qiye offered a friendly apology, readily admitting her mistake. Yet to Lu Liang, she appeared a demon, a hypocritical fiend. Lu Liang wept. Having never endured such humiliation in his life, he howled, tears streaming down his face. Brother, uncle, ancestor, I will tell you everything, whatever you wish me to reveal. I shall divulge. Ning Qiye had no intention of bullying a weeping man. She posed her first question directly. Very well, first prove that you are Lu Liang. I need to prove I am myself. Chapter 83. Open the door, Lu Yu. Yes, hurry up. Ning Qiye replied impatiently, her agitation growing at the sight of his face. Lu Liang remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. Would a face scan suffice? Ning Qiye examined Lu Liang's face. Swollen like a pig's after 2 rounds of slapping. Would Yuan gang recognize you? Do you have any tokens or evidence to present? Lu Liang, seeing the predatory gleam in Ning Qiye's eyes, lowered his head, pitifully responding, No, what should I do? After all, who would dare impersonate a member of the ancient god church? Ning Qiye contemplated delivering another 60 slaps, but upon seeing Lu Liang's innocent gaze, she reconsidered and withdrew her fist with a sigh. Even if I were to beat this fool to death, it likely would yield no results. Moreover, my reason for extorting him stems from having been deceived myself, and, secondly, my mother, Nike Si. Ning Qiye retrieved paper and pen, swiftly writing a statement. Here, read this aloud. Lu Liang complied obediently. By the heavens above, I, Lu Liang, a follower of the ancient god church, seat 16, hereby declare, under the guarantee of my 9 clans, we, having infiltrated the higher echelons of the Night Watch, obtained intelligence on the 2 dual deity agents, and under the guidance of the Serpent Woman, planned to capture one of them, Lin Qiye's family, as leverage. Ultimately, I was apprehended by the son of the night goddess, Nike Si, employing the tactics of the Night Watch. Every word I utter is true. Should I fabricate anything, may the heavens strike me down with lightning, leaving me without a burial place. Ning Qiye observed the recording. Though slightly flawed, it was satisfactory overall, and she nodded in approval. Done, young Lu. I will suggest the key that you be granted a swift end. In your next life, strive to be a better person. With that, before Lu Liang could protest, Ning Qiye summoned vines to swiftly silence him. Reflecting upon it, she realized it had been 5 months since she had last controlled plants. After the recent battle, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Having dealt with Lu Liang, she prepared to step outside to witness the unfolding drama, or rather, to provide support to Fatty and others, when a bolt of inspiration struck her mind. All right, I forgot something. Ning Qiye fished out a set of yellow delivery attire and a small yellow duck helmet from the path of fate. Donning the attire, she proceeded with haste to Lin Qiye's aunt's residence. Gently knocking on the door, she announced, "Is Ms. Wang Fong home? I am Liu Yuvai, the delivery person from Tuan, here with your package." Shortly after, a middle-aged woman opened the door, looking puzzled. "Young man, did you make a mistake? I haven't ordered anything recently." Ning Qiye smiled brightly. "Hello, Ms. Wang Fong. This is a delivery from someone named Wei. Please sign for it." All right, I will sign." Wei was a pseudonym Ning Qiye had used previously. As time passed, it had become familiar. Once the recipient signed for the package, Ning Qiye took her leave without lingering. As she gazed upon the yellow figure, Ima couldn't help but marvel at how truly kind this singular Nan was. "Mom, what's wrong?" A curious middle school student peeked in upon hearing some commotion at the door. Yet, just by taking an extra glance, Yang Jin suddenly felt a darkness envelop him, as if the sky had collapsed. Another 3 boxes of test papers. What heinous act had he, Yang Jin, committed to deserve this? His own room was already piled high, with 3 stacks of papers, each towering 3 meters. What had he done to warrant such punishment? "Oh, celestial heavens, why do you treat me so harshly?" A single remark from Ima interrupted Yang Jin's deep contemplation. "Jin, stop dawdling and come help out." With tears in his eyes, Yang Jin carried the 3 boxes of Zhong Cao Moni Shuang sent by Ning Di Shuang back to his room, feeling utterly despondent. Hiding in the shadow of the staircase, Xiao Heilai witnessed this disheartening scene. It was tragic, far too tragic. Since his ascension, he had not seen his master so lost and forlorn. Xiao Heilai mused, "I may not be human, but you are indeed a mere dog." Yang Jin lamented, "Heavenly Lord, tell me, why do we once shatter our own cultivation? What brought us to this endless cycle of reincarnation?" The Heavenly Lord replied, "Isn't it merely 100 years of reincarnation? What has become of this child? Has he lost his wits?" According to historical accounts, that very night, Erlang Xian Sheng Zhen Junyang Jian hastened to room 4 of Lin Qiye's Divine Psychiatric Hospital, forcibly expelling Sun Wukong. In the original tale, Lin Qiye had the ability to send the Mad Scorpion Squad to the underworld, let alone the fact that Zhao Kongcheng and his companions were currently facing off against them. As of now, 8 out of the 9 members of the Mad Scorpion Squad had perished, 2 at the hands of Pang Pang, 3 had been torn asunder by Min Sheng Shanyu, 1 had been impaled by Pang Pang into a spiky porcupine, and 2 had been vacuumed by Zui Gu, their deaths gruesomely obscured. Only 1 member, Scorpion 1, remained unaccounted for. "Uncle Zhao, is everything settled?" Pang Pang inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. Zhao Kongcheng, as usual, lit a cigarette, gazing into the distance as he replied, "We're still missing 1. Old Zhao, I hope I haven't arrived too late." "Qi, no worries, we're just missing 1. Leave it to us." Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Kongcheng expressed no surprise, for the earlier commotion had been considerable. Lin Qiye, with his keen senses, had naturally detected something amiss. "Qi, let me tell you, we were quite impressive just now. With a few swift moves, we sent the evildoers running." Pang Pang animatedly recounted their heroic efforts against the Mad Scorpion Squad, as if he had single-handedly subdued them all. Hearing that Pang Pang had been on guard outside his home since dawn alongside Cao Yuan and Zui Gu, Lin Qiye felt a swell of emotion. Tightly embracing Pang Pang, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Good brother, thank you so much." The stout and slender figures embraced tightly, while Zui Gu chewed on gum, appearing indifferent, like a mercenary devoid of emotion, yet his heart brimmed with warmth. Old Zhao, with a huazi in his mouth, reflected on the deep bond of brotherhood, gazing skyward and reminiscing about his military days. As the sun set, it marked the loss of his youth. Cao Yuan, gripping his sword sheathed tightly, was overwhelmed by a profound sense of danger, his mind raging. "Qi is mine. You fatso, let go. Oh no, my Qi is tainted. No, please not this." Just as Cao Yuan repeatedly reminded himself that this was a comrade, a brother who had shared moments of vulnerability and camaraderie, he must not draw his weapon. Meanwhile, Cold Xian, lying in the snow and surveying his surroundings with a scope, suddenly heard a voice behind him. "Oh, look who it is." Cold Xian, spying again. As a professional sniper, maintaining vigilance against any disturbances was fundamental. Being caught off guard was a sign of incompetence that could cost him his life. As Cold Xian turned his gun toward the voice, he was momentarily stunned. Chapter 84. Blood boiling. Where is the blood? Oh, is that you, Cold Xian? Spying again? After delivering the test papers and satisfying her own mischievous whims, Ning Shuang found a dark corner and activated an Yishan Shu, easily appearing behind Cold Xian. She wished she could slap her past self. Was the blink really of no use? This blink was simply delightful. Although it consumed considerable mental energy during the day, the distance it covered was remarkable. Ning Shuang realized that the energy expenditure in the shadows was nearly the same as at night. Was this a gift from her biological mother? My heavens! Praise the goddess of night. Seeing that the newcomer was Ning Shuang, Cold Xian returned his gun to its place and retorted, Do you have nothing nice to say? Is this how you behave in front of Xiaonan? Ning Shuang dismissed Cold Xian's irritation and produced a pair of binoculars, peering below. After all, Cold Xian's ice-cold demeanor could hardly convey any expression. That's impossible, but I truly didn't expect Zui good to don a maid outfit, coupled with that frosty face. It reminded me of a certain shark girl. Cold Xian wore an odd expression. In his eyes, Ning Shuang merely conjured a long gun and tripod from thin air, which appeared in the snow. Could you stop doing that? Cold Xian grimaced. I'm genuinely concerned you'll have a stroke. Ning Shuang calmly replied. I'm just documenting the beauty of life. Rest assured, my equipment is professional. Even from 100 meters away, it captures everything distinctly. Although this camera was not the first product of Ning Shuang's transformation, it was indeed her first finished piece. Designed to be a high-definition recording device, an essential item for home travel and capturing Black history. Isn't this just spying? In that case, Cold Xian, with a serious demeanor, replied, Remember to send me a copy later. Before long, through the scope, Cold Xian spotted the figure of Scorpion 1, Dita La, who was the last to appear. Ning Shuang placed her hand over the muzzle of the sniper rifle, softly saying, Wait a moment, Xian Go. Let us see Qiye's strength. It's perfect timing since he hasn't had a chance to practice yet. Old Xiao, Zui Go. Let Qiye take on the last one. The final figure emerged, a man clad in snow camouflage. Faced with the corpses of fallen teammates lying in a pool of blood, Scorpion 1, Dita La, displayed a cold indifference, as if he did not recognize the bodies on the ground. Upon seeing the newcomer, Pang noted that Dita La's appearance was not menacing. Rather, he looked quite ordinary, to the extent that one would not suspect him of being a villain on the street. He provocatively stated, Hey, are you Scorpion 1? It seems you've arrived a bit late. Your teammates have all perished. Late? Dita La merely chuckled coldly. I arrived just in time, casually discarding his hot weapon. He drew a long knife and several bags of blood from his back. As the heir to the Forbidden Objects Museum, Pang explained to Lin Qiye, Qiye, be careful, this is a forbidden object, Wang Tai, a long knife that can extend and retract. It is said to be crafted from the spine of a mysterious fish known as Wang Tai. Lin Qiye nodded slightly, indicating he understood, and gripped his twin blades, preparing for battle. Haha, little fatty, you sure know a lot. Dita La did not deny it, while raising a silver plaque to his chest and kissing it. Blood boiling. Blood boiling, Forbidden Ruins Sequence 209, absorbs the blood of all deceased beings within range in a short time, obtaining their power and life, and amplifying it. He softly murmured, and the plaque in his palm trembled violently, an eerie aura erupting. The blood of the 8 fallen members of the Mad Scorpion Squad, along with the fresh blood Dita La had brought, surged into the plaque like a cascading river from all directions. He felt it, the immense power within the plaque. His eyes turned crimson, breathing heavily, as if the individuals before him had already become his prey. These 2 treasures were salvaged from the bones of a corpse in the rainforest. Their former owner was called Tai Chang'an, who had once used them to slay the mysterious forces of Chuanjing. Dita La coldly laughed as he pierced his palm with a dark red insignia, his eyes turning an even deeper crimson. His breath quickened, and his muscles began to undergo a second transformation, nearly bursting his tactical vest. Power. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength. In this moment, Dita La laughed maniacally. Power, power, power. Having inherited that man's forbidden artifact, I have already surpassed him. I will kill you all. Failure? What a joke. I'm stronger than any of you. I shall inherit the name of the believer and become an even more formidable version of myself. Remember, it is I, the believer Dita La, who will end your lives. Meanwhile, Ning Shuang, eavesdropping with a pair of headphones, gasped in surprise, contributing to the warming of the world. What the hell? Why does that phrase sound so familiar? The collapse is still chasing me. Rubbing his temples to calm his mind, Ning Shuang muttered under his breath. Thankfully, I'm not Lao Yang. Otherwise, I would have initiated a black hole attack right away. Although LA's use of blood boiling created an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was only after the effects and adrenaline subsided that he realized something was amiss. With 8 members of the Mad Scorpion squad and several mysterious blood entities, how had he just barely broken through the pool realm? This doesn't make sense. Who is trying to set me up? Pang looked at the bewildered La and curiously asked, So, is your reliance merely on your pool realm cultivation? Words do not harm, but truth is a sharp blade. Observing the confusion etched on La's face, Ning Shuang burst into laughter, nearly in tears. Has this fool not realized something is missing? Huh? Cold Xian, observing through a scope, was baffled by what had transpired to elicit such mirth from Ning Shuang. Ning Shuang had no intention of playing the riddlemaker and explained to Cold Xian, Lao Zhao, and Pang. Those corpses are fake, made from dead branches, vines, and the blood of chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. The real bodies were long buried by my blue-silver entanglement. That La's bloodsucking was in vain. I thought he wouldn't even break through the pool realm. Upon hearing that the corpses had been dealt with in advance, Cold Xian felt a sense of relief. Your forbidden artifact is quite impressive. It saved us from the expense of cleaning up. Ning Shuang retorted. The money saved doesn't seem to end up in our pockets. What Ning Shuang did not say was that these remnants would eventually nourish the GMU, and in 5 to 6 months, all the pieces would be set on the chessboard. Now, only the final move remained to be played. All right. Seeing Cold Xian sparked another idea in Ning Shuang's mind. He thought to himself, it seems the last piece of the puzzle is falling into place. Chapter 85. The first encounter with Qingyu on the street, La, who had just barely broken through the pool realm, found himself exchanging bewildered glances with the others. La, is it too late to reconcile? Lin Qiye, what do you think? With 2 straight blades in hand, Lin Qiye moved like a specter, swiftly charging toward the unwilling La. However, La, being a seasoned veteran, raised Wang Tai to defend just as Lin Qiye's dual blades approached. Sparks flew and sounds clanged as blades collided in their primal clash, sending shockwaves that scattered the snowflakes in the air. Although it appeared that La was in a dominant position against Lin Qiye, the latter could see that La's arm trembled slightly. Before La could retreat, Lin Qiye's eyes gleamed with golden light. A brilliant radiance shooting toward La's eyes. The divine might of the seraphim surged from the void, crashing into La's mind and turning his thoughts upside down. His vision darkened, and his mind froze. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Qiye swung his straight blade towards La's rugged neck, slicing through as effortlessly as cutting tofu. La's head was severed. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining Lin Qiye crimson. Be a good person in the next life, Lin Qiye mused as he sheathed his blade. For brevity, strike first, eliminate swiftly. Upstairs, Ning Shuang nudged Cold Xian and asked, Brother Xian, how did 7 perform? Cold Xian, after a brief contemplation, commented, he seized the moment well, quite impressive. Ning Shuang chuckled, thinking this would likely be Lin Qiye's last battle at this level. However, that was no concern of his. What he needed to do now was clean up the aftermath. With a snap of his fingers, the ground suddenly reverberated with a soft sound as a fissure opened beside La's corpse. Dark green vines erupted from the earth like snakes, still damp with soil. Following their master's command, they swiftly coiled around La's cold body, the slender vines moving like nimble fingers, binding him tightly. The vines began to constrict slowly, dragging the corpse downward. La's body left a long trail on the ground, while more vines continuously surged forth, covering the blood and debris like a tide. The vines gently caressed the ground, erasing the remaining traces, and where they passed, the surface returned to its original smoothness. Finally, with a soft sound, La's corpse was entirely pulled underground, and the vines swiftly retreated, vanishing. The ground regained its tranquility, with only 2 forbidden artifacts left to testify that a battle had occurred here. After a long moment, Lao Zhao's voice crackled through the headphones. Ning, your forbidden artifact is impressive. Basic skills, do not underestimate. I will take my leave now to converse with an old acquaintance about life and ideals. I shall return before nightfall. Before the others could respond, Ning Shuang activated Night Flicker and arrived at a manhole. Taking a deep breath, he mentally prepared himself. Deep breaths, dizziness is normal. Extracting a gas mask, oxygen tank, and radiation suit from the narrow path of fate. He donned them before removing the manhole cover and leaping into the sewer, landing perfectly. Despite the mask's filtration, the rusted pipes, the omnipresent stench of moss, and the nauseating garbage were overwhelming. Ning Shuang furrowed his brow, suppressing his discomfort as he made his way toward the core of the drainage system. His target this time was in Qingyu, the future vice-captain of the Nightfall team, a fragment of the key to the door. Originally, Qingyu was not part of Ning Shuang's plan. He did not relish the feeling of being intellectually suppressed. Why would he, a warrior, actively seek out someone of intellect? Was it for the sake of restoring the Han dynasty? He was not acting as a divine Liu Bei. Yet Ning Shuang never anticipated that this unexpected little fish would present him with a significant challenge. Recalling just moments ago, while accompanying Si Xiaonan in selecting merchandise, Ning Shuang, feeling idle, opened his mental perception and caught a glimpse of something that left him momentarily blinded. A creature, a large, four-legged insect with crimson eyes and sharp teeth, bearing horns disproportionate to its body. Although it was no larger than a palm, Ning Shuang recognized it as a juvenile Xiao. But hadn't the two insects already been burned by Captain Wang? Where did this one come from? This insect was different from the two he had encountered before. It was smaller and more docile. Although he only caught a fleeting glimpse, Ning Shuang could sense that this insect was under someone else's control, devoid of independent thought. The ability to control and even create insects, this technology could only be attributed to one person, the intellectual backbone of the entire story, Qingyu. As he walked, Ning Shuang hardened his resolve. His fists clenched. His estimations of Qingyu had already been high, but the scene he witnessed around the corner nearly caused him to choke. Before him lay what seemed like a sea of insects. These creatures clustered together so densely that they sent chills down one's spine. Large and small, gray and orange, the insects formed mounds of dark brown flesh. Immobile yet breathing. Their eye sockets were dim, but the faint rising and falling of their chests indicated they were merely in a deep slumber, poised to awaken at any moment. Ning Shuang gritted his teeth, muttering in frustration. Is this guy trying to recreate a segment of the cosmic locust plague from years past? Ning Qiye summoned the seeds buried in the earth, intertwining the vines to seal off the surrounding conduits. With a flourish, he extracted Destiny Starlight, and a surge of mysterious and formidable power emanated from the bow, vibrating slightly. Taking a deep breath, Ning Qiye steadied his mind before drawing the bowstring taut. As the string was tightened, the body of Destiny Starlight began to emit a faint glow, which gradually coalesced upon the bowstring, forming a ghostly blue arrow that shimmered with a delicate light. Ning Qiye's gaze fixed intently on the slumbering insects, determined to eliminate this potential threat first. He adjusted his stance and released the bowstring without hesitation. With a swift whoosh, the ghostly blue arrow shot forth like lightning, hurtling towards the unsuspecting insects. Alas, the plea to spare the insects went unheard, as the arrow pierced straight into the swarm. An explosive sound erupted as nearly 30% of the insects met their end in their dreams, encountering their deity, Tai Ziu Luisi. Ning Qiye glanced at the newcomer, clad in black with short hair, bloodied, possessing a handsome visage and an air of mystery, adorned with a red-framed monocle. His eyes reflected a blend of composure, wisdom, and a hint of madness. The intense gaze seemed to suggest a desire to dissect oneself. It could only be in Qingyu. Ning Qiye transformed his bow into a Zudge crossbow, aiming the quarrel directly at Qingyu. You must be the Qingyu that Lin Qiye constantly mentions. Your actions have come to light. A brief pause ensued, with the next chapter expected to be released by 11. Apologies, these past few days have been quite hectic, with numerous classes and exams looming. Chapter 86. Qingyu. Undressing? Qingyu. How dare you meddle with the breeding of abominations? You had better provide a reasonable explanation, or this time next year will mark your demise. What a fine spectacle. Playing with insects before Ning Qiye was akin to performing dark sorcery in front of the Yunkai army, abducting hostages near the Demao army camp. or evading taxes before the Eagle country's tax bureau. The crossbow radiated a chilling light, yet the little fish remained unfazed. Your Excellency must be the prosperous fate walker. Ning Diqiang. It seems we are of the same ilk. Ning Dixiang scoffed. While one was a creature of prosperity and the other a remnant of breeding, he did not perceive in Qingyu as a kindred spirit. Xiao, who is a creature of prosperity. I am a herald of prosperity, the benevolent herald of prosperity. Pray tell, who considers you a kindred spirit? My patience is limited. Choose, friend or foe. And Qingyu, undeterred by Ning Dixiang's threat, spoke slowly, by a stroke of fortune. I have received a gift from the Sage of Knowledge and become a fate walker of wisdom. To substantiate his claim, and Qingyu gestured to his monocle and released a thread of energy exclusive to wisdom, which Ning Dixiang had never encountered before. As for those insects, you need not worry. I am well aware of the cosmic locust plague. I am a part of the great Xia, and this is my home. I would never commit such a heinous act. Intrigued by the familiar yet foreign term, cosmic locust plague, Ning Dixiang inquired, "Oh, how much do you know?" "Not much. Just a few significant events in the universe and general information about various star deities." "And what of the Xianzhou, the company, and the Sea Ranger?" "No, this monocle has not provided me with that information. You seem quite knowledgeable about these celestial beings. Perhaps the apothecary is my mother, and the storm is my father. I naturally know much." Ning Dixiang jest, but let us not divert the topic. Let us return to the insects. Otherwise, I would not mind clearing the path for the great machine head. And Qingyu frowned at the jest. Your humor is rather unamusing. Those two star deities are bitter enemies. Moreover, could you show a modicum of respect for the divine? Ning Dixiang shrugged, palms upturned. Apologies, but I cannot extend any respect. After all, I am merely a pseudo-masquerade fool. And Qingyu did not linger on the matter, as he was not a zealot of the divine either. These are my fish species. I uncovered the truth of the world while dissecting the Nanchuo serpent demon. I obtained an undocumented new forbidden domain, which I call the sole true answer. I also received a gift from the Sage of Knowledge in this underground conduit, this very monocle. It has led me to the path of wisdom. From the Nanchuo serpent demon, I deciphered abilities akin to serpent species, though the intricacies of this power remain unresolved. However, I discovered the remnants of the true Xia insect within the demon's stomach. Utilizing the energy of wisdom, I created my own swarm of insects. Naturally, these insects I engineered are merely faster and more elusive than ordinary rats. Without exclusive fate energy, consider them flying, camouflaging rodents. Fear not, they are manageable. Ning Dixiang found it hard to trust such a declaration. Regardless of the myriad of overconfident proclamations one could make, such as "see you tomorrow," "your life hangs by a thread," or "I shall return," they often culminated in misfortune. Indeed, Ning Dixiang observed in Qingyu's back brimming with flags, reminiscent of Zaihe Yuan's march to secure the deposit mountain. Shaking his head, he dismissed the absurd notion from his mind. Bending down, he casually picked up an insect and snapped its horn with force. It indeed differed from the others. Ning Dixiang randomly sampled a few more. The hardness of the exoskeleton was on par with the enigmatic beings of the Zhanjing realm. Moreover, he could sense the presence of fate energy within them, distinctly different from prosperity, hunting, memory, and breeding, likely stemming from wisdom, yet their potential seemed locked. I can sense that their potential appears to have been sealed since birth. Did you do this? And Qingyu shook his head in denial. It is not their potential that is sealed. Rather, they are too primitive to ascend. If you provide me with a stronger insect corpse, the species I create could be more formidable. Alternatively, you could lend me one for dissection. Ning Dixiang remained silent, merely lifting the Zudge crossbow and pulling the trigger. The quarrel emitted a sharp whistle through the air, as if tearing through it, shooting directly toward Qingyu. Before Qingyu could react, the quarrel struck with a resounding clang, embedding itself firmly in the ground before him, leaving only a small portion of the shaft visible. Quivering slightly, you might as well dissect Lin Qiye and see if his mortal realm can be mass-produced. And Qingyu's expression remained unchanged as he extracted a quarrel, examining it closely. After a moment, he remarked, "This should not belong to prosperity, correct?" "Indeed." After a brief silence, and Qingyu earnestly asked, "Could you spare me some of prosperity as fate energy? I wish to test the transference between fates." Ning Dixiang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is such a thing even possible? Theoretically, yes, but I would require samples and extensive experimentation. An idea sparked within Ning Qiye. Presently, he wielded creations imbued with the energy of prosperity. In other words, their attribute was prosperity. If he could employ creations bearing the energy of hunting, it seemed his combat prowess might not significantly enhance. His Destiny Starlight was versatile, allowing him to wield any weapon of his choosing. Thus, he held little interest in this proposal. What use is it, then? The question momentarily stumped in Qingyu. I don't know. Don't concern yourself with its utility. Just focus on the research for now. Initially, Ning Qiye intended to refuse, as this endeavor appeared devoid of promise. However, upon observing Qingyu's striking visage, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Very well, what do you propose to offer in exchange? Qingyu initially intended to express that any condition was acceptable, but upon encountering Ning Qiye's fervent gaze, he instinctively tightened his grip. Any condition, but I will not sell my body. After uttering these words, the fragile and helpless little carp instinctively adjusted the robe draping over him. Meanwhile, Ning Qiye fixed her gaze upon Qingyu, her smile unwavering. Then perhaps you should remove your clothing, she suggested. Apologies, everyone, this scene feels rather rushed. If you notice any logical inconsistencies, feel free to comment. Thank you all for your support, she added. Chapter 87. The Knight's ensemble of femininity. Upon hearing Ning Qiye's outrageous request to undress in public, Qingyu shouted in indignation, Ning Qiye, I am not that indiscriminate. Recognizing the misunderstanding, Ning Qiye's interest peaked, her smile mischievous as she approached Qingyu with deliberate slowness. With gloved hands, she lifted his chin and inquired, what if I were to offer you fertility? Fertility? The moment the word reached Qingyu's ears, his heart raced uncontrollably, and his breath quickened. It seemed that, under certain circumstances, one's principles could be negotiable. Qingyu pondered deeply. Though he possessed the capability to infuse these insects with knowledge, energy, their compatibility was rather low. If he could obtain fertility energy, his swarm would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, this notion left Qingyu feeling conflicted and uneasy. While he harbored the determination and courage to dedicate himself to science, no one had ever indicated that such dedication would entail this. He understood the gravity of crossing boundaries. Such transgressions could only occur once or infinitely. Qingyu's thoughts swirled within him as he weighed various factors. On one hand, he was reluctant to relinquish his principles so easily. On the other, he yearned for the energy of fertility. In this internal turmoil, his heartbeat intensified. After a prolonged moment, Qingyu took a deep breath, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, striving to prevent tears from escaping. It is not entirely impossible. At that moment, Qingyu resembled a pitiful figure confronting a callous superior amidst the threat of unemployment. He closed his eyes, clinging to the last vestiges of his dignity while his hands continued to remove his garments, allowing them to fall to the ground. I hope you uphold your promise. As he spoke, a single tear cascaded from the corner of his eye. Ning Qiye, covering her eyes, could not bear to watch, yet her camera remained steady, capturing every moment. Perhaps Jiang Air would appreciate this, she mused. Why does it feel like a predatory school loan? How unscrupulous. Ning Qiye herself was unsure of the motives behind recording this, acknowledging that it might not serve any purpose, but it was better to have it than to lack it. Suddenly, a familiar pink backpack hurtled towards Qingyu with alarming speed. With a resounding thud, the backpack collided forcefully with his face, the impact akin to a heavy blow, causing him to topple backward and land heavily on the ground. Damn it. I have no interest in men, Ning Qiye remarked, disdainfully wiping her gloved hands. Put on the clothes from the bag. I'll take a few photos. Additionally, you owe me a couple of favors. I'll grant you the energies of abundance and fertility. Is that true? Qingyu sighed in relief. I thought you would ask me to call you foster father. Upon confirming that the contents of the bag were merely a maid's outfit and not some bizarre attire, Qingyu's anxious heart finally settled. It is not entirely impossible. Compared to selling my body, calling you foster father seems trivial. As Qingyu donned the maid's outfit, Ning Qiye's camera recorded each transformation. Undeniably, Qingyu possessed striking features. Unlike the aloof demeanor of the aloof brother, the maid-clad Qingyu evoked a sense of tender resilience. Perhaps I should let Qi and Yangjin wear this as well. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the accomplishment of Knight's Ensemble of Femininity. What is that? A system? Ning Qiye questioned. But regardless of how she called out internally, the synthesized electronic voice remained silent, as if everything that had transpired was merely an auditory hallucination. Perhaps I simply did not sleep well. Ning Qiye comforted herself. With her desired outcome achieved, she retrieved a blue-silver coil and a piece of the chitin of the stinging bug from the narrow confines of fate, tossing them into Qingyu's hands. Are these sufficient? Qingyu gazed upon his labor's fruits, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He cradled his acquisitions greedily, his eyes gleaming with desire for the seed and chitin, wishing to merge with these treasures. Noticing Qingyu's fervent fixation, Ning Qiye resolved to take her leave. Yet, before departing, she cautioned, "If you dare meddle with the cosmic locust disaster, I will ensure that the Grand Mechanic clears the way." Even as a messenger, one might not safeguard a planet against the cosmic locust disaster, let alone this world, which lacked the power of a messenger. Understood, do not worry. I still possess this baseline. Nevertheless, Ning Qiye felt compelled to reiterate her warning, both as a caution and a means of self-assurance. As she continued to emphasize her points, Qingyu straightened his posture, raising 4 fingers to the sky. I, Qingyu, swear that I shall never harm Kangnan or betray Daxia. Should I violate this oath, I willingly accept eternal expulsion by the truth. Gazing into Qingyu's earnest eyes, Ning Qiye felt her heart ease. After all, the little carp had made a solemn vow, and it was only right to extend her trust. Little carp, I have one final question. The star gods are in search of something. Do you know what it is? This is the last question. Farewell. With that, Ning Qiye turned, leaving only her silhouette behind as she departed gracefully. Hey, I am Qingyu, not Angie. You should really read more. All right, little carp. No problem, carp, Ning Qiye replied playfully as she activated Night Flicker in the shadow of the corner, eager to escape the filthy sewer. It must be said that Qingyu was indeed a tough individual, having endured an entire year in such a place. As for reporting Qingyu, that was absurd. The meager offerings from the Night Watchers were hardly sufficient, and packaging the little carp for sale to the ancient god society would yield far more. More importantly, sending the carp to a place of fasting held no amusement. The heart of abundance, the eggs of fertility, the mask of joy, the weapon of hunting, the headphones of memory, and the glasses of knowledge all appeared. Might there also be remnants of exploration, destruction, or even a long-deceased immortality left behind? The star gods numbered 18, implying there were at least 18 extraordinary artifacts infused with destiny energy that had arrived on Blue Star. After all, he already possessed 2.5 masks. The hunting artifact being the 10,000 arrows decree, given by the alchemist, and the fated starlight stolen from Mu Xingchen. Apart from the sudden heart of abundance, there was also the heart currently blessed and continuously flowing with destiny energy. Wait, the embodiment of fertility was not an artifact, but rather 3 insect eggs, or more specifically, the eggs of a shattered star king bug. Could it be that the fallen star gods left behind living beings? Chapter 88. The New Year's Feast. If the deceased star gods indeed left behind living beings, then Ning Qiye would no longer be sleepy. Will exploration directly send the train conductor from Pam? This certainly held potential. The prospect of having a dignified yet adorable gray, long-eared rabbit accompany him on his path to slay the gods was indeed a delightful thought. Who could possibly resist the charm of a 2-headed, adorable, fluffy train conductor, especially one who fearlessly steers the train into danger to confront adversaries? This Sunday, it was certainly met with approval. Meanwhile, aboard the Xingxing train, the chef-clad conductor Pam was diligently watering potted plants with a spray bottle smaller than herself. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, and her gray hair bristled. This was unusual. Who would dare to plot against the conductor? Was it the march passengers once again wishing to rub her the wrong way? Thus, what exactly was the star god searching for? A multitude of questions swirled through Ning Qiye's mind like restless phantoms, refusing to dissipate. These queries formed a colossal enigma, leaving him bewildered and disoriented, unsure of how to unravel the mystery. The more he pondered, the more it ached. Hence, Ning Qiye resolved to abandon his thoughts. He was merely a minor character. What merit did he possess to catch the attention of the star god? Surely, he could not truly be the offspring of the star god. That would be absurd. Given the circumstances, he might as well order takeout, as dinner was still a while away. Ning Qiye searched the narrow confines of his fate. Where was his phone? He recalled that it had shattered the night he became a hunter's envoy. Moreover, he no longer needed to log in daily to clear commissions or restore energy. And over time, he had completely forgotten about his phone. Never mind. He would purchase a new one, hoping his funds were sufficient. Upon exiting the sewer, he removed his protective suit and mask, discarding them into a trash bin. Though such an act seemed wasteful, Ning Qiye could not bear the thought of placing the soiled suit back into his narrow path of destiny. It would be unbearable. Whether one deemed Ning Qiye overly sensitive or wasteful, his life motto was to never discomfort himself. With the acquisition of a new phone, a series of messages from his sister popped up on the screen. Sister, Shuang, when will you be back? Sister, Shuang, have you encountered any danger? Sister, Shuang, do you need me to pick you up? Each warm message accompanied by the most delightful emojis brought a smile to Ning Qiye's face, akin to the gentle warmth of winter sunlight illuminating his heart. The feeling of being cared for was truly wonderful. Disguised as the masked fool, Ning Qiye replied, Sister Xiaonan, I am fine. I am preparing a surprise for you, and will return before sunset. No need to worry. Sister, great. Take your time on the way. I am really looking forward to it. At this moment, there were no saviors, no thieves, no ancient cults, and no chaotic matters. It was time to relish his own well-deserved holiday. Alas, he had promised Sister Xiaonan to be home before dark. What bad luck! Who could have imagined that crafting a custom firework would be so challenging? It exploded several times, and no one warned him that using Hehua would lead to such disasters. Nonetheless, overall, things were progressing positively. After exerting tremendous effort and paying the price of a soot-covered face, Ning Qiye finally managed to create a firework that met his expectations. Just as he was basking in his triumph, he looked up and realized it was dark, physically dark. He placed the fireworks he had painstakingly crafted back into the narrow path of fate and activated Dark Night Flicker, his silhouette darting through the darkness like a wraith, swiftly heading toward the Peace Affairs office. His speed was astonishing. However, due to his soot-stained face and clothes, many passers-by merely saw a white jellyfish flickering in the moonlight. It is said that this incident became an urban legend, unwittingly adding to the workload of the Peace Affairs office during their training in the latter half of the year. Aha, what did I do wrong? I merely infused a tad of fate energy into my hairstyle to ensure my work remained clean and tidy. Just a little indeed. Ding dong. Welcome. Ning Qiye, now covered in soot, pushed open the door and glanced around. After confirming that Si Xiaonan was absent, he planned to wash his face to remove the grime. I thought you weren't coming back? A gentle voice emanated from behind him, though the tone was soft. It felt like the biting chill of winter winds in Ning Qiye's ears. Turning slowly, he mustered a smile and waved, trying to appear endearing. Ah, Sister Xiaonan, Bushidgeman, are you employing military tactics now? Who waits for someone in the shadows by the front door? The girl pouted, reproaching him. How did you get yourself so dirty? As she spoke, she pulled out a towel to wipe the dust from Ning Qiye's face. Sister Xiaonan, I'm not a child anymore. I can manage on my own. Attempting to snatch the towel, Si Xiaonan retorted, I'm your sister. I sent it my duty to take care of you? And how did you get so much dirt on your hands? Ning Qiye sheepishly scratched his head, blushing, and proudly declared, I made a grand firework. I'll show you soon. It's the most beautiful firework in the world. Seeing her little brother's animated excitement, Si Xiaonan's interest piqued. Then I must see it. But if it's not beautiful, All right, enough talk. Go change your clothes. The captain is almost done cooking. All right, I'm on it. Dressed in a dazzling blue suit, soft and fragrant, Ning Qiye returned, his skin fair like a cotton candy exuding a gentle aroma. As he reached the dining room door, a wave of fresh vegetable and rich meat aromas enveloped him, causing him to salivate. It was that nostalgic flavor, the essence of food manifested as invisible threads, ensnaring each person who entered. The amber-hued sweet and sour ribs glistened, the oil-braised shrimp curled into bright red crescents, and emerald stir-fried vegetables adorned the feast. The kitchen was alive with the sizzling sound of oil meeting food and the crisp clatter of spatulas. Surely, there is no purer or more beautiful sound in the world. Hong Ying and Wu Xiaonan sat across from each other, glancing back and forth. One was eager to snatch a goose leg, while the other fixated intently on the other. Ning Qiye broke the smoky tension. Deputy Captain, Hong Ying, I'm back. Brother Xuan, you've finally returned. Come, let us prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner. Ning Xuan beamed with warmth. I'm coming, I'm coming. The past few days have been a whirlwind, and he was quite busy, resulting in irregular updates. Why is there not even 100 reminders for updates anymore? Will there be ratings? Whoa. Chapter 89. New Year's Eve feast. A delightful array of dishes was presented on the table. Tiger skin pork knuckles, braised pork, supreme crab casserole, and the centerpiece, a sturgeon, symbolizing abundance year after year. Hong Ying drooled. Indeed, only she drooled. Hong Ying's restless chopsticks fixated on the fish. Internally, she chanted, "No, Hong Ying. You are no longer a child. You must restrain yourself." The sturgeon stared back with its lifeless eyes, fixated on Hong Ying. 1 second, 2 seconds. No, I cannot hold back any longer. How dare this little fish provoke the great Hong Ying? Prepare to face the consequences. Smack. Yagnan swiftly alted ongingis michiev. Adjusting her glasses. Wait until everyone is here to eat. Is it truly forbidden for such a cute girl to have a taste first? Just a tiny bite. Hong Ying extended a finger, earnestly vowing. Besides, it was this fish that made the first move. No. Wu Xiaonan was somewhat impressed by Hong Ying's resourcefulness in concocting excuses to sneak a bite. With her head bowed, Hong Ying appeared pitiful, utterly devoid of energy. Like a despondent salted fish sprawled on the table, lifeless. Ning Xuan comforted her. It seems we are still waiting for Leng Xuan to return. But he should be here soon. What about the 7th night brother? Ning Xuan pondered. He went home for New Year's Eve. He is probably already feasting. Hong Ying pondered for a moment and decided that such a lavish New Year's Eve dinner should leave some for the newcomers. Should we save some for Qi? Ning Shuang nodded in agreement. We can just inform the captain later. Si Xiaonan returned from outside, obediently sitting beside Ning Shuang. Her eyes narrowing as she succumbed to drowsiness, instinctively playing with Ning Shuang's hair. A soft escaped Ning Shuang's lips. Leaning her head comfortably on Si Xiaonan's shoulder. Alas, she found herself ensnared. What was she doing? Ning Shuang, how could you have sunk so low? If this continued, she would merely become a foolish house husband, forever suppressed beneath a metaphorical compass. Yet it felt so delightful. She promised herself to indulge once more in the future. Meanwhile, Hong Ying, keenly observant, swiftly covered Wu Xiaonan's mouth with her hand, quietly dragging her reluctant vice-captain towards the back door. Hong Ying, let go. I can't breathe. Wu Xiaonan struggled, to which Hong Ying reproached Xiaonan. Can't you be a bit more perceptive? Whether I can hold my nephew next year depends on today. Having endured years of rivalry. Wu Xiaonan understood the urgency in Hong Ying's eyes and replied desperately, "Could you please release my nose? I can't afford to miss my last chance to revive in Chuanjing." Embarrassed, Hong Ying loosened her grip, inadvertently disrupting Wu Xiaonan's reunion with her great-grandmother. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze, apologizing. Sorry, it was a reflex. Wu Xiaonan shot her a disgruntled look, reflecting on whether she had been too harsh on Hong Ying, thus prompting such personal vendettas. On the other hand, Si Xiaonan tenderly combed through Ning Shuang's silky hair, treating it as her cherished treasure. Ning Shuang leaned into Si Xiaonan's shoulder, relishing the fragrant scent akin to gardenias. Si Xiaonan's gentle fingers played with a particular tuft of hair, marveling at its cuteness, which formed a heart shape. Who was the genius behind such a style? The atmosphere around them was serene, punctuated only by the occasional sound of cooking from the kitchen. In their world, there was no clamor, no worries, only the tranquil peace of time well spent. Just as they were lost in their moment of serenity, a figure emerged from the basement, rubbing a flat stomach and inquiring, "Is the captain still cooking?" The voice, though soft, was sufficient to pull the two back to reality. Oh no! Si Xiaonan's heart raced, her cheeks burning red as she realized their actions were not as discreet as she believed. She noticed Hong Ying's stifling laughter, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Mortified, Si Xiaonan pushed Ning Shuang away and buried her face in her clothes, feeling her body flush with embarrassment. Ning Shuang, pushed aside, wore a look of resentment, internally lamenting, "What a cold-hearted woman. She turns on me faster than flipping a book." Why did Wen Mo have to appear at such an inopportune moment? Wen Mo, upon seeing Hong Ying's furious expression, felt as if a drum had been placed above his head, completely oblivious to the situation. What is happening? He asked, but reason told him to retreat immediately. However, Hong Ying had no intention of letting him escape, landing 2 punches on him. Dare to interrupt my gossip, and this is your fate. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, who had donned a panda costume for the New Year's Eve celebration, felt utterly wronged. Oh heavens, please discern loyalty from treachery. Minutes later, the kitchen fell silent as Uncle Chun emerged, carrying a steaming bowl of meat soup, followed closely by old Xiao, who held an assortment of utensils. At that moment, Leng Xuan hurried back from outside, having eavesdropped for quite some time, only showing up just as dinner was about to be served. Ning Shuang remarked, "This guy is destined to be a part of the glimmering memories of the past." Finally, everyone took their seats at a long table with 8 places. Lin Qiye, having informed in advance, was absent, leaving no chair for him. The table was filled with Chun Muyi, Wu Xiaonan, Leng Xuan, Wen Qiye, Hong Ying, Si Xiaonan, Ning Shuang, and the last seat occupied by Zhao Kongcheng, who was very much alive and full of vitality. Ning Shuang mused silently that those who merely sought to take old Zhao's soul were not truly trying to save him. They simply wanted to vex the howling hound. Little Black, so adorably innocent, why must you be targeted? Who wanted to take my bell? Using divine artifacts to cut it, as if it wouldn't come off cleanly? Ning Shuang chuckled, "Oh, I don't know." Chapter 90. Happy New Year. Chun Mu Yi slowly raised his glass, the amber beer reflecting the clear light, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. This year, our veteran members have remained safe, and new members have joined us. We have faced numerous challenges, yet we have successfully protected this city for an entire year. As the captain of the Canaan 136 squad, and as a night watcher, I express my heartfelt gratitude to all living beings in this city. He drank from his cup, bowed deeply to the assembly, then raised his head, his eyes filled with earnestness and hope. I hope that next year, we will all be here, without exception. As Chun Uncle spoke, Ning Shuang caught a glimpse of the genuine hope and a hint of melancholy in his steadfast gaze, perhaps the deepest wish within him. It felt so authentic, so fervent, yet so ephemeral. Yes, next year, none should be missing. Ning Shuang raised her glass high, echoing, "Indeed, not a single one should be missing. Yes, all 8 of us must be here next year." Chin Uncle, just express your wishes freely. With such a bountiful offering before us, what wish could possibly go unspoken? Next year, the Night Watchers of Canaan 136 squad will be complete, all 8 of us. This wish resonated not only with Ning Shuang, but also with the bountiful offering itself, echoing through the air. May all desires be fulfilled. Happy New Year, everyone. Chun Muyi poured another glass of beer and raised it high. The others stood, lifting their glasses to clink together, producing a delightful chime, a harmonious sound. The amber liquid swayed in their cups like golden waves of wheat, intertwining just as they were, forming one family. Happy New Year! Everyone drank heartily. Ning Shuang, having never tasted alcohol before, took a generous sip, the spiciness hitting her throat and nearly overwhelming her. She sat in her chair, tears welling in her eyes, her head spinning from the fiery sensation. So spicy. Oh dear, why didn't you say you couldn't handle alcohol? Si Xiaonan quickly fetched a box of cold milk from the fridge and handed it to Ning Shuang. The spiciness eased as the milk slid down her throat, leaving Ning Shuang feeling wronged, even her signature tuft of hair drooping, devoid of any spirit. Seeing her in such disarray, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. It was the first time they had witnessed Ning Shuang in such a state, and it was quite amusing. Si Xiaonan also covered her mouth, stifling a laugh as she gently patted her head and comforted. All right, if you can't drink, then don't. Would you like to try this orange soda or peach juice?" The peach juice was freshly squeezed by me this afternoon. Feeling the softness above her head, the slight tuft of hair raised, Ning Shuang pondered for a moment. "Is peach juice acceptable?" Yes. Si Xiaonan indulgently poured a full glass of peach juice for this little one, who could not touch a drop of alcohol. In an instant, laughter erupted from the crowd, filling the room with a joyous atmosphere. Bang! Snap! The crisp and clear sound of explosions tore through the air, resonating throughout the city. Like meteors, dazzling fireworks burst forth in every corner of the metropolis, illuminating the New Year's Eve with vibrant colors. The multicolored flames swayed in the air, gradually vanishing without a trace. The fleeting beauty rendered this New Year's Eve exceptionally unforgettable. Bro, It seems we three will celebrate the new year together this year. Li Peng Peng handed a can of beer to Qingyu, who gazed vacantly out the window at the brilliant fireworks before regaining her senses. Qingyu shook her head, declining, "No, I don't drink during work hours. It's a fundamental principle of being a bodyguard. Just have a little. Even that monk, Cao Yuan, has had 2 cans. You are here to work, not to be a beast of burden, so stop being so pretentious." Pang Pang decisively opened 2 cans of beer, handing one to Bro with an unrefusable tone. Grinning as he said, "Drink up, my bodyguard team has arrived. Even if you drink yourself to death, it's no problem. Today, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Consider it a command from a boss." Bro remained silent for a moment before accepting the beer and gulping it down. Cao Yuan also approached with a drink, saying, "By the way, why are we still in these maid outfits?" Pang Pang scratched his head. "I find this outfit gifted by the boss quite comfortable. It's even more so than the high-end clothing I used to wear, so I haven't changed." Bro commented, "Isn't this what Ning Shuang needs for work? So I just kept wearing it. The fabric is indeed nice, breathable, and comfortable. What about you?" Cao Yuan spoke earnestly. Shuang must have her reasons for doing this. In a cramped and damp 3-star couples hotel, 3 boys clad in maid outfits sat by the window, watching the fireworks and clinking their beers together. Cheers! Happy New Year! In the old town, the aunts served steaming dishes onto a modest wooden table. Though they were simple home-cooked meals, they were filled with the warmth of home. Lin Qiye felt particularly cozy, his eyes involuntarily glistening with emotion. Yang Jin, sitting beside him, looked at the dishes on the table with a smile. It was rare to celebrate the new year. He could finally take a break from those dreadful exams. "All right, all the dishes are ready. Qiye, eat more. You look so thin. You've worked hard these days," the aunt said with a smile as she placed the last fish dish on the table, patting her hands. Lin Qiye felt warmth in his heart, smiling back. "Aunt, it's not hard. I've been doing well in the army. I've saved quite a bit of money. We can move to a bigger house, and you can take a less demanding job. Our family won't lack for money." The aunt smiled with satisfaction, taking the card. "Silly child, what are you saying? I'll keep your money safe for you to use when you marry in the future. I'm quite happy with my life now. Hurry and eat. The dishes will get cold." Lin Qiye nodded. "Aunt Ajin, Happy New Year. Happy New Year." In a dim underground hollow, and Qingyu,